Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday, typically at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm very sorry that we're late here, guys. We had some no-shows and people running incredibly late, so got to work with it. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. We're going to do a $69 TTS for the first 60 minutes. $200 and up triggers TTS thereafter. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. You can see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have muted microphone, champagne pop, kick, a couple other ones too. So we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. We are going to be doing Twitch exclusive streams. Madison's going to be helping out with that. IRL stuff, that's in the works. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. I'm wearing the Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara, preferably on time. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Really that's my bad. I also have an Instagram, but we skipped that one. There it is. Big Labia Matter, BLM for short. Really, 10,000 labiaplasties a year. It's really just a tragedy. So yeah, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link for those 3 are in the description. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. I've gone ahead and started to post some more BTS stuff, like some of the QUITS fails. We got the fail. Oh, we had the fail from last week. I don't know if you guys recall. Some of you might have been there, some of you not. We had a false start last week, so we had to restart the stream. There's a bit of a slip. So I posted that. It actually wasn't a slip. It was, anyways, you guys can see the clip. But anyways. Lastly, what else? Oh, that's it. Yeah, just it's through patreon.com if you want to sign up for the Discord. We got House of the Dragon coming out tonight, so might just end the shit in like 10 minutes to go watch that. Who knows? Anyways, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation, starting with you. Go ahead.
My name is Kay. I am 27, and I am from Indiana, and I do OnlyFans.
All right. Welcome.
My name is Paloma. I'm 20, and I literally live in Isla Vista.
You go to UCSB?
No, I just graduated CC.
Are you going to transfer to UCSB? Or?
I will be doing that eventually.
Like in the fall? Or can I have you scoot your microphone this way or scoot your chair that way?
Sure. Taking gap year, going to UCSB the following year.
Okay, but you're going to be living in IV?
I live in IV.
Okay,
yeah.
For the gap year?
For the gap year, working,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, what are you studying
I'm a psychology major, so I transferred with my psych.
And that's what you'll be doing at UCSB?
I'll be doing sociology. They don't have psychology.
Mm-hmm. Sociology at UCSB. Okay. What about you?
I am a student, and I am a courtesan at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch. My name is Lauren Roses, and I focus on tantra and hypnotherapy. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Age?
Oh, I am 31.
Okay. And now I had a question for you. Mm-hmm. You've been on the show a couple times.
Yes.
What, like 4 times, I think? And you're a courtesan.
Yes.
Have you, I'm just curious, have you received from that you can directly source coming from your appearances on the show?
Yeah.
Have you had clients?
Yeah. Yes.
From the whatever podcast?
Yeah. Yeah. They're very
how
nice.
many?
Oh, I mean, I can't count. That's how many. Can't count.
You've been busy?
I've been busy.
We've sent you a lot of business?
I've been very busy. But you know what?
God
I will
damn.
say this. They come this audience comes seeking a specific,
Service?
yes. They like
What?
Tantra. You got a lot of tantrics in here.
I got-
And a lot of couples.
Couples?
Yep.
What the fuck?
You got a lot of
It's
people
true.
that want to experiment with Tantra and couples. So that's, yeah. I could show you. Tantra.
How many, like, what do you think? Like 100 from the whatever?
Yeah, I mean, at least.
What?
Yeah.
100 viewers?
Yeah, I would think. I would think so, yeah.
Like, do they tell you? They're like, hey, what's
Yeah,
up?
they
Saw you
tell
on the
me
whatever
right away,
podcast.
yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
utilize your services.
Well, everything's private, but I mean, I would
Yeah, you
definitely,
can't.
but everything, like, you
It's
know,
like,
from if I was to like block out the words and then have the message, whatever, like say how many people did it, it was definitely over 100. Absolutely.
More than 200?
Probably.
Holy shit.
I mean, it's been like a year.
Wait, so hold on. A couple other questions. So,
Yeah.
so what's that thing called? Attorney-client privilege?
Attorney client.
So
Oh,
do you
yeah,
have
yeah.
like hooker-client
What?
privilege?
Wait.
Sorry, courtesan
Courtesan.
client.
Wait, what is it?
privilege.
What is hooker client privilege? Wait, what's that?
Well, you said you can't.
Oh,
disclose.
well, I
you
just don't
wouldn't-
disclose anyone's
Yeah, you
name or
wouldn't, of
anything.
course.
But if you were to tell me like how many said the word whatever that was specifically related to the
Yeah.
podcast, I could pull up, like, I could count the word 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And so wait, are you typically booking them? Like they'll message you on Instagram? Is that
No,
typically?
ranch.
Oh, through the ranch. They'll hit up the ranch, and they'll be like,
Yeah.
I saw Lauren on the.
They like
whatever
Tantra.
podcast."
You got a lot of tantrics in here. They're curious. That's what it is. They want
Interesting.
Tantra.
Oh, okay.
And they like it.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
You got a lot of people that are interested.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Curious. They're curious. They're curious about
Any
their...
virgins? Have you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
You've got virgins?
They're curious about their sexuality. Yes, it's fun. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, you've been on the show a couple times.
Yeah.
And, despite what you do, you're probably one of the nicest guests, most pleasant guests we've ever had.
I've been through the blender of life, so I think that probably helped a little bit.
So if they are gonna go to a prostitute,
it's legal.
if they are gonna go to a courtesan, I mean, I kind of got to give you. Do I give you the endorsement? I don't know.
Well, I definitely. Well, you know.
I don't endorse prostitution.
Well,
but if they're gonna do it, I feel like
They're
you're kind of
safe.
like they're gonna probably. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying they're gonna have like a good experience, you know?
Yeah.
Because you seem like you're a professional. You're a consummate professional. So yeah.
I have to be able to give 100%. If I can't
100%.
give 100%, then it's not worth it. It's not worth my time. Like,
You-
and like if I'm tired, I reschedule.
Yeah.
And then I give a special because I
Give a
cannot be
special.
tired when I'm having an intimate moment because then I'm thinking about myself.
You
I
got
need to think
it's
about them.
game day.
Yes.
It's fucking game
You gotta think
day.
about, that's what they taught us in the retreats. They said you have to be here. And I remember my coach, like, so one of my coaches, he's not a coach, but he was actually
Until you score.
he
Until you score.
is a tantric practitioner, and he actually fought in Afghanistan and went to the war, and he recovered using tantra, and he's very good, but he always is like, stay with me, like,
Wait,
you know,
he
like
recovered from the war.
he had a lot of trauma, and he recovered. He had a lot of through the war, yeah.
No, but how did he
Through
recover?
tantra. Well, because tantra,
like through sex.
yes, and through intimacy,
What?
like being present, like tantra
Yeah.
teaches presence.
Presence.
And, yeah, 100% or nothing, or it's not worth it. 100% or nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What about you?
My name is Lillian. I'm 19, and my occupation, I guess I'm a student and a music producer, but I guess that's also what I'm studying is music production, so
That's what you're
best
studying.
of both worlds, yeah.
Where are you from?
I grew up here in LA. I grew up in
Gustavo
LA.
donated $69. Ayuda. S toy in the basement. Cannot blink. It's dark. Send help. Por favor.
Yeah,
Lo siento.
Gustavo has been kidnapped. So
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Still got $69.
Yeah.
He should have called the police.
Thank you, Gustavo.
I mean,
And you said you had a funeral this morning?
I did. My really good friend passed away yesterday. So
Oh, no.
that's honestly why I was more than fashionably late, was because I had a funeral this morning for my very good friend. May he rest in peace.
I'm so sorry.
yeah, sorry to hear.
That's life. I don't know. He's in a better place now. That's how I like to think of it.
That's
like
tough,
he has people
though.
that care about him. It's definitely hard, but he
Yeah.
definitely has people like me that like,
Yeah.
care about me, obviously.
Totally.
But like, yeah,
This is somebody you like grew up with, or?
not grew up with. I say, sorry, he was a musician. So I met him this year, but he was a dope person. He was awesome. Like he was just one of those people like where he walks into the room like it's like a light, you know, if that makes any sense, like whatsoever. But yeah, he was awesome. He was a great person. He was a great artist. So
He passed away yesterday?
yesterday.
That's crazy. And you're doing this. Props to you.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
That's why I was
Pulling
like
yourself out.
fashionably
Dang.
late.
Wait,
And that's
yeah.
hold
so
on.
valid.
Yeah.
Wait, he passed away yesterday.
And the funeral was today.
Is it normal for a funeral, the turnaround on a funeral to
It
be
could
that
be.
quick?
I've had gone to a
Absolutely
funeral that
is.
was like a 2 days turnaround time.
That was kind of, I mean, I had the same thing kind of happen 2 weeks ago where I also knew someone who passed away, or it was my friend's dad who passed away, and they had the funeral a day after.
I
So
think
it's
it
like-
has to do about the embalming. Some people don't believe in embalming, and I
Yeah.
think that's what it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, honestly, I guess it's different for everyone, but yeah.
And wait, he was a musician, you said?
Yeah.
Like famous musician, or?
He was well known. I wouldn't say like Michael Jackson, but he was known.
And was it like a guy you were dating?
No, I wasn't dating him. He was a good friend of mine. Like he would be at the studio and I would be at the studio, and we were kind of like, I guess in the same vicinity, and that's kind of how we became friends too, through mutual friends. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't dating him. He was a good friend of mine. He was a dope person.
Wait, are you sure he didn't like pass, he didn't pass like a couple days ago and then you heard about it yesterday, or he passed yesterday?
Yesterday.
What time?
I heard that something was wrong in the morning, and I was
Was he in the
hoping-
hospital or something, or?
I'm not too sure on the details, but kind of. I'm not quite sure, honestly. But
Was it like an OD, or?
I honestly don't know, honestly.
'Cause he was a
I don't
young
know if
guy.
that's like appropriate to ask.
I don't
you
even
know?
like want to know the answer, honestly. I just
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
just curious.
seriously.
it's fair. I hope that he's in a better place, honestly. I don't even know if I want to know, because I feel like that'd like make it like feel worse, you know.
How old was he?
He was young. He was in his 20s.
Okay. I've just never heard of somebody passing and then the funeral arrangements being made for the following day. As somebody who's been
pretty-
to funerals, I've
Yeah.
never.
I know. I haven't either until literally last week. Like
Big
literally
Chungus
last
on
week
the
when
right
my-
donated $69.
Hypnotize.
Hypnotize Bryant at work is big dumpy.
Okay.
Money was spent.
They like killed the vibe.
It was Brian.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I didn't know that.
What about you?
All right. Well, my name's Josie, or Josie with the work. I'm an artist, hustler, singer, songwriter, model. That's really what I do.
Age?
I'm 25.
All right. And where are you from?
I'm from Wisconsin, actually, like super up north Wisconsin, but I live out here in LA.
Trying to think. What is Wisconsin?
Like Milwaukee Bucks, Green Bay Packers. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jeez.
But you, how long have you been in LA?
I've been in LA for 5 years now.
Okay. What about you?
My name's Grace. I'm 18. I'm studying sociology at UCSB right now. And right now I'm working on campus as well.
All right. Sorry, you said you're studying what again?
Sociology and minoring in psychology. Which is why I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Look at us. I see you.
All right. What about you?
My name's Allison. I'm 30 and I work for a technology company. I think that's it.
30, tech company. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Texas. Okay.
I grew up in Wisconsin though when I was younger.
really?
Yeah, but I've been living in Texas. 45 minutes south of Milwaukee.
Oh, okay, like Racine or like Kenosha or something.
Mukwanago. Shout out.
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
What about you?
I'm Abigail. I'm 20, and I'm a leasing agent, and occasionally I coach boys gymnastics.
You said 20, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. Guys, Andrew Wilson will be joining us a little bit later on. Yo, TV Spectre, thank you for the gifted subs. Andrew Wilson will be joining us via call-in a little bit later on during the show. He had a couple things going on here, but fear not, he will be joining us. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, whatever it may be? Oh, yeah, so if you're single, how long have you been single? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to pull a Larry David here. Was there really a funeral? Just, if you're lying, just be honest.
What the f-?
Like, it's okay.
Yeah,
There's really a funeral?
it was really a funeral.
I won't be mad if there wasn't. It just seems a bit dubious.
No, I mean, I understand that. I mean, I didn't think.
And I'm going to come off like a massive asshole if there was a funeral.
Well, I mean,
It could have been as the religion. Some religions don't like embalming fluid,
Well,
and I don't know
Yeah?
which religion. Some cultures they don't
Was
do
he
embalming
sick
fluid.
or what?
You might just be
I'm
a
not
massive
sure.
asshole, honestly.
Could be.
I mean,
could be.
You're being honest.
Well, it's pretty.
But-
It's rare, but it does happen. There's some people that
Yeah, she
it's
doesn't know how he died.
some
so
people don't,
Yeah, I
know if he
don't.
was sick.
I honestly
Yeah.
don't want to know, honestly, because I feel like that'd make it arguably worse. I mean, occasionally.
Well, I
I
know
don't know if
Look,
someone does pass.
Jamaican culture they can't amputate. Well, that's why Bob Marley he didn't want to amputate. So I mean, I'm sure that there's
Exact- that's
embalming
very
fluid.
true.
You have to be natural. Like it depends on what culture it
That
is.
is very true.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's why, honestly, what happened
Yeah.
2-3 weeks ago now that affected me a lot too. But like I don't know, it's just been a crazy 3 weeks for sure. But they had the funeral 2 days after, and I missed it because it was so soon, and I felt terrible.
Yeah. They probably don't believe in embalming fluid.
Yeah, it honestly depends. I don't know what religion they were though. I don't know what religion he was.
Look,
with.
the only reason I'm kind of questioning it may be totally valid. I could be wrong. I could be an
yeah.
asshole. The reason I'm questioning it.
You are.
Could be getting
Cool.
cremated.
So the reason I'm questioning it is because you guys were scheduled to be here at 4 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were nearly 2 hours late.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fact that you found out, like he passed yesterday,
Yeah.
as somebody who's been to funerals, I've never, of the funerals I've gone to, I've been to like 10. It's never been the next day.
That was my first next day funeral too. I've been to I think 4 funerals through my life, but it also wasn't a super formal funeral. It was like people who cared about him. They gathered and kind of like held like a ceremony like in the morning.
Did the family reach out to you?
I didn't know his family.
Well, then
He lived out here alone.
How did you get invited to the
How
funeral?
did you find
Mutual
out?
friends.
It was like a friend funeral.
It was mutual friends.
Well,
could-
like he didn't have family? There were no family there.
I didn't know him well enough to question his family past, but I knew him well enough to show up to his funeral the next day.
But I mean, typically there's family that's going to arrange a funeral.
Some people don't have families. Some people don't have good relationships with their family. I'm not sure
I'm
what
sorry,
his
can
were.
I interrupt? Why is this something we're even like trying to like?
Because
Figure
truth
out.
is important.
That is very true. That is true.
I mean, yeah, but it's also like a private
That is also
situation. I don't really know why you're trying to like
I mean,
pry
as
into
her friend, I do know her friend died. She was at a funeral this morning. Definitely, she's not lying about
Yeah,
that.
you don't know her.
She was
You don't
crying
know
all
him.
night.
I don't know why you're
I had
trying
to drive
to,
so
like,
she could get ready in the car. This is really what happened. But
Like, I think that's
I
weird.
think it's fair to ask questions under the circumstances. If
I mean,
you don't
it's
agree.
fair, but
Yeah.
it's weird.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
I'm just assuming there's no embalming fluid. He could be cremated, and that's what I'm assuming.
Anyways, we'll move on. I'll
Yeah.
accept it. But I had a couple questions. Anyways, relationship status. So if you're single, how long have you been single? What's your longest relationship and your current relationship status? Go ahead.
I am currently in the best relationship I've ever been in, and we've been together almost 2 years, which is also my longest relationship.
Okay, 2 years. And it's not an open relationship, correct?
No.
Okay. You guys are monogamous, correct?
Carolina Girl 13 donated $69. You boys ever met a real country girl? Talking, true blue, out in the woods, down home. Country? Come on, let me fix you B, you'll love it.
Sounds like a song. Let me fix
I don't
you.
need. I don't. Need
I like that.
Let me
I don't need to be fixed. I'm good.
I like.
I'll stay how I am. Thank you, though.
Brian learned to speak English, donated $69.
English is my
My
second
sprinkler
language.
goes like this.
What's your first language?
Yeah, what's the first?
French.
Ah.
So you're from America?
I'm a
Comes back
citizen.
like
Have you been to
this.
the Eiffel Tower? Or like, wow, that's really cool.
say something in French.
Yeah. So I mean, I was born in France, but then I moved. Hey guys, stop. Born in France, but then I moved to the U.S. when I was 5.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's really cool. You've been to Eiffel Tower. Oh, have you been to the Jim
What's up?
Morrison?
What's up? Why
Oh.
are you laughing?
I don't
Because
know,
I
I
asked
just-
them to stop.
I know. I just thought that was kind of funny.
Because I asked them to stop.
I don't know why. There's just a lot going on right now.
Look,
I just
so
like.
we didn't have, because everybody was so late and
That
whatever.
was because of
we didn't have time to do the pre-show. But so one of the things we typically tell people during the pre-show is no sidebar conversations. Unfortunately, because we're starting so late, Nick didn't have time to do the 10 to 15 minute pre-show that is requisite to make sure that we have a good production, a smooth show. One of the things, so she didn't know, she knew, because she's been on the show before, is you don't have sidebar conversations while somebody else is talking. It's just a rule of, you got a bad attitude. Just like, I'm just explaining the rules to you. I don't need the attitude.
I can take blame for that though. Like everything that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Like this second. Yeah.
Why is it on me?
Sorry guys.
Why is it on me?
taking the
She's
blame.
Don't
talking.
take the blame. Don't
Here, can you, why don't you just
No,
repeat
don't
it?
take the blame.
Wait, what's happening?
Because that's what I mean. When you're
But
late,
you
you
were
have to pay
late,
for
you know what I'm
repercussions. I was
saying?
late.
You were
Okay,
late,
I didn't
so.
see. All right.
So,
Held the show up, man.
Okay, your relationship status?
Single and situationship.
Longest relationship?
Like a year and a half.
Okay, so how long have you been single?
I guess like 10 months.
Carolina Guy 14 donated $69. Sign me UPPP. Please be fit though. Drop the Carolina Girl 13.
Please be fit though.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Carolina girl. Appreciate it. Thank you for your TTS. So wait, you're single / situationship.
Yeah.
You've been single for 10 months. So just a couple points of clarification here. So how long have you been in this situationship?
I don't know, like 6 months or something.
6 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you, since you're single, are you entertaining other options?
I mean,
Hold on.
The Bronasons donated $69. I get why Scott Peterson killed his wife. These women make life horrible
Damn,
for the
bro, that's
soldiers
crazy.
out there.
You crazy
Can you
for that
please
one.
bring up how perfect Patrice O'Neill was? These women are brainless.
Can you pass me that picture back there? Yo, bro Naissance, good to see you back in the chat, man. That first part's pretty crazy, bro. I don't endorse. I disavow the
Domestic
but
violence.
W Patrice O'Neill, rest in peace. Can I get some RIPs in the chat for Patrice O'Neill? Gone too soon.
who's
Here, you just hold him for a couple minutes, I guess. Just okay. So what's your orientation? Straight, bi, pan?
bye.
So you date men and women?
Yeah.
Okay. And the situationship, is it with a man or a woman?
A man.
Okay. Given that you're in a situationship and you consider yourself single, are you dating other people?
No.
During the 6-month period of time that you've been in this situationship, have you dated other people?
No.
Slept with other people?
Yeah.
Hookups?
Yeah.
So like one-time things?
Some were like or one was a 2-time thing, but
Mm-hmm. And so is it kind of, you've been seeing each other for 6 months, but it's open on both ends then? Like
Yeah.
it's not exclusive, it's not monogamous?
yeah.
Okay. And so, are you currently seeing, like, when I say seeing, like, are there other people that you're currently involved with, hooking up with? Okay. Do you want more from this situationship, or are you happy as is?
I honestly do not know. Sorry. I honestly don't know.
Have you ever had a conversation about,
Oh yeah, multiple.
well, who initiated those conversations, him or you?
Both of us.
And so how would those conversations go?
Just kind of like, what the fuck are we doing? I don't really know. Do you want to date? No. Do you want to date? Yeah. Do you want to date? No. Do you want to date? Yeah.
Wait, has this been like on again, off again?
It's been just kind of like he wanted to date, I didn't. I wanted to date, he didn't. So on again, off again, just like.
Wait, just so I have the order correct. He wanted to date, you didn't. Then you wanted to date, he didn't. So he was interested in like a title first?
Yeah.
And then you turned him down. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you turn him down?
I don't know. I was just like freshly out of a relationship. I was not mentally stable by any means. So.
When you say fresh out of a relationship, so how long was that relationship?
Like a year.
A year. Okay. So, I mean, how fresh, like, was he your rebound kind of?
I wouldn't really call him that. I think maybe at first, but
well,
then.
So how soon after your 1-year relationship ending did you meet him?
2 months.
2 months. Okay. And then you also said you were not in the mental place. What do you mean by that?
Like I just like my relationship was super.
Wait, hold on. We need you to like straight because you're ducking behind.
Okay.
That's
sitting
good.
Straight.
Perfect. Go ahead. You said your mental condition was not great?
Yeah, I mean the relationship was just super mentally abusive, and I just like already have dealt with mental health issues, so I just like felt like I wasn't really in a place.
How did you mentally abuse him?
Girl.
You said it was mentally abusive. How did you abuse him?
Well, I didn't.
Oh, okay. That wasn't specified. How was he mentally?
I would not like to elaborate on that. Plead the fifth.
You don't need to give us specifics, but can you tell us?
No.
What can you can you define mentally abusive then?
No. You can look it up. Y'all can look it up. Y'all old enough.
Well, I could look it up, but it might not correspond with your assessment of the meaning of that.
Well, I think, people can look up what mentally abusive is. There's a lot of manipulation that goes into that, different forms of it. That's all I'm really going to say.
Was he physically abusive?
Not going to speak on that.
Were you physically abusive?
No.
Okay. So in that case, it was not...
What underscore a underscore waste underscore of underscore time donated $69. Just kick the girl in the green shirt. She clearly doesn't want to be there, and is just going to be a burden to the show.
What?
Get rid of her so the people who want to be there have a better time.
So true.
We'll make it work. It's all good.
Lol Paladins donated $69. Love the show, off to a good start. Calling out lies made the other woman uncomfortable because they know when other women are lying. She'd be a good wing woman for a cheater. Always trust your gut.
English.
Y'all all cheaters.
That's real. Oh, man.
She said she was a hustler.
Accountability, you know? Accountability is kryptonite. So, okay. So you were in a situationship for 6 months. And so, not currently, but previously, you were like kind of seeing other people at the same time. But this guy's been like the most interested of the other people that you've been in. Do you, I guess, during that situationship or like any previous dating experience, like, would you consider when you're seeing multiple people, did you have a roster?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What 20-year-old doesn't have a roster? Like, let's be real.
What?
We all got a roster. And that's the truth.
She's married over.
When I was 20, I had a roster. 30 now, but I didn't.
Care 2, green shirt, is going troll and keep up a BTCH vibe. Maybe Andrew will set her straight if she lasts that long.
I
Oh,
would
look,
love.
she's it's good. She'll love it. Wait, you'll love it?
Love it.
No, she loves it. There you go.
I
All
feel
right.
like we're like all like chilling, like nothing's
Honestly,
Is it the magnesium
yeah, I'm
water?
chilling.
Nothing's
the
ever
magnesium's
that
really
deep.
got to me. I'm just kind of like,
Yeah, we're
You're
gonna
gonna go
chill
like
right now.
cry
I'm
now.
simply
like,
just
God.
answering
I'm
questions.
in my I'm sassy.
Vibing like it's like.
It's all good. Like she's a bit sassy. I'm a bit sassy. It's all good. I'm in my drizzle.
You are sassy.
Era. I'm in my soft guy era. So drizzle.
soft guy.
Soft guy era. Drizzle. So I'm a little sassy. She's
He's
matching
sassy.
energy. She's giving it
You're
back.
probably sassing
It's
the
all good,
apocalypse.
guys. We're gonna have a good show. Don't even trip. So anyways, okay. So you had a roster. You said, what 20-year-old college girl doesn't have a roster?
Yeah.
That's a fair point. What's like it? What's the biggest the roster's ever been? We talking? Because I feel like you got Riz. I feel like you got game. So I feel like you, right?
Thank you very much.
And you date men and women too, right?
It's true. Yeah.
So that's like double the pool of people you got.
Absolutely.
Like that's
The Tinder pool is huge.
huge,
Huge.
big. Okay, what's the biggest the roster's?
I don't
Been.
like know what you mean.
Like
How many
3
people?
people, 4 people, 5 people.
Oh, I just don't know. Like
Give us a range. Doesn't have to be an exact number.
maybe like 15 or something.
15?
Like people I'm actually like considering like to like kick it with, or like people I'm just
Yeah,
like.
I guess we got to
Killer
define.
Cereal donated $69.
We'll define roster.
For the panel, can you explain what the fabric of American
okay,
culture is
wow,
in modern
okay.
society in your
Killer
viewpoint
cereal
and
with the
experience?
philosophical shit.
I got
No.
something to say about that.
Hold on.
I cannot.
We'll
do
get to that, Killa. I'm going to read that. We're going to get through, or I'll save it. I'll pull it back up in a bit. We need to get through the relationship stuff first, though. So I'll get that pulled up later. What the fabric of American culture is. Bro, this is a dating show. So, okay, hold on.
a history
I'll have it.
I can answer that one.
So for a roster.
Right.
So how about like just people not necessarily hooking up with? So break it down 2 ways. Not people you're hooking up with, but people you have, you're like talking to. Could
Like
be-
seriously talking to, or just like respond to them
like
maybe twice a
you're
day?
messaging. Like it could have been like you've been talking for a couple days from a dating app.
What do you mean by
Maybe-
talking though?
When I
'cause I
say
ha-
like literally talking,
Like
not
having a conversation?
yeah, like you're conversating.
Oh, I don't. I do that with just like one person, and then all
no,
the
no,
other
no, no,
ones.
hold on. I meant literally talking.
Yeah, no,
So
no.
you're-
I get
no,
what you're saying.
No, you're thinking figuratively talking.
What does that mean?
So we're talking would indicate like some further degree
Yeah,
of
no,
like,
I'm telling you, it's usually just one person.
right, but so I'm talking about literally talking.
Yes, literally
No,
talking.
literally talking is talking
yeah,
right now.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, but you said you had a roster of 15 people. So
Yeah, I mean, I just Snapchat them.
right, but so you're literally talking to them.
No, because we usually don't.
No,
talk
I
like
don't mean
this.
literally in person. I mean literally just conversating, whether it's Instagram,
Maybe
dating apps.
twice at most. I don't really.
But you said your roster was 15.
Well, I thought you meant roster by like how many people I'm Snapchatting or how many people like are into me, type thing.
But
And,
I'm
like, I
assuming,
could
but
reciprocate
I'm
the
assuming if
interest.
they're into you, you guys have
No.
conversated.
No, a lot of them are very boring.
No, but no. But okay. So when you say they're into you, they must
Right.
have expressed their interest in some way
Yeah,
via a communication.
it's usually like Snapchat.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd put that in the you're talking category.
It's usually just like, okay, so I'm gonna put it like this for you. I usually Snapchat without words,
What do you mean?
like just kind of like
Blank
a face
snapping.
snap or like
You just send photos? Like you'll just send
You at the beach or something. or
literally
you'll just send like you just do emojis or whatever?
a
that what Snapchat's
photo.
for?
Maybe you have my cat. You know, it could be something. I don't know.
Okay.
The floor, even the wall. Maybe.
And do you put a caption? You put a caption?
Sometimes I'm like, look at my cat. Sometimes I don't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Sure.
But you know, and I don't really respond to them like until 15 hours after they respond to me. That's
Wait,
usually
like intentionally?
not intentionally. I just like don't care to talk to them.
Oh.
So that's usually like around like 10
So is it like, are you
people.
sending like nudes to these guys or?
Absolutely, I am not. Do not get it twisted. I'm not sending nudes. It's literally just like a picture of the wall or like of like my cat, which is a real cat before you want to twist that around too.
Well, but how did they get your Snapchat?
From Tinder or from Instagram, I don't know.
Well, do any of them, have you met them in person?
I've met a couple in person. Usually when they're really weird, I unadd them. When they're not, I just kind of keep snapping them.
So in terms of, because you said you were in the you're still in the situationship that you've been in for 6 months, but you would like be dating, sleeping with other people. So like at any given time, what's the most amount of people that you've been like hooking up with at the same time?
2.
Have you ever done like 2 in a day?
No.
Like a 24-hour period?
No.
72-hour period?
No.
A week?
Yeah.
Week. Okay, so a week. Okay, all right.
Killer of Cereal donated $69. Let me specify the question.
We're just not
After
getting
your
to that
opinion
right now.
on the fabric of culture in America, how do you think it affects the modern dating society? Part 2.
I got an answer for
Killer of
that.
Cereal. We'll get to that in a bit. So, okay, related to dating culture. Okay, so you have 2x of those. I'll write that down. All right. So, okay. And is the guy who you're in a situationship, he's also a student?
Mm-hmm.
Is he staying here for the summer?
No.
Are you guys going to do long distance, or is that a wrap then?
I don't know.
Wait, is he, because everybody just graduated?
Mm-hmm.
Did he graduate?
No.
Okay, so he's like a sophomore or...
He's my age.
Okay, so like junior, going into his junior year or some shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Something like that, okay. Is he in school?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, you guys gonna... Is he dating other girls?
I mean, I don't know about dating, but definitely
Is
fucking.
he's fucking other girls? Doesn't bother you at all?
Depends on the girl.
What do you mean?
It just depends
On what?
on the girl.
Like if she's... Does it bother you more if she's more or less attractive than you?
That doesn't have anything to do
No
with
bearing.
it.
What would be the...
Maybe if she's clean or not.
Like, is it a race
I mean,
thing?
yeah, that as well.
Like if
Most-
she's white? Like is it a race thing?
You know, I'm white.
No, that's fine, but maybe I don't know.
That's the stupidest question I've ever been asked.
Okay, why is that the stupidest question?
Because that's just like stupid. Like it's
Why?
2024. I don't give a fuck if he fucks a white bitch or a black bitch or someone who's Asian. Like I literally do not give a fuck.
Do you want him to be monogamous with you?
Do I want him to be what?
Monogamous with you?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, question. I've got a question. So I sometimes, if a man like that I'm interested in says he gets with an older woman, I start getting kind of feisty. I'm like, wait a second, like what she got that? Like sometimes I'm like,
Oh, he's gone.
He's
He's gone with an older woman.
Sometimes like I get kind of like, it's like, ooh, like that, like I don't really experience like, I guess would say jealousy like for looks or anything, but I will say if someone like gets with someone that's older than me, I'm like, why do I got like some sort of like anger about it? Like I don't know, like I keep it to myself.
I'll
but
say like,
what is that? Like
he did get with an older woman. I didn't really care.
I feel
I honestly was more like, dude, like that's weird.
I feel like I can't compete with an older woman. Like I don't know. Like that's how I feel. Like I don't know.
I don't
It's
feel
interesting.
like the way I view,
Yeah.
you know, like a man I'm involved with,
Yeah.
getting with other women. It's not really
Yeah.
like a competition in my head.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really view it as like, oh, she's
yeah.
prettier than me, or
I don't know what it is about the older thing. Yeah, because the prettier never got me, but the older thing always did.
6,969 blah 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 69 donated $69. Margot the mommy milkers, I must motorboat dem teeters
Wow.
he is so real.
All
I
right,
love
thank you
that.
for that, man. Well,
I loved that comment personally.
okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so what?
yeah.
Oh,
I've never
so
really.
what is the differentiating factor then?
just like the type of person they are? Like if you're gonna
So,
get
like-
with somebody who's like
Hold
really
on, let her answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
just like a freak, honestly.
Wait,
like,
if the girl's a freak?
not okay. Here's the way I say. I don't say freak like as in like in the sexual way. Just like a weirdo.
Like her outward
Just
appearance,
like
her personality?
No, it's never about appearance. You got to get rid of that one. It's literally just about like their personality. Like if they're just kind of like strange, like I don't know, like just like immature, like
Immature?
I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like if you're just like a weirdo, like I'm gonna kind of be like, why are you fucking with her?
Like, but what? like, is he introducing you to these chicks? Like,
I was gonna say,
Yes.
have you ever got caught?
Oh wait, is this like, do you guys, like, is it a threesome type thing?
No.
Because you're into girls, so maybe.
Nope.
But like, if I was
I
inclined.
mean, he's not introducing me to these girls, but like we're open, you know. It's been a friends with benefits for a while. So.
But
like,
so if I was inclined to keep a girl in the situationship for 6 months, or she wasn't interested, or you know, if I was trying to fuck multiple different girls, it wouldn't occur to me to tell the main piece, like, show her pictures of who I'm fucking, tell her about the other girls I'm fucking. So I'm just confused how you've come to, like, how you've come
we've
to.
just kind of been like open about it. I don't really know. Like,
So like he'll be laying in bed with you after he fucked you and be like, here's Tiffany, what do you think? Like,
I
that
mean, it
kind
won't
of.
be what do you think, but it'll be like, hey, I fucked this girl, you know, a while ago.
And he'll tell you.
I'll be like, oh, who is she? Like, you know. Is she
So
clean
he'll
or
show you the
something?
IG. He'll show you the IG or what?
I mean, I usually ask. I'm curious, okay? Like, I'm a nosy person.
Yeah.
I'm a nosy person.
I've got a question.
And I've got an answer.
So let's say you meet up to hang with him, and you guys haven't yet hooked up for the
Me
meetup.
and who?
You and the guy.
Me and the situationship.
Yeah, like you're meeting up, and I don't know if this has occurred, but he reveals to you before you guys have sex, hey babe, this past weekend I fucked this chick,
It's
here
not
she
babe.
is.
He doesn't call me that.
Okay, pumpkin, whatever you want. So here's, and then you make the determination, that's a goofy bitch. That's a goofy bitch. And then do you choose to not fuck him after he
I
reveals
don't make
that
the
he fucked a goofy bitch?
determination based off of their pictures.
No, okay, whatever. You said
don't
she's weird.
determine-
You said if she's weird.
I think you're like taking it from a standpoint like she's not in a relationship, so
Yeah.
it's like they kind of just do.
We do what we
whatever.
want to do.
It's better than like it's
Yeah,
good
but
to be
you would,
honest.
like-
When I said like,
I don't even know if she really.
Yeah.
But
Do
you
you
said you feel a certain type of way. You get kind of twisted if he's like.
I don't get twisted.
Okay, whatever. Just
Do you ever like?
don't. Hold. Stop.
If she
Hold
feels like
Hold
it's
on.
a goofy bitch, yeah, she's like, why are you fucking
Like if
her?
I've met the girl
but they're
and
not
I know
together,
her,
so she doesn't have a
Oh,
right
you know.
to really
Wait,
even
you
trip.
know some of the chicks
I
that
feel
he
like
fucks.
Maybe.
Oh yeah. I mean, if I know like the girl that he's fucking or he wants to fuck, and I think she's kind of like, I met her, like personality wise, I'm like, she's kind of strange, you know, like she's like, something's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, that's weird. Like, if you fuck her, like we're not gonna be fucking.
Oh, okay. So if he did fuck her, wait. But don't you only find out after the fact if he fucked her? Like he's telling you beforehand,
No,
babe.
you don't
Excuse me, not babe.
understand. We are
Is it okay if
very-
I fuck this chick?
We're
Like
very,
he'll ask you for the cosign.
like honestly, yeah.
As it goes.
That's so much better than like not being
Like
honest,
we're
though.
very much open. Like
Good.
I'll let him know who I'm interested in. I'll be like, yo, this guy texted me this. Like, I don't know, what do you think about it? He'll be like, this girl texted me this. I'm kind of into her.
That's a good.
And
thing.
we kind of just go based off of that. Like, it's not like a super like crazy situation.
Okay.
The Bronasons donated $69. I don't agree with stoning, but
What's
the
that? I
vibration
don't know what
bimbo
that
is dumber than a bag of rocks.
Who's the vibration?
Question for the panel: would you risk going to war on the front line or give up your right to
Yes.
vote?
Who is the vibration bimbo?
Yeah, who is the vibration bimbo?
That's a crazy
I'm not
statement.
sure. I'm not sure who the vibration bimbo is.
I would like to know.
Yeah.
You let us know.
Thank you, man.
Slide another 60.
So actually,
Yeah, let's find out.
before we come back to this, so his question is: would you risk going to war on the front line, or give up your right to vote? Now, recently, I think it was this past couple days, the House of Representatives passed something where men between the ages, I believe it's 18 to 25, 18 to 26, are automatically registered for the selective service. It's pretty much hasn't changed anything. You had to. All men once they hit 18, they had to register for the selective service anyways, but now they're just automatically registered. I don't know if it really changes much. I'm gonna have to look into it. But it is kind of topical. So again, the question, would you risk going to war on the front line or give up your right to vote?
I'm giving up my right to vote because I'm weak and I will die the minute I go on the front line.
Don't say that. Okay, whatever. What about you?
I would not last on the front line.
So you'd give up your right to vote?
I would.
Okay.
So currently, because I'm in the embodied work and I'm
Just
disabled,
answer the question.
I would say no. I guess I'd give up the right to vote. I'd have to. Yeah.
I would have to go with the front line.
So keep your right to vote.
Keep my right to
But
vote. Go on
go
the
to
front
war.
line.
Okay, what about you?
I would probably be on the front line too.
Word?
I would if
I'm
I
not
wasn't
giving up my
disabled.
rights.
And it was
Wait,
like
can-
Right.
wait,
my rights.
Hold on. Before I have you answer, you two, can you hold up your fingers like this to the camera? Okay, you got longer nails than her. Those nails are not. They're gonna have to
I
go.
like weapons. I'm also a violinist, so I have like mad precision.
Wait,
so,
you're a
like, watch out.
violinist? Why didn't you
am.
bring your violin, bro?
I just like. I don't,
Is it
I
in the
don't
car?
I don't bring my violin like.
Yo, can we get a fucking Nick? Do we have a violin in studio?
No.
Fuck.
That would actually
That'd be
cool.
cool. I mean, like I would have brought it, but I just like
Both of y'all.
Like, are you good though?
Yeah.
Seriously.
That was like my life.
Ooh, I like those.
Violin was
You
my
got
life.
it. Why don't you tell me this shit?
I don't know. Like
Why
I was
didn't you
really
tell
a
me this
nerd
shit?
like that. Like I don't know.
But okay, hold on,
it's
guys,
so
guys,
cute.
guys, guys, stop. Okay.
Sorry, no
Sorry
sidebars.
about
Yeah, no sidebars.
I'm sorry about that. I really do.
Okay, so your nails, they're gonna
Yeah.
have to go.
What? I mean, like in general.
Yeah, I don't think that's
But I
allowed.
feel like katana from like Mortal Kombat.
I don't think it's
like,
allowed in
scary.
the military or whatever. Okay,
That's
anyways,
fine.
what
I
about
could
you?
Give up my right to vote.
Give
Wait,
up my right to vote.
Oh, give up the right to vote. Right to
Totally.
vote.
Not
I'm
gonna
giving
do
up the right to vote. I want a family.
What?
Okay.
I want my kids to have a future. Which
Yeah,
is
for
why-
real.
Exactly. No.
I
literally.
feel
I'll
like
fight
if
for
I have
everyone
any
else. I'll
daughters,
probably
I don't
die
want them
first.
to be, fighting for their rights. So I would fight for the rights of
You
my
die in
future
5
children.
minutes though, so like it wouldn't do
Says,
anything.
ooh, I trained.
I actually was kind of worried. I actually was.
You're definitely
I was kind of worried
risking
about the
it.
draft because my brother's 16.
I mean, do I want to fight?
So
You know the
I'm
man
kind of
and
worried about that.
I'd rather be with a man.
But if I have to choose,
That's fair.
I don't want to be eaten alive. I could get counseling after being sexually assaulted.
What the fuck?
Guys, no sidebar, please.
Oh, well, they don't know. Okay. So,
We didn't get the rules read to us.
It's all good. All the mics are hot, so it's just gotta be one at a time.
Okay.
okay.
Well, she was saying something important.
I was worried about the draft because my brother's 16 and he wants to be in the military, and so. But I told him, I said I'm going to train. He knows Muay Thai and he knows martial arts, and I told him, I said I want to pay for like the best trainer for you. Despite like I don't know if you're going to go into it or not, but I told him just yesterday I had that conversation, and
Okay.
he's very mature. So I'm
confident he's gonna do well.
yes.
I wouldn't be
Very.
worried.
My dad was in the military, so he's
Mine
very
too.
supportive.
And
Yeah.
So I got a question for you. So do you currently live in this area?
Yeah.
And you go to the Santa Barbara City College?
Not anymore. I graduated.
Well, you graduated, but you're taking a gap year, then you're going to go to University of California, Santa Barbara. Is kind of the situation you find yourself in, where you've been in a situationship for 6 months, you've had roster, you've had periods where you're dating multiple people, hooking up with multiple people, doing the casual hookup thing. Would you say that's pretty common among like your friend group?
I mean, some people in my friend group are in a relationship, some people aren't. So yeah, I guess.
Maybe
For the single people, like yeah.
Yeah, moving beyond friend group, like if you had to kind of look into your peers, so I guess people that are, freshmen, sophomore, juniors in City College, UCSB, would you say it's more common than not to be in kind of your situationship as compared to like long-term monogamous boyfriend and, dating for a year?
Honestly, I feel like it's half and half out here.
Half and
like
half.
I know tons of people who are in situationships, tons of people who are just single doing their own thing. And I know people who are in like super committed, like gonna move in together type of situations. So I think it's half and half. It just depends.
Got it. Okay. And what about you, your relationship status?
I am single. I'm single currently. I've been single for a while now.
I'm a big supporter of single.
I'm single.
Longest relationship?
Longest relationship, I would say about maybe 2.5, almost 3 years.
All right.
2.5, 3 years, yeah.
And, but right now you're doing the courtesan thing.
I am. So technically, I had a question. If I'm a relationship-based courtesan, real talk, and I have repeat clients who I've seen for years, technically, am I in a relationship with everyone?
Nope.
No? Okay. I was
don't
just
think
wondering.
so.
I was
I
just
mean, if
wondering.
they're
They're clients.
they're paying, so.
Can I say
Okay.
something?
Okay.
Sure.
I'm not
I was
gonna lie,
curious.
I don't know what a courtesan is.
Oh,
it's-
she's a She's a prostitute.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's legal in Nevada. In Nevada,
okay,
I work
gotcha.
at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch in Nevada.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
and it's legal.
Do you,
the hardest thing
you
I've
want
ever
to give her a discount?
A discount?
Oh no, you seem kind of interested.
I give a military discount.
Do you do girls too?
Oh yeah.
I need you to stop.
You
Stop
were
what?
supposed to talk about that afterwards. No, I just kidding.
Oh no.
I just like I literally just like don't know what that means.
They have a Moonlight Bunny Ranch, and so it's a legal brothel in Nevada, and where people can go. It's completely legal. There's porn stars that work there. There's people that are just,
I see.
so there's also dominatrixes that work there. I'm just more like I do the tantra and the embodiment, but they have everybody there. So it's a safe place. There's 100% discreet, 100% everybody's in. It's, you just pay and you enjoy.
That sounds lit.
Yep. And it's safe.
Okay.
It's very safe.
Got it.
Yeah.
Good times. What about you?
Right now I'm single. What was the next question?
Oh, longest relationship and how long have you been single?
Right. I've probably been single for about I want to say 8 months, 9 months now. My longest relationship was a year and a half.
Longest relationship. All right. And so you've been single for 9 months. Was the relationship that ended 9 months ago, was that the 1.5 year relationship?
No, the 1.5 year relationship. It was in high school. So I think my junior to senior year of high school,
Sure.
and then yes, and then the next one was the most recent one.
And why did your most recent thing end?
Honestly, we were both super busy all the time, like too busy to tend to each other's needs and see each other and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd pretty much be working every single night, and I go to school every single morning. So it was just like, I don't know, we just kind of grew apart. But
Okay.
nothing against him, he's a dope person.
And so in that 9 months that you've been single, what is the scope of any dating experiences you've had? Have you had like a short-term thing in that period?
I'd say kind of short term, I guess, but it wasn't even that serious.
Couple short-term or just a short-term?
Oh, a short term.
Okay. Have you ever had a roster?
Like of people that want to talk to me or that I'm interested in talking to?
I think the best way to look at, how about just people like you're in a 1 month period, people that there's a continuity and you're hooking up with them.
So like multiple people
Yeah.
that I would hook up with. I don't really see myself as like, I've always said this, but I don't know why. My mom said the same thing. Is like, she's like a one-man woman, and I don't know why, but my brain is like trained to think like that. Like I just don't think. And I've tried like casually hooking up and stuff like that, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just not for me. Like it just feels like
When you
weird.
say you've tried, what do you mean?
Like I was interested in someone, and we both were too busy for a relationship, too busy for the label and stuff like that. But we were both cool with each other. Like we were just cool. We were on some friend shit. But it wasn't serious like that or anything. Like honestly, it was just like friends with benefits kind of.
Okay. So right now, you've been single for 9 months. You had maybe one or two things in between.
Mm-hmm.
Is there currently any guy in the picture?
Right now, no.
Yeah. There's nothing.
There's not a single guy in the picture.
Not even a guy you've never even met, but you're talking to.
I mean, no. I mean, there are people that I'm interested in, like Fernando Tatis Jr. I mean, like if he sees this.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the?
Who?
Are you a Dodgers fan?
Huh?
Are you a Dodgers fan?
Oh.
Baseball?
Oh, that type of name.
Are you a Dodgers?
I'm sorry.
He's a
People
baseball
watch
player.
baseball?
That's my team. That's my team. Yeah.
Thank you. No, she's
Go Padres.
Exactly. Go Padres. On
Yeah,
God.
go Padres.
Yellow and brown. I bleed yellow and brown.
People
I
love
don't care.
baseball. I wouldn't be here.
I will get like slander for my wearing my hat, but like I will still wear my hat.
The Dodgers picture.
Wait,
on the
so
wall
you
for
have a
2
crush
years.
on a professional baseball player?
Yeah.
That's
Are
the
you, are you talking to him?
I mean, I wish. I mean, like if he sees it.
Well, then he's not.
Is that the American dream though? Like like that kind of thing.
No, there's no.
Wait, have you slid into his DMs?
No, but I should right now.
You should right now. You should right now.
I should be like, hey, like if you see this, like
You should be like, watch
hit me
this
up.
podcast, and I think you need to text me
Or I
back.
could be like,
Just
I
go
can
like
like
a bunch of his pictures.
that, or I could be like, I could try to strike him out.
Stories, and then he might DM
I want to
you.
try to strike him out. I just have to lose the nails first because I was a pitcher. But I don't know if he could hit underhand like that.
Wait,
but,
you
like,
played softball?
I did play softball.
Period.
What's
I
your
was, like-
What's your orientation?
What do you mean orientation?
Oh
Did you
my
date,
god.
Did you date men? Did you date women?
So
Are you
stupid.
bi?
I am.
How's that stupid? Are you
It's just
bi?
so stupid. Like that's just like.
I'm
Why
straight.
is it? Huh?
I'm straight.
Okay. Why is that stupid?
Because that's just
question?
like a what's it called? Like a
Stereotype?
Stereotype. Yeah.
Stereotype.
What was the fourth op in the
You don't have any
polyamorous sex cult
stereotypes?
thing? Yeah, whatever.
Hold
No, I'm
on.
just kidding.
You don't have any stereotypes?
Like about what?
Everyone has them though.
Do
Yeah,
you
it's just pattern
stereotype people?
recognition.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I just thought that was a stereotype.
What do you mean?
Like it was just a stereotype, and I was just like, oh my god, that's like a stupid stereotype.
That I made.
Yeah.
But there typically tends to be some truth sometimes to some, not all stereotypes, but
Yeah, but it's not even that serious. I was just like, oh my god, like I wasn't like, oh my god.
kind of sounded like you were a little triggered by it.
Well, guess what? I wasn't.
Huh.
So is it like a common stereotype for softball players to be bi?
What?
Oh, actually, yeah. I don't know why, but like most of my teammates, like they have been like bi. I don't know why. I don't know why, and I respect
Why
it.
don't we ask the source here?
Yeah.
Was there a higher proportion? Was there a greater, in comparison to the broad general population of the women that you played softball with? Was there a higher proportion of women who were either bisexual or lesbian?
Honestly, because I played soccer and softball, so I can like really compare. Like
Sure.
soccer.
Soccer? You
Yes,
look like
I
you
feel
play
like soccer, like they were like more. The population was straight, and then softball was more. Honestly, I'd say lesbian as opposed to bi, or I mean
Well,
both.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, just like an overall statistic. I don't know why. I respect it.
I talked to a
actually
guy
kind
in
of
the
feel like
Yankees.
that.
I
Like
can't remember his last
a
name.
lot of my
actually.
like guy homegirls played softball in high school.
Okay, so there's no guy in the picture then.
Not right now, no. I
So
wanna-
have you been celibate for 9 months? I'm trying to get an understanding of your current status here.
I have been celibate for probably I want to say 5 of those 9 months. So I
Okay.
was celibate for a while just because I wanted to get my money.
So you've been
and
celibate
focus
for the
on
past
myself.
5 months.
Yes.
Okay, got
I
it.
wanted to focus on myself, get my money up, and then focus on
Get your
whatever.
money up.
Yes.
Get the money.
Is that, do people not say that over
No,
in
people
Santa
do.
Barbara?
No,
Okay,
people
good.
do. Get the money up.
I don't know. I listened to Pearl
Wait, where are
Jam.
you from again?
Sorry, no sidebars. Where are you
I
from?
grew up in LA.
Okay.
So I guess, I don't know, Valley Girl. Can you it sounds like you're from
The
the Bay. so I
Bronasons
was like-
donated
I love people who live in
$69. I'm speaking for the boys. Kick the second chick to the right out of the panel now. She is an abomination to the
Wait, is
world.
that me? This is why
Abdul,
boys don't
please
get
get the rocks and bring on the fucking comet.
Get the rocks. Yeah.
I mean,
Abdul,
yeah, you and you.
get the rocks. Get the rocks.
An abomination to the world.
Work.
They just
We'll
blast
see how
us
the
out
show
of here.
goes.
That was
We'll see how the
crazy.
show goes. What about you?
Oh, okay. What was the question? I'm single, and
How long you been single?
for like a year.
In your longest relationship?
Was 5 years,
From what age to what age?
Wow.
from 17 to 22.
Wow. What happened to that?
Well, actually, it's my baby daddy.
Oh, you have a kid.
I have a son. Yeah.
Okay,
How
just one
old?
kid.
Just one kid. Yeah, he's 6.
Oh.
Can you scoot into the table a little bit? Just scoot the chair in.
Are you able to?
Is he in the kid's life?
Yeah. Yeah, my baby daddy's a really good dad.
Oh, good.
Were you guys married?
We did get married at one point,
Oh, okay.
but
Like,
now we're divorced.
who initiated the divorce?
Kind of both of us. I mean, he filed for it, but I mean, we both didn't want to be together, so it was kind of mutual. That makes sense.
Did you get married before or after you had the kid?
After.
After. How long were you married?
Well, we separated when I was 22, but we didn't divorce till I was 24. So, I mean, I don't know what you want to consider that.
Well, so you said you've been single for 1 year. When you say you've been single for 1 year, was that you counting the
Yeah.
divorce?
No, I mean,
So
I'm
you were
counting
dating somebody else?
Yeah, I dated somebody else. yes.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right. And then, did you guys have split custody?
Yes.
Like 50-50?
50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't really like fight each other on anything.
You guys both live in LA?
No, he lives in Wisconsin. Actually, we did both live in LA together.
Well, wait, how do you guys have 50? The kids with you or with him?
Well, it's kind of weird, like the court agreement. We have like a weird, unusual court agreement, but it's like I'm supposed to have my son for like 3 years. He's supposed to have him for 3 years. Then I take him for 4 years, then he takes him for 4 years. It's kind of like, it's weird. It's very weird custody
Does a
agreement.
kid like go back to the other parents on the holidays? I've heard that.
Yeah, well, honestly, right now my son is with my baby father, and I go up there like once a month, and I always go for holidays and birthdays, of course.
So are the 3 years like your son lives with your baby father for like 3 years straight? You visit him like on holidays and stuff?
Yeah, I mean,
donated
it's kind of like
someone with
like,
more
for
money
example,
than me
I'm
donate
supposed
one
to take him for the
BTC.
summer, so-
This green shirt girl been on her phone on and off, and it's only been an hour. If she doesn't go, can't wait for these Caucasian to
Nick,
destroy
can you grab
her.
her phone, please? Yeah, we got to collect the phones.
God damn it.
It's true. You got me.
I thought snitching.
You got me.
Poor man.
Now the snitching is crazy.
That was
Thought
crazy.
snitches
That was
get
fucked up.
stitches.
That was fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Say it again. The camera wasn't on you.
That was messed up.
No, you can. Okay.
And it's probably past his bedtime. He's a little grumpy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No magnesium for him.
and you're a musician, correct?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
do music.
Want to do? Are you? What kind of music do you make?
I make like pop music. I actually started
Are you a
out.
rapper?
I like to rap. Yes.
Can we hear a rap?
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Y'all trying to put me on the spot. Hey.
You should.
I don't really want to.
That's fair.
I don't want to embarrass myself.
I mean, you have to pay. It's not. It's like premium. It's like,
Yeah,
you
it's
know.
not free.
Like I give.
I
her-
actually do like to freestyle, but
She does like.
I feel like what artists, unless they're going on like a, like a radio type show or whatever, and they're coming on there to freestyle. What artist is just like, oh, let me just freestyle, unless it's like, I mean, I get it's exposure, so maybe I should just.
I think you
like,
should.
Yes,
But also, if you don't want to, no
bitch
pressure.
like a perk. Nah, I'm playing. I'm playing.
I would have loved to hear more.
Okay. So where were we? Have you ever had a roster?
Kinda. Like, I guess when I was single, like, I kind of was like, may the best man win. I mean, right now.
Yeah, literally. That's what it is.
But I kind of have like high standards, so like my roster is very much full of like who can do the most for me, like type of thing.
What do you
Good.
mean?
Like, I'm just like, I feel like I'm getting older, so I just feel like after a certain age, you gotta like mature up and only date people who can like actually help you in life. Like, I don't know. Rather than just dating people because, oh, he's nice to me, like in 6 months he might not be nice to you anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like wasting your time. There's no point in wasting your time. Like, you might as well find somebody who like really wants to like invest into you and like help you.
When you say invest in you, what do you mean?
Like, pay my bills, you know what I'm saying? Like,
What are your bills?
I have a lot of bills. Rent, my car, insurance, phone.
What are your monthly expenses?
Well, my rent, honestly, I have a roommate, but my rent without my roommate's like $5,000, but I paid $2,500.
Are you guys roommates?
No.
No. Okay. So you said your car,
Yeah, which is
your
$500.
rent, your cell phone bill. What was the
Yeah.
other stuff you want a guy to pay for?
All of that.
Well, just can you
My hair, my nails, my lifestyle.
Here, let's do this. just so we have a better understanding. Tell us, like, itemize this shit.
Okay,
So-
my rent's $2,500. My car payment's $530. My insurance is like $300. Let me think what else I got. My phone bill's like $200. My Wi-Fi is probably like $50. My electric bill is probably like $100. So yeah, that, and then I like to travel. I mean, I pay for everything by myself. So if you can't do that, I don't need to waste my time with you. That's just how I
You
think.
got it on her own.
So have you ever been in that sort of situation where a guy did pay for all that stuff?
Yes, definitely.
Can I ask, if you're wanting a guy to pay all your bills, what do you feel like you are bringing into the relationship if he's doing all of that? Because that's a lot of bills.
pretty self. That's what I bring.
I know that's
And
right.
I'm pretty smart, you know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler, so I get money. I feel like most men that I've dealt with, I've brought a lot of value into their life.
Warsipu donated $69. Number 8 is the most attractive. Number 3 coming in second.
Who's number 8?
Number 2 definitely has HPV. Stay far away, fellas. Brian, keep the dumpy. Drizzle, drizzle.
Drizzle, drizzle.
Question for the panel: cut or uncut?
Okay, we're going to come right back to what you're talking about. So his question is, circumcised or uncircumcised? Do you have a preference? Starting with you, go ahead.
Circumcised.
I don't really care.
For health purposes, circumcised, just so they don't run into health issues or any infection or anything.
This is for like somebody
Yeah.
you'd be interested in
Yeah.
dating.
Circumcised.
But either way.
Circumcised for sure.
Circumcised.
My husband.
Period.
What's the answer?
Your husband?
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever he got going
So
on.
whatever he
yeah, exactly. That's what I want.
Okay.
No
She's not
one,
trying to put his
nothing
business
else.
out there.
May I ask how long you've been married?
It's been a little over a year now.
Congrats.
A little bit. Wait, so would it be a deal breaker if he was not cut?
Are you asking me?
No, the whole panel. Because all of you said cut. Is it a deal breaker if he's uncut?
Yes.
I don't
Deal
think
breaker.
I've ever been with
Nope.
a guy who has
No.
it. So.
For health purposes, I would say, yeah.
Health purposes.
Scientifically, there's more bacteria and buildup under there. Yeah.
Well, there can be.
There can be. I mean, unless
mean,
if
if
you
he's
clean
clean.
yourself right. But you know what? A lot of these guys
A
don't.
lot of them do not.
A lot of them don't.
Have
And
you
I
ever,
mean, it's
have
not.
you ever encountered an uncut guy?
Yes.
And it was unclean? It was unclean?
I would say yes. I mean, it wasn't
Okay.
consensual.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It wasn't consensual.
They don't.
I'm not getting into
yeah.
anything. I'm not. I'm just. That's just.
Alright.
That's a statement. That's a statement.
Wait, I'm just
I'm
curious.
not
Like,
saying what topic.
was it at, like, were you at a party when this happened, or?
Something like that.
Okay. What about you?
I don't think I've ever been with somebody who wasn't, so.
Beaten
I
Cheeks
can't tell you if it
donated
was a deal breaker for me or not.
$69. The delusion this singlehood mother states. Cash at me $4,000, pay for our first dinner, pay my bills, and I will make sure your money is my money, and will destroy your Ebonics talk. Drizzle, drizzle.
All right. Thank you, Beaten Cheeks. And we also have LP. He's about to come in here. Wait, so deal breaker if he's uncut?
I haven't.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $69.
Nick, can you
Rapper
open
Chick
the
needs to shut America's most wanted
All
as
the
up.
way, please.
You not hard at all.
Most wanted ass.
You softer than Charmin.
Sounds like a cool
Stop
song.
the damn cap.
Malibu
You let
Wanted.
him hit it raw. Didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom.
That's a song, by the way.
Yeah.
Song lyrics.
Malibu's
Okay, quick answer. Deal breaker if he's uncut.
Oh, I don't know. I've never been with somebody, so, like, that wasn't, so I don't know if it's a deal breaker.
So every guy you've been with has been cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Into the mic,
No.
please.
No?
Were you just not here for the question? I can repeat
Yeah,
it.
I'm like,
She's like, what?
there's a 50% chance that this is the right answer.
Would it be a deal breaker for you if the guy was uncut? Circumcision.
No?
Well, okay.
No.
Okay. So, and actually, I'm gonna have to boost the TTS here. We've already gone over the first 30 minutes. I'm gonna get in Killa of Cereal's questions. We'll come back to your thing. We'll come back to relationship status. Killa of Cereal asked, "Can you explain?" God damn, bro. Okay, I'll do it, man. Can you explain what the fabric of American culture is in modern society,
Like,
and how you think it affects modern dating society? Start with you. Go around the table. I'll be right back.
I'm not gonna lie, my mind goes completely blank when you ask that question. So
well, wait, what was the question?
Like, that sounds like it was written by ChatGPT. Not gonna
No,
lie,
for
like
real.
The,
I
the
have-
It
fabric.
was written by Harvard
I have an answer to
University.
that.
Wait, what?
yeah. So they were
Lauren talk.
asking, how has modern society, how has it changed dating? And I have a couple things
It has
that.
definitely changed dating.
my
Okay,
God,
yeah,
has it
100%
changed
so
dating?
we're getting a lot of. So I mean, I obviously am in the adult entertainment world, and I've done OnlyFans and all that, but I don't have one anymore because I don't believe in the commercial.
Brian needs Xanax donated $69.
Brian
You
needs
gotta
to-
get on some anger management, bro. LMFAO, you get stressed.
Can you some magnesium? Can you get some magnesium? Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, the magnesium. That got me chilling.
Yeah.
Magnesium.
Living.
Man, you just relax, but and so they asked what was the how has modern dating changed the landscape? In the 90s, we didn't deal with all this crazy stuff happening on the street. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't get these crazy reports in the 90s. Like, maybe they happened, but probably it was like 1 in 200. Now it's 1 in like 10.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of rags to riches stories because the whole OnlyFans things, what it does is, I've done OnlyFans before. I don't do it any longer, just because it's very difficult for me to keep up with the consumption of the pornographic material. I believe that, with certain things, so we're getting a lot of people who never had money get money, and now we're watching their reactions in society, which is we are watching, they go on a plane and they're like, oh my gosh, you're being a jerk to everybody, or you're doing something. They go, well, I have 1 million followers, whatever, and I make money or whatever, and I've seen this, and we're gonna get that because this is their first encounter with a large amount of money, and it can really change the way that certain people react. I am really, really tired of watching women. Okay, if you're gonna do bedroom stuff and bedroom nude lingerie, whatever, do it in the bedroom. Don't do it when I've seen people walk out, not in bikinis, in full-on lingerie, in public, in front of families, and it really pisses me off. I really don't like that. I've never done that as a model. I've only gone out in a bikini at a beach, like that's it. And I really think that behavior actually needs to stop. I think that it distorts things for people, and it puts parents in a really precarious situation of having to explain what that just was. Why did they watch a person with like a gag ball in their mouth? And that's one of my concerns. So I think that it affects dating because these kids watch this behavior and they see these people walking around in broad daylight with lingerie on, and they're just like, mommy, what is that? And this mom's like, fuck, I gotta explain that like now, like to this, like, how am I gonna explain this to like a 6-year-old? Like, good God, and have some, I don't believe in shaming people because shame is stored in the body and it can lead to diseases. But I do believe that there needs to be a healthy amount of shame to keep the common decency of society going.
Do you feel like a lot of
romance,
because like influencers and tons of people are on OnlyFans and like posting stuff, like they don't really know
they don't know
maneuver
they've
that.
Never been trained in media.
Right.
So we look
And
at K-pop stars. So I've been trained in media. So I work for a PR company and I've been trained in media. I've been my family's been in entertainment for over 100 years, and the Rosas family has been there. However, there's certain people in the Rosas family that I can't disclose because they're in children's entertainment, and I don't want to risk, even though I'm in adult entertainment and it's completely legal, I don't want to risk their jobs, so I don't want to say that. But a lot of these entertainers really need to look into media training because these K-pop stars, they're groomed to be a star, and not like groomed in a bad way. They're molded, they're manicured to be a star. You need media, absolutely, and that's negative.
Talked about.
And that's negative. But manicured is the word I should have used. They are manicured to be stars, and you need to be manicured to be a star because you represent. If you represent something and people like you, you probably should do media training, honestly.
Especially in the adult film industry.
Exactly.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I'm all for supporting that and doing what you want to do, like whatever career path you want to take. But
oh, here. There you go. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Speak straight.
Yeah.
Like, look at Abigail if you're speaking.
Looking at Abigail. What was I even?
They need to be manicured to be celebrities if they really want to do that, and they really need to like dedicate their life to it.
I gotta move things on.
Okay. Sorry.
Were you guys actually answering the question, or did you?
Yeah,
guys
no, I answered it. Yeah,
did you guys answer?
No.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the question at this point.
Well, it affects dating because that's what people see on television, and that's how they they see real life like that.
Hold on, definitely
guys,
going on.
I need you guys to be paying attention.
I mean, you left.
I literally asked the question right before I left, and it came in multiple times. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a very, very big question.
We were having a good conversation over here. I'll tell you that.
Okay, so.
I have a big piece.
After your opinion. Wait, okay. Can you explain what the fabric of American Killer of Cereal, I fucking love you. This is. I'm already tilted. I'm already tilted today. This is a dog shit question, but I'll ask it. Okay. Explain what the fabric of American culture is in modern society and relate it to modern dating.
I want to say, I guess, the fabric.
You got to please kindly speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
She was thinking.
Lo siento.
No, if she speaks, she needs to be in the fucking microphone. You don't need to challenge me every time I'm trying to get the show on the fucking rails. Do you understand?
But it's just kind of fun.
Yeah, how about you don't do it and just fucking drop the fucking attitude? Go ahead.
I just don't want to.
It's about to get heated.
I was gonna say oops, sorry. Bro, I got the clause. Anyway, I was gonna say that I think the biggest issue right now is arguably social media, especially the way it portrays young minds and dating, like pornography and stuff like that, and that's so common. Like Twitter just legalized porn, and there's nothing wrong with it, but if it gets found at a young age, like per se, like I first found it by accident when I was like 12, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, so
literally,
I think that honestly, like, I don't want to say it like poisons your brain, but it kind of does if you're unaware of the repercussions of that, especially if it's found at a young age. So I guess the internet, pornography, and the way that kind of portrays that affects modern dating.
Completely agree.
Yeah, what she said.
I agree the same.
I think that casual sex and just being so casual, situationships, I think it just allows people to be unhappy and be used. And people, in my opinion, will pretend to be like a certain type of girl to keep a guy sometimes, because they think that's what he will like, and they don't want to lose him, and they think maybe eventually he will like them, and social media is pretty much all fake. So I think people, just too casual about sex and love, and I think it's kind of ruined our generation.
It is very true.
Definitely.
I think social media is definitely ruining it. I feel like it's dividing men and women a lot. I mean, women are being told that they don't need a man. They're being told to go get the bag, to be independent women. That divides them. Men are, I mean, I've seen a video, and the comment section was...
Dude, holy shit, calm the F down, Brian. Take some deep breaths. You're more agitated than usual today, and it's annoying. They aren't being that dumb. Really, bro?
We're not, thank you.
He needs a Xanax.
Bro, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, this is one of the most fucking feral days we've had, dude.
What is like, what do you even mean by feral?
Like, you're kind of feral.
How am I feral?
These girls are fucking nearly 2 hours. These two girls are 2 hours late.
My friend died.
Yeah, if you could just like have any type of sympathy, that would be amazing. But what do you mean by feral?
Why don't you just Google what feral means?
No, but I'd like you to elaborate it in this context.
I think you can just Google it.
No, I think in this context, it's important for you to elaborate on feral.
We had 2 no-shows. We had 2 flakes.
And that makes
not
me
here.
feral?
Late, but we here.
Yeah, you've been feral. You have an attitude.
So feral means attitude? I don't know. Like, I feel like if you look that up, that's not what it's going to say.
Why don't you Google it?
Why don't you Google it?
Sassy.
It's a sassy man apocalypse, right?
That's what I said. That's what I said earlier. 100%.
I know that most of you have moved through your lives in a very sort of pampered way because of the female privilege that you all have, but
sure.
I tend to lean on this. Yo, shut the fuck up. You don't need to be fucking being disrespectful.
I didn't say a single word.
Why don't you repeat the gesture you were just making? Is that not disrespectful?
I just think it's funny.
You think it's funny?
I think you've said a lot of disrespectful things.
Give me an example.
I don't know, just like completely interrogating her friend's death, also just ignoring it at the same time. Like,
how did I ignore it?
She would speak on it, you'd be like, yeah, whatever, moving on to the next person. But then you'd also be like, how did they die?
Literally never said that.
Like, blah, blah, blah.
By the way, this is a panel show, so yeah, she said her piece. I moved it on. I'm the host of the show. I will move things on whenever I like to.
You do that.
I guess feral,
Holy
in my
fuck,
opinion.
Bro, this chick's
I think that feral
podcast.
podcast, this is going to get you
Horrible.
more views, though. Like, if I'm being completely honest, like, not on any disrespectful shit. Like, honestly, if you have more beef like that, if you want to get a reaction out of someone, which as a podcast host, that's what you're trying
honestly,
to do,
I'm helping
obviously.
you. 100%.
Yeah, no, but there's it's cool if you can have an actual, I prefer to actually have back and forth over, you know, actual conversation topics instead of somebody
You think just asking girls like, oh, what's your situation? What's your relationship? What's your relationship is back and forth? What we were doing was back and forth. You just asking, what's your body count? What's your blah, blah, blah?
How many subscribers does your podcast have?
Girl, I don't have a fucking podcast.
How many?
I don't, like, do you think numbers matter?
If
The
you're trying
Renaissance
to lecture
donated
me over
$69.
how I can make a
Kick the
successful
blue
podcast,
sweater chick out
yeah, it
now
does
and the
fuck
I'm
me.
just
closet
saying you
died
want back and
softball
forth. You're
player.
not doing back and
Prove
forth.
that your friend died. If
We're
my
lit-
friend died, I would not be on
one's
there.
fucking
I would be
unhinged.
drinking and listening to Creed.
Can I answer that?
Kick them.
She wasn't
Bang
even
the
gonna come,
gavel.
actually.
Can I answer that?
I told her to come.
I had a commitment. She told me to come, and I was late, which I DM'd the podcast and asked if I should still come because I knew it was disrespectful to be late. But because I had a commitment,
What time was the funeral?
It was like 10 a.m. And I live 2 hours away from here.
You're in LA, right? Yeah.
I'm like Calabasas.
Hollywood, Calabasas. I just moved back to Hollywood.
So I guess where I'm a little confused, you would have had to leave around 2 p.m. You didn't message our page until 3:18. You wrote apologies. Me and Josie are running very late. I was at my friend's funeral this morning.
Yes, at 10 a.m.
I've been to funerals.
Not the day after, though. Me neither. That's why I didn't know what was going on. It
Right.
was very
So,
sudden.
but I understand that you had this last minute thing come up. But, you know, given that you had a predetermined plan to be here, one, you could have given us a bit more notice. You would have known at 2
I didn't have
p.m.
notice that my friend died.
No, but
I
you
didn't
went
have
to the
notice.
funeral.
I went to the funeral to
At
be
10
respectful.
at 10 a.m.
Is there something wrong with that?
No,
Holy
there's-
fuck, dude!
Would
She's
you-
a human
no, like,
being.
no, genuinely.
She's
would
a
you-
human being.
Okay,
If your
but-
friend, no, hear me out. Genuinely, like, please.
If I had agreed to be somewhere and something came up, I would have just done the courteous thing and let them know, hey, sorry, I'm going to be running late, as soon as I found out.
No, yeah, it was a very rough morning. It was a very
Mm-hmm.
rough night for me.
Okay.
I'm not. That it was just.
That's
it was
fine.
sudden.
And
so if
I have
you,
empathy for that. I'm sorry to hear
No, I
about
appreciate
No, you
that.
do not.
I literally just said it. Shut the fuck up. So
Okay, do not speak to me like that.
you're the one with the fucking attitude.
I'm just saying you
I'm-
don't have fucking empathy.
This is speaking of empathy. This is that
She has something to
famous-
say.
May I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. If you had a friend's funeral that happened very suddenly, which I don't.
I would if
Would you
I,
show up to the
if-
funeral?
He's saying he would have
So,
told. He would have
so
told.
if
told
I had a
him
doctor's
earlier.
appointment, if I had a doctor's appointment at 5 p.m. and something came up and I had to cancel it, I would have called as soon as possible and just done the courteous
normally
thing. Hold
I am.
on, done the courteous thing, and just said, taken 30 seconds. Hey, I'm very sorry, something came up. I'm not going to be able to make it. That's it.
No, yeah, that would have been the courteous thing to do. But
he
So
doesn't
you
understand
admit-
that
you
you were
admit
up all
that you-
night.
you erred
You were
here.
crying all night. You were running around doing stuff, going to the funeral. You weren't even sure if you really wanted to come because of that. You're calling me like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, let's just go if you feel up to it. And she was like, halfway, yeah, I do. Halfway, I don't. And she was kind of like, oh, I kind of don't. And I told her, I was like, well, I already got ready. Like, let's,
Well, it
like, if you
wasn't-
want to go, let's
yeah.
go. So then we ended up going. We were late. Yeah, but I mean, this girl was freaking Hurricane Sandy, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm not saying that it was courteous. I definitely could have done more. And I'm a very punctual and on-time person. I'm a student. I work 2 jobs. I have a freaking studio internship. Like, I'm a very punctual person. I have a very busy schedule that I have to manage because I'm very focused on my education and making money. So I do call ahead. When I'm late to work, I call ahead. But today, this specific thing, this was so sudden, this hurt me so bad that this was like the last of my worries. And I know that that's not
Yeah.
respectful, that's not courteous, but courtesy wasn't on my mind. And I can
Yeah.
admit that's not the right thing necessarily. And I apologize for that. And I'm sorry that we were late.
Girl,
I'm sorry
you
to all
do
of
not
you
need.
that we
I'm
were late.
sorry. Your friend passes away yesterday. What's your name again, Brian? Your friend passes away yesterday, Brian. Is the first thing you're gonna do when you find out your friend passes away and be like, oh my God, whatever podcast. I'm so sorry, I can't make it in. Like, no.
No, it's not the first thing I'm going to do. However, I
See, and it
will-
wasn't the
no,
first
hey,
thing
shut
you
the
are a
fuck
bit
up. Let me
older,
finish.
though.
If you're going
Can
to
you
ask me
stop
questions,
saying that
no,
to me?
you keep interrupting. You've been rude this entire fucking time. I'm matching your energy. If I'm speaking,
I think I
stop
spoke
interrupting. You
first.
asked me a question. You asked me a question. I was responding to your question. Do you understand? So if I'm going to be responding to your
ahead.
question, you need to allow me to respond instead of just fucking bulldozing and refusing to let me fully answer the question. So, yes, if something catastrophic happened,
Oh my God.
still
Lulu
gotta fucking
donated
change this.
$69. Perfect example of females only being able to see when they've been disrespected, but don't take accountability when they disrespect others. Typical pampered my feelings more important than yours.
I mean, debunked.
So
'cause
hold
I
on,
just
I'll answer her
apologized.
question. So yes, if I became aware of, I suppose, would you consider this a dear friend or just an acquaintance?
He was a dear friend.
Dear friend. Okay. You known him for a year? Okay. So if it was a guy who I knew for a year and he was a dear friend and I found out, I would obviously be upset. I would be distraught and I would prioritize, okay, can I make it to the funeral? If I had any plans for that day that required me to clear my schedule, I would have done the courteous thing, because two things can coexist at the same time. You can be frantic and moving around when it comes to, okay, funeral plans, and you can also realize, well, I told these people I have a commitment. I don't know if this is just me. I don't know if this is just, I'm crazy for trying to be respectful of other people's time, even if I'm going through some crazy shit. I would just do the courteous thing and just reach out and say, hey, something came up. I'm going to be really late. I'm going to try to give them as much advance notice as possible.
Right.
That's it.
Well,
maybe some people don't operate that way. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, she's a little younger than you, and I also feel like, you know, she's 19. I don't know how old you're, like 30.
40 maybe.
But I'm...
God, you're a fucking bitch, you know that? What's your fucking problem?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I just feel like...
I'm going to have to kick her, I probably.
Mexicana esta peras no vale nada.
I can't read that.
Sin
Para la chica mexicana estas peras no valen nada. Sin embargo, me encantan los tacos. Okay, fuck you. Y las mujeres mexicanas. Casi miente Brian patea la asada de la susada azul del pana oro ahora. He was speaking like gibberish, literally, and he's saying, "I love tacos and Mexican chicks." Okay.
As you
Me
should.
too.
Yeah.
The way you're conducting yourself right now, the way you're conducting yourself with me, have you ever conducted yourself this way with the guy you claim was mentally abusive towards you? Did you ever conduct yourself that way towards him?
We're not going there.
I don't think we're gonna.
Because
go
I
there.
think it's perhaps you who's the abusive one.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think you know me at all. Or
Well, it's
know.
interesting. You're making quite a lot of judgments and knee-jerk assessments about me.
I'm actually
But
not. I just think you're kind of like a
done it multiple
dick.
times.
I haven't made
Cool.
any.
So okay. Cool.
I just responded
I'm a dick.
to
You're
you.
a bitch.
I
Cool.
just
Do you agree?
You've called me a bitch multiple times. Have I
Yeah.
given a single fuck? No.
And you've called me an asshole multiple times.
And
before-
you've given many
before-
fucks, man. You walked off the fucking stage, so.
I had to fix the camera angles.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck, bro. Do you have a question? What's your relationship like with your parents?
With my parents, yeah, I knew that one was coming. It's great. I love both my parents.
They still together?
No.
Okay. What's your relationship like with your father?
I don't feel like I need to tell you any of this.
I'm just curious.
I'm just not going to tell you.
You're just not going to answer the question?
Correct. Plead the fifth. I know, it's troubling.
I'm pretty sure you just came on intentionally just to troll.
I don't know. I was like in the road and you guys just approached me. So I didn't really come on here. You guys kind of asked me to come on, so.
Yeah, that's right. But
Yeah.
you've kind of come on with like a very nasty attitude.
Not really. I just think you kind of
Yeah.
ask ridiculous questions. You
Give
ask
me-
like dumb questions. And I know they all agree.
You agree?
No.
You
No.
agree?
I think
You agree?
he's been doing this for a long time. He knows how to get views.
Yeah, I think he's smart, and I think he's just kind of picking at certain things.
Exactly.
And
I think
I'm not picking
Exactly.
at. I'm literally asking you guys about your dating history. It's
yeah,
a
it's not
dating
that
show.
that you're picking at.
It's the questions I'm asking are totally contextual.
Yeah, we're not saying anything, or I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm more like just picking at the, you know,
Yeah.
poking the bear, man.
Well, I mean, it depends. That's
And she
honestly
poking the
his
bear
right
back.
for
It's
that.
it's definitely both ways.
Yeah, you're poking the bear, I'm poking the bear back. Like, what's the problem with that?
I'm not poking the bear. I'm asking legitimate questions.
Yeah.
I think the fact that you're a guest.
But you were
that
asking
was
her like her
brought onto the
relationship with her
show.
father and like
You're
all
asking me
that.
about-
That's that kind of
Ah,
that kind
what
of
did
could be
you say
offensive.
before? Oh my god.
You're trying to
But
go
then
into
again,
my
it's not out of
like
the blue.
relationship. You're asking who was the abuser, what kind of abuse, like what kind of fucking human asks somebody that? I wouldn't even ask my like closest friend that.
You're the one who brought up abuse.
You're the
You
one who
brought it up.
asked me why
Yeah, it's fair
we
game.
weren't together anymore. I said it was a mentally abusive relationship. You're like, oh, what kind of abuse? Did he hit you? Blah, 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 blah. Like, who the fuck asks that?
That's not how I framed it.
You said, did he hit
Yeah,
you? Same fucking question.
That's literally not what I said. I asked if it was physically abusive.
That's the same thing. physically abusive, did he hit you? That's the same thing.
No, it's not. The words are literally different.
Oh my God.
You think you don't think it's fair game to ask a question?
I just feel like the questions you ask them for a very specific reason. And I think you're strategic about what you're doing.
Of course.
And I respect it. I know what you're doing. And I think you're doing...
What am I doing?
I think you're good at it.
What am I doing?
You're just trying to get some content. And I respect that. But I'm just not going to give you
literally
that.
asking you guys questions.
Okay. So continue asking your questions.
Well, I mean, the questions technically weren't covered in what we were DM'd with the question rack, so I think that caught some of us off guard. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
What question? I don't even know what you're referencing now.
Like,
I'm just going to move it on.
Like, what's the relationship with my father?
What's the deal with my friend's death? It's sus to have a funeral. I know it sounds sus, but that's like...
oh, well, your friend passed at 2, you should have been here at 4. Like, that's fucking weird. I know that might not be exactly what it was, but you were questioning why she wasn't here when her friend passed yesterday.
Can I say something?
Like, hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's just say he was your boss and you had to be at work and someone died and you decided to not show up. If you just say last minute, oh, well, sorry, I had a funeral, they would expect you. It's kind of the same thing. It's if you're expected to be somewhere. I mean, if someone died and I had to go to work, the first thing I would do is call out of work because I don't want to lose the respect of, you know, my employer, my coworkers. I don't want to leave that shift to fall on someone else. It's just
not
like,
at all. But this is a shift.
But it's not like your mind just goes blank when those things happen. Like
that's exactly what happens when you have diagnosed PTSD.
I mean, I've definitely been in situations where I was super frantic and like things were going
like I was
crazy.
like not okay, and I'm okay most of the time.
And what you're saying is valid as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying I mean, it's a commitment to make. Like I am in the wrong. I can admit that.
And her friend did die, and I mean, to like elaborate a little bit on it, I guess, you know, her friend is an artist who gave her a lot of like placements and things like that. So that's why she's really distraught about him passing, because it's not like this person was just, I mean, it was more than really a friend. It was kind of a business relationship you guys had as well, from what I understand at least.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was...
But you're not really speaking
I
on
mean,
that,
all we're saying is if he, you know, everyone feels bad, of course, if it did happen. It's just like, he's just saying, hey, it would have felt better if you would have been like, look, I'm really sorry. I should have texted you or said something.
I mean, that's what I said.
It was wrong of me.
To him. So, and I'm saying
And
like
I
she's
think that's what he was
19.
looking
Like,
for.
I don't know if you can really... Not that she's probably one of the most mature 19-year-olds I know, but
no, I do. Really
and
know.
it's interesting,
just kind of
like answering for her too.
Yeah, well, because I feel you guys are attacking her. So, and he's and like, I just don't like seeing that, and I don't feel like she knows how to respond to all the questions properly sometimes. And I'm not saying like you're not intelligent.
No, I don't.
But I know you haven't slept last night.
Is like I didn't.
Yeah, and I also know you haven't slept at all. I know what's going on with you, so that's why I feel entitled to speak on it a little bit.
You also have to understand on this topic is that we've probably had on over 1,000 guests. Every single week we do shows Sunday, Tuesday. Mind you, I believe, I don't recall the precise details. We had you scheduled previously.
And my car blew out. My transmission blew out.
If I recall correctly, you let us know like 2 hours before the show.
Because my car transmission blew out when I was on the road.
But so you understand, and we've had a couple girls here who've been on the show before. They've seen it firsthand. Some people have legitimate excuses. A lot of the girls who come on the show, they lie.
Definitely.
They make up some bullshit. For example, we've had girls who've said, my car, I had a car issue, broke down. And they'll send us a photo even. And it's local here. They'll send us, we had this couple weeks ago. It was in the photo, it was a cloudy day. Now, I live in the same area. It was clear skies and sunny the whole day. Here's my car broken down from today. So people will lie. We've had girls who say, oh, I'm sick. Oh, something happened. I can't make it. And then we look at their Instagram later. They're at the club. They're at the bar. They're on a boat. They're on a yacht. A lot of people lie, okay?
No, they do lie.
I'm not saying you're lying. I actually believe you.
I don't blame you.
I actually believe you.
Assuming that.
But a lot of people are liars. They'll come up with, my dog ate my homework type shit. So I am skeptical in general when people choose to flake on plans. Now this can be dating related, it can be professionally related. People tend to lie.
Well,
people lie
especially when you're put on the spot
Definitely.
like this, because you're put on the spot. And on the spot right now, I'm driving my dad's Chevy Equinox. I drive a 2016 Chevrolet.
I'm not
Volt.
saying you're lying.
No, I'm just saying, no, I know you're not
giving
attacking
you
me.
the reason
like,
for
give me an
why
example.
I'm skeptical when people come up with, oh, here's why I'm late. Here's why I can't can't make
No,
it.
yeah.
He's saying people do it all the time.
No,
Like,
I'd
people lie all the
imagine
time,
that.
which
That's
He had
why I
two
was
other girls
so.
no show today.
No, I understand. That's why I was so like, I need to get here today because I failed to that commitment last time because some like crazy, like it was like the stupidest shit. Like I started the car and it wouldn't go forward because the transmission blew and it's literally still in the shop. Like it's just like, I don't know. I need to get like a rabbit's foot or something. But like, I don't know.
It's okay. It's all good. We're gonna keep things moving. I appreciate that you were able to make it here today.
I apologize for being late.
It's okay. I thank you for your apology. Okay, so
I appreciate it.
we're gonna get back. We're gonna get back. You were saying something about what you want from a man.
Oh, yeah. Back to that. Back to this controversial subject. So what, like, what do I want from a man? That's what you're asking me?
Yeah, you were saying how you want a guy to pay for all your bills and stuff.
Pretty much. I feel like men don't really, like, and just from my own relationship experiences, and just being a person who was really loyal and held things down, made most of the money, went to college, moved from Wisconsin to Phoenix to California, and kind of held the team up and tried to put motivation into a man and all that. I just feel like men only really, I won't say this will even make them loyal or whatever, but I feel like they have to invest into you for them to like really be, I don't know, like stable with you. I feel like if they don't invest in you, then it, you end up, that's why women just end up in these situations where it's like, oh, I have a kid and he cheated on me and all this happened, and then and now I'm left with nothing, and now I gotta raise this kid by myself and all this stuff. Well, I feel like you didn't have a standard going into the relationship, like this is my standard. I'm not dating you. I'm not having sex with you unless this is met. Because once they do that, I feel like once those requirements are met and standards are met, it's gonna be a lot harder for them to leave you, a lot harder for them to like move on.
Yep.
So that's my take on it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said if he's paying for all your stuff, you're bringing to the table your pretty self.
Yeah.
If a man was just attractive, very attractive, and that was it, and you were with him, would you stay with him?
No, I don't date men based on their attraction. I don't date them based on their looks.
So, don't you think it's a bit hypocritical that you expect him to put in all this effort?
I feel like men definitely date based on looks. I feel like women don't, so I don't feel like, sure, there's a double standard on stuff, but, society is the way it is. And I feel like women need to have more standard for themselves, and that's my opinion on that.
Okay, so if all you're bringing to the table is looks, and good looks are pretty common, and so he can go and find another girl with good looks, do you expect him to stay with you?
Well, if he's investing in me, he's not going to want to lose his investment on me, so he will stay with me, I think. And if he doesn't, then on to the next. Like I didn't lose anything in this relationship. I only gained. Rather than me losing, like, okay, we got in a relationship, you didn't invest anything. Now I'm emotionally involved with you. Maybe you cheat on me with my best friend. Maybe who knows what happens. Now I'm emotionally distraught. Now my dating life is messed up because I'm still thinking about you. I'm trying to get over you. I can't. All that, no. Instead, if a man invests in you, I just feel like now it's gonna be a lot harder for him to leave you if you have that standard from the jump, like to begin with. If you understand what I'm saying, like.
I do.
So
do you think having that standard from the jump might keep you single longer?
I think it weeds out all the men who don't want to do that, and a lot of men have their like little oh, she's a gold digger, oh, you're this or that, But I don't really care because, like, what are you? You're probably not any better than me, like, so.
And do you think you'll respect a man, like truly respect him, if he is accepting you for just your looks and you're expecting all of this from him, and so he's catering to your needs and has no standards for himself besides looks?
I mean, I don't think that means he doesn't have a standard. I think it means he has more respect for women if he feels like, I don't want my woman to be struggling. I don't want her to be in this like fight or flight mode, you know, like rather than I'm taking care of her, you know, and I'm providing this safe space for her to be herself and, you know, maybe work on the things that, like, now I mean, I'm personally not ever, I'll never stop working. That's just me, my type of who I am. But I don't think if a woman wants to be with a man, I don't think like she should, it shouldn't be like, oh, you gotta work too. A guy should not be approaching a woman like, what do you bring to the table? Like, if you like me, okay, you like how I look, because I think men, like I said, date for looks. So you like me, you like how I look, maybe we go on a few dates, whatever, and you're interested in me, okay, well, before I do anything with you, this is my standard. If you don't wanna meet that, then that's what it is. We can be friends, or we just don't even gotta be like, if you can't be my friend, then we don't gotta be anything, and that's what it is. Like, and I think like I definitely have respect for a man, because also if a man is providing for me, why would I leave somebody who's doing all this for me? That's not easy to come by either. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of goes both ways. I feel like. You know?
I almost said something. I was gonna say, wait, you tell them right up front that you want them to pay for everything?
Yeah, I mean, I make it pretty clear. Like, I feel like.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I feel like I make it pretty clear from I mean, if you know me and you're around me, you're gonna know like that's the type of time I'm on. And then if you don't know me or just getting to know me, you're gonna learn pretty quickly that's the type of time I'm on. Like,
so how do you say it to them?
I mean, I just say like, honestly, they mainly kind of understand the vibe, because generally what happens is, if it's not spoken, like they've taken me on a few dates and I didn't do anything with them and I leave, and then it's like, okay, so obviously she wants something. So then maybe they'll be like, oh, I want to spoil you, or I want this, and I'll be like, okay, like, yeah, or I want to take you on a vacation or something. I'm like, okay, well, I have bills to pay. I have stuff. I can't just leave, you know, I got to work. So if you want me to be all accessible to you, I need some money. Like, I need a bill paid. Like, here's my rent. I don't know. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I kind of do. Like, honestly, by like the third date, it's known.
Do you tell them you're a rapper on the date?
Yeah, I tell them everything about me.
Do you rap for them?
Yeah, if they want to put a beat on.
That's fun.
Abigail, we need to do a couple chats. I'm going to have you read them. Heads up, guys. We're not doing $69 anymore. We boosted it back up. I should have announced it, but you know, we only do it for the first 30 minutes of the show. I'll have Abigail read them. So we'll let them come in. So Abigail, I'm going to have you read a couple.
Second girl,
Into the mic. You got to do it into the mic, though.
Second girl, you are a guest. This is Brian's show. It is very sus to have a funeral the day after death. That is very strange. So Brian is right to question. Lose the attitude.
I believe it.
No respect. Pathetic.
All right. We have another one coming in. Go ahead, read that.
Brian, stop milking green shirt's attitude and behavior for views and kick her. She brought the show to a grinding halt, and it's annoying.
All right. We have Bronaissance. But thank you, Illinois boy. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Andrew is not here, but I have really bad vision.
Broissance?
Okay, but the broissance is I have really bad vision.
Question to all the women: is your father or stepfather in your life? The blue sweater chick looks like someone to her to the sad basement for a diddle. What?
This is coming, girl. To the sad basement.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah.
But is your father or stepfather in your life? Going around the table, starting with Abigail. Actually, go ahead.
My father? Oh yeah, he's in my life. He's wonderful. Happy Father's Day, Bat. Happy Father's Day. I love you. Yes, he's very much in my life.
Yes, my dad is very much in my life. Bolt up.
Yes, I love my dad. Shout out, Dad.
Yes, my dad's in my life.
Yes, love you, Dad. Happy Father's Day.
Yes, my dad re-entered my life as an adult, and yes.
Yes, love you, Gary.
Yes, my dad is.
All right, and then we have one more. If you can't read it, I'll read it.
Go for it. You can read it.
Hey, Brian, longtime fan of the podcast and your social projects, and I want to hop on the podcast someday if I can, but keep cooking these OF girls and snap them back to reality. You're doing the Lord's work. All right, Adrian. Thank you, man. By the way, guys, Reed is $99 from here on out. TTS is $199 from here on out. So $100 for Reed, $200 for TTS, but those just kind of slid through there. So just wanted to at least get them read. Sorry they didn't come through as a TTS. Just forgot to mention that. So.
Can you pull your mic to the edge?
Oh.
And then Twitch.
Yeah, we'll do Twitch. Guys, drop us a follow on Twitch. Follow us on Twitch. If you've got a Prime sub, drop us a Prime sub. 1,600 people watching. No ads over there on Twitch. Drop us, yeah, Walsh, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the follows and Primes. Appreciate it, guys. And, okay, I want to, what did we have to, we'll come back to some of your stuff. We need to get relationship status, though, so go ahead.
Single.
How long you been single?
Well, for 5 months now. Longest relationship was 1.5 years. And if you want to see why we ended, go to the other podcast that I was in.
Oh.
Can you just give us a recap for the new viewers?
Mommy issues with him, and we were just both immature.
Both
Be like
immature.
that.
Okay. And you were on like 2 months ago, a month ago or something?
Yeah, like a month ago.
Any
month ago.
dating prospects
No.
from that? Okay. What about you?
I am single. I've been single for 4 years, and my longest relationship was 6 years.
Okay. And you're religious, correct?
Yeah. I have a relationship with Jesus.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
So are you're like non-denominational Christian?
Yeah, non-denominational.
Protestant or just non-denominational?
You could say Protestant.
Okay. And so are you, do you consider yourself a born again?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you consider yourself a born again virgin?
I mean, I don't really think about the term, but no, I don't think of it like that. I just went celibate now because I repented from premarital sex and got to pick it up and keep it moving.
Sure. What about you?
Relationship status? Is that, we're still on that?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, okay. I'm married. I've been married for a little over a year, and my longest relationship is my marriage.
Still married?
Yep.
Okay.
Love that ring.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
How long were you guys dating?
We actually didn't date. I've known him for a little over 3 years now. We were best friends, and we just started falling for each other, and we wanted to buy a house together, and I'm big on not living together before marriage, so we got married.
And you were on about a year ago, if I recall. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was like 9 months ago or something like that.
Okay. And marriage going well?
Yeah, very well.
Good. What do you say to people who kind of raise an eyebrow? You know, getting married at 20 is, I would say, a bit uncommon nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever get criticisms or what do you say to those people?
People definitely do criticize. I guess my biggest defense is my parents have been happily married for a very long time, and they raised me to get married, and they approve of this man, and they approve of the marriage, and I'm way happier married than I was single. I don't intend to get married to end up divorced, so it's till death do us part. And I don't have to answer to the people who raise an eyebrow to me. Of course, people are going to have their opinions, but it doesn't affect the longevity of our marriage.
Okay, I see. All right, cool. We've got everybody's relationship status. We're working on getting Andrew. He should be joining us here in just a few minutes. So we have Pelagic. It's on purpose. She's purposely trying to throw you off with her mental manipulation. She's good. No doubt about that.
For me.
Yeah, no, you're right, Pelagic. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, dude. And like the video, boys. Like the video. It helps out with the algorithm. So thank you, guys. What was the, Nick, is there anything we had to react to?
Yeah, we got TikTok, the format, and then we got the face stuff.
Yeah, there's that, and then
There's one more TikTok.
yeah. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to think when I want to do this. One sec, guys. I'm just checking on Andrew here. I think Nick, do you want to boot up Discord and just see if he's, just give him a call, see if he's good to go? All right. So I do want to come back to what you were saying here for just a moment. I was hoping to get a little more detail on what you're looking for in a guy. You said you don't really care about looks.
Yeah, it's not that I don't, but it's not like my top thing. Like, you know, like he's got to be clean, but he doesn't got to be like the most handsomest
I do have a question. So you said for a guy, looks are important, and for you, clearly being able to support you financially is important. So I'll re-ask my question before. Instead of just looks, if he only had money, and that was it, that's all he had going for him, would you stay with him?
I mean, is he helping me?
It's all he brings to the table is money. He's giving you his money, but he could be super ugly, bad personality, dirty, ruins your house.
Definitely not.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely not. I mean, if you're, I feel like, cool, you pay all my bills, but I mean, if you're just stressing me out.
So you expect more than just financial stability?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm kind of confused with like exactly what else.
I'm only asking this because you said you bring to the table your looks. You didn't list any other things.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
what I'm going off.
I don't think a guy who likes me as much to help me out like that. I don't think he's probably only interested in my looks, but he might be. You know what I'm saying?
So if he's interested in more than your looks,
but
what
if
do you
he's
think
not
it
a good
is that he's interested
person,
in?
if he's not a good person, then he's not for me. Like, I don't want to deal with anybody who's a bad person. Like, you know, at
So would you
least
say
to
you're
what
a good
I would
person?
define a good person, or what I would define a bad person is, which my definition is going to be different from everybody else's. So, you know.
So would you say you're a good person
I'm
then?
a pretty good person.
I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Nick, how's it? You getting it worked with Andrew? Have you tried calling him?
I don't see him up, so I do not disturb.
You can still try to do the voice call. I think he should. Maybe he's just getting a couple things all set up. Well, to kind of echo the question that Abigail was asking before, perhaps you can restate it because there's a bit of hecticness going on. She asked, what do you bring to the table?
Yeah, you know, my pretty self.
Do you cook or clean?
I clean. I cook sometimes, but I'm not gonna cook or clean unless you're providing for me. So,
I mean,
Do you expect a guy to do all those things that you want him to do immediately?
not necessarily.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think if the relationship builds out over time, sure, but then we're not having sex, if that makes sense.
You're not having...
Like, we could be dating, but we're not having sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, as in, if I like you and you like me, and, you know, it's not, you're not there yet, like, you're not trying to do something for me or help me out in my life, like, whatever, then, yeah, I mean, we could date for a while and stuff, but
you
I'm
wouldn't
not
have
gonna have
sex
sex
until
with
they
you.
start paying you for things.
Yeah, I want to say paying me for things. I mean, you're gonna make it sound like I'm an escort.
Well, but I mean, I'm trying to be charitable here.
Yeah.
But you said that you're waiting to have sex until they fall into the provider role, correct?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
So you'll date a guy,
I don't think so, but yes.
but you will withhold sex until he does what?
Until you know, my life is taken care of.
Okay, so
like, why would I be
how is that
intimate with
not-
you? Why would I be intimate with you if you're not? If you don't care about, like, just because we're intimate doesn't mean you care about me. Like, show me that you actually care about me. Like, do stuff. Like, even just bringing flowers and stuff, anybody could do that and then stop doing that. So I feel like that doesn't, for a man.
Couldn't the guy provide for you and then stop providing?
Yeah, and then we're not going to continue our relationship.
My question here is, how is this not definitionally prostitution?
It's definitely not prostitution because I'm not, for one, I mean, I'm definitely not slandering anybody, but I'm not on the street corner. I'm not. It's not. Oh, this you wanna. This is what it is. Like, even if you give me money, that doesn't mean I'm gonna be intimate with you.
Well, it might not be.
But if I
overtly-
like you, then yeah.
Right, but so okay. I acknowledge that it's not a super overt transaction insofar as I will have sex with you, pay me $300 right now, and then I'll fuck you. But if your standard is, I will not sleep with you until you pay XYZ bill.
I think that's just the standard. I think that's the standard.
But
Women should most women should, because I feel like women are selling themselves selling themselves short of what they could actually be receiving in a relationship. And most men, especially wealthy men, have stay-at-home wives and they provide for them. So are they prostitutes? Are they escorts? Are they all that?
I mean, I think you're selling yourself short, because
I don't think so.
guys that have money and spending it on girls, it doesn't really even mean that he likes you or cares about you. Especially if he has money, he'll do that for multiple women. When a guy really likes you, he'll probably marry you. Guys are into marriage and stuff, but just spending money on you doesn't mean that he truly likes you or cares about you.
And just because, you know, just like a lot of women date for a very long time, and you know, they might be bringing a lot to the table. They might have held this man down when he was down and out. They might have took care of his kids. They might have raised his kids. They might have bailed him out of situations, whatnot. That doesn't mean he's gonna marry you either. So what's the standard? Like, marriage is really a choice between both people. Like, so that's not like money being involved or not has nothing to do with marriage, I think, like, personally. But I think a man has more interest in you and will be more interested in a deeper relationship if he's already investing in you. It's going to make it very much harder for him to leave you.
I don't think guys care.
I have a question.
I think they do.
I have a question. I think that sometimes, in just my personal experience with life and everything, what I've brought to the table has made men not want to date me and intimidated them to the point where, like, it makes me like try to like hide who I am.
Men don't like very independent women,
and it hurts me.
No,
it does.
They have the desire to provide.
I know.
It's an independent woman, therefore.
And that's why I'm like, I'm here to love you and I'm here to be there. And I'm a very submissive person, but I just find myself in that situation a lot with dating, and it seems like they get jealous of me, like very angry. I've noticed this in my personal life to the point where, like, it's like I've given and I've given and I've given, and I just don't know why you just can't accept, like, want to see me smile kind of thing. Like, you don't want to see me live this. So that's what I wonder about things. So that's where the whole, bringing to the table. I try to hide what I bring to the table because I feel like if I bring too much, like,
can I ask you a question? So, okay. So your new standard has this always been your standard with every single guy you have had sex with? Okay. So obviously, your standard is you'll date a guy for months, but until he starts providing for you, so paying for your rent, paying for your car, paying for your makeup, your, I forgot the other stuff, your insurance, your utility bills.
Sure.
You won't sleep with him until he starts doing that.
Until he starts investing.
Can I ask you a question? So you're a single mom. The father of your child, did he have to do all that stuff for you to sleep with him?
No, but he's the reason why I'm like this. So.
What do you mean he's the reason?
Thank you. You helped me out.
But don't you think? I mean. What about? I'm sure. Wait, hold on. So you dated other guys too before him, right?
Yeah, I was in one relationship after.
And
that.
so, have you ever had this like?
Yeah, I mean, my last relationship.
No.
Like
but
that.
I mean, like, prior to that, like, have you dated multiple guys? Not at the same time, but have you dated multiple guys, and this was never the standard? You just.
No.
You liked them, so you slept with them?
Not really. I mean, because.
So are you saying that every single guy you've slept with, they had to?
What? Provide?
Like, provide?
No, I just said that. My baby father didn't really, but we were both really young. So, I mean, I can't really expect, when I look back at that relationship, I can't really expect that because I didn't have that standard going into the relationship as well. Also, I was young. I was 17. So what 17-year-old is thinking, like, oh, I got bills and stuff. Like, you're not thinking that. So, like, that relationship and me having a kid and all that, those were consequences of my actions. Wait,
but so
honestly, and I love my son. No, I love my son, and he's a blessing and everything. But I have my son at like 19. Like, that's young. Like, So I just feel like for women, I just wish women would have more of a standard, and they wouldn't end up in such crazy predicaments.
But I mean, in terms of kind of looking at, what the guys who would potentially be wanting to date you. In terms of like the value proposition, don't you think you would have?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
What?
She's just got chips. I just put them up to you. Okay.
don't you think the value proposition
Mm-hmm.
to the men, like, don't you think you would have had more leverage prior to dating all these dudes, being a single mom? You would have had more leverage to secure a guy who would actually be okay with the sort of arrangement you're proposing as compared to now?
I'm confused with your question.
Well, I
Exactly
mean,
what you mean.
I mean,
What? Just say it again. Just say the question. again.
okay, it's like you got a kid.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of single men, like if they don't have a kid, they probably don't want to deal with that. Not all men.
maybe,
some
maybe
men
not.
are okay with it.
Yeah. I
But
think it's hard
just
to
like,
just put anything in a
how
basket.
are the guys going to feel like, okay, you let the past 10 dudes hit it on the first date, but you got a 3 month, I don't know what your actual minimum, you got a 3 month waiting rule and the guy's got to pay for you and all this stuff?
waiting rule. No, I mean, it's definitely not that. It's, first off, I didn't let the last 10 dudes hit for free, and nobody's hitting like that because I have a standard for myself. So, and I've always had a type standard. I was in a very long relationship. I was very loyal. You know, coming out of that relationship, getting another relationship, it was the same thing. I was very loyal, but I just had more standards in this relationship.
Let me rephrase the question.
So,
is the standard that you just disclosed, that you have now, the standard of the guy has to provide, is that a standard that you held like all the previous men to? I don't know how many that is.
With my baby father, no, because we were young. Like, we were both in like high school. Like, what high schooler is gonna pay for a high schooler's bills? Like, that's not even a thing. But I didn't know at that time.
So every guy after high school?
Yeah, I mean, kinda. Not after high school. I was with my baby daddy till I was 22. So
anyways,
every guy after that.
I do want to introduce Andrew Wilson. Welcome. This is welcome. This has been an absolutely hectic show, Andrew. You've missed quite a bit, but welcome, man.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
Hey, good.
My name's Andrew. You know, I guess to the whatever podcast chat, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Happy Father's Day.
Mass respect for you. And yeah, thanks for having me. I did have another engagement this Father's Day, but that's taken care of. So here I am on the show, and looking forward to interlocking with you guys.
All right, welcome, Andrew. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. So
even the one who's been totally disrespectful the entire, even you, right? Even you, I'm happy to have a convo with.
I'm
even
happy to
you.
talk with
you
you
see,
too.
You see how charitable I am this Father's Day.
Me too.
did you get some intel, Andrew? Did the Crucible crew, did they give you a little intel?
Well, I listened a little bit as I was driving over to get some beer because I could tell I was going to need to fortify myself for this show. I did give a bit of a listen, but I mean, there's been way worse women on the show. Let's be honest. So, thus far,
Indeed.
I think it's all good, right? We're all having a good time. Let's get back to that. Let's get the energy back up. We'll get back to having a good time here.
Sounds good. That sounds good. So I'm going to get into some of my pre-show notes here. I'm trying to see where we are. I don't know if you need any intros from any of the girls, but I'm trying to think where we left off.
Anson Knowles donated $200.
Yo, thank you,
Happy
Anson.
Father's Day.
Anson,
Question for each lady. Is satisfaction or joy what your father feels about their little girl's relationship and or strumpet behavior? Pride in immutable characteristics is evil.
Strumpet's a
Wait,
crazy choice of
is satisfaction and joy
Like, I've never
what
heard that.
your father feels about their little girl's relationship and her strumpet? Wait, I'm a little confused.
Behavior.
That's my word. I was like,
So what Anson is asking here, he's saying, do you think that your father feels pride and joy at any of the Now, I don't know, as I don't have the background on any of you just yet, but he's saying if any of you kind of are involved in promiscuous behavior, do you think that your parents feel joy about that, specifically your fathers?
I got something to say about that. When my dad.
You look like you had something to say about it.
So
Anyway, go ahead.
I try when I first started dancing. I don't dance anymore, obviously, but I work as a, courtesan. But when my mother
Hey,
found.
wait, hang on. I'm sorry. I just want to clarify very quickly. When you say courtesan, do you mean an escort?
A legal prostitute at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch. It's legal and
In
it's
Vegas?
in Nevada. Yeah, they have got one in Vegas, actually. Yeah, they do.
Well, yours would have to be in Nevada, right? I think
It
that's
is
the
in
only place
Nevada.
that-
Yeah, mine's in
Okay.
Carson City, but they used to have one in Vegas. And
FPS
they have plenty.
check.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
No,
so
keep
yeah,
going.
so
Okay.
Carson City, about 25 minutes away from Reno, roughly.
Yeah. So pretty much when my dad,
Is it okay, Nick?
my mom was mad that she found my W-2 when I was a dancer back in the day when I danced. She said, "You aren't working at the new dance bar, are you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I am." And my mom was kind of upset about it. But when my dad, he was like, he gave me the fist bump and he's like, "You go, girl." And I'm like, from like, a dude that was in the military and stuff. Like, I was like, but I'm going to tell you this. So my middle name, Danielle.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
hang
yeah.
on,
No, I'm going to tell you.
Hang on. Let's back up for a second. And just so you guys know, if we're having a discussion back and forth, because I'm remoted in, when you're talking, if we're talking at the same time, I actually can't hear you, right? So I can only hear it one way. So if we can just talk one at a time, that'd be great. So, but backing up, I just want to make sure your dad found your W-2 that you were working as a prostitute, and he fist bumped you?
It wasn't a prostitute. I was a dancer at the time, but he said, "You go, girl."
What kind of dancer?
I was a nude dancer at
Okay,
Deja
but
Vu.
I mean the delineation. I think that it's kind of semantics, right? So
Yeah. Well, like,
Yeah, I
stripper.
mean, a
Stripper.
lot of people, including myself, would consider stripping to be prostitution.
It was,
right?
yeah. It was, but he's like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go, girl. And I was like, oh my God. It felt kind of it felt good to me because I felt like at the time when I was a dancer, I tried to hide it. I got a bunch of fake Red Bull shirts. So I would make fake Red Bull shirts and fake, because to be like I was a promoter or something. And I'd put on these shirts and say I was going downtown. This is when I was like 22 years old. And I would come back with the shirt on. And obviously, I wasn't using it the whole night. But finally, that's when my mom found out. But when my dad said that, I thought it was so funny. And
What'd your mom say?
my mom was mad because she was an ex-cop and she didn't like. She's fine with the tantra. I don't know if she's fine with anything else, particularly as far as like the courtesan work goes.
Fine with that tantra? What's the tantra?
So I'm a tantra practitioner, and I've been to many retreats. These are like holistic retreats where we learn mind, body, soul, and sexual, connection. And
So it's like esoteric sexuality, essentially.
she's fine with that. She's not really fine with like stuff that's like even girlfriend experience, porn stars. She's kind of like borderline on that. But she's fine with the tantra, but she's not fine with the others. So it's really interesting. I think it's because like I had to get trained in it, and she wants me to get trained in something. So she does. My mother does say to me like, I hope you're a smart girl. I hope you get trained in something. And I tell her, like, I enjoy holistic sexuality. I enjoy exploring with people. I feel like I'm a safe person, and I have been to many, retreats, and I've just been through a lot, so I know how people feel.
What happens at these retreats?
At the retreat, so we really kind of got to dive into ourselves. There's a lot of, if you Google, I'm trying to say, like, not a lot of them are, they're not filmed, but I went to the International School of Temple Arts, and a lot of.
Is this like Teal Swan stuff?
This is Teal Swan. I like Teal Swan, but Teal. I gotta.
But I mean,
It is
am I in
Teal
the
Swan.
same ballpark as like Teal Swan?
Yes.
Esoteric sexuality.
It is.
Kind of diving into yourself and channeling spirits in order to do sex magic, that kind of thing.
Kind of, but they'll rip you apart at these things. Like, you'll be in tears by like day 3. They will just shred you to pieces, and it has to, because you have to break and like crack open in order to be able to understand the depths of someone's emotions. So you have to be like put through the paper shredder. And if you already, a lot of these people were kind of grinded by life, and then you get grinded by life even more when you go there, because they open up the wounds again. And
yeah, I mean, but it's basically cult brainwashing, right?
There is that. Okay, so I actually have some. Okay, so that is why I don't believe in communes and living on communes, is because my mentor, she's passed away now, but her name was Sam Isadora, and she's a tantric sex guru, and she grew
I'm familiar.
up. Yeah, she grew up on one of those, like, kind of, the Jim Jones, that whole thing, and I don't believe the problem with some spiritual communities that I have is the, like you said, with the brainwashing. So in spiritual communities, you can't fight. You can't say, oh, you're a jerk, you're a bitch. You can't say that. So what they do is they start to, oh, your vision might not be good today. Oh my gosh, you might not be hearing me correctly. The gaslighting is big, so you've got to be really in tune. And when you call somebody out on that, they will block you. Like, I was actually blocked by a spiritual person who I followed with over 1 million followers, and I was blocked by her because I called her out on it. Because they were questioned. They said, oh, I think you just need to listen to me again.
Well, so why do you participate in these things?
So there's some things I believe in, and then there's some things I don't. And that's why I don't completely live on a commune. I don't live that life, because even my spiritual teacher, Aaron Kleinerman, who was he was a war vet, and he went into the tantra and became a tantra practitioner. He didn't agree with some of that stuff too. There's certain great things about tantra, but the community and how they interpret it, there could be that weirdness that goes on, and I agree.
Is there a lot of sex that's going on at these things?
There is, as far as not like sex, but it's there is talk about sex. There's talk about I guess how you open yourself up to the world, how you open yourself up to others. It's everything has to be consensual. For me, I didn't have sex at any of these, but I've heard at other retreats, not at the ones that I went to, that there were sex that goes down, and I didn't go to those, but I have heard that.
Okay, so
I'm very selective with the teachers.
Yeah, I get it. I just want to make sure that I'm clear, because I'm kind of coming into the conversation late. So,
but you are right. Does exist.
You're hiding.
Yeah,
behind
I mean,
the
it's very
so sorry.
culty. Okay. Right, it's very culty. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Tons of people get damaged from these sorts of retreats and speak out about it for years afterwards.
Some can, yes.
There's entire swaths of Teal Swans following who've broken off and talked about the horrors that go on inside of these kind of sexual-based retreats. Mm-hmm. So I guess my overarching question is, and think about it for a second before you answer. Do you think that maybe the reason you're interested in those cult-like retreats, the sex retreats, is because they're actually less judgmental than the population at large about your profession?
I think that I've been devious, I think sex is something that isn't new to me. I've known this my entirety of my life, and I think that the retreats, it's almost like a moth to a light, I go and I just feel in my soul that it is right for me. But I know when something is wrong. I know when boundaries get pushed, and that's when I'm not cool with. I respect everyone's boundaries that I've been with. I would never run one of those retreats because I feel like that would be one of the most difficult jobs in the world. I don't know how my teachers do it. The ones that I have are the ones that I recommend.
Well, they get paid a lot of money. That's how they do it.
They do. And the ones that I have are very good, and I would honestly, on God, would not recommend anybody else than the ones that I saw, because I don't trust anyone else but the ones I saw.
Okay, so I think I got a bit about your background now and kind of understand where it is that you're at and where it is that you're coming from.
Yeah.
So, Brian, if you want to continue with your questions on the backgrounds.
So we are going to get into some of the pre-show topics here. We have a decent amount to get through. Just trying to, a couple no-shows. I'm gonna skip that, but I do want to. I kind of actually want, now that you're here, Andrew, I'm kind of want to get into some of our more heated questions, heated conversation topics. So I don't think we'll debate it, but I do actually want to get answers. So we'll do the bear thing. We're not going to really debate it much, but I always like to at least get the answers. So starting with you, would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
I'm going to go man.
I don't even know.
You haven't heard this?
No, I
TikTok
have.
thing?
I've thought about it. And I think both can bring danger.
If you had to pick
well,
one.
if you had to pick one, if there was a button, there was a magic button, and you had to select one. One was bear, one was man. Which one do you think you would press?
I'd probably say bear.
Bear.
Why is that?
I just feel like you know, it's just like easier to kind of get them to go away.
It's easier to get a bear to go away.
I mean, yeah, I just feel like men are very unpredictable.
Aren't wild animals unpredictable?
I can predict that the bear is gonna kill me.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying, y'all, like, I don't know. But if you're going to ask me to choose one, I'm probably going to say bear.
We'll get everybody's answers. Go ahead.
So I picked the bear last time, and I picked the bear this time. I could either move.
That's it.
Yeah,
No, that's it. Okay. What about you?
Bear.
Man.
Wait,
Man.
what did you pick last time?
I picked bear. Yeah.
Okay. What do you pick?
I picked the man.
Yeah, random man for
We
sure.
do need to wait until she's back, the one who's gone from the table, to get her answer. Those of you who said bear, so you said bear, you said
Bear. Yeah.
bear. Why bear?
So I picked bear. So I've noticed, I've done some self-reflection since then and just recently. I've had a lot of negative experiences with men, but it seems like the more positive experiences that I have with men and the more like safety that I feel, I might be inclined to pick the man. And I'm starting to wonder, did I just get bad luck of the draw, like in a sense, like in the past? And that's why my judgment is skewed, because that's the way I choose bear because of that. Is that a safe thing for me to do? Or if some people have really bad things happen to them, should they just kind of look at things as a whole and be like, look, you might have had like 10 bad things happen to you, but things could change. So I don't know. Yeah.
Why do you pick bear?
Sorry. I think I would pick, well, I know I would pick the bear just because I'd say both have primal instincts, but overall a bear would be more predictable considering the fact that it is a primal animal and less intelligent than a man. I just feel like
when you say the bear would be more predictable, you mean you could
like the
more
bear,
predictably imagine it attacking you compared to a man?
well, the bear, say both are like per se hostile, then if the bear is hostile,
That's not the question. You don't know if the random man's hostile. You don't know if the bear's hostile. They could be. They might not be.
Well, if the man's hostile, then
No.
You're
But
taking the chance.
that's less predictable. I'm saying if you know that, like, say, like if you're stuck in the forest with a man and a bear, if the bear gets provoked, what's it going to do? Attack you. If the man gets provoked, you don't know what the fuck the man's going to do. So I'm saying the bear, like, you know what it's going to do if it gets provoked.
Let me ask you a question though. You mentioned provoked. If I put both of the men, like just a random man and a random bear in this situation, I think actually if you provoke a bear versus you provoke like some nerdy gamer guy who would never hurt a fly, like you could even go, like you could probably walk up to a lot of dudes and literally poke them and they would not do anything to you. Do you think you would have that same experience with men? Or sorry, excuse me, with bears?
Well, the bear would definitely try to eat you, and you don't know if
Right.
the random man in the forest is going to be a nerdy gamer.
I would
gamer
argue
guy.
you could actually do, hold on. I would argue you could actually do this social experiment and you could actually go out into the street and just approach a random man and you could even like poke him kind of annoyingly, poke him in the shoulder.
You don't know what they're going to do.
He can't eat you alive.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though is, I mean,
But I mean, he's agreeing, right? He's saying you're right.
Yeah.
You don't know what they'll do. But let us assume for a second that you had 20 men and 20 random bears. If you went and poked the 20 men in the chest like this, versus poking 20 bears in the chest like this, which one do you think would be more likely to, I don't know, eat your face?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
You don't
the
know.
bear, listen, like the bear would be more likely to eat your face, but you don't know if the man, like, that's the thing, you don't know like what he has on him. He could have a
No, I agree.
gun
You
or
don't know. The
something
man
like
could
that.
freak out, right? He could freak out. He could do horrible things. But
The bear would eat your face,
Which
and we
one?
know
But
that
which,
for a
but which
fact.
one do you think is more? Which one do you think is more likely to freak out if you walk over and start poking him in the chest? A random man or a random bear?
Well, the bear would definitely eat your face, but you know for a fact that the bear would eat your face. That's
Good point.
predictable. That's what I'm saying. The whole
Good
point
point.
of my entire, I guess, opinion on this factor is that the bear would, in fact, eat your face.
So you'd rather die because it's
so you'd
guaranteed
rather
you're gonna die?
predictably die than
Yeah, like
have a man look at you,
You
like,
guys like
the fuck
aren't
are you doing?
understanding what she's saying.
No,
Well,
we're
no,
Well,
understanding.
she's just trying to word it where she wants to hate men so bad,
Or
but it just
per-
doesn't make
well,
sense. When we
perhaps,
try to make it
Wait.
make sense.
Why do
we
I
do
hate
need
men?
to get her response from this. So the question is, would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods?
Oh. I mean, why are you in the woods as a man? Like,
Okay,
what are we doing?
Hold on.
Real.
Because you guys are incapable of engaging with a hypothetical.
No. I'm
So,
going to answer the question,
here's
but
the
it's
scenario.
just... Okay.
There is no motivation there. You're literally, you press, there's a magic wand, and a random man in the United States, a totally random man gets dropped into the woods, so do you. And you guys are going to cross paths.
Would I'd rather cross,
it's not like,
paths
why
with a
is he
man
in the
than a
woods?
bear, to be honest. Because maybe you can help me get the hell out these woods. Like, a bear's not going to be able to help me, but...
Okay, so in this scenario, you pick...
I'm picking a man, I think.
I have a series.
But I just feel like, if I'm walking through the woods and then I just randomly see a man, I mean, let's run like a walking trail, but if I'm like lost in the woods and there's just a random man in the woods, I'll be kind of creeped out.
It's not really the question.
Well, if you were lost in the woods and you came across a random man in the woods...
Well, I mean, I'd be like, I'm lost, but I'd be like, what are you doing?
I
guess you're right, you're right.
But I mean, wouldn't you be like, I'm lost, can you help me?
Yeah, no, you're right. I'd be freaked. I'd be like, not like, what are you doing here? I'd be like, help me.
Help, right? You'd be like, help, I'm lost in these fucking woods. This sucks. Right?
I have a question.
Oh, God.
You switched to man, right?
Yeah, I switched to man.
Okay. Andrew, you were going to have a back and forth, I think, with her.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask,
me?
so I just want to make sure, because I think I understand why a lot of women pick the bear. And I think that what you're trying to say is it's due to the predictable nature of bears. They're easier to predict. Men can do much more unpredictable things, and they have kind of the strength and will in order to have more perverse actions than the bear.
Yes.
Okay, so you kind of want us to see it from your angle. So let me ask a counter question so you can see it from our angle. And I'd like an honest answer from everybody. Do you think a man would rather tell his feelings to a woman or a tree?
A tree, probably.
Hang on. Going around the table.
Starting with
would a
you,
man rather tell his feelings to a woman or a tree?
Definitely a woman.
A tree.
A tree.
I feel like it depends on the situation, but I guess a tree.
I feel like he wants to talk to a woman, but he feel like he can't, so he'd rather just go talk to a tree.
I agree.
That's good.
A tree.
Probably a tree.
Well, then, if the social commentary is that we need to be looking at it from your end, that you perceive men as being kind of unpredictable and dangerous in comparison to this massive wild animal, which is known for, mauling random people, then shouldn't you also take into account and take responsibility on the woman's end for the fact that men can't even talk to you or discuss with you how we feel about anything and would rather tell it to an inanimate object than you?
Yes, and I have a quick question about that this for the table or whatever. My question is this. How come the idea of 20 men finding them in the forest compared to a bear sounds safer than me with one man? How come that is? I don't know.
But I mean, I could engage with you on it, but why would I tell you how I felt about it? I'd rather talk to a fucking tree, right? And this is the whole point. The whole point is that I would rather open up about my feelings to a tree than open up about my feelings to you by your own admission. And yet the social commentary is only one-dimensional, where you say, but how come men won't take responsibility for how we feel about them? Well, how come you won't see it from our angle that as we're having this discussion, I would probably prefer to take a random inanimate object, in this case a tree, and open up about my feelings to the tree than you, and it's true.
Well, I mean, like,
isn't that crazy? Like, where's the responsibility from the other direction?
It's crazy, but y'all set that up for yourselves.
I admit it is a bit outlandish in a sense, because it's like, I'm thinking if I were to encounter 20 men or a bear, I would feel safer with the 20 men than the one man. I don't know. Maybe is it because you have bad experience with one man? I never had a bad experience with 20 men. Is that it? Is that just the bias, like the confirmation?
Well, no. Listen. So what we're looking at is kind of a plural meaning here from the woman's perspective. So I'm taking myself out of my shoes, trying to put myself into the shoes of you. You say, listen, I'd much rather come across a random bear than a man because I can ascribe all of these motivations onto a random man of things that they could do to me which are sick and twisted and dark and horrible, and I can maybe at least predict a bear. And it's like, men, from the woman's perspective, like, I don't understand why men don't get this.
Donated $200. Only a female could be stupid enough to pick a wild animal that will kill them over a grown man who can save her life. There is a reason no good man wants these women.
Damn. All right, Grid 1 Motorsports. There he is.
Yeah.
Coming in.
Grid 1, the legend himself.
Actually, I do have a point to make.
You a good
about
man?
The,
Imagine being
like
two
the
have a
men
woman.
going up.
So anyway,
wait.
so back to
Just
this, just
before we
real quick,
switch
this
topics.
exchange. What we're looking at is the duality
I'll get you
here.
in.
Thank you.
If I'm taking myself out of my shoes and I'm putting myself in your shoes, I'm trying to see it from your angle. Because to me, it's insane, right? A woman saying, I'd rather have a random, but I'm going, okay, this is the problem with the social commentary from the female perspective. We're not listening to the women and how they feel about us. But then when I bring up the tree, you kind of instantly are like, yeah, of course a tree, but then don't give a shit, right? You're just like, well, and fuck them. I don't care if they would prefer to talk to a tree.
Can I ask a question?
We have done nothing. We're perfect. If they have to go talk to a tree, that's also men's fault.
Can I ask
Right?
you a question?
Go ahead.
Why do you think men can't express their feelings to women or to anybody, honestly?
Because y'all don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because you don't care and you don't. So the thing
I'd like
is
a
that if
an
you
actually
don't,
like
if you
good
don't,
response.
yeah. So I'm gonna answer your question, right? If you don't give a shit, and you don't, right? And this is why you know that.
No,
speak
not
for-
and
you
we
can't speak for every
don't. Not and we
individual.
don't. Who said we don't give a shit?
You did because you said that you know that men would rather open up to a tree than
I'm
you.
so sorry, but me
that doesn't
saying
mean
that
that
I know
she- yeah.
men would rather open up to a tree does not mean that I don't give a shit about what a man says. Like,
But
Well,
that she doesn't
then why
want
are
you
they-
to
why
express
would
your
they
feelings to
prefer
her.
to
We
open
just
up
know
to a
you
tree than
prefer
you?
that. Because men
Probably
don't want to be
because of the
nagged.
system
don't
men
wanna-
have
want-
set
wanna
up
take
for
advice from
themselves.
women.
So
Probably
like
because-
it's right.
One
It's
at a
men's
time.
fault
Let her
that they would
talk.
rather talk to a tree.
Probably because of the system men have set up
Right.
for
So
themselves.
it's men's fault that they would rather talk to a tree. Women have no accountability at all, right?
It actually is.
Yeah,
It
right,
actually is.
exactly. That's the whole point of the duality. The reason we don't give a shit about the absurd fucking answer of women who go, I'd rather fight a bear in the woods. Even though none of you ever experienced a fucking random bear in the woods. You have no idea what
I
that's
have
like. It's the
experienced a
most
random bear in the
terrifying
woods.
experience
I'm
of
from
your life. You have. What happened with you and the bear in the woods? Tell me. Go ahead, tell me. Give me a story about you and the bear in the woods.
I
no,
stood
the other
still,
gal who
and it was
I'm in the
predictable, and
exchange
it
with.
went away.
Yeah, what happened?
I stood still. I could predict what the bear would do when I would
this
stand
actually
still
happened?
and hide. Yeah.
This actually happened?
Yes.
Where?
I'm from California. I've been to Tahoe multiple of times.
So up in Tahoe, what type of bear came around you?
A black
and you
bear.
just stood still and it walked off.
Yep.
Where?
Because bears, guess what? They're predictable. Men aren't.
No,
I don't know
bears,
what-
especially in Tahoe, are not predictable.
Well-
Especially because they eat human garbage and things like this. People out there feed them. It's a massive problem. They're usually in those areas ultra violent because they have no fear of humans. Totally unpredictable. But the point is that the reason that we don't give a shit about the social commentary on this. We don't care to see it from a woman's perspective. But don't you men understand why it is that you're so dangerous? Is because when I bring up a counterexample of the tree, you go, well, that's also men's fault.
It is. It literally is
Right,
your fault.
it is.
You guys have
It
set up this
literally is.
system for yourselves.
Wait, what system?
What do you mean, what system?
You-
Like
What's the
men
system?
telling
What
their
system?
men telling their sons, you know, you can't cry, you can't express this, you can't express that. Be
Facts.
tough.
I would
That's y'all
say-
set that shit up.
Wait, so hold on. Abigail, you respond, then you have something. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say the reason sons are raised to suck it up is you asked him.
Exactly,
This is
to
just
suck
hold
it
on.
up.
This is just an example. You asked.
Hold on.
Lol
just one
Paladins
second.
donated
Another one
$200.
of
Maybe the bear was at the funeral.
Could be.
Y'all making some
Okay, go
money.
ahead.
You
Thank-
asked
thank you,
him
Paladins.
why he thinks that men would pick the tree. And he answered with the same answer. And you said, okay, give me an actual good answer. So they elaborated on how they feel on the subject, and you started yelling and
I
talking
never
over them.
asked why they think
I
men
wouldn't
would
want to
pick the
share my
tree.
feelings
Here,
with that.
just can you be straight? Just be straight on. No, like I'm. Be
Oh,
straight
oh,
on.
like, oh.
Turn the microphone. You're hiding behind the mic.
Is
Scoot
that,
it.
like,
Scoot it to
do
the
you
edge.
not want me to
Scoot
be
it. Just
behind the mic?
just scoot it to the edge of the table. Scoot the mic to the edge of the table.
It is like so
Yeah,
close
the
to
reason
edge.
he's asking that from the audience perspective, if your mouth isn't actually close to the mic when you're speaking,
No, I
nobody
hear.
can hear what
I hear
you're
that.
saying.
I hear what
Yeah,
you're saying. I didn't know my mic was far away. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it happens all the time because you're in the conversation, and it's easy for people to shift. That's how body language works, all that
Yeah,
stuff.
no,
So
my bad.
yeah, no big
Go ahead.
deal.
But so If he expressed to Brian here why he would rather talk to a tree than a woman, Brian would understand. I doubt he'd talk over him or say that's not a good enough answer. He expressed those feelings to you, you talked over him, you said it wasn't a good enough answer. But you're also saying you responded that way and nobody would want to share their feelings with that. That's just objectively true. You responded that way and you're also blaming men for not wanting to share their feelings with women.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but all they said is they would rather talk to a tree.
And that was just their answer.
They said you're actually interrupting me and you were just talking to me about interrupting you. So.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. Big stresses that I can only solve must be internalized and dealt with. Saving the stress and worry from a spouse whom looks up to me for guidance and leadership.
Amen.
I'm talking to a fucking tree 100%.
Yo, I'm so glad I'm not. Hey, thank you for the TTS, man. Also, Kill of Serial, sorry if I was a little tilted earlier. I don't know if you're still watching. It was just kind of a hectic moment, but I'm so glad I'm not dating. Very good to see you.
He was waiting for me to come on and wish me Happy Father's Day. That's all.
I'm not even sure.
Killer of Serial.
I'm not even sure if he's still in the chat, but I'm so glad I'm not dating. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Go ahead with your.
I was just saying they told me that they would rather speak to a tree, and they said, "Oh, why is that?" And I just said, "Well, y'all set that system up." That's all I said.
No, actually, the opposite happened. What happened is we asked you, what do you think men would rather do? Open up to a woman or open up to a tree? And you
said tree.
To a tree. Right, so this was not us juxtaposing a position onto you. This was you rather
and then
telling
you guys
us
agreed
your
that
position.
You would rather talk to a tree.
Right,
and I said, yeah, and I said,
so why would you rather talk to a tree?
Hold on. Can you just straighten up? Here, look, straighten up, scoot the mic this way, scoot it to the very edge of the table. Because what you end up doing is you're like hiding behind the microphone. So just speak straight into the microphone.
So I have really bad posture.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So yeah, I was just saying, like, why would men rather talk to a tree? Probably because from the age of like 2, they were told that they can't express their emotions. They can't feel this. They can't feel that. They can't cry. They need to toughen up.
Yeah.
And that was her
what I'm
answer.
going based off of is when you said, you asked them, why do you guys think men would rather talk to a tree? And they said, because women don't care. And you said, give me an actual good answer. That was both of their ansers, and you didn't like their answer. That was them expressing how they feel, and you didn't like it.
But why do men feel like women don't care?
Answer.
Yeah.
I'm happy to engage with her answer because I think it's actually interesting and rather telling, right? It's the man's fault that he would rather do that. But this is the duality that I'm trying to point out. The duality is this. The reason that you think that men are so unpredictable, you don't know what they're going to do, this and that, is precisely because some men cannot control their emotions, because they don't have good impulse control, because they do act out, and when they do act out, they do a lot of damage because of their lack of emotional control. And yet, here you are saying, if only men had less of this emotional control could open up to us, wouldn't that be actually counterproductive to your position of the bear, though?
I think opening up to a part of empathy, like on a level of empathy.
Nick.
I'm willing to challenge my own delusion. I will say this. I'm willing to challenge my.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Wasn't this directed at you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're
sorry
kind of.
What did you say?
He was directing all
You didn't
these
hear what I said?
towards you.
No.
Oh.
You didn't hear what he was saying?
No.
None of it?
No.
Fix what?
Okay, well then I'll just have the conversation with the person who's listening to what I'm actually saying. So anyway, back to where we're at.
Wait, you know what? Wait, hold on. I want to tune into something that actually just occurred. Andrew, the thing that you brought up was, do you think a man would rather share his feelings to a woman or a tree?
Yeah.
She wasn't listening to anything.
Right, she wasn't listening
even
to a
though
word
you've
of it,
been
right? Because she doesn't care,
That's
right?
one woman in a group full of women. That you
Even
feel
though
like that
you've been
about.
perfectly respectful, Andrew,
So how are you
you've been
gonna relate that to
perfectly
everyone?
polite. She intentionally just refused to even hear what you had to say and hear how you felt and hear how you thought about the conversation at hand. She's literally just proved your point.
I'm just going to say it wasn't intentional.
It's also your fault, Andrew.
I'm just going to say,
It's my fault.
You're
Go
speaking
ahead.
on me, so can I say something?
Go ahead.
It wasn't intentional. I genuinely just spaced out.
He was, you literally
Right,
asked him
which
a
is
question.
why I would rather share my feelings with a tree. What would be the difference if I had shared my feelings with
shared
you?
feelings
you had
with
as
men
much of an
before,
emotional
and they've
response as a
spaced out.
tree.
Andrew, dude,
Okay,
I've shared my feelings with men before, and they've spaced out.
Yeah.
Okay, ADHD is a thing, honey. Learn about it.
What
Can I
is
say
the thing?
something?
I said ADHD is a thing, honey. Learn about it.
Hold on.
Well, I mean,
Learn about it.
I'll let you come
Any
in
gender
just a
can
sec.
have it. Any sex can have it.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on.
It's your
hold on, hold on.
ADHD.
Yes, dude. You space out. Like, hello.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. My ADHD was going.
Okay,
What
and
were
that's
you saying?
fair. And that's fair.
Okay, couple
Wait,
things here.
what? I'm sorry. I can't pay attention to a word you're saying because my ADHD is going.
That's fair.
But anyway, back to
Wait,
this.
wait,
I gotta ask.
wait.
I gotta-
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, can you just scoot your mic
My
to the edge of the
mouth
table?
is literally an inch away from this microphone.
I don't know. Fix your posture.
I don't want to. My mouth is literally so close to this
No,
microphone.
but I'm saying you can scoot the mic back, and then you move your head back.
But I'd rather just sit like this. Like, I'm more comfortable
All right,
like
whatever.
this.
I'm not going to deal with this right now. Go ahead with your point.
Okay, my point is, it is like in our society, women do find emotional men who talk about their feelings less attractive and less masculine, and so they really don't want to be with them. So men will mask those feelings because women don't want to be with a whiny guy.
Who said that?
I have a couple
think
things
it's
on
a
this whole
society.
vulnerability shit too.
No, but who said that?
It's not what
It's
you say,
not like-
it's actions. Women will leave emotional men. They just will. You
Like,
see
who
it.
said that?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it depends
don't
on
think
the woman.
that's
First of
true.
all. I don't think it's a gender thing. Okay, first of all.
I
like-
mean, it's pretty observable. It must be by your own standard because you say that men are too stoic.
I can ask a couple clarifying questions on this. First off, men and women tend to try to resolve problems in different ways. Typically, men don't like to talk about our problems. We either want solutions or we're just gonna accept it and move on. Now, I do want to try to look at this from a dating lens here. So when it comes to this vulnerability thing, do you guys, just show of hands, do you prefer a confident guy or a guy, like if a guy's approaching you, do you prefer him to be confident or would you prefer him to be like kind of nervous and shy and shaky? So raise your hand if you prefer confident. Up, raise them high, please. You prefer confident guys. Okay, so you prefer nervous, shy, shaky dudes.
I don't prefer like honestly anything because like if someone comes up to me, I'm not going to judge them for how they.
I prefer a guy
Really?
listening to me.
You're not gonna.
No.
So your confidence is not an attraction trigger for you.
Confidence is attractive, but I've been with someone who I was very happy with. He was
So
a
you don't-
dope guy, and he was emotional. He was.
No,
Oh, sorry.
but you're not. Okay,
What?
if given the option,
You're not telling him what he wants to hear.
Oh, what do you want to hear?
it might genuinely be her answer, but she didn't really like. I don't know if she fully understood the question. So
Maybe not.
would you prefer a guy to step to you in a confident manner, or a guy who's like shaky, a little nervous, eye contact's not great?
I mean, he can be nervous.
So
I
if
mean,
he's
that's
if he's
like
nervous, does that make him emotional?
Well, we're talking about vulnerability.
I think
here.
that
Does
so
that
I
make
do
him
think that
vulnerable?
would be the
Vulnerable, I don't have
trigger,
an issue
right?
with that.
So if you're looking for confidence or things which you would gauge
think you
as
have to be nervous
confidence
to be
in men, I think that the metrics are somewhat similar between men and women for how they judge confidence, and I think one of those standards is going to be emotional control. So if a person, in other words, if a fire starts in your kitchen and a guy starts running around and screaming just like you do, you would say that that's not a sign of confidence nor competence, right? Yeah, so that would be
But I
this
would-
kind of lack of emotional control under adversarial conditions seems like that would be tied in with confidence and competence.
Well, I feel like a lack of emotional control doesn't like. I mean, like people can have lack of emotional control and completely fake being confident. Like that's.
Yeah, I don't think that has
yes,
to do with
yeah,
being
hang on.
confident
Yes,
at
that's
all.
true. But what's interesting is that's why when adversarial positions are pushed on them, you start to see whether or not that's a facade or it isn't a facade. That's one of the reasons that women shit test, right? Because they're trying to kind of push that and see if this guy actually is giving you a facade or if it's the real him.
Well, what I've noticed a lot is that you've made a general stereotype about women, just saying woman this, woman that, when you've made an assumption about one woman at the table. Not all of us don't care. Not all of us would rather a man speak to a tree than us. Like genuinely, like as me, like I try to be the best person that I can possibly be. If someone needs to talk to me, I'm not going to judge them for it. If someone walks up to
Yeah,
me,
but actually the kind of the fallacy here, or fallacious argumentations on your behalf, because what you're doing is taking a generalized statement and saying, but not me though. But it's not
no, I'm just
mapped.
saying, like,
but you're
personally, like, we
generalizing
could go
Hang
around
on, hang
everyone
on.
at
It's
this
not
table.
it's not mapped to you specifically. So if I say, for instance,
Well, I mean, I
most
feel like we
women, hang on. If I say most women like tall men, and you go, but I don't like tall men though, that's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It would not change the fact that most women do, even if you don't.
But it does change an opinion.
Well, I'm just saying that not
that
like
you're
every
asking
woman has
for.
the same opinion. Like I have a different one, she's gonna have a different one, they're gonna have different ones. Like everyone, like you can't make a generalized. Sorry, I'm not talking. You can't make really a generalized statement based off of one woman, like per se. Like I don't want to.
We're not doing that though.
Well, you keep saying women this, women that.
Yeah, I know. I'm making a generalized statement based on what we see in observations in society. Not that every specific woman follows these same criteria. I'm sure that there's plenty of women who like short guys. I haven't met very many of them, but I'm sure that they're out there.
I mean, it's
but
just
in general, but hang on. But in general, they don't seem to like short guys.
Was it not a generalized statement when you said women don't care when men speak about their feelings? That's a generalized statement.
That brings
Well,
me.
no, that was applied at the micro, not the macro, because every woman at the table said that they know that men would prefer to talk to a tree rather than
What
men.
does that have to do with a woman
Okay,
caring?
that's where, that was where I had
That's
an
the
original
issue
point.
right there.
That's society's norms. That's not. It can be gender based, but it also
So
can't.
your objection to generalize, you object to generalizations? Is that your point?
It not necessarily. I would say that some men would prefer to talk to a tree, but that's just because of society. That's not because of women or men. It's not like a gender. It's not because of gender. That's because of how society has trained them to think. Like I would rather talk to a tree than anyone. It's not a thing about gender. It's just like comfortability, because like
If that's
opening up is
true,
scary.
I think we can test and see if that's true by asking a
That's not
follow-up
unattractive,
question.
is my point.
Let's just
One of
ask
my
a basic follow-up question. Do you think that men are more likely to open up to their feelings to women or to other men?
Probably to other men.
Honestly, it depends on the type, because I feel like with my
Just
guy
in
friends-
general, in general.
Everything
Well, it depends, because you talk about different stuff with like
Well, yeah,
girlfriends and
the
girlfriends.
world isn't black and white, dude.
I
There's
didn't say
layers
it was,
to everything.
There's
dude.
generalizations you can
There's
make.
layers to everything.
I have a comment.
I agree. There's layers to everything. But if we were to say that 51% would be most and 49% would be not most, would you say that most men would prefer to talk to other men about their feelings or would prefer to talk to women about their feelings?
From what I've noticed, actually, women, like most of my guy friends
Women.
at least, they've talked about it, and I've talked about this with my parents as well, including my dad and my stepdad, and they're like, oh, like there's just women and men have a different relationship. So if you're
Then why in the world would you take the position that they would rather talk to a tree about their feelings than you if you think most of them would prefer to talk to women over men? That makes no
first it
sense.
was-
It's absurd.
Because first it was trees and men, and now it's women and men. So what are we talking about?
Yeah,
Trees
yeah,
and
but
men or
if your
women and men?
position is, do you think that a man would rather talk to a tree about their feelings than talk to a woman?
I think that
right?
unless
That's
I
what
feel
your
like-
actual position is. Then why then would you say that you think that men would prefer to talk to women about their feelings?
I feel like anyone
over
would
men?
rather talk to a tree than another human being. It's easier to open up, honestly.
You think so? Okay, so I see. So you think that all people would rather talk to a tree
Not
about
all
their
people,
feelings?
but like coming from, I don't know, everyone here, I don't know, would you guys rather open up to someone or like talk to a tree, because the tree's not going to judge you?
So then let me, so that we can just clear this up
I guess if
really
you want
fast. We can
feedback,
clear it
yeah.
up super
But, like,
quick.
genuinely,
Hang on,
like,
clear it up
talking,
super
like, with
quick.
I mean,
Hang
it's
on,
like
we-
journaling.
The thing is with telling
we can
people
totally
your
clear
business
this
and
up
what's
in
going
one
on so they
second.
can use it against
So
you.
going around with just a quick question, do you think then, going around the table one more time, that men would rather open up about their feelings to women or to other men? Show
Nick,
of
can you
hands.
take her phone?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you think men would prefer to open up to other men about their feelings or to women about their feelings?
Honestly, women.
Going around the table.
I'm still saying women.
I'm going to say women.
I say women, and I have some interesting statistics on that.
Okay.
Hold on, keep going.
Men probably, I don't know.
Probably women. If they're married women, but men, usually friends.
Probably men, because they can relate to what they're saying. Women usually aren't able to.
Andrew, I do want to move this on pretty
Okay.
soon here, but do you want to finish up?
No, I'm just going to let that stand.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
yeah.
last thing on the bear thing, I do actually want to ask the question. So, what percentage of men, those of you who answered bear, what percentage of men do you think, in the circumstances provided, would choose to victimize you? Starting with you. Go ahead.
What percentage of men?
Right, because so if it were in the United States, it's a random man. That's half the population. I don't know, how much is that, 160 million men?
You're asking what percentage of them would choose to
Right,
victimize
because
me?
so you picked the bear over the man. So you must have done some sort of calculus where you feel that
I
the
didn't.
risk, that's okay, you feel the risk is greater with a man compared to a bear, so you must have some sort of determination when it comes to risk assessment. So if you had to assign a percentage, which men would choose to attack you, I guess?
Which type of men?
No. What percentage of
Okay,
men?
you said
All
which
men would attack you. And
I mean, like, I feel like that's kind of hard to answer. I'm just going to piggyback off of what she said, which is that bears are predictable.
Okay.
You know that their main...
But I'm asking you a question, so this...
I'm
just
getting
answer
to the
question.
answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Bears' main, like a bear, we know their main goal is to kill us, right? Whatever. They
Sure.
want to attack our face, how you guys were saying,
Yep.
whatever.
Talked about that, yep.
Men, we don't know. They have like a plethora of things they could do.
Sure.
Manipulation could be a part of it. They could be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm going to take you home. Don't even worry. And then boom, they kill you.
It could be a...
And so that's why I feel like it's a higher percentage with men versus bears. Because we know what to do in the situation with a bear. Most people have been, I don't know if most people have, but I've been taught what to do in the situation with a bear. With men, am I not speaking into it?
You're like
Okay.
over
Is
here.
it like only in the center?
You just think of
I'm like actually so confused.
Okay, think of the center of your mouth. The center of your mouth needs to be center with the microphone.
Okay, so the sides don't count. I can't talk into the
Just
sides.
Center of
Okay,
the microphone.
gotcha. Center. Yeah, there's a plethora of things men can do.
So can you answer the question though?
What percent?
Yeah.
I
just guesstimate.
I acknowledge, yes, a man could do all sorts of things.
So I'm going to say a higher percentage. I don't fucking know the percentage, but I'm going to say it's higher.
Well, like 50, 75?
How about, do you think it's a majority of men? So more than 51%?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to actually give us a range? You think it's 60? You think it's 70? You think
I
it's
don't know.
80?
I don't know. I just think it's a lot of men.
Okay, so do you want to actually just throw a percentage out there?
No.
Well, you already said it's over 51, so just throw a percentage out.
I just don't know the percentage. I just know it's like higher than half.
More than half.
Yeah.
Per se, we could, it's like 51%.
Sure, 51%.
Okay. You said bear, correct?
Yes.
What percentage of men do you think would attack you in these circumstances?
Based on my life, based on my track record, 10%.
Honestly,
I agree.
Again, from my personal record, I feel like 51% from my personal statistics, not from anyone else's.
Your personal statistics.
Like from what's happened to me in my life, not anyone else's. Like.
Okay. So you have do you have any siblings? Male siblings?
My brother.
Mm-hmm. Father,
Trans.
uncles.
Oh yeah, no, I have a stepdad and a dad, uncles.
Okay. And like all the men, so you're basically the men that you know in your life, 51% of them would victimize a woman in these circumstances?
I wouldn't say the men in my life, but men.
So you're just a better judge of character than the general population, or?
Oh no, not at all. Like again,
Okay.
from my and I'm not speaking for everyone else. Everyone has their own stuff. Like I don't hate men. Like I'm just saying from my personal life, I love my stepdad.
So in your personal life, what's the percentage?
I'd say 51%, and I'm not saying like
No, of the men that you know in your personal life.
that are right now.
That you know, yeah.
Right now, none of them, because I don't I don't need those people in my life if they're gonna like victimize me and like do this bad shit to me. Like there's no reason to have them in my life. So every man that's in my life right now they're cool. And I don't have nothing but respect for them, including my father.
Who else said bear? Did anybody over here say bear?
No.
Okay. So just to be clear, you guys think that 80 million men in the United States would choose to attack a woman in these circumstances? Just so I have that understanding correct.
I think it's hard to put a number on this.
How is it hard?
I just think it really just like kind of depends.
I know if you put like a bunch of men in like say like a purge night where everything is legal, do you think that 51% of men would like be like go like nuts or not? That's just.
I'm not entirely familiar with that movie. I think I have a
Basically,
general...
they kill and do, all the crimes are
Everything's
legal.
legal, basically.
All the crimes.
Yeah,
are legal.
even in that movie, it wasn't that high.
Like murder and stuff like that. So if you put
Yeah, even in the movie, it wasn't that high. Even in the movie, not that many people participated in the purge. That's an insane number.
Well, that's a
It's
fantasy.
50.
She was actually using that as
You
an
think
example.
that 51% of men would do that? Why wouldn't they just enslave all women then?
I don't know. I mean, that's like going back to the movie The Midwife, or what's it called, The Midwife or whatever. But like that's not.
Why are we talking about movies? Movies are not real
I'm saying
life.
It was a
that was what I
hypothetical.
was saying. No, I'm saying hypothetically, if you got a real life purge, like if everyone in this room, if we started a purge, I think that 51% of men would like, I don't know.
What percentage of women?
I'd say, I don't know. Maybe
1%. 1% of women.
I mean-
99% of women are good. 50, at minimum, 51% of men.
Oh, they
are
would like go
bad.
after men? No, I'd say like, I mean, it's obviously going to be a large amount because like both genders obviously like have issues, but statistically more crimes are committed like by men. Like according
What
to
percentage
studies.
of women in the purge situation?
Yeah, a tiny. It's true. I mean, that's true, but it's such a tiny. Do you realize that the amount of violent crime perpetrated by men, as a whole, per capita, it's still very, very small. Most
it
men are
is,
not out
but-
committing violent crime. Almost no man, in fact.
Well, almost no men, but
Almost
if you,
no man.
if
yes,
you think
yes,
that the
that's correct.
repercussions were taken
Almost
away.
no
Could
man.
you
You're talking
please repeat
about
that?
a small percentage of society which ever commits violent crimes. Teeny tiny percentage.
I mean,
You're saying most
It
of
is a
them
small percentage.
are not men who are committing these crimes.
No.
Is it-
No, that's not
do
what
they-
I
would-
said.
okay,
I
would they
said
not do
even
it
if
because
more
of
men
morals
commit
or the
crimes
repercussions?
than women, it's still a small percentage of men overall who commit crimes.
no, but are we speaking like, say, again, there's repercussions. Say the repercussions are taken away. Do you think that that would make more men act out? Are they not acting out like that because it's against their morals
Yeah, I
or
think
because they're
I
scared of
think
the
that
repercussions?
more women would act out as well if you took the
I mean, yeah,
repercussions away. Sure.
I'm not saying that's wrong. I just think statistically, according to all of that, like I don't want to mention certain topics on here, but more, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen with women, but statistically, more men do crimes like that. And I'm not saying like because I hate men or anything. Like it's literally just a fact. Like,
but I mean, there's no
Yeah.
disagreement that more men commit violent crimes than women. Nobody's disagreeing that that's true.
Oh, no, I know.
It's the scale in which you believe it's true that we're questioning.
Well, what
let's
was
say
your
beyond
statement?
probable cause? That's 51%.
Your
which means
statement-
women could be like 49%.
Was that, like, in the grand scheme of things, men commit a small amount
Grid 1
of
Motorsport
crimes?
donated $200. Stupid women. A man in the forest is trying to get away from women,
women.
Thank
and
you for
have no
this.
interest in hurting you.
Stupid women.
Fucking professional victims on this show. Get some fucking help.
Thanks for the 200.
All right,
Nah,
Grid
that's
One.
real sad.
I'm going to let a couple.
Pay
I need to
$200
read-
to say that. Okay.
I need to read two chats. Abigail, you want to try to hold on? Nick, hide it, please.
Don't worry about it.
Can you read it?
How is the pink shirt?
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Okay, how is the pink shirt girl demanding so much, but all she has is used blank? What's up with the Mexican chick? Okay, I'm not reading the rest of that, bro. You fucking wild, dude.
What?
Law paladins, women want men to be emotional, but yet if Brian gets emotional about being lied to and manipulated, the entire panel jumps on him and attacked him for being emotional.
Well, it's Ben's fault.
I don't think he was being emotional.
Yeah,
He's not being
yeah.
emotional.
No
It's
one
a
attacked him
podcast.
for being emotional.
It's a podcast. He can share his opinion. That's what a podcast is.
Yeah.
No one's.
That's a good point, paladins. I was kind of noticing that. Like when I got tilted, like, do you see the sort of like, how do I explain it? When I was tilted, there's almost this sort of like.
Goodbye, woke black man.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. When I got tilted, there was this sort of like malevolent sort of satisfaction, like I've gotten under his skin. Like she enjoyed kind of getting me a little riled up.
I feel like you enjoy riling them up as well. I feel like
I
you
don't
have
enjoy
the same.
riling people up. I prefer just having
Well,
calm,
I
level-headed
feel like
conversations.
No,
you've been
don't.
talking.
This is gaslighting
I
right
feel like
here.
you've been talking very rudely, like even just speaking the microphone. I mean, even
How
to
is
me,
that rude? How is
even
it
to
rude
me-
to say that
Well,
when-
it's not that it's rude. It's your the tone in your voice that you're using, and that
If I have to
feel like is rude.
remind somebody 7 times.
Yeah, but you did it
if
to me.
Let me ask
you did
a
it to
question.
me, and you didn't have to remind me 7 times, and you gave me
I
a rude
literally-
tone of voice, which I don't care.
Did,
I
before
have
the
tough
show,
skin, but-
did I instruct you politely to speak into the microphone? I instructed everybody.
Sure, but you don't have to be
politely.
rude about it if you got to remind somebody one time. And I don't even think it was about the microphone, which you.
It's your
what
little
you said.
comments like, oh, these girls can't even comprehend hypotheticals. You couldn't actually comprehend a hypothetical.
Can you even pronounce hypothetical? Go ahead.
No. You actually couldn't comprehend a hypothetical
What
when
was the
she brought up the Purge movie. You were like, why are we talking about movies? That was a hypothetical. You're out here saying we can't comprehend hypotheticals. That's rude. You're making all these little side comments. Sorry for
Well,
fucking
no,
up the word.
that actually wasn't a hypothetical. So what she was doing was taking an event, a placed event, and then making a creative analogy It wasn't actually a hypothetical. She wasn't asking
I'm
if
so
you were
sorry
to
to
step
interrupt
in.
you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Also,
if you were
you
to
commenting
step
about
into the
me.
position.
Stop. Let him finish.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to interrupt you.
No, you're not going to have to interrupt him. Go ahead, Andrew. Let him.
Yeah. Well, I'm
let
just
him
saying
finish,
that
then
wasn't
you can
actually a
speak.
hypothetical. She was trying to draw statistics from something which is observable that she has seen before. There wasn't a question which was involved that would have made that a hypothetical.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You telling me, oh, can you even pronounce the word hypothetical? That's a rude comment right there. Like, you know what you're doing.
You've
You're
been
trying
sassy
to rile
this
us up.
entire show.
Because you've
I'm
been
matching your
sassy,
energy.
dude.
I am.
I don't
matching
know
your
how
energy.
you like can't even like see that for yourself. Like, truly, it actually is boggling my mind, and I'm honestly concerned that you can't understand
And you
how
can't
you
understand
have
how
been.
to speak into the microphone.
See, and there he goes again.
I've
there you
literally
go
told
again.
you multiple times.
Oh my God, is that really our biggest issue here? I feel like you're our biggest issue here.
Or you could just do it.
Or is this really me speaking into the microphone our biggest issue here?
You could just do it.
I'm doing it right now, dude.
You've now corrected it. Go ahead with your point.
See, there you go. Like, you can't even like.
I'm telling you to finish your point.
No, you're not telling me to finish my
Okay, then
point.
don't
You
finish
can't
your
even
point.
converse with me on important
Cool.
things. You just like to point out, oh, look at you, cool. Like, you don't even know how to like have an actual conversation when a woman is bringing up a point that's actually correct.
What's your point?
My point is that
What do
you've
you
been
wanna
just
discuss?
as rude as I have been. And when I say that, you're just like, oh, can you even speak into a mic?
Yeah, but you started it.
You started it. You started it.
I started.
I mean,
Yes.
he did. You started. Yeah, you started it. You were being a brat. Come on. Let's be real. You were being a brat. You know you were being a brat.
No, he was asking
You don't think you're
ridiculous
bratty?
questions. Oh, I think I can definitely have an attitude when necessary. You were asking
Yeah.
ridiculous questions. You were prying her about her friend's passing. I think that's rude and disrespectful, and I called you out on it. And then suddenly you have a problem with that.
You called me
Are
an
we
asshole,
doing
actually.
call out culture now? Are we calling each
He's
other
doing
out?
call out culture, you fucking bimbo. Like, hello?
That's himbo to you.
All right.
Okay, himbo.
All right.
My bad.
I'm moving it on.
That's
we have,
himbo. Now notice I didn't insult you at all.
I'm gonna just have to call you a bimbo. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
about
you remember how I never insulted you, but you insulted me? That's exactly how it started with Brian too, because you're a brat and you can't
man. But
control
you did
your
call her
emotions.
brat first, and then
Brat.
she called you a
did call me a
bimbo.
brat
Stop
first.
being
Actually,
brat.
Andrew, that's a good point.
I wanna
You
share
called me a
this.
brat first, then I called you a bimbo.
Andrew, do you have kids?
Ah, there we go.
Wait.
There we go.
Wait, do you have kids?
Got you.
Yeah.
Do you
I
talk to your children like this?
Oh,
Do I call
genuinely?
them brats?
Yeah.
Do I call them brats when they're being brats?
No, I mean like just
No.
like the nagging and like the name calling and just like
And the passive
shit.
aggressive.
Yeah, I'm
like,
sorry,
the
did I
side
call
It's just
anybody
funny
a
because I'm
name?
watching a grown man like nag
Wait,
like a little,
Did
like,
I call
teenager.
anybody a name or did someone?
Yes,
call
you
me?
called me a brat. Hello.
Yeah, hang on, after what? After you called me a
She
name.
started it.
No,
Wait,
you said it first. You called me a brat first.
See,
Then I called you a
No.
bimbo,
We
gonna have
honey.
to rewind this.
No.
No, you called him a himbo.
You called me a himbo, so I said you're a brat.
You said it first.
I thought
You said it
I thought
first.
you
And by
said,
the way-
I thought
by
you
the
said
way-
that you were being a brat, and that's why. And you were. No. I thought
This is
you
the-
said she was being a brat because
No,
and you were
no,
saying
no, I
that
said the
about
behavior's
what their
bratty,
whole thing
but
was.
I didn't call her a
And then
brat.
I think she called you a bimbo, but maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't call her a
I
brat.
have to
I
go
just said it was
back.
bratty behavior.
Didn't call me a brat. I'm
After
so sorry.
you called me a bimbo.
You're describing her. That is
Oh my God, you guys are ridiculous.
using
these
some
days.
adjectives.
Oh.
I want a shirt that says himbo.
I want a shirt that says himbo. Actually, I'm a himbo. I want that as a shirt. I think you guys get a
Himbo.
lot of money
No,
from
you're
that.
just a bimbo, not a himbo. You can't take himbo.
No, I'm
That's
not
for
taking
me.
himbo.
You're
That's totally your
bimbo.
thing. You're so right.
It B with a B for you. and an
Himbo.
H for
Himbo.
me.
I think it
Himbo.
should be you're a bimbo.
Yeah, himbo.
No, I'm a himbo, and that's the shirt that we get made. And you
Yeah,
guys,
what man would be upset by being called a himbo though?
I don't know what.
do you like being called a himbo?
No, man. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I mean, that's fine with me.
Okay. I love
Yeah.
that for you.
I'm going to read some chats. All right.
himbo?
Thank you, Cider. A bear might maul you to pieces if it thinks you are a threat to its cubs. Also, a bear is not going to help you find a way out of the woods, but a man might. In fact, most men are decent and would try to assist a woman lost in the woods, no matter how much they yap. Okay, thank you, Dixon Cider. Wait, holy fuck, bro, your name. Oh, you fucking got me, you son of a bitch.
What?
Why you gotta tell me how
You
she
son
got?
of a bitch.
69 Dixon cider.
You got me, bro.
What's
Oh
that
my
mean?
God.
Oh!
69 dicks inside.
Okay, all right, Greg.
Oh. Sorry.
You can reason with a man. You can't reason with a bear.
I don't actually know if you
Okay,
can
well
reason with a
put.
man.
I mean, not
I
a
tried to
predator.
reason with y'all, and it
How you
wasn't
gonna
working.
reason with a predator? But,
I would say,
but I'm not saying all
honestly,
men are predators.
Your guys' logic why you wouldn't choose the man and you choose the bear because the bear is more predictable is why I would choose the man, because I can predict there's like, even if it is a 51% chance that I'm going to be victimized, that is way better odds than 100% or like even 99% chance that I'll get killed.
I feel like if you had a 51% chance that you were gonna get victimized, you would go with the odds that you're gonna get victimized, and you wouldn't talk to a man.
No.
But that with that logic, that
51%
is
chance that I'm
that's all I'm
screwed
saying.
versus 100% chance that I'm screwed.
51% chance. So you got a 49% chance that you won't be victimized. I'm not agreeing with.
It's also not
them.
a 100% chance that you're
But
screwed.
if you got a
Okay, maybe
51%
99.
chance,
Like, you
you're
can
gonna be
ignore the
victimized
bear.
by a man for sure, and you know this is a statistic. You're not going to talk to a man. You're not.
No,
I mean,
I'm
you might,
choosing
but
the-
you're probably not.
I'm choosing the man
Come on.
because the odds that I'm
No,
going
you're
to be
not.
victimized by a
Wait,
man
hold
is
on.
51
You got please just speak into the mic straight on.
versus I would say maybe 99% chance that I get victimized by a bear. The odds are way higher for
But
the
you
bear.
don't. I mean, so you're saying it's a 100% chance you're gonna get victimized by a bear, and only a 51% chance you're gonna get
I'm
victimized
using the
by
51% chance. I would say it's
by a
way
man.
less. I'm using your guys' statistic.
Go ahead.
No.
Pull it up.
It's gonna be the 5'10" show.
All right, brown bear.
Kyle.
Up to 9 feet tall, 1,300 pounds, claws up to 4 inches, bite force 1,200 psi, pelt fur
Said
up to
hi to
5
you at the
inches,
gym.
speed up to 35 miles per hour. Kyle, 5'10", 174 pounds. Project engineer said hi to you at the gym. Yeah.
My God.
If you had to choose between these two, which do you pick?
The bear.
Kyle.
What if Kyle has a gun?
Oh boy.
What if
Kyle's
Kyle's
hot than mauled.
I don't know.
Man.
Well, I mean, it could
Girl.
be worse than.
What if Kyle
Girl.
manipulates you, takes him into
Shake my head.
Yeah.
takes
What
you into
if-
his truck,
Yeah, what if?
So dumb.
and what if the bear hurts you? You
What if
know,
the number one
we're working with
is
what
a
ifs here,
woman?
Brian.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
we're gonna
can
move
we
We're
on.
working
with
alone
what
in the
ifs,
forest
yeah.
with a man.
That's
That's what my
real.
mom taught me.
All right, so moving on to, I'm just gonna get through my rapid fire questions here, then we'll get into the pre-show notes. So
We were not even. at
let's
the show
see
yet.
here. Are men or women physically stronger?
I'm gonna go men.
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 Men. Men.
Men.
Obviously, they have
All right.
testosterone. Women have estrogen.
They didn't know.
Women also have testosterone, just so you know.
Yeah, and so do.
Here, I'll read this chat
Men
while
also
we're-
have estrogen.
Okay, I'll wait until they're all back then. We have Brian Burns. Using the logic put forth by the women here, they'd rather fall victim to a bear 100% of the time compared to the 51% probability of being victimized by a man. Sad.
I mean, not all
Who was the one who's saying, was it the girl who just got up? Or someone was talking about, anyways.
Grid 1 Motorsport donated $200. I double dog dare any of you strumpets to debate Mrs. Rachel Wilson. I know you do not have it in you, but it will be entertaining to watch you make excuses why you won't do it.
Yeah, Rachel Wilson, good debater. Andrew Wilson's esteemed wife. Okay.
Provider wife? No, I'm just kidding, I don't know.
Got a TikTok brain situation. Okay. I'll just wait for her to get back. Actually, I'll just go into one of my, hold on. She's a no-show. Allison, why don't you tell us the whole abandoning a guy story?
Okay. So this was before I became a Christian, about 4 years ago, so please keep that in mind on the way that I acted. So I was like 22 years old and I was on Tinder, and I enjoyed, going to bars and drinking. I was in Wisconsin. We drank a lot. So I meet this guy and he meets me at a bar, and when he meets me, I'm drunk. I'm very, very intoxicated. And he's like super into me, and I tell my friend Liz, who is my DD, we should go to Wisconsin. Like, I want this guy to meet my mom because like I just like him so much, and we're in Texas. And he agrees to it. So he gets in the car with me and my friend Liz, she's driving, to go meet my mom. So we actually stop at his mom's house. I meet his mom. Keep in mind, I'm very drunk, okay? Like, I would not be able to like probably walk by myself. So I invite him with us. So I meet his mom, he packs a suitcase, we get in the car, and we're heading to Wisconsin. Well, in about the bottom of Arkansas, I started to sober up a bit, and I'm like, who's this guy in the back seat? You know, I'm like, what are we doing here? And we've committed to a trip, and it's like 15 hours. So I'm telling Liz, I'm like, we need to ditch this guy. And she's like, no way, like, that's so mean. Like, you know, invited him, you met his mom, and like, I'm like, I don't care. I was like, I literally don't care. Well, anyways, we kept driving, and Liz is like, no, that's messed up. I just didn't feel safe. So then we were in the bottom of Illinois. It's about 11 hours outside of Texas. He was taking turns driving. I'm completely sober. He went to a gas station to go get something to drink, and his suitcase was in the trunk, but I jumped into the front seat, and I like threw it in reverse, and I peeled off. And I was like, block him on everything right now. And yeah, we just blocked him, and we left him in the bottom of Illinois. But I think he had his phone and his wallet, so he was good.
Huh.
But you stole his luggage?
Wild.
Technically, but I know Liz's parents did eventually get it back to them, and my dad wasn't mad at me. He was happy.
Oh, well, I guess that makes it all better then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's Christian now.
Well, there's why... Yeah, I mean, maybe hanging out with a tree is a better idea, too. Not just talking to one, I don't know.
Well...
Would the tree abandon you in the bottom of Illinois? I don't know. I don't think it would.
You don't think like men have done type things to women?
Oh, yeah. Let's shift the burden over to men again.
I
So she
mean,
does something absolutely horrible, and that's also men's fault, right? Because they've done
No, I
horrible
think
things,
everybody
so
needs to
therefore
take
no
accountability.
accountability, right?
Can two people suck at the same time?
Yes.
Men do bad things. She did the bad thing.
Exactly.
Like, I admitted that I did the bad
100%.
thing. I put myself in a bad, dangerous situation and a stupid situation. Why would I bring him to meet my mom? I was wasted when
Wait,
I
but
met
how?
him.
What? You mentioned dangerous situation. How long was he with you?
Sounds like he was in the dangerous situation.
He was.
not you.
No, he was. But
He
like
was the
30.
victim.
Well, I thought too. He's got bad judgment. Why would he get in the car with us?
Well, he made.
Oh, it's his fault. You
No,
know,
it was my
what
fault.
a psycho he is. What a lunatic.
Both
This
parties
guy
take
who
accountability.
trusted you and got in your car and did nothing to you, who you abandoned and stole his luggage. Because you didn't feel safe. What? What kind of lunacy?
But what kind of man just
that's
gets in a
not
car with
lunacy
two
to
random
you?
women?
Well, I was really
know?
Always the
drunk and
man's fault. Always the man's fault.
It's man's
It goes
fault.
both ways. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
It's a
I
two-way
didn't
street,
feel,
baby.
I didn't feel safe. How does it go both ways in this situation?
I
Explain
mean,
it.
I'm
I wanna
not
hear.
saying that what
This is
she
victim.
like. No.
I never said it was his
I'm
fault.
definitely not
Total
saying
victim
it's this
blaming.
man's fault in this situation. I'm not agreeing, but I'm saying to like hate on her like, oh yeah, no wonder why I'd rather talk to a tree. Like men have done all types of stuff to women too, so it's not really like fair to
Okay,
just say
that's
that's
a
why.
whataboutism.
So
Well,
Totally.
what about the men though?
What about the men do?
No,
right? What
okay,
about what the men
sure.
do that's bad?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Okay.
It's
Arrest
fine.
her,
You
take her to
can
jail,
shift
man.
You can shift accountability off from her story and
But-
horrible things she did that she justifies by saying, because I didn't feel safe.
where are
though."
you debating this from against
Yeah,
yourself?
she's-
I said
she's
I
agreeing
did
with
that
you.
thing. It was before I was a Christian. I was horrible. I never put the blame on him. I was
No,
the
you
problem.
did. You said you justified it by saying that you didn't feel safe.
No, I didn't.
She didn't
You
say she
did.
was
I never
around
said I didn't
safe.
feel safe. I said I put myself in a dangerous situation.
Then you didn't feel safe?
I never said I didn't feel safe. Did I?
No,
So you did
but
feel
that's
safe.
okay. You didn't feel safe.
It's not that I was afraid of him. It's that I put myself in a dangerous
That's
situation. But
accountability in and of itself.
I'm
by
just saying
she did that
I said it was
herself.
before I was a Christian. I did something really bad. It was a horrible thing.
Yeah.
And that's how I opened up with it. I'm not saying it's this guy's fault. I felt bad for him, but also I was a terrible person.
Yeah,
you
that's
weren't.
fair. I mean, have you ever said you were sorry to this guy?
No, because it was years later,
Oh.
like when I realized how bad it was. But no, I wish I could. Scott, if you're watching this, I am sorry.
She said
This is
she
your
didn't
apology,
feel
baby.
safe, and that's okay.
But that's not why
And
I
she
ditched
took
him.
accountability.
I ditched him because I was a mean person back then, and I didn't care about other people or how bad it put them out or anything like that. The world revolved around me.
What did you do for the rest of that weekend?
I went to Buddy O'Brien's house and went snowboarding, and we did go to my mom's, and yeah.
So you went and partied?
I mean, yeah, I was 22 years old. I was an idiot.
Okay.
I lived for myself.
What is your point here, Andrew?
I was just asking a follow-up question. I was curious what you did that weekend.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm sorry, does every question need to lead to some kind of gotcha outcome? Or can I just ask kind of general questions?
You can.
What was the point? What was the point of her story?
I was also just asking a general question. So.
Yeah, what was the point of her story?
Probably to get that reaction, I guess, out of
You don't know what the point of her story was?
I mean, I got in halfway through, so.
Yeah, so I don't know. So my question has to have a point. Her story doesn't. I don't know. I'm trying to follow the logic here.
Oh man.
Yo, thank you,
should
Kill of
just tell
Cereal.
the
Sorry
story.
if I was a little tilted earlier. My bad, man.
Tilted Brian. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Tilted. It's a video game term, actually dating all the way back to pinball machines. So when you used to play a pinball machine, if you're like playing the game and you got frustrated, people would literally tilt the game. And so in a video game, like if you keep losing matches or you're not getting good RNG, you're not getting good luck in a video game, you can become frustrated. It's a video game term, tilted.
By the
I have
way,
a question.
I'm glad you turned it all around and that you don't do horrible things like that anymore. I was just kind of curious.
Play video games?
No. To the guy who's telling the story.
Wait, but you took his luggage?
I mean, I wasn't thinking about that. I thought it was my moment to ditch him. Liz, it was her car. She was saying no, and I just thought, we're ditching this guy. It was like, I could not bring him to my mom.
I won't linger on
Did
it
you
too
guys
long.
go through his luggage?
Yes, we did.
Like to get stuff?
No, we just wanted to see like what was in here, and we found.
What did you find?
Okay, you know, like those little pills that you can buy at a gas station,
Like rhinos?
condoms, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, so he already thought because
The rhino
I gave off
What
that
the-
impression. So I was like, man, like
No fucking
that's
way.
my problem.
No fucking way.
And that's
he
why
had
she left
boner
him. No, I'm
Yeah,
playing.
she's like, this man's got some big.
No
butts.
way
I'm
he had
joking. What
boner
she did was
pills.
not
No, I swear.
There's no way he had boner pills.
He
in his
did, and I
luggage.
told my dad, you could call my.
Okay, all right, fine. He had boner pills. Okay.
But he was under the impression you guys were gonna go off for the weekend and smash, right?
wanted
That's what he
Probably if I
Threesome.
invited him, yeah. I mean, I'm
Threesome type
guessing.
Yeah.
I was so drunk.
thought. Okay.
Good
It was
shit.
a long time ago, 9 years ago. I
Good
think.
shit. Running
I've done
wild.
something like that before, and I felt bad.
Why don't you tell us?
Not too bad though.
Tell us what happened.
Well, basically, I was out at the club, right? So basically, I was at the club, and I met this old man who was buying me and my dude some drinks. And then
Wait, sorry. Did you say a man or what?
I said I met this man, this older man,
okay.
who was buying me and this dude some drinks. And then he like offered to give us, me and my friends, an Uber back home. So, you know, he was gonna give us an Uber back home, and then I checked the address, and the address was actually to his hotel. So,
So wait, what did you do?
well, I clocked him. I said, that is not our address. Change that shit. Put in our address. Uber came. He got in the car. And then my friends kicked him out of the car.
I actually don't think you did anything wrong there. If as explained, he was going to get you an Uber to your back to your place, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then he was trying to get you guys, unbeknownst to you, to his place. I think the panel can agree.
Yeah.
I don't think you did
You're
anything
protecting
wrong.
yourself in that situation.
Unless I'm misunderstanding something, but
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
I was
give
feeling
yourself
guilty.
grace. No.
Wow.
well, the plan
that's
was to
scary.
go back to
That's
your place,
scary.
right? Like
It's
the
good
plan
that
was
you
to go
noticed
back
that
to you.
beforehand.
Well, yeah, but like it wasn't for him to come back to the place. He was just supposed to get us an Uber to our house.
I think I see. So you felt like
I think he thought he was supposed to come hang out with
was he?
us.
Okay, I sort of understand. So
Do you
was
get what I'm
he?
saying?
Was he? He was kind of just doing you like a nice thing, just like he was going to pay for you and your friend's Uber,
Right.
and he maybe thought he was going to go hang out with you guys, but then he put the address to. So
To take all you guys
Mm-hmm.
to his address?
Yeah, originally he put it into his address, and I was like, no, put it into our address. And then I think he thought he was gonna come kick it with us. And then they they started
I
screaming.
could see how this could
in the
happen,
in the Uber, which I thought was a great
y'all were
move.
drunk. Everybody was drunk, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but I also thought it was a smart move. Like they started screaming in the Uber and being like, we don't know this dude, and then they kicked out the dude.
Oh, poor guy. Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
think
I'm
this
saying
was-
from your guys' perspective, like, yeah, maybe that was fucked up. But
No,
also,
I think this was actually probably just
also-
like a drunken mix-up.
I think it was a smart thing to do on our end.
I mean, if you didn't want to hang out with a guy, I don't think there's anything wrong with telling him that.
She didn't want to hang out with a guy.
I did not want to
Well,
hang out with him.
And
It's
she
a little
told him
different.
no.
It's
Let's
a
talk
little-
about that.
It's a little
didn't tell him
different. A little different. In any case, okay, let's go through the rapid fire questions. Who is the primary victim of war? Men or women, starting with you?
Oh my God. I'm gonna need a minute to think about that. Let's not start with me. Plead the fifth.
How about,
No.
I'll count to 10.
No. You're gonna have to start with somebody else.
Okay. Start with you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go men on that one.
I'll say men.
Men.
I think both, but
Both?
Yeah, I think both.
Both?
both
Okay.
for sure.
Both.
Yeah, Lucky.
Men.
Probably men.
Okay. Now, for those of you who said both, assuming you had to pick one or the other, which do you pick? So
Man.
I mean, I can't really pick because I feel like, I mean, I don't want to know if y'all want me to elaborate, but
Sure, you can
I
elaborate.
feel like the women are suffering just as much. If the men are at war and they're dying and the women got to pick up the pieces of all that, you know, and then raise children by themselves and all that, then, I mean, they're both really victims.
I would say
if you
both
ask
are
me.
victims,
I
but
agree.
he asked who's the primary victim.
Primary, I mean, I think both.
Who would
like,
you rather be in this
just because you're
situation?
dead, I mean, there's children now growing up with fathers and all that.
Wait.
And
But you get to
so-
watch them grow up.
Okay, let me get your answer.
So, and then we're talking about like literal war, right? Not some like metaphorical.
Yeah, so you said both. If you had to pick, which?
Statistically, I don't know. I mean, what? Like, I don't know. If you look it up, it'd probably be men.
Okay, so going back to your
Statistic?
point, you're saying, well, it's both because, well, the men are dead, but the women, it's tragic. They've lost their husband, their father.
Yeah, you don't know what
son,
they have to do
whatever it
to
is.
keep it going.
But
keep
wouldn't
it
you
pushing.
agree that when it comes to being a victim of something, being really, really sad isn't as bad as being dead?
I mean, what's the emotional trauma being passed down now onto these generations through these men being dead? I mean, sure, they're the primary victims. Are they the primary victims? I don't know. Like, because now you go to war. Now, let's say your grandpa goes to war, your dad goes to war, your uncles go to war. Now, your grandma and your mom is raising, let's say, 5, 6, 7 children, and you can't even raise these kids. Like, I don't know. Like, and these kids don't have any fathers in their life. So, are they really the men? Sure, they died. They went to war and fought and died, but they're still a victim.
Or
at
then you
home,
have the
so-
Let me ask you a different
I don't
question.
know.
If somebody has cancer and then they die of cancer, are they the primary victim?
Well, of course.
Or
But that's
is
cancer.
their
That's a
family-
disease. I think it's different.
Yeah, but
than
you
war.
still have to pick up the pieces, and you have emotional trauma.
That's true.
And
That is
all
very
the same,
true.
all the same side effects, right?
Well, when you say primary victim, are you talking about like physically? Like, okay, obviously the men who go to war.
In totality. I'm not making any differentiation between.
I feel like you kinda
mentally,
have to, though, in this
physically. No, not
situation.
really.
Why not
Well, the
really?
question is in totality.
I feel like it
So,
goes both ways.
I think
I would say-
I think he made a good point with the cancer thing. I do think he did make a good point with that.
Speaking of which, we
But
didn't get your
yes.
answer to the question.
both.
Both. Okay.
I would ask, who would you rather be, a man in war or a woman at home stuck with, picking up the pieces?
I mean, you're asking a woman from her point of view what I would rather be. I mean, I don't know. That's a fair
Just
question.
what situation would you rather find yourself in?
I mean, I wouldn't even want to be a man, so.
Men in that
I don't know,
situation
like-
also have
Okay,
disadvantages for
then
me.
we'll just ask it this way: would you rather go fight the wars while the men stayed at home?
I mean, if I was physically more.
No, just as you are
adapted,
right
sure. Huh?
As you are right now.
As I am right now. But I want to fight a war. Definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not.
I don't think anybody wants to fight war,
Do you think? So
including
let's
men.
assume for a second that you're happily married, okay, and your husband has like a busted leg, okay, and you get drafted and you get sent off to war, and he stays home, and while you're in the war and there's blood and guts everywhere, and you're watching your friends get, sniped and
It's the
all this
righteous
other
thing to
stuff,
do
and,
for
and you
America.
hang on, and you die. Is your husband as much of a victim as you?
I'll
If
tell
my
you in a
wait,
second.
I'm sorry. So if my husband's like a stay-at-home,
Yeah.
Because I don't know what happened. I got drafted. Okay.
Yeah.
Is he much of a victim? Yeah, I think so. I think
You
now
think
he's got to
as
pick
much
up
of
the
a victim as
pieces
you
of.
are?
Yeah, he's just as much of a victim of war as I am. I think.
That's great.
You know,
in his next marriage, he can sit down and be like, oh man, I've had it rough. My wife died in a war, and I'm as much of a victim as she is.
Yeah,
and,
poor him, man.
And so you know,
You don't know what that did to him.
Really? That's what you think? That's the point of view?
Yeah, well, think about a woman. I mean, if a woman has sit there and her man died, and now she's got to go on with that. I mean, who is to even say like she goes and remarries? But let's say she does.
I'm
You
not saying she's not going to have like emotional trauma from it. I'm just
Yeah,
asking, do you really think that she's the primary victim here?
I think she's a primary victim. Yeah, I think so. I mean, but that's just my opinion.
Well, then how come your husband wouldn't be the primary victim if you went off to war?
I just said he would have been. I mean,
Oh, he would have been. So your husband.
I mean, I said both. Like my answer to the question wasn't man or woman. It was I feel like both are. So that's my answer. It's not.
I don't think
that
you can choose a primary. Is what she's saying.
Exactly. I don't think like that. I think they're very much equally primary victims of war. That's what I think.
They're equally primary victims.
Yes, there's a war going on, just like cancer. If my husband dies of cancer, I feel like I'm primarily a victim of cancer. It took my husband. Now I have to sit here and pick up the pieces of that. So now that makes me somewhat a victim as well. Like I had to deal with that.
So
maybe
if
just
you-
because I don't have
if you
cancer
could
doesn't
choo-
mean I'm
so
not a
so if you
victim
could
of it.
choose, if your husband had cancer or you had cancer, you could choose, which one would you choose?
What if we had to choose which one had to have cancer? I mean, I think being a righteous person, you'd always choose yourself. So I guess I would choose myself. I wouldn't want.
You would choose yourself.
I wouldn't want.
but you-
Yeah, I mean.
But wouldn't you be victimizing him a bit?
I mean, yeah, but he would be a victim if he chose. It'd be the same way, vice versa. If I wanted to do it, and he wanted, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have a couple clarifying questions on this one. So when it comes to, some of you said both. Does anybody here think it's women, or is it both?
I think it's both.
Say more.
Okay, so I'd like to perhaps break this down into a couple different conflicts. So, and I want to break it down geographically. So, the United States, for World War I, who's the primary victim of war of the U.S. population during World War I, men or women, or is it both?
Wait a second.
Okay,
Well, you're saying the primary victim of war.
In
during World War
One. Yeah.
Does that change your answer at all? For those of you who said both?
Well, who was the primary victim? Who had the most casualties was obviously men, and probably young men at that. But does that mean the women weren't victims in World War I? Yes, they definitely were. They had to pick up the pieces.
The women had to pick up. Okay, your answer? You said both, right? Okay, for World War I, what's your answer for U.S. men?
For U.S. men, I think, since I said both, I feel like men, it's more physical trauma, and for the women, it would be more mental. And I'm not saying that war doesn't have.
For the women, yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's just because, say your husband died, and that's the love of your life, and you love that man, and he dies, and it's that's.
Okay.
It's
and I believe
emotional.
Too, in World War I, or no, I guess it was probably more like World War II, where it was the economy went really bad, and women were the ones who had to carry the economy while men were at war.
So just to be clear on the World War II note that you just brought up,
I know they had to get up and go work.
Yeah, but it's sad because women didn't have rights before
crazy.
that.
Those victims.
That's why they gave us rights, because they couldn't work.
Weren't they woman?
Well, just to be clear, you said women didn't. There's a lot.
I mean, they did have some rights, but they didn't have the right to vote, and so.
Wait, just to be clear, women. You're saying your argument is women didn't have the right to vote during World War II.
I mean, I can't remember the year, but if it was the 30s, 40s, or 50s that women were able to vote.
What year did women get the right to vote?
I don't know. Was it the 50s or was it the 30s?
Well, here, let me ask you a different question.
I'm not sure.
Year? What decade was World War I?
It was in the 1910s, right?
Well done.
Yeah.
What years were World War II?
It was the late 1920s, 1930s, I believe, wasn't it? Or didn't it start? It all started Nazi Germany. All that started around the 20s, the early 20s. So I can't give you exact dates
You're
'Cause I
not.
can't remember.
I mean, you said late 30s, so you're
No,
not
I said
totally
late
far
20s,
off,
early
but-
30s, right? Wasn't
well,
it?
not late 30s is correct. Late 20s for World War II, not so much.
Okay.
Women got the right. Okay, World War I, 1914 to 1918. Women got the right to vote 1920. World War II, 1939, 1945.
Right. Okay. So there you go. You know more
but
than me.
you said that the
Well,
women.
I know women weren't really working during World War II up until that time. So I know that that's when women became in the workforce more.
and
Was
you
during
think
World War II.
women having to be involved in the war effort during World War II is a bigger level of suffering and victimization than the men who had to go.
I mean, what are the women having
war?
to deal with? Like they have to
I'll
raise.
tell- I'll give
Listen.
you- hang on,
They
I'm
have
gonna-
to raise
I'll tell you
families. They
some
have
of the
to
extreme
work.
conditions.
They have no help.
Yeah,
The
these
economy
are-
is super poor. So
Yeah,
these
yeah,
women
these
are
extreme
victims.
conditions. I'll explain the conditions to you, to women. They had to go into factories, sometimes for up to 8 hours a day,
Oh man.
and work.
Listen, no. And their husbands are their husbands are at war. They're at home taking care of all the children, all the bills. The economy is
them didn't even
super
have
poor. The
children.
economy is super horrible. We're in the Great Depression, right? The Great
Wait,
Depression's
hold
in the
on.
30s. So
The Great.
wasn't it
World
in the
War
30s,
II,
early
Great
30s?
Depression.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
maybe that was
okay,
after.
Back to history.
So hang on.
Man, I
Okay,
know some history,
what would be
but
the
I can't
distinction
remember
now?
exact years.
Wait, what would be the distinction now between a single mom getting up and going to work? It's just like I don't get it. If the victim, they're victims because they had to look after their own children, which they would have to do
No,
anyway,
because
and they
they-
had to work.
No, they're victims of war.
And guess what? Nobody
because of
forced
the
them to work.
economy. Because their men are not there. They're at war. Their husbands
Mm-hmm.
are dying. Their fathers are dying. Their uncles, brothers, sons are dying.
Mm-hmm.
That's emotionally traumatizing. I know during the World War II economy was not that great. I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the economy was great, but I thought it wasn't from what I thought. But
I've got a couple questions here. So,
I mean, those poor women, they had to go work.
it's not about working.
Okay, I'm
There's an
gonna-
emotional trauma, and women are way
I know
more
it's way more
than men.
emotionally traumatizing to deal with the death rather than getting blown up yourself.
I'm not saying like the
Hold
men
on.
aren't victims.
So let me
Like I said, both are.
just throw out a couple statistics here. So 16 million Americans served in the United States Armed Forces during World War II. There were almost 300,000 were killed, 670,000 were wounded, almost exclusively men.
Yeah.
There were also 130,000 American prisoners of war, of whom 116,000 returned home after the war. Now let's also make an assumption here, and maybe Andrew, I don't know if you can help me search this. What percentage of the serving military men were married? Because typically they are drafting 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. I know people got married much younger then. I don't know if they have statistics on
Again,
that.
uncles,
but
fathers,
let's just for the
brothers, not
sake
just
of
husbands.
let's just for the sake of argument say that a majority of the men were not married, didn't have children, didn't have a significant other, didn't have a girlfriend. So the sort of in my view, the secondary victims would be who? The family?
It's estimated.
Wait, hold on.
About 46% were married.
46%. Okay, so a minority, but still a lot, right?
Still a lot.
Okay. But let's talk about then that majority of men who were single, who were not married. If we talk about them, we look at them, I assume they only had a mother and a father. If they're the ones that go and die, and they don't have a significant other to mourn for them, wouldn't hold on, let me finish my point.
Grandma.
Let me finish my point. Wouldn't you said mom, grandma, sister,
Younger children
brother,
you might have, even though
father,
they're single.
uncle. You do realize that the suffering, the secondary suffering that you're alluding to, that is experienced by family members, is equally shared by the genders. The mother loses a son, the father loses a son.
Mm-hmm.
So assuming these majority of men,
I think it's wrong to like think that women aren't just as much as victims, but okay.
Hold
like,
on.
Men are more victims.
but hold
sure.
on. So
just because they had
But
fight.
actually engage with the scenario I'm giving you here. Of the single men who had, let's assume they had a mom and a father who were living, and let's say they had no siblings, and it was just the mom and the father, and then that boy, man, whatever, went to war and he died. His mom is going to grieve. His father's going to grieve and mourn. In that scenario, who's the primary victim of war?
I mean, definitely the guy, I guess. But I mean, who's to say that the emotional impact and physical and financial impact doesn't reflect just as much in the family?
Right, but okay, so hold on. I'm trying to look at this from a math perspective here.
I just got to
I think
ask
you're just
this
trying to prove
real
your
fast.
point, and
Who's the
I'm-
primary
you know?
victim in an abortion, the mother or the fetus?
Oh man,
Fetus.
I'm not gonna speak on this one. This is
Yeah,
political.
I'm just asking you. Who's the primary victim, the mother or the fetus?
I don't know. An abortion?
Yeah.
Probably the baby. I mean, I don't know.
Depends. I feel like.
I feel like I'm definitely pro woman's choice, so I'm not gonna sit here.
All right,
and,
we can come to that later. So, okay. If there's one mother, if there's one father, and there's one male who dies, and if this is the majority of the men that were involved in World War II that lived in the United States.
But but just because they were single doesn't mean that they didn't have children or anything. Just, that you don't
They
have,
probably,
you know what I'm
if they
saying?
weren't married, they probably didn't have children in this time period.
I would say yes and no. You know, I
Okay,
agree with you.
let's-
I agree with you because during that time,
Okay, let's
obviously,
assume-
yes. But does that mean they didn't have children?
Wait, hold
No.
on. But the
So
children,
out of
let's assume the
40%,
gender of the children
46%.
of these men who had children out of wedlock, 50% were boys and 50% were girls.
Okay, what like the children, the babies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with
You're
who's the
the one
victim? These
you
children are
brought
now
up.
growing up with no father.
I don't even understand
out of
your
wedlock,
argument.
even worse.
I don't even understand your
Damn.
argument here because the child could be a boy or a girl. The framework of the question is who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
And
so
I
if it's
said
a
both.
boy child and if it's a female child and this is equally distributed, then
How is
this
it
doesn't
not?
help your argument that it's both.
It does.
No, because
It
okay,
does,
if you-
actually.
fine, I'll grant you. Let's say he had 2 children out of wedlock. He has one father, one mother, one boy, and one girl. That's still an extra man who's dead. Who is the primary victim of war?
Everybody involved.
It's amazing. I have to. So I don't even know how to actually argue this. I'm just going to,
Exactly.
if Andrew, I'm going to defer to you because I can't even.
I was just going to say, if the baby is the primary victim in an abortion, what is the deciding factor that makes the baby the primary victim and not the mother?
Mother's health.
How
Oh,
far along the fetus is.
Yeah, no, hang on. I'm asking the gal here. She was the one who gave the answer that she thought that the baby was the primary victim. If that's the case, what is that deciding factor as to why the baby's the victim, the primary victim, and not the mother?
I mean,
What do you think that would be?
I feel like I can't really answer this question because it's not really something I want to speak on, for one, and two, I'm pro like people just make their choices. Like I do what I would do personally. I don't put onto what the next person could do. So what I feel like would be wrong, I'm not gonna judge somebody else. So. You know what I'm saying? Like
not
that's not
asking
my
if you get
yeah,
one or
and
not.
so
He's
I'm not
asking-
gonna answer the question for that reason. What I feel like my opinion is on the answer, I don't want to give it because it's a very political question, and I don't feel like-
Well, let's try it
Yeah.
a different way. You would agree that aborting at 9 months would be bad, right? You would at least agree that that's true.
I mean, the baby's full grown, full term.
Yeah.
So,
So if the mother had the abortion, then who would be the primary victim?
I mean, why did the mother do it? Like,
Because she
why?
didn't want it
She just
anymore.
didn't want it. Okay, then the baby. Because now you're
Then
just
the
being
baby.
selfish.
So what would make the baby the primary victim?
I mean, you carried a baby full term to where it
Yeah,
should be.
would it be the
A baby
death
couldn't
part
live
that would
outside
make
the
the
womb at
baby
this
the primary
point, so it
victim?
doesn't even need to be in your, so at that point, if you get an abortion, then sure. But I don't really want to speak on abortion because, yeah. it's not my place, I don't think.
All right.
I think.
Well, do you have something quick? 'Cause I'll
Yeah,
move
pretty
things
quick.
on.
I think the point he was trying to get at is the baby's the primary victim because the baby's dying, and so he was going to turn that over to men in war dying, and saying that if you use that logic for abortion, it can be applied to this scenario.
But it's
where
like
the man would
comparing
be the
apples
bigger
and
victim.
oranges, like war to abortion, like it's two different things. War is a very
Right,
like
you can compare things that are very different.
Yeah, there's never a comparison which is going to be exact. What we're trying to just do is just test the logic for perceived victimhood. So in this case, in war, I think I understand what you're
Save that
saying.
one,
You're
man.
saying that there's a bunch of external factors which could make women also victims in war, which would include things like emotional damage, trauma, psychological intergenerational trauma, which could happen because you lost grandpa when you were a kid. All of these different factors which could possibly go into this. Okay. But if we're looking, even though we have all these correlates for different factors of victimhood, I would still say there's primary correlates. In this case, I would say the primary correlate is death. And so I would ask that even in an abortion, I would assume that this type of trauma and stuff like this at 9 months would also exist for women. So why would the baby be the primary victim? That's the question.
yeah, I don't really want to speak on the abortion. So.
Okay.
She doesn't want
I
to
just
engage
don't
on
want
that.
to.
That's fine. I will just really quick, last thing here. Nick, you know that Ukraine split screen that we have? I'll have you pull that up. Nope, not yet. Okay, it's okay. I should have been more clear. Okay. You guys are all familiar with the Ukraine conflict, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, wait. Before I do that, ask her if a woman goes to war, who's the primary victim of war? If we switched it, let's
I already answered this question.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, with you. You said the same thing. You said if your husband got his leg blown off and you had to go and you got whatever the war, and you had to fight, would he be the victim too? I mean, I already stated that I think both are the victims. So,
Okay.
yes.
So there's a very recent conflict, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. So this one's an interesting one because it's much more recent. We're all familiar with it, I'm assuming. So Ukraine is kind of the perfect microcosm of the inconsistency inherent in feminism. Women are the equals of men until the bombs start to drop. Now, I'll ask you once more for everybody who said it's both. In the Ukraine conflict, who's the primary victim of war, men or women, starting with you?
I am not familiar enough on this situation or educated enough on this situation to speak on it. Like, just plain and simple.
Well, but you were able to, for the previous question, you were
I don't
able
know
to say
what's
both.
going. I don't know what's
But
going
you,
on.
well,
I
you are
haven't.
familiar that there is a war in Ukraine, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So are you asking
So-
specific to that? Are you asking specific to that war?
Mm-hmm.
I
Or you
don't
just
know
don't
what's
know
going
enough.
on
Okay. What about
in that war, if I'm going to
You
be
said
honest.
both. You said both. Does your answer change at all when it comes to Ukraine?
Who's the primary victim in war with the Ukraine?
Of the Ukraine war,
I
men
mean,
or women?
aren't women fighting in that war?
There
aren't
are
the
some.
citizens?
There are some women.
I guess whoever the
I
biggest
mean,
Let's assume that 5% of the military is female. Go ahead and answer the
But
question.
aren't the citizens fighting the war as well, not just the
The what?
military? Aren't the citizens of Ukraine fighting the war,
Yeah, if
not
you
just the
adopt them.
military?
Well,
So then it would be
let's-
both, because they're both fighting.
somebody.
I mean,
is-
I think both, regardless of if the woman is fighting or not. So
No, civilians aren't really fighting in the war, no. There's some incidences of that, but it's primarily the two military forces, and civilians are doing what they usually do in war and supporting the military operations via support roles.
Then I guess the primary victim would be whoever's the bigger statistic. Which I don't know.
I mean, that's what he was proving. That's what he's trying to make his whole point this whole time.
I mean, it's overwhelmingly men who are dying in the war, for sure.
Facts.
But that's every war. It's overwhelmingly men who are dying in every war. Doesn't matter if it's that
And who's
conflict
starting all
or a
these
different
wars?
conflict.
Probably men.
Not the men that are fighting in it.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, war is
Those are the men we're
rich
talking
man's
about.
game.
Well, I mean, war like affects everybody. It's gonna hurt families. It's gonna hurt children and everyone. So I feel like there's not really, you can't even compare two different types of pain, because if someone's staying at home, they're still going to be hurt and affected by the people that are fighting in the war. Like if my, like say like son gets drafted, I'm going to like feel the pain of that just as much as he might be feeling the physical pain. So I feel like, again, it's both, because you can't really compare physical and mental pain.
But that
You
really
don't know
wasn't the
what
question.
What's
The question was, who is the primary? You, like
But
all
we're
of a
saying
sudden,
we
it's
can't-
like mental
You guys
gymnastics
are not
to come to these
understanding
longer
that.
answers.
We're saying both. It's
You guys
not
just
mental
aren't liking the
gymnastics.
answer.
Exactly.
You guys are
Exactly.
simply just not liking the answer. You guys
no,
want
because
more
we're
saying
giving
it's
why
both.
we feel like it's both, and we're saying it's not just a physical aspect. It's also an emotional aspect that, and not just that, but it's a lot of other things that, you know, women have to pick the pieces up on in war, and so that makes them less of a victim because they didn't die in it. Like, I agree with that.
Okay,
That's just that's my opinion.
So I'll just kind of, where I'm going here with the
Like,
Ukraine
they're all
conflict. I don't know, did you weigh in on this? Did you give a...
I mean, yeah, I guess both.
Still both? Okay.
I'm gonna say both.
So I'll just give you guys an additional information and see if it changes your mind at all. So at the breakout of the war, there was a decree by the Ukrainian government that required all military age men, in fact, even very old men, so all men between the ages of 18, I believe, to either 60 or 65, had to remain in the country. They could not flee, they had to stay, whereas women and children could leave. And in fact, a great many women, millions of women, fled Ukraine. They were not compelled to join the military or anything like that in the same way that men were. Knowing this additional information, this inequality, that the men had to stay, I think if they got caught, they could face punishment, they could go to jail, fines, etc. Knowing just this additional piece of information, does that change your answer at all?
Sure, a little bit.
Into the mic, please.
I said sure a little bit. I think, I guess like that would make them more of a victim, but that makes them a victim of their own country and, you know, politics and physical.
A victim of their own country, but their
because
country's
your
at
country,
war.
of course, which it's
And if the wartime policy is to allow every single woman in the country,
but you can't leave. You're being. I mean, then that's America does it too. So there's a draft, and you have to go if they say you got to go. I mean, that sucks. Like that is like that.
Does it change your answer at all, knowing this extra piece of information?
I mean, I kind of have the same feeling. Like men are more of the victim of physical pain, because like even if it's vice versa, like if the men were staying home.
Do you think war is strictly physical injury?
Oh no.
Have you heard about this?
No, it's strain.
Have you heard
It's
about
PTSD.
shell shock?
Yeah. It's PTSD. I understand that.
Have you heard of shell shock?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. So why do you keep going to this? Well, in the physical realm, men suffer more.
Because if you go onto a war field versus stay at home, like how are you? Like, are you more likely to get like bombed? Yeah. Like physical pain. Like if you walk out into a minefield versus staying at home. Like
I guess where I'm confused here is you're saying, well, men on the physical realm they have it worse, but in the psychological, mental realm.
Oh no, that's terrible. No one can like.
But so I don't really understand, because you say both. So if you say both, wouldn't you follow your argument up from, well, men on this hand have it worse, but women on this hand have it worse. But I failed to see on which hand women have it worse when it comes to war.
I wouldn't say worse. It's just bad. War is bad. There's no good war. There's
Let
no
me
one
ask you a
in
question.
the right.
If somebody stole $5 from you versus somebody stole your entire life savings, I don't know how much your life, maybe if it's $5, it doesn't matter, but which one would be worse?
Definitely life savings.
Okay. Because of the magnitude in which someone has deprived you of your belongings, in this case, your money.
Yeah, are you comparing that to the men in war? Is that the statistic?
Well, if a woman trips and falls and get a boo-boo, you know,
well, I mean, like,
versus a man gets a shell impaled through his body.
Yeah, that blows.
One's worse than the other.
But like his kids at home, like it's just as bad. Like his kid. I mean, it's not. No, it's not just as bad. I take it back. But the kids at home are still gonna like feel shit. The mom's gonna feel shit. So
yes, I don't disagree with you.
So I guess arguably men would have it statistically worse. But okay, now I'm gonna change my answer, because men statistically would have it worse. But I guess my point is that the people at home are still gonna feel that too.
And then what about you?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it sounds like you're coming from a physical standpoint, so physically.
No, I'm speaking in totality.
Okay, yeah. I mean, arguably because they experience both mental pain and physical pain, I would say statistically, yeah, but I'm not taking away from those who are suffering back at home as well.
Yeah,
No,
just
everyone's a
neither am
victim
I.
of
Sucks
war.
for everyone.
Yeah.
Nobody
But
ever
that's
denied
not the
that
argument.
that the women aren't victims of war.
Women
of course
absolutely
they are.
suffer.
Primary
But I
victim.
think
Women
it's both.
absolutely suffer, but thank you, Abigail. The original question was, who is the primary?
I still
That means there
think-
can be a secondary.
I still think it's situational.
I think it could be situational
What do you
if
mean?
like if the man got killed and then the son, like let's say
Yeah.
a woman had a son and then he like went in a spiral and died too. I think that the mother
So
would be the
wouldn't
primary.
men still, if she has a son, wouldn't men still be the primary victim? Because that's a male.
Okay, what
That's
if
a
it's
double,
daughter, though?
yeah.
What if
What
it's
if
a
she-
daughter?
yeah,
What if
what if
it-
it's a
I
daughter?
mean, she does
Oh.
the same thing. She spirals out. My dad died in war. I hate life now.
Your
Yeah. That's tough
that's
one.
my dad. I love my dad.
But wouldn't she then be
But
a
you just don't feel as
secondary?
sympathetic
Wouldn't she be a
for the woman.
secondary victim?
Secondary.
Because her father was the
Primary victim, yeah.
Also, I would like to say, so yes, you have a whole family that's losing their father as he goes off to war, but you have the father that's losing his whole family as he goes off to war.
Yeah,
They're
not
at
everyone.
home. He's at war. They have each other.
Yeah.
He has himself.
That's exactly why we're saying both.
Anyways,
No.
there's one. Nick, can
But
you pull
I'm
up that
also-
photo of Ukraine? Then we'll move it on.
When you
With
said the whole statement about $5 versus life savings, were you comparing life savings to death? Is that what it was?
I wasn't.
Were you
doing-
trying to- 'cause
It
you
was
were
more
saying-
of an analogy, I
Or
guess.
yeah,
but
analogy.
I
Were you-
wasn't comparing. Obviously, death is worse than losing your life
Okay,
savings.
obviously. But what I'm asking is, when you did that analogy, is it worse to lose $5 or is it worse to lose your life savings?
10,000. Yeah.
Whatever. Life savings is what you were saying. Were you
Sure.
saying were you trying to kind of compare losing, obviously not compare, but was your analogy with life savings,
Well, when
Is-
you
I
Were
don't
you trying to
understand-
say-
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
when you brought up that analogy, what was your point? What were you trying to prove?
I was trying to, I guess, differentiate by degrees of harm, degrees of hurt. So, for example, if somebody stole $5 from me, I'd be upset for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
If I went and saw my bank, looked at my bank statements and saw that all my money had been drained, the degree of like anxiety response I would have, the degree of, and assuming it's like unretrievable, like
Yeah.
it's gone, I've lost my money, I am like distraught. There's legitimate concerns over,
So
can I afford
life-
rent? Can I
yeah,
do like that?
of course.
So there's bigger ramifications.
So
there.
life savings drained, what was the comparison to the, men in
I
war?
just explained it to you.
No, I'm asking what was the comparison?
I don't
the
understand
men in
your
the war
question.
were the
He's-
life savings
Well,
because the men in the
he's
war are
giving
getting more
a
deprived
he's giving a
from them.
scalability, right? So like an order of operations to scalability. If I steal a penny from you, it's going to affect you less than if I steal $5 from you. It's going to affect you less than if I steal 100. It's going to affect you less than if I steal 1,000, et cetera, right? So on a scale of how much you've been victimized, you would say if somebody stole $5 from you, it would victimize you less than if they stole your entire life savings. So he's saying the ultimate thing here, though, is your life. At the end of the day, that is
So your
the
life. So
ultimate
meaning that the man,
Yeah,
the
that's the
hypothetical
ultimate
man in
value
war
that
has
you
passed
have,
away.
yeah.
Meaning the hypothetical man in war has passed away. Your life. Meaning the
your
hypothetical
life,
man
yeah.
in war has passed away. Right.
Yeah.
So in that situation, I think the other person is a bigger victim because the man has
Why?
passed away. He's no longer experiencing mental trauma. The man has passed away. He experienced death, which obviously is horrible. But now the people at home, the women,
Yeah, they have to carry
They
that.
are carrying
They have
on.
to carry on with that.
So do
and
you
they,
think
and they have
that,
to go
okay,
teach
so
their
let's kind
children
of-
and their
let's
so
kind
that's
of
why I'm
examine
saying
that. So
this
you
question is situational because
So then by this logic then, you think it's better to be dead than be alive with trauma?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
honestly, yeah.
And are
really just
all of you
depends.
traumatized?
Are all of us traumatized?
Like in general?
So haven't you experienced trauma? Isn't psychological
every
trauma
person
pretty much
has,
all of it?
yeah.
And aren't you living with trauma? Then why aren't you unaliving?
Because maybe it's not that deep.
It's situational. Like I don't know why you can't understand that it's
Yeah,
situational.
I agree. It's situational. But what I'm saying to you is that it's beyond obvious to me that people would much rather live with trauma than be dead. That seems obvious.
I mean,
to
a lot of
me.
people
It
kill
depends
themselves.
on the
No, it's not because a lot of people kill themselves
wouldn't
every
you say
year.
it's
So
beyond
A lot of
obvious,
people-
especially
considering how many
Americans,
pass
people
away.
choose to live with trauma rather than unaliving?
Actually, a lot of people pass away from self-inflicted injuries because
Very
of the
few.
trauma they've been
a
through.
lot of people
lot.
kill themselves,
No, not
especially in
a lot.
America.
lot of people died of suicide.
A lot more people live with trauma than unalive themselves
But a
from trauma.
lot still unalive themselves
But can
because
you,
of that.
like, what statistic, like, can you pull that out of and say, like, yeah, these people live with trauma? Like, you're just saying.
So
stuff.
therefore,
Like,
can you just
anybody could
like
say
say
it.
that
I'm
it's
just saying,
situational?
okay, I'm
like
just saying,
I don't know
so
why.
let's just see
Well,
if
'cause
we
you guys
can
are being
agree
very
if it's obvious or
statistical,
not.
so-
You guys
How
are
many
looking at this
women
black
as a
and white.
percentage, as a percentage, do you think live with significant trauma? Over 20%?
Yes.
If it's over, do you think that women are unaliving themselves at a rate of 20%?
I mean, I don't know the percentage,
know.
but I know that
You don't
every
know
year
if
it goes
women
up.
are unaliving
People who want to
themselves
kill
at a rate
themselves
of
every year it goes
20%?
up,
No, they're not.
which means people are dealing with a lot of trauma and they don't want to live with
If
it.
you lost 20% of a population in a war, it would be the biggest bloodbath known to man. 20% is astronomical. We're talking about astronomical numbers. There's no way, it should be completely obvious to you that there's no fucking way 20% of women unalive themselves due to trauma. That's just insane.
I didn't say that.
There's no way you
You're
could
the
ever
one who
believe
no
said
one
that.
said that.
You're the one who
Like,
brought
look
up
it up.
20%.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
we
what
don't
you're
know.
saying. I know that.
We didn't know
Do you
what
think
you meant by the whole
Suicide is very
20%.
high in America, and I know every year.
Bro, you're not listening to the logic, right? You talk more than you listen, and yet I've been sitting here listening, not talking. So the thing is what I asked was specifically was this question: do you think that more women unalive themselves due to trauma or live with the trauma? And she's like, well, I don't know. Okay, well, if that's the case, do you think that at least more than 20% of women experience significant trauma? Yes. Are they unaliving themselves? No, they're not.
Well,
They're
however,
not.
But, you're not. No,
They're
you're not. No,
close.
because I don't feel like what you're saying is like real statistics. You're just throwing numbers out and saying, is that 20% of women who
testing the
experience
logic.
20% of women who experience high trauma, are they unaliving themselves? A lot of them might be. Who, like, can you tell me?
How many
like,
do you
can you
think
tell me?
are?
Because I can't tell you. Huh?
Well, how many do you think are? So
I don't
out of,
know.
let's say you have. Let's just do
Somebody
it
just
easy.
make-
Let's just do it easy. If you have 30 women who are experiencing severe trauma, do you think 15 of them are going to unalive
I
themselves?
think no, not 15, but 3.
Do you think
probably
10?
3 out of 30. Probably
Maybe
that's
like
10%.
Three out of 30?
3.
whatever
That's a
you
lot.
look up is going to be like too big of a statistic anyway. Like I don't think it matters if it's like 5% or 20%. It's a lot. It's bad. Like it's too many. One is too many. An attempt is too many. So no matter, it doesn't even matter that it's like 20%. It's too much. Like I don't even
Yeah,
know.
but
Like, look
the
it
point
up.
of the question is to make the determination as to whether people would rather, if it's obvious that people would rather live with trauma rather than not. It seems that that would be self-obvious to everybody in existence, considering that most people, the overwhelming majority, the vast majority of all of humanity, does not unalive themselves, even though many of them experience massive trauma. They're not unaliving themselves.
But lots of
So
them
I
are
don't-
still suffering horribly.
But do the
Yeah,
percentage on
they
that.
could be
People who are-
suffering, but if they're making the choice not to
suffering
unalive
massively, how
themselves,
many
then it
per-
seems
what's the
that they
percentage of
consider
them
that to be
killing
the
themselves?
superior position,
My bad.
right? It seems that they prefer to be alive. That seems
He's
to be the
arguing
superior
your
position.
guys' statement that it's better to live with trauma than die. Or that it's worse to
I
live
think-
with trauma than die.
I think
I'm
it's
arguing that.
situational.
I think every
That's
person
a
has
statement that you
trauma.
guys made.
I don't think every person has serious trauma. Now, what one person might consider serious,
I
is
think just because
very
somebody
opinion
chooses
We're
to stay
subjective,
alive
very
throughout their
subjective.
trauma doesn't mean
But
that
to people
they
who
are
are
happy about
experiencing
that.
mass trauma, like very high levels of stress and trauma, and are very not well in their head, like mentally disturbed, how many of these people are unaliving themselves? Probably a decent percentage of them.
yes, but
Now,
it
I'm
is-
not saying 50%, maybe 3, 4, 5 to 10% might be, and that's still.
Okay,
It's-
you know what? Let me just ask this in the most
So
basic
sure,
way
yeah.
possible.
Then
I've been
no.
thinking about
Then
how I
your
can
point
ask
is,
this
yeah,
in a
you're
way that
correct.
guys
Would you
would
rather
just
live with trauma? Yeah, because
intuitively. Hang on, let me just ask this in a way all of you would just intuitively kind of understand. Do you think if you went to most people, men and women, and you asked them this question, if you push button A, you're going to have experience serious trauma. And if you push button B, you're going to die. Which button do you think they would push?
Starting with you, go ahead.
I feel like it depends on the person. As to
Ah,
Do you want to get shot or do you want to get raped? That's the question.
That's not the question.
Like,
That's not
would
what I
you-
said.
yeah, no, it actually
There's
is the
all
question. Would you
sorts
rather
of
die
trauma.
or would you
I'm just
rather
saying,
be raped?
hey,
Like,
it
that's the
actually is
question.
the question.
It depends on the type of
It
trauma.
literally
my
is the
question.
question.
It's
That's
situational.
not
once again.
my question.
But
my
that's
question
trauma.
was,
Crazy trauma
Button
versus
A.
dying. What would
Button
you
A.
rather choose? Pick
That's not my question. Stop. Here's the question again. Don't rephrase the question.
No, it's like comparing apples to
Okay?
oranges.
The question is, button A, you experience significant trauma. Button B, you die on the spot.
But he
A lightning bolt shoots out of the sky and you die. Those are your two options. Do you think most people would choose button A or button B?
I think people would choose the trauma, but I think would they regret that? They might. I think a high percentage might.
Why do you think they would choose the trauma?
Because when after you have dealt with the trauma, now I'm living with this crazy wild shit when I could have just died. You might at that point
No. My
decide
question
it was
why do you think they
I
would
should have
choose
chose to just die
the trauma?
screw
Why do
living
you think they
with this
would
trauma.
choose the trauma?
Huh? Because they
Why
don't
do you
know.
think
I
they would
mean,
choose it?
unless they know what the trauma is, like if the like I said, if it's like, okay, what's the choice? Like I die or I get raped. Like
It's
Donated
situational.
$200.
Because the trauma could.
Why does it always seem to me they put the dumbest and retarded girls at the end of the table?
So the trauma could be,
Thank you,
okay,
Puppet.
you
All right, thank you,
you've
Hunter.
dealt with, I don't know, like a little bit of whatever the fuck, like being made fun of in second grade, right? Like you'd probably prefer to live.
I'm more educated than most of y'all.
seriously.
Wow.
If the
Grade was
trauma,
rough.
if the trauma is emotional trauma, I'd press the trauma button. If it's medical trauma, I'm pressing the death button.
You raising your hand over here. You haven't spoken much. Go ahead.
Well, it depends, because I mean, everyone's trauma is valid, but like, I mean, if I were to have these two buttons in front of my face, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what would happen after death, but I would
What
choose
medical
trauma. I
do
would
you
choose trauma.
experience if your husband dies at war?
What medical MS?
What medical trauma are you experiencing? What are you talking about? It would all be psychological.
Oh, all
right?
psychological. Okay, yeah, psychological.
Yeah, it would all be
okay,
psychological. So
Okay,
the thing is
yeah.
that when we're talking about trauma here in this context, we're talking
Okay.
about severe psychological trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather push? Do you think most people would choose button A or button B? Do you think intuitively most people would push button A or button B? B is death. A is psychological trauma.
A.
They would definitely choose A.
Nope,
But
not
does
Then that
mean they'd
would
be happy
should give
with
you
that?
some self-apparent evidence that the death portion for most people is the non-preferable option. That's just basic logical demonstration. If intuitively you think almost
have a
everybody
question.
would
Can I ask you a
choose
question?
the button to not die, then it seems self-obvious that people would rather be traumatized than dead. It seems obvious, right?
So if you were like a little kid, right, like back in like Nazi Germany or Jewish, and you had the option before Hitler came in, you had the option to
What is
either.
Godwin's law? Okay, let's use any analogy
No.
besides
So you could go through all
Nazis.
this trauma, right? You could go get sent to an extermination camp, be severely
No, we're not going to get into
abused.
that. Use
Yeah,
any
no.
analogy but
Listen,
that.
listen.
Use
Stop.
any analogy
Use a
but that
different
one.
analogy.
I have an analogy. You get in a
It's
car
because
accident.
it's because it's listen.
No,
it's not
because
because
I'm gonna ask, would you
I don't
rather
mind
die?
the analogy.
Stop.
Listen,
Or not
I
do
don't
the
mind the
emotional trauma?
analogy. The terms of service
If
for
you knew what
the
it was.
platform we're on, they mind the analogy.
Had you
So
guys been
just
on
use any
time
other
today,
analogy.
had you guys been on time today, we would have been able to have gone through the entire pre-show and have given you the instructions about what to avoid. Go ahead.
Here's an analogy. Let's say you leave here tonight and you get in a terrible car accident and you wake up in the hospital and you've broken legs, you have severe damage, medical to your body and it's psychological. Are you going to say, I wish I would have died?
I
Because
mean,
that's-
I feel like that's not.
You would be grateful
That's
to
not
be
extra.
alive.
That's
Yes,
traumatic,
I would
but
wanna
it's
live
not
like
like to the extreme of what a trauma somebody could deal with in trauma. So, like going and getting in a car accident is trauma, yes, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
you lost
mean.
a loved one in war. That's your trauma.
Both your legs are amputated from this accident. But you're still grateful to be alive.
Oh,
It's
here.
like-
So here, let's just make it even simpler. Button A is you experience all of the trauma a person would experience losing a loved one in war, or button B, you die instantly. Which button do you think most people would push? Button A or button B?
Depends on the person. It's situational.
All right.
Most people. I'm just asking for most people. Which button do you think most people would push?
I just don't think
Doc
that's
Venabilly donated
something you can
$200.
ask.
Rate of major depression, maker of emotional trauma, in US Fem is 26% per 100K. Rate of self-delete is 5% per 100K for Fem.
Yeah.
Most people rather live with severe adversity than death. End idiocy now.
Yeah, I'm not
Andrew, may I ask you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bro,
May I ask you why?
Hold on.
Final Wave Feminism donated $200. 10 plus years interviewing thousands of women. To reach the same conclusion as the most intelligent, respected theologians, philosophers, etc., women are children. They require top-down guidance.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Thank you, Final Wave Feminism.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your question.
Why is it so black and white to you? Why can't you understand that there's layers to things and that people are different and it can't just be one or the other? Like every single person is different. One person may be okay with living with.
I agree.
Okay, so then why are you trying to argue that with us?
Because
we're all saying both.
So I'm going to explain. So I can grant this to you and say every single human being is different with different preferences. Everything from whether or not they like pineapple on pizza or pepperoni, right? All the way down to the little micro nuances. However, there seems to be shared intuitions that most people have that you would agree that we have, right? So here's a good example of a shared intuition. Taking people's shit that they don't want you to take, they don't like that. That seems to be a shared intuition all over the world. For instance, is there anybody at this table who prefers that people take their stuff away from them? Anybody? Show of hands. A single person who prefers? No, not a single one. Seems like that's a shared intuition, even though all of you have totally different preferences about all sorts of things. So if there's that shared intuition, why shouldn't I think that there could be other shared intuitions like trauma, people wanting to live with trauma rather than death, which could be self-obvious just based on the fact that you think most people would push button A or button B. That seems like now we're getting into, well, we share some sort of intuition here, right?
I hear what you're saying. I really do. But I just...
No, well, I'm glad that you hear it. I'm actually looking for a counter-argument.
If you let me speak. If you let me speak.
Go ahead.
If you let me speak, I could give you that. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Yes, there's shared intuitions. Obviously, people don't want their shit taken, right? But not everybody is the same.
Yeah, but we've already established that.
So then what are you trying to say?
Dude, can we establish right now that nobody in the room with you is the same as you?
But that's so much different than somebody saying that they'd rather live with trauma.
Today's Father's Day. My sister has cancer. I had brain surgery. My brother is disabled. My mother is sick. I work 3 jobs. All of you, please carry your cross.
Amen.
Thank you for the 200. But yeah, so back to this just real quick. You agree that everybody in this room is totally different from each other, right down to their preferences. Even the way that you just took a drink of that drink that you have, water, whatever it is going to be different than how the gal next to you drinks that cup of water. Yeah. We're going to agree it's totally layered and nuanced all the way down. But that doesn't mean that we don't share some intuitions which make us human beings. And a seeming intuition I can point to right now is you don't want your stuff taken from you. That is yours.
Then if
everyone in that room agree. Now, hang on. Wouldn't you agree that almost nobody in the whole world wants you to take their stuff away from them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then that's a shared intuition.
It is
so
a
what's
shared
wrong with this
intuition.
analogy of a shared intuition that people would rather be alive with trauma than dead? That seems like a shared intuition.
Well, you're saying it seems like, and you're asking for facts from us, but you're not giving us
I'm just
facts
asking
either.
you what it seems like. I'm not even asking you for a fact. I'm just asking you, what does your intuition say most people would do in this situation? Push button A
Personally,
or button B?
I think it depends. I think it's situational, and I think it depends on the person.
Okay, but if what would you say to this then? Button A, your shit is taken away from you. Button B, your stuff is not taken away from you.
I would
Which
prefer
button
my
would they
shit
push?
to not be taken away from me.
You're right. So intuitively, everything which you have observed around you your entire life informs you intuitively that that's what they would push. But you didn't need any data. You needed no data. You needed no anything to come. Hang on, stop. I'm almost done. I'm going to let you counter. I promise I'm going to let you counter. Hang on. You didn't need a single shred of data to come to that intuitively. You didn't need it, right?
That I said I would prefer my shit not to be taken?
No. That you think that you would prefer. You think everybody would push the button for the most part that they didn't want their stuff taken, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think most people don't want their shit taken.
Right. So you can arrive to these intuitive conclusions absent any data at all, just based on observation.
Yeah. But my
Yeah, so
intuitive
that would be an
conclusion.
obvious
Hey, when he's
observation.
talking and you talk, he can't hear you.
But my intuitive conclusion about your question whether people would rather live with trauma or, die, I'm saying I don't know. On that one, I'm saying I don't know. You asked me my intuitive conclusion about if I'd want my shit taken or not. I'm saying personally I'd rather not have my shit taken.
Wait, can you just
So I can agree with you that you may not know the answer precisely. You might say, well, I'm not sure this or that, but then when I kind of counter with, then why aren't people who experience severe trauma unaliving themselves at this kind of massive rate? You would think that if the preference was the other direction, that they would be doing that, and they're not. So it seems intuitive, right?
I get what you're saying, but I'm also not saying that the suffering is equal
All right.
to the
I'm
counter
not saying
argument.
it is either.
That's my point. I feel like for certain people, the suffering is equal to death. And so that's why I'm saying it's situational.
I agree. For certain people,
it
I'm sure it
depends
is.
on the person.
And for certain people,
great.
I'm sure that's true.
Exactly. So it's not
but that
black
has
and
nothing
white.
to do with the argument, though.
It's not black and white. You're asking me about my shit being taken or it not being taken. I'm saying I'd rather not have my shit taken. I feel like most people would rather not
No,
have
you're
their-
not. You're saying that you think most
I
people
just said
would
that.
prefer not to have their
I literally
stuff
just
taken,
said
right?
that. I think most people would rather
Yeah.
not have their shit taken. But for this other
Yeah.
argument, I'm saying I don't know.
All right, you guys are kind
right.
of going in circles.
Okay, so I just
Yeah.
want to make sure I got this right. You cannot come to an intuitive conclusion that you think most people would prefer death over trauma. I just want to make
think
sure we got that on record.
It
You're not
depends.
sure.
It depends on the person.
I said most people.
It depends on the person.
Okay, so you're not sure.
I'm
So
not
again,
gonna
then-
give you
so
the
then if
answer
that's
that
the
you
case,
want. It
then you're
depends on
not
the
sure
person.
that most people wouldn't choose death.
It depends on the person.
Yeah, I know,
she's
but
not gonna-
okay, but
I'm
it
not
can't.
gonna give you the answer
It
that
can't-
you
it
want,
can't.
Andrew.
Because it's most, right?
I'm really not.
If you're not
it
sure, then
depends.
what you're saying,
Perfectly
if you
okay.
answer-
Andrew, I'm
listen-
not.
you have to
Listen to
listen.
me. I'm not gonna give you the
Uh-huh.
answer that you want. It
You
depends
don't
on
need
the
to.
person.
You can just sit there and be quiet while I explain it. That's fine too.
Okay, great.
So the thing is that here's your logical extension so that you understand it while you look away. But you're still going to hear me because you have to, right? You need to understand this. The logical extension of you saying it depends on the person. When I ask you, what do you think most people would do? You say, I don't know. That's what you're saying. I don't know. Which means the logical entailment of that is you don't know if most people would choose death or trauma. That's the extension.
Yeah, and it literally roots back to all of us saying both men and women.
I got to move it on, Andrew. I
Okay.
got to move it on. Do you want to make a final point?
No, I think I made the final point already.
Okay. So last thing on that thing, I have some more questions here. We're going to go around the panel. I did actually really quickly, I'll just show you the Ukraine thing, then we'll move on from the war thing. Nick, if you could pull it up. So on the left here, you have Ukrainian women who are screenshotted on dating apps when they were able to flee to Stockholm and the United Kingdom and Barcelona and Lisbon. And where's the nice place in Portugal? Is that Lisbon is that Portugal or Spain? Is that Portugal? Anyways, Ukrainian women were found on Tinder trying to go to the club, trying to, get their hot girl summer on, whatever. That's what you have on the left. Ukrainian women on dating apps and Tinder trying to get dicked down by foreign men. On the right, well, we can't show it, but on the right, you have dead Ukrainian men and soldiers. I'll ask the question one more time. If that picture is a manifestation of not just the Ukrainian conflict, the Ukraine conflict, but all wars throughout history, perhaps excluding the Tinder, do any of you who said both change your mind? seeing that image.
I mean, how about the women that are like actually suffering, not the women that you just
Yes,
put up
there
on
are women-
Tinder?
Primary.
So then stop talking about just women who are on Tinder.
You
Like,
brought up exactly.
None
hello,
of
there
the
are women
women
who are
are on
suffering,
Tinder.
and then there's women who are on Tinder. Like what?
I think the point is the women are alive and still living their lives.
But not every woman who is
Can't
alive
believe
and
that,
dealing
yeah.
with the suffering due to their husband or their
Yes,
father going
not
off.
Every here, let me.
And also with
hold
the-
on,
with
hold
the
on, fine. I'll
Ukrainian
just
men.
engage with you on this. Okay,
honestly-
I'll just engage with you. Hold on.
Do you think the
I'll just
Ukrainian
engage
men
with you.
are-
I'll engage with you
Okay,
on this.
sure.
Okay, so yes, not every single woman is on Tinder, but if you're a Ukrainian man, there's 0 Ukrainian men that are on Tinder in Stockholm, in
There's none?
Oslo.
You don't think there's any Ukrainian men in Tinder in any of those places? You- honestly. And think about the older men too
Are you
that
just
aren't
being
fighting
bad
in the
faith
war.
intentionally? Are you trying to argue that there's just as many men?
Did I say that?
Do you recall when I said no, men could not leave the country?
Not any men.
So it's actually plausible, yes. No, from the age of 18 to 60 or 65, men could legally not leave the country. If you did, you would be imprisoned, you'd be punished. They
Right.
beat a lot of the men who did try to flee.
Right.
If you see videos of these men trying to cross the border, the Ukrainian military police will apprehend these men and often beat them.
So no, they're
So,
not
hold
on
on.
Tinder.
What does
It
that
actually,
have to do
it
with
actually
Tinder?
would be fair for me to say that there's a good probability, at least, I don't know how things have changed. I still think men can't even leave the country. This is now, we're 2-3 years into this conflict. I think it actually would be fair of me to say that there are no men in Stockholm, no Ukrainian men in Stockholm, just partying it up, swiping on girls,
Well.
fucking hot Swedish chicks.
I mean,
Then
to
pull up the
hold on.
statistic.
To
statistic.
Yeah, the statistic.
I
sure.
don't need a statistic.
But,
Hold on.
but
Let me answer
I'm
her
sure
thing.
there was
the statistic
Ukrainian men
is that you can
that weren't in the country when it went to war.
Do you doubt my assertion that men between the ages of 18 to 60 were precluded, were not allowed to leave the country? I could pull up a CNN, I
definitely
could
not
pull up
saying that.
BBC. Tell me the news organization which you respect, and I'll gladly pull it up.
I honestly do not know what this has to do with Tinder. All I'm saying is that I'm sure there's men who are on Tinder in Ukraine.
No.
Listen. I think there's Ukrainian men on Tinder, but
you can't
they
just-
probably
you can't
weren't. They
reason with
probably
some
weren't
people.
in the country when the war happened. They probably are maybe half citizens of other countries. Maybe they already fled the country. Maybe they weren't
Okay.
there. So
How
there might
about
be.
here.
But to the statistic that was there, sure they are the primary victims. If that's what you want to hear.
That's not the argument I'm trying to make at all. But
But do you think that the Ukrainian men don't feel like their women that are fighting this war in Ukraine? You don't think that they feel like their women, their daughters, and their grandmothers are not suffering? You don't feel like that? They don't feel like that themselves?
Again, that's not the argument I'm making.
Could you tell us the
that's-
argument you're trying to make?
But
Like,
we're just
Do
having
say
you
a
it.
guys
debate.
know the definition of primary?
Yes, they're all suffering. Yes.
Yes.
The daughters are suffering. The
Women,
mothers are
Ukrainian
suffering. The wives
women
are suffering.
are suffering.
Yeah, and I just agreed with you.
What is the argument you were trying to make? Just tell us so we
I've
can.
literally repeated it multiple times.
Please say it again. Yeah, please say it
That
again.
men are the primary victims
Men
of
are
war.
the primary victims of war, and I've provided several examples.
So what does this have to do with these specific men being on Tinder? Like genuinely.
What? It's the women who are
I
on
think she's
Tinder.
just saying-
It's Ukrainian women. It's to illustrate
But
the
they're not
difference.
victims because they're on Tinder.
It's to illustrate the
Even though their
difference.
fathers might have died.
As a woman,
Even though they might be on Tinder
They're
and
victims,
doing the crazy
but they're
shit
not
they're
the
doing.
primary victims because they have the privilege to be on Tinder and not in war.
I'm just saying,
All right,
why
I'm
did
just gonna move it on.
No, like genuinely, like why did you
Women
get
are definitely
pictures of like
victims of
random
war.
pictures of girls on Tinder and compare them to dead bodies?
Literally, that is
I'm
the
just confused
That
with
is
the
the
photo.
most ridiculous comparison
How
I've
is
ever
that
heard in my life.
ridiculous?
Because you could use like
How is that?
if they're
It's
leaving the
actually
country,
a
they're not
perfect.
affected.
It's a perfect
Why?
illustration.
Well, because
of
they're
the
on Tinder.
differences.
Because they're on
Enlighten
Tinder,
us,
I guess that
Brian.
means everything's good, right?
That's
Please
not
enlighten
okay.
us.
Can
Well,
you
it's just,
actually?
like, weird.
Why don't you just steel man my position instead of straw manning my position?
What does that mean?
This is crazy.
Steel man your position?
Well, I'm just saying, like I'm confused by the picture because
Nobody-
it was like not.
Yeah,
I want to say not comparable.
when somebody says that, like a steel man my position, it just means, can you repeat my argument back to me? That way I know you understand it. That's all it means.
Or men the primary victim
yeah.
of war.
Yeah.
Statistically, in this case, yes, it's Ukraine. I mean, men have to be drafted. Statistically, yes. I'm just asking why you are comparing
already agreed with
random
you.
pictures of girls on Tinder to dead bodies.
Okay, are you aware that there's currently a massive military conflict in Ukraine?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And are you aware that, I've already stated this, men between the ages of 18 to 60 or 65 were barred from fleeing the country.
Yes.
And a lot of those men were drafted
Yes,
into the
it's
war
fucked up.
and they're dead now. Whereas if a woman was so inclined, she could freely leave, she could cross the border, and then she could end up in Stockholm, Oslo, Lisbon, whatever fucking
But what about
really
the women
nice.
who didn't? Why? Like, that's what I'm wondering.
my-
Why you're not comparing them? Like, don't like act like I'm like stupid. Like, I'm
So
genuinely
if
curious.
let me ask you a question. If I told you that like 0 men between that age range of 18 to 60 or 65 left the country, and millions of Ukrainian women in that age range left the country, what's your argument to that?
No, I'm just asking about the
What are
women.
you asking?
You keep jumping around my question. I'm
I'm
asking.
not jumping around your question. I've tried to explain it multiple times, but go ahead.
Why did you put pictures of like girls like in provocative poses next to pictures of dead
It was
bodies?
their Tinder profiles.
Why did you hunt
That's
down
them.
Tinder
Yeah, but
profiles? Like that you can't even
Hold on,
compare
I
that.
didn't. Hold on, absolutely.
I'm just like, why would you like hunt down girls with pictures?
I
like,
didn't.
ugh,
First
like,
off,
what?
somebody sent me that.
We
didn't make the collage.
That's still weird. Like,
Why is it weird?
Because you're
if it
comparing
illustrates a point.
men who died in war to pictures of girls grabbing their asses on a Tinder profile.
What's your point?
I'm
It's
just
an
saying.
example
Make an
of freedom.
argument. Make
No,
an
I'm aware of
argument.
that, but not- I'm
You're
not saying
asking
I
me.
think
You're
I think it's
asking me
sad
why I did it. You were asking me why
To
did I
put
do
women
that?
second
Make an
to
actual
men as
argument.
victims of war.
Hold on. Make an argument instead of
that's
why would you do that? Just make the argument instead.
I'm just confused on why you're
Why-
attacking me for asking a question.
Huh?
Why are you like getting mad at me asking a question?
Because you're not being like rational. You're not being logical.
either.
No,
Yes,
I'm just saying. You could get pictures of like women like in Ukraine. You could literally get them at their house, and like you went to like whoever
That's where
found that.
we have access to photos. The reason, to answer
mean,
your
I
question,
feel like
hold on,
for-
I was talking. The reason that he showed that picture is because it
Jump over this table.
illustrates that women have the freedom to be able to be on Tinder. They can't get pictures of them in their houses. That's the pictures that they have access to. But it
Tinder
illustrates
pictures.
that women they have the freedom.
Brian, do you have any numbers on human trafficking and blank? This is not to take away from men suffering, which we do not have accurate numbers. Charlie, I don't have numbers on that. Don't know.
Yeah, but no big deal, right? Because what about all the trauma that the men who are in their families
feel
have
like
to
it's very-
experience by those women being trafficked?
I feel
they're,
like it's very
They're
sad.
just as much a primary victim as the women.
I feel like it's clear,
I feel
you
like
guys. I'm so
I feel like
sorry.
it's very sad, especially to Ukrainians at this moment, to compare who's a bigger victim, men or women. And I feel like it's very sad to say women are second victims under men, victims of war in any situation. And I just think that's sad. And that's just me.
I
though.
think-
as
I
a
agree.
woman,
Hold on.
that's how I feel. Now, as men, y'all might feel differently, and y'all
I think it's
have been
despicable.
suppressing.
I
all
think it's
types of people all the
absolutely
time.
despicable that
I
you
agree.
guys, here's the epic female empathy that you guys are unable to acknowledge a singular realm in which men suffer more than women. I bet every
What did
single
we
one of
just
hold
say?
on. I bet every single one of you would say that in this specific category,
still a
women
wage gap.
suffer more. Let me ask you a
They
question.
don't.
When it comes to SA, who suffers more, men or women?
Statistically, women.
So why is
But men
why
still
can't you
suffer. I'm not saying men don't suffer,
Okay,
bro.
but the question is more.
But why is it like poor
More.
men?
Yes. Do men
Or
get
women?
essayed? Do men get essayed?
Okay, more men are
Yes.
in war.
Men
still
run the
get more men
world.
are in war. More women get sexually like assaulted.
So who's the
Like, it's like
primary victim of SA?
women.
But so why can't you just
Maybe children.
grant in
That men are the
most
primary victims
obvious
of Ukrainian
scenario?
war. Yeah. I never said that men weren't
You
all
guys
victims
literally
of
all
Ukrainian
said.
war.
I mean, I did.
You all said both. It's
Oh, I
both
didn't.
men and women.
It's different kinds of
equal.
trauma.
I think war is a different
different.
subject than
I gotta move it
sexual
on.
assault.
And everybody's like
but-
making faces and stuff, but I'm just
but
saying there's like different types
does
of
that
trauma.
mean-
Like
Yeah.
I can't reason with it. I got to move it on.
I mean, you got a valid point.
I'm going to read a couple
Sure.
chats here. Oh, great. Okay. Kill of Serial. Is it worse to abort the child or to abandon it on a stranger's doorstep? Child is alive, but the gamble on the future life of the child would be of concern. Is living through hell worse than death? Hey, Kill of Serial. Thank you, man. I think we did kind of talk about that a little bit already. Yeah, we already asked it. Is it worse to let the child or to abandon it on the stranger's doorstep? Anybody want to answer that?
I want to say women can't take accountability, but it sounds like they can't.
All right. We
That's
have
it.
Matty Ice. People have family members that die every single day. They aren't out here offing themselves. Really good point, Matty Ice. Yeah, people go through traumatic things every single day. Death is something that we're all going to experience, whether it's a family member or our own, our own thing eventually, either through illness, old age, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you, man. We have stochastic decay. Who's the primary victim of rape? The woman being essayed or the support system that has to pick up the pieces? I think it's both. Probably somebody's in the bathroom right now. Can you sit down while the person's in the bathroom? Okay. Stochastic decay, who's the primary victim of rape? The woman being essayed or the support system that has to pick up the pieces? I think this is a rhetorical question. I think it's both, probably situational. This panel is retardant. Okay, thank you, man. Charlie Tanner, Brian, do you have any numbers on human trafficking and essay? This is not to take. Oh, that one already came through. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We're going to read a couple more chats here. All right, we have Joe MC. Okay. Joe MC, dude, when I was in Iraq as a Marine, two of my friends.
You're good, keep going.
Two of my friends got cheated on, talk about ultra trauma.
He probably
Okay. Yo, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships, dude. You're a fucking legend. Thank you, man. What is everyone's favorite brand of alcohol? All right, light question. Go ahead.
Di Serono.
Huh?
Di Serono.
Okay, go ahead.
Veuve champagne.
I see it, Nick.
I can't drink.
Ooh, I love that blue champagne as well.
Yeah, I can't drink.
I don't drink.
They can't drink, but they probably drink.
I don't drink at all.
All right.
Send
This
Veuve.
one came through. We have Robert Tanner. Brian, you are wrong on war casualties. Read Anthony Beaver, The Fall of Berlin, 1945. The amount of suffering on the Eastern Front is a terrible suffering during World War II. Well, yes, there were female civilians. There were a few women military casualties, but the overwhelming amount of casualties were men, at least in the military component. And then I believe the civilian component, it's pretty comparable between men and women. So yeah, more men in total died during World War II than women, and more men were injured in casualties of war than women.
And why does the government send men out to war and not women?
I'm sorry,
I
what?
think we got a problem with the government. No.
Okay,
Never mind.
all right.
You can move on.
Brian and Andrew, you proved tonight that the majority of women lack any type of logic. Okay, Brian Lecomte, appreciate it, brother, appreciate it. Thank you. Hold on. And then we have this one, and then Nick, if you could get those yellows when... Brian, men from Ukraine have fled and are partying. You are wrong, thinking all stayed, and that Ukraine men aren't partying or on Tinder. All the oligarch kids fled. Everyone loses in war. Well, okay, if I can grant you that, yes, some men were probably able to cross the border, some men were able to get out, that doesn't change the fact that all men were barred legally from, like, for example, I think my understanding of United States law when it comes to the border, it's technically illegal to cross into the United States. Does that mean it doesn't happen? For example, being in possession of certain drugs is a crime. Do people still do it? Yes. So the reality is, while some men were able to escape, the vast majority haven't. And if they did escape, they had to go through much more extreme means of attempting to escape as compared to women who could literally cross the border without any harassment or any sort of potential reprisals. They're free to leave. Whereas a guy, if you get caught trying to leave, you're fucked. Major fucked. So yes, some men were able to flee, of course. Most weren't, though. And then AB Check, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships, man. Appreciate it. Nick, if you can hide all those that we went through. Okay, next topic. This is all right. Can you be sexist towards men? Go ahead.
Like me personally, or?
No, just in general. In general.
Yeah.
Okay, like can women be sexist towards men?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
Of course.
Okay. Can you be racist towards white people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess so.
No, yes. I feel like, I don't know, what's like the definition of racism? It's like making somebody feel like
God for their
less than you or something, or you have
Judge them based off
they're
their
less.
race.
Yeah, but it's more, it's like isn't there like a deeper, I don't know, I can't really even speak, because I isn't there like a thing, like systematic, I don't know, like,
No, you tell us. Remember, you're way more educated than we are.
no, I don't know.
She never said that.
Right.
Did say that.
No, I didn't.
No, she
You know what?
didn't.
I'm sure you know what racist means.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it like a thing, I don't know, isn't it like a thing where I
You're
don't know.
discriminated
I'd
against
have to look at the
based solely
definition.
on
I'd have to
skin
look at the
color.
Let me
definition.
ask
I'll have
some,
my phone.
I'll ask some clarifying questions.
I don't want to.
So
wanna
can you be
debate.
racist towards black people?
Yes.
Can you be racist towards Asians?
Sure. Yeah.
Can you be racist towards Latinos?
Yeah, but I'm white, so I mean, isn't
No,
that
I'm not,
because
I'm not saying you.
I'm a majority.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general, can people be racist towards black people?
I mean, they're minorities, so isn't that like? I don't know. I'm
It's
not
just a
sure.
yes or no question.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Can black here? Let me ask you. Can black people be racist towards white people?
No, I don't think so.
Can Asian
necessarily.
people be racist towards white people?
I mean, I don't think so.
Can Latinos be racist towards white people?
I don't think so.
Can any other race besides white be racist towards white people?
I mean, it just I feel like to my friends that are not white, they've explained this to me before, and I'm not the best one to explain it, so I'm not going to. So yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. What about you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to come back to you. Was that your genuine answer, or are you just kind of saying yes just to say
No, that was
yes?
my genuine answer.
Okay, so you can't be racist towards white people then.
Yeah, I'm also half white, so.
Okay. All right. That's kind of my rapid fire questions. Then we'll get into a couple things. Just going around the table, do you consider yourself a feminist related to dating, you know?
No.
No, not a feminist?
You'll have to come back to me.
I'd say yes.
No.
Sort of.
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay, I'll wait till she's back at the table and to ask her the question. She's coming. There she is. She's coming. She's making her way. She's taking her sweet fucking time. Are you a feminist?
I wouldn't say like an extreme feminist, but yeah, I guess I'm a feminist. I
You
guess.
do consider yourself a feminist? Okay. All right, good to know. Good to know. So those of you who said yes, you're a feminist. Oh, you didn't answer. Go ahead.
I think I'd word it like her, like not an extreme one, but definitely a feminist.
Okay, so you do you believe in the patriarchy?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, you believe in the patriarchy. Okay.
I've seen good patriarchies, and then I've seen like some that are.
Just answer the question, please.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Like the patriarchy theory.
I don't know much about the patriarchy theory.
But you've heard the term patriarchy, right? Are you opposed to the patriarchy?
Actually, I don't know. Define patriarchy.
Well,
Wouldn't
there's,
that be like a
you're the feminist.
higher,
Hang on. I'm sorry to cut in, but I don't actually understand. Now I don't know your name, the gal who's sitting from my perspective would be to the right side of the table, second one over, who has been kind of verbally sparring with everyone tonight. What'd you say your name was?
That's you.
Yeah.
Oh, Paloma.
Paloma. Okay. I don't understand why when Brian said just please answer the question, you went like, look at this shit. Look at this. Look, what's going on here, right? What's going? I don't actually understand that. Think of it from his perspective. He's going around the table and he wants to get everybody's actual answer. If somebody goes on a diatribe right then, how could he get everybody included in the conversation?
I really don't care about answering your stupid questions anymore, both of you guys, so I'm actually gonna go. But You guys have a
Well,
great night.
Do you want to at least, let me ask you just a few more questions if you don't mind.
I mind. What are the questions?
So it's a rage quit?
Hold
I
on.
don't care. Rage
It's
quit.
okay. Let me ask her a couple
It's not
questions.
a rage quit.
It's a rage quit.
Okay, whatever you want to word
What did
it.
I say that was so offensive to you?
It's nothing you said. I just like really don't have the energy to keep going back and forth
Right.
with you because you want a specific answer and I'm not going to give it, and you're going to keep prying and prying until you get that answer, and
So
I'm
you're
not going
just
to give it to you.
intellectually dishonest?
I just don't feel like arguing with you anymore. Like plain and simple. You're not somebody I'm obligated to argue with.
No,
So,
I agree. You're not. If you want to rage quit, it's totally up to you.
rage quit, whatever you want to word it. I don't really give a fuck. I'm leaving.
So I'll ask you the
I think this is stupid.
I'll ask you the question. So you do believe in the patriarchy, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think that women are oppressed
Yes.
in the United States?
Yes.
And who are men the oppressors?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
So, well, I'm asking you some more questions. So,
I'm gonna leave.
okay, that is a rage quit. Okay.
This is Sparta!
Peace out. Peace out. You too, homie.
Do you want to turn?
Wait, I don't know my purse
It should be.
Just in here anywhere?
At school at 6:45 a.m.
Yeah.
Supposed to be up to
No sleep.
Uh-oh. What's going on? What's going on over there?
I think she's just looking for her purse. It's
Oh,
there.
okay. Got it. Yeah, so just very briefly to go over the question, the reason that this is being asked is we've heard this a lot on the show, between men and women dynamics. Obviously, there's many men who prefer not to end up in relationships with feminists, right? They just prefer not to. And so this is why it's being asked if you consider yourself to be a feminist, and that's how it's tied back into kind of the dating talk so that we can figure out where your stance is. Makes a lot of sense to me, as politics in the United States is highly polarizing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is why it's asked and why it is. He just wants to get everybody's answer on record before we start to kind of press in where your feminist beliefs come from, why you think that way, and how that applies to when you're dating. So going around the table, let me give a different definition of feminism and see if the answers change. I think that the most charitable definition of feminism I can give is a rejection of patriarchal systems in lieu of egalitarianism, meaning equality between the two sexes. By that definition, would you guys consider yourself feminists going around the table? We'll start with you, gal with the red bangs. Sorry, I was here late, so I don't know anybody's names. So if I just call you out by your clothing, please don't get mad at me, right? That's it. That's basically the only thing I can do. So starting with you.
No, you're good. Can you repeat that one more time? Though I've been up for like 24 hours and my brain is just.
Oh, God, I feel that.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. So if the definition of feminism was a rejection of patriarchal systems for the movement of equality between the two sexes, men and women, would you consider yourself a feminist then?
Should men and women be
Say
equal?
that again.
No, that's not actually what's being asked. So if the definition of feminism is the movement towards the equality of the two sexes, men and women, and a rejection of patriarchal systems, meaning men in charge of shit, would you call yourself a feminist then?
No.
No? Okay.
It depends for me. It really depends on what type of men I've seen, because obviously every man's different. Every patriarchal system that I've encountered in life, like some men run it good, real good, and they're cool and everything. So I would be down with a cool man running stuff. But I've seen some weird dudes running stuff too, and then I literally am like, oh my gosh, thank God that I have my own rights, because going under this guy would be like living hell, like, you know, like, so if it's a good dude, then I'm cool with it. But if it's a dude that I don't like, that's a really weird dude, then no. So I could flip. It just depends on if I'm comfortable with the man.
So to kind of engage with what you're saying, we'll say systems where men are in charge and have traditionally been in charge, they are going to stay in charge if you're under a patriarchy.
Yes. But if question, would this be related to that? So if it was a patriarchy society where like women, like they're like, oh, women can't work, it's like, does that keep vulnerable populations vulnerable in a sense where like, what if like the woman can't find a
I
husband?
mean, we can kind of get into that.
Yeah.
But just to get it on record, if that was the definition of feminism, charitable definition, would you then call yourself a feminist?
If a good man running shit and following him, or a bad man running shit and following him?
Just a rejection of patriarchal systems for the movement of egalitarianism, meaning both are running things equally.
I mean, I guess I could reject it, but if I see a good one, then I'll go for it. You know, I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, I just have to know if the dude's good or not.
Okay. So going to the next person at the table.
Oh, sorry. So by the first definition, so you're saying a rejection of patriarchal
Systems and a movement towards equality between the sexes.
I mean, I think they should be the same, so no. I mean, equal.
Yeah, so then feminists, right?
That would make you a feminist.
Yeah, by that definition. Okay, so moving to the next one.
I guess in that definition, sure.
Yeah, you would be a feminist then. Okay, and then moving to the next one.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to see a rejection of patriarchal systems for movement towards equality between the sexes?
Absolutely not.
Okay, next.
Still no, not a feminist.
Because women hate women.
I don't hate
Okay,
women.
I didn't hear the redhead though.
I said absolutely not, and it's not because I hate women. It's because women, we should.
We have a role to fill.
Yeah, we
and
have a
it's not
certain
being in
role, and it's not to be in charge. It's not to be equal, and it's not to be, independent technically. And as a Christian.
You're religious. Y'all are very religious, so it makes sense why you feel like that.
Okay, well, I understand money is your God, but my God is.
I don't have a God. I have a creator.
That's Romans 1. What? Hey, you should read Romans 1:18. God's wrath against unrighteousness, talking about people worshiping the creature rather than the creator. Anyways.
I worship the creator. You don't know me. You don't know what I worship.
What's your creator's name?
I mean, I don't believe the creator has a name. God, I guess.
It's a force that we can't comprehend.
You guys don't want to get into what I believe.
Yeshua, Adonai.
No, I really
Because I believe
really
in
do.
like the Bible, but I also believe in like all them other books that like
The
were
Bible makes it
outside the
very-
Bible, like the Book of Enoch and all that stuff. I think puts into perspective, and those are all like forbidden books. So I'm not gonna get into all that.
Well, the Book of Enoch's not a forbidden book.
It's the Apocrypha.
It just was
Yeah,
not.
it's
It wasn't put into the canon for a reason. But I mean, all the Book of Enoch is basically an extrapolation from, what happened during the flood. It gets into fallen angels, all that type of stuff.
Yeah. So
But-
then, what my God is and what her God is going to be two different gods.
Yeah, Jesus
well,
talks about that.
do you have a reason why you think that should be canonical? I don't
Should be what?
understand that though.
No, I mean, wait. Explain what that means.
Well, people put the Bible together and left that book out. Do you know why they
Yeah.
did that?
I mean.
Why did they do that?
I think they did it because they don't want us to know the truth. They did it for power. They did it for control. I think that's what religion was really made for. I think the word.
I mean, this was a very
is,
public debate. It was very publicly
it's a very.
debated.
This debate is crazy. Is why I don't want to get into.
Well, I feel like
it.
every
No, I
religion
mean it was.
created for,
I'm
like,
saying at the
comfort,
time
something
when they were
to
putting
rely
these
on.
books together to make the Bible, that it was publicly debated which books are going in and which ones aren't. And the way that they're able to verify this is they're looking at, is this a third-party source or is this something that actually came, from the apostles themselves? There was good reasons why they kept many books out.
Yeah, I'm not really
Yeah.
gonna dive too deep into things because I'm not. I'm not even gonna get into it actually.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I feel like
Well, I was
religion
just
was
curious
created
about
for
your beliefs
comfort.
on this creator of yours. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
believe
it's not
in
the God of the
I-
Bible.
No, it's God. I just think that I'm not. I don't want to speak too much on it just because I don't want to. But I think that the Bible and the stories in the Bible were translated. Also, a lot of the kings and stuff made them, and a lot of these things different, false, yeah, to
I'm saying
have
they're false.
power among people. So
you don't believe in the same God, because God,
I do
we believe He is who He
in
says He is,
God.
which says that the eternal scriptures have not been tampered and that they are true, and that every single word is God breathed. But you
So-
don't believe that. You think it's manipulation.
You said you believe in the Bible, and when we were talking about gender roles specifically, you were like, you guys are religious, of course you believe that. We believe that
not
because
really
we believe in the
religious.
Bible, but didn't you just say you also believe in the Bible?
Hold on. Scoot your mic a little
Well,
bit.
some stories in the Bible aren't meant to be like.
Okay, so you
word
believe
for
some of
word.
the Bible.
Well, I mean, like some of
I
it.
mean, I do believe in the Bible, but I also believe that the Bible has been manipulated by kings and all types of
So
people.
you don't believe God is who He says He is in the Bible?
Erroneous.
I mean, she's definitely
Erroneous.
right. There's tons of Bibles which have been manipulated by kings.
Yeah, like King
James. Right? There's no. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
doubt that that's true.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
that
I'm
gives
not
us
trying to
much
get
information about your creator.
Well, I grew up
then-
Christian.
I
Not
mean, I
every
believe
story
in
is
that.
literal.
I believe the Bible stories are correct. I believe like certain things, like a lot of the
Parts of it are
stories
true.
are correct, but I also believe that it's been manipulated. So I don't think it's the whole truth. I think there's a lot of truth missing
So you
out of the
get to
Bible
pick and
that you
choose
can
what
find.
is and isn't?
I mean, I'm not a Christian. I'm not sitting up here saying I'm a Christian. So I don't believe like you have to pick and choose. I don't believe. I think you can pick and choose.
We don't believe in the same
You know
God.
what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, that's.
Well, I
fine,
mean, like
babe.
it's all a greater
May,
force. Like we can't comprehend
I'll be with
it.
you.
And I mean, either way, like there's
Andrew,
stories in the Bible that
final
aren't.
thoughts on the religious conversation?
Yeah, I'm
Final thoughts
good.
on
We
this?
can move it on.
Okay.
Well, I have a question for Andrew. Did you agree that you believe that some of the Bible has been manipulated? And
Well, I
that it's
believe
not
that
that God
Protestant-
didn't have
yeah,
sovereign control over
Yeah, I believe
that?
that Protestant churches constantly have manipulated the Bible. Everything to the feminist Bible, which they wrote, a brand new Bible, which was a feminist version, to several Protestant churches making their own scripture. Like, for instance, I would consider Mormons to be Protestants. I'd consider Jehovah's Witnesses to be Protestants. I would consider those to be extra canons, which they added, which they're not allowed to do, like the Mormons did with Joseph Smith. So yeah, there's been
Oh, well,
tons
I'm
and
not
tons
saying
of modification
I agree
when
with
it
the
comes
Joseph
from
Smith.
Protestants. Yeah.
I'm saying like a basic NASB 1995. Do you think it's not?
Fully true.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
it
God did
doesn't
not
have the it doesn't have the Deuterocanons. Yeah, so it's not complete.
So like with the, what do you mean by that? With full apocryphas in it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Right? It's not
I
complete.
mean, I
right?
believe God. I mean, my opinion. I believe God has sovereign control over everything. That's my piece. Over everything.
I do
Yeah,
got.
I know, but I'm correct, right? It's not.
No.
Is it the full Bible or not?
I mean, God allowed it to be taken out for a reason, and He knows better than you and I. Do you not agree?
No, He didn't allow the
We'll do
original
split.
church.
People did.
The original
Split it up.
church
I'm just
had the original church put the Bible together, right? And we're still using that same Bible to this day. You're using a different Bible. I don't know what Bible you're using, but it's not the Bible I'm using.
Can I see your Bible? Is it like
Yeah, well,
an
no,
old
I'd have to
Geneva?
go upstairs to get it, but yeah, it would have. It's going to have things in it that yours clearly doesn't, right? You just said it yourself.
Right. Yeah, the apocryphas.
Yeah, so I mean, you just got done saying something different that's never been modified. It's clearly been modified.
I'm not saying it hasn't been modified. I'm saying, do you think that God didn't have sovereign control ultimately over His word, and how?
Yeah, and I'm still reading His word. You're reading something that's not complete. That was not the original Bible, which was put together by.
But
the
how do you
church.
know I haven't read apocryphas? I just don't have it in a Geneva Bible.
Yeah, why isn't it in the Bible, in your Bible? Why not?
Because I believe that God allowed it to be taken out, that people didn't
Oh,
need
okay. Well, Joseph Smith believed the same thing. He believed that God allowed him to add to it.
But it just has nothing to do with their salvation, and I think a lot of people fall to idolatry. And
What
think
does that
the
have
book
to
of
do with
Enoch-
anything? Wait. Back up. The question is not whether or not, leaving the salvation question to the side. Yeah, thank you. Talking about, and this, by the way, Bible that I read, but talking about whether or not it has to do with salvation would be as the same argument Joseph Smith would make. The question is, how can you make the claim that you're not reading a modified Bible when you're reading a modified Bible and you know you're reading a modified Bible? I don't know where you came up with this
Well, I mean,
idea.
they all
You're
have
not. You are.
translations. They all have translations based on, the language and stuff like that. But like I said, I believe that it reflects God's word, and I do think God has control over that on what goes.
Well,
to
then, okay, so then if that's true, God also has control over this Bible that I'm reading. And if this Bible that I'm reading is different than the Bible that you're reading, are you saying that the God that I'm worshiping is different than the God that you're worshiping? Or did he give me a different Bible for some reason?
Thank you.
Not necessarily. But what I was...
Well,
oh, sorry.
then I don't understand, right? There's there's only going to be one Bible, right? There can't be multiple Bibles.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm trying to fix your microphone.
Oh.
You guys, if you guys look into the camera, right, this is what, look, I know it's annoying for me to go meta about this and interrupt this conversation. What you guys end up often doing is blocking your entire faces with the microphone. We want you guys here. You can see chin, mouth, speaking into the microphone. You guys end up blocking your whole face. We can't see you. Just try to be cognizant of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, so I'm just saying to you that when she claims that there's all sorts of modifications which have happened to the Bible from Protestant sects, I don't see how she's wrong, because that's true.
No, I'm not
It's just
arguing
true.
that. Oh, he can't hear me. I'm not arguing that. What I was arguing was she was saying that men manipulated it to use it for their own power and self-gain, to manipulate them.
They have done that. I mean, she's not wrong about that either. They definitely have done that.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that any men have manipulated the messaging in the Bible for the purposes of power and control, really?
I mean, maybe they've taken the context and the terms and twisted it to their own use, but no, I really do believe that the Bible is, God breathed. I'll die on that hill. So
Okay, so let me get this right. Let's see if we can untangle this mess real quick. Do you believe in prosperity doctrine, prosperity gospel?
No.
Okay. How are men not using the Bible and twisting it?
That's not what I said. I didn't say people didn't use scripture. I'm saying that the scriptures were not taken, like written scripture, then taken, twisting God's words, like in the Bible, to hand to more people to be misunderstood. I believe if you got dropped off on an island with a Bible, you can find salvation and Jesus through getting to know God through his word.
You mean natural law?
Natural law?
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying absent a Bible, if you're dropped on an island,
No, but I
you
said
would be able to come to Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah, well, I said with a Bible, but without a Bible, yeah, God is manifest within you, so every person is without excuse.
So why do you need a Bible at all?
Well, if you're lucky enough to have one.
Then
Yeah, I know, but why do you need one at all?
Can you each make your final statements on this? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just want to know, why do you need one at all if you're just going to come to the truth anyway?
I think that that's not what we were talking about. I'm just saying that I believe the
I
Bible.
know, but that's my question to you. My question to you is this question. Why do you even need it at all if you're just going to come to the truth anyway?
You don't. You really don't. You don't have to have a Bible. Everyone knows that God exists. The moral law is written on their hearts, and God tells us so. God is manifest within you. People
So you
won't
don't need a
deny
Bible?
that. Huh?
So you don't need the Bible?
I'm just saying you don't need the Bible to know that God is real. It tells us that in the book of Romans, chapter 1.
So what's the Bible for?
If you want to get to know God's nature and character and to get closer to him, because if you love God, why would you not want to get to know him through his word that he left here on earth for us?
Final point from the both of you.
That's it. I believe
Okay.
the Bible.
Yeah, well, we'll leave it
Let
there.
God
for
be
moving
true
it
and
on.
every man a liar.
All right. So
What'd you say?
It's a scripture. Let God be true and every man a liar.
Okay. I didn't hear what you said, so I was just asking.
It's okay.
all right. We have cheers to Brian and Andrew. Patience. Also, happy Father's Day to all the dads. Kron, hey, thank you, man, for the super chat. Appreciate it, dude. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Yeah, I did. Hi, Brian, long-time listener, second-time read super chatter. Is Andrew in the studio? I'm kind of drunk, so I disregard my previous Ukraine comments. Great show. Ask the girls about the Talmud. No, I'm good. Isn't the Orthodox Study Bible based off the NKJV? KO, thank you for the super chat, but I mean, they probably don't even know what that is.
I do. New
Huh?
King James Version?
Yeah, New King James.
No, that's not.
Oh, okay.
The Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
All right. We have a question here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks. Total face body on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. Starting with you.
Why me?
I try to switch it up.
10 all the way around.
10?
Yeah.
Now, he does ask total face body. And is it 10, 10, 10?
Yes. I think God made me perfect.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Let me actually write this down. God made you, although you don't believe in God.
I do believe in God. I never said I didn't. She's the one saying I don't believe in her God.
All right, so hold on.
I said I do. I
okay.
believe in the Creator.
What about you?
I don't know. 7's like my.
Wow, you're really far from that microphone there.
Jesus. Okay. Sorry. I'm like, I haven't slept either. 7's my favorite number. Right now, I'm gonna have to go with like a 6. I'm not gonna lie.
So total face body.
I could give it 8 on a good day.
Total face body.
8.
Total?
Yes, so I'm
Your
asking
face?
for 3 answers.
So what would you? 8 on all.
Oh, so are you saying 8 for all?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
8 for the face and 6 for the body.
Okay, so total.
14.
No.
Oh.
That was me too. I was like, no.
Okay, your total count would be could be 10 max. Face could be 10, body could be 10. But you don't add the 2 numbers together.
Right. Yeah, 8 for the face and then 6 for the body.
Okay. What about you?
I'm going all 6s on mine.
Going to you over there.
I feel like 6 on the face. I want to pick, I can't pick 7. 7.5 for my body. And then
Okay.
total, yeah, 7.5, 6.
For total, I would do 6, face 6, body 7. Oh, I can't 8.
Okay.
So since I can't say 7 for anything, I think my face would be closer to an 8 than a 6. Body probably 6, and then total probably closer to a 6 than an 8, so 6.
And can I quickly follow up with this by asking, if we can go around one more time, and ask from your personal perspective, who do you think the prettiest girl in the room is?
Oh.
Starting with Red Bangs. Who do you think the prettiest girl in the room is?
Oh. I can't remember her name, but over here.
Oh,
In the
Lauren.
back?
No, the white.
Oh, Lauren. Okay.
This is so hard for me. Everyone's beautiful. I'll see. Abigail.
And by the way, you can pick yourself. That's fine too.
Oh yeah,
If
yeah.
think
You
you're
can
the
pick
prettiest girl in the
I
room.
said Abigail.
So Abigail. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like everyone here is like everyone here
no.
looks really good. I
Don't weasel. Don't
Can
weasel.
I like pass?
No, you gotta answer this.
Can I get one pass?
Nope.
Well, because
Answer.
like everyone in here is like hot. Like
I know it's
The-
hard.
Yeah, who do you
Everybody's
think
the
the
same-
prettiest out of
same
all the hot
attractiveness?
girls that you see is?
I pass. I think
Well, we can't
everyone
force her
looks
to
good.
answer. We can't force her to
Yeah, I
answer.
guess.
Probably these 2 ladies right here next to me. I like them. I think they're very
Yeah,
pretty.
Which one do you think?
Both of them.
Who's the prettiest
I want
girl in the
both.
room? Do you think?
They're gonna play this game with you, Andrew.
Yeah, we just gonna play
Andrew,
this game.
I don't want to
Andrew.
answer that question.
I'm tired of
Damn lame.
I didn't know we could get out of it.
I really tried to.
My turn?
Yeah.
Grace.
Yeah, I'd say so. I find you very attractive.
You're gorgeous.
Thank you.
Whoa, fucking love interest there. All right.
Oh, okay.
Robert Tanner, hey Andrew, do you have your own channel? If okay, I would like to follow, though I am a Western Roman Catholic. Yeah, he does have a channel. We're going to rate him after our show. It's The Crucible. So yeah, be sure to go subscribe to Andrew. Are you at 100K, Andrew?
Just shy, 2,000 shy.
Guys, we're getting Andrew Wilson. We're getting Andrew Bartholomew Wilson.
Is that his middle name?
It is his middle name. Please don't bully him, though. Please don't
It
make
is
fun
now.
of him. Please don't make fun of him. We're getting him to 100K fucking tonight. Perhaps during the stream. Boys, hold on. Wait, Nick, could you show us the view count? Show us the view count. We can do this. I'm pretty sure we can do this tonight. Guys, we have 8,000 on YouTube, 2,000 on Twitch. Can the mods put his channel in the description? Guys, we're getting him Did somebody fart? Or is that just
Yeah,
like...
it smells.
No,
It
right?
smells so
I
bad.
smelled that. I was like, so,
It's from the outside?
yeah,
like
I think it's
something-
outside. Because
Is that like the sewer?
That smells
It's
too
like some
strong.
sewer.
Right? I was like, hopefully none of these.
Guys, we're getting... We're
it
getting
can't be a girl's fart.
Andrew Bartholomew Wilson to 100,000 subscribers tonight. Okay, so go fucking drop him a sub, boys. 8,000 viewers, we can do it. 2K away, right, Andrew?
2K. Yeah.
All right, get him to 100K. Get him that plaque, baby. Okay, all right, you can hide that. No, I actually wanted to come back to the Soul 10 ranking here.
Oh my god.
And actually, can you snag her Instagram?
My Instagram?
Yeah, pull up her Instagram, Nick. It's Josie.
God, what are you guys about to
It's
do?
the Josie one. Let me actually don't pull it up yet. Let me just review it first before we hold on. Singer, rapper, model. Wait, you have OF? I didn't know you didn't. Did you say
Yeah.
that during the intro? I don't think you did.
No.
Okay, well.
She said she hustles.
All right, she's got an OF. Hold on, let me not check it out right now. Just kidding.
It's not that deep.
What the fuck is going out there?
Yeah. Can I go look, please?
No.
I have free will.
It's nothing. Don't even trip.
By the way, have you girls also noticed how much better the panel's already gotten now that the soul-sucking energy vampire has left? I'm just curious. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't. I guess we have different topics now.
I mean, content is content. There's
Look,
publicity.
Andrew, to be fair, it was that time of the month for me before the show. I was super tilted. Granted, we had like flakes and we had 2 no-shows and then
And lates.
and a couple people running late, but the no-shows, that was pretty bad. Late's not so bad.
And she was also a soul-sucking energy vampire. There was also that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. Yeah, pretty much. She came in.
much.
I mean, I was kind of a little bit on edge, and then it's kind of like, have you ever like hyped up a dog and you just like start spazzing out a little bit and the dog starts spazzing? Like that's kind of what happened there. Like I was a little on edge, and she was like, "Okay, let me." Start to freak the fuck out too, you know?
I love the dog.
But she was pretty. She was a bit rough. She was a bit rough. Nick wasn't able to lay down the law because normally he does like a whole like 10-15 minute pre-show, but we skipped the pre-show. I don't think we've ever skipped a pre-show instructions.
Oh no. And that's Nick's favorite part of the show. Like I can always see when I'm there.
Loves
he
it.
loves that more than anything. Giving the pre-show notes. Yeah,
Loves
it's his favorite for sure.
So yeah, I think that didn't really set the stage for like expectations and conduct and shit. So anyways, meta conversation. Oh, so going back to Jody here. Miss
Josie.
Work. Josie, excuse me.
Jody.
Is it actually with a Z? Like that's your legal government name?
Duh, it's not my legal name.
Okay, word. I'm just damn, bro, your Instagram's kind of.
Yeah, it's not. You probably shouldn't.
It's
put it
probably
up.
fine. I can probably.
Yeah, don't.
I did it. So you said you were a 10 though. You're a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Total face, body.
Yeah.
And you said that God made you perfect.
God made us all perfect.
I have a question for you. Do you have breast
God.
implants?
Maybe.
Well, I'm curious, if God made you perfect, why do you need to get fake titties?
Honestly, it's just something I wanted to do. I like
Well,
my body
did God
before.
make you
I like my
perfect
body
before
before
the fake titties?
Yeah, well, actually, I like my. Yeah, I think so. I liked my body
But
before,
if the
and
titties
I
were
would have ranked
already
myself
perfect,
the same.
if the titties were already perfect,
Girl, why are you looking at me like that?
Me?
Yeah, you. You looking at me like she's judging me.
I'm not
Anyway.
judging. I'm listening. I promise.
let's get the mic a little down that way. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to understand because you said you're 10.
Because I'm not going to rate myself anything less than that. Now, what other people want to rate me, they can. I don't care. Your opinion doesn't matter to me.
Any other procedures besides the fake titties?
Yeah, that's it.
What do you have?
I have my, I had lipo.
You had lipo?
Yeah.
Where did they put it?
In my butt.
In the booty?
Yeah.
Okay. lip filler or anything like that?
No.
So just
I've done nothing to
so
my
you
face.
got what? Do they call it a BBL?
Yeah, I had a BBL.
Okay, so fake boobs.
I had my whole body done.
Whole body?
Yeah, well,
so just
my body.
So okay,
Yeah.
so boobs, lipo, BBL.
Well, it was the lipo was the BBL. You feel me?
It was like done in the same procedure, but they took from the lipo because you could get lipo and just get lipo.
Yeah, so
right?
I was really skinny. I actually had to gain weight. I had to gain like 20 pounds to get the procedure.
Wait, hold on.
What?
I'm sorry, hold on. I got to play something. You intentionally got fat?
Yes.
So that you could, so you were, let's say you were, how much did you weigh before you decided to intentionally get fat?
125. I didn't really get fat. I was just really
you
skinny.
Put on, okay, you gained weight.
Yeah. I mean, 145 for my height actually isn't like any type of, it's pretty actually like regular, like weight for my height. I was kind of actually on the skinnier.
Like skinny chicks will intentionally gain weight so they can have it removed so they can go back to how they...
It's so they can get a BBL. So they can get the fat in their booty.
Okay, I'll be chaired. Okay, all right, okay.
Pretty much.
So it's for the BBL. Like they're not going to just get the lipo if they're going to gain. Like they're going to use the fat, put it on the booty.
Yes.
Okay. That's still really...
So even if
I just don't even know what
God
to say.
didn't make me perfect, right? Should I still rate myself less? Like,
well, I mean, if you're perfect before, like, there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, like,
honestly,
sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, it was
Damn.
just something I wanted to do, you know? I
Yeah.
don't know. I thought I liked how I looked before, honestly.
Well, you looked good
I
before,
did a lot of like photo shoots, videos, stuff like that beforehand, but I just saved up a lot of money. It was just something I wanted to do. So
It wasn't one of your like sugar daddies that paid
no,
for it?
I paid for it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have sugar daddies, thank you.
Oh, well, I don't know. Earlier you were saying you want a guy to pay for, but okay, I'm just...
Yeah, I, like as my man, if he's gonna be my man, like you want to deal with me like that.
I'm just confused. So, okay, there's the 10 thing. You said God made you perfect.
Even if he did it, should I still rate myself less?
But you said God made you perfect. You're a 10.
He did.
But then why would you need, if he already made you perfect, why would you need the BBL, the lipo, and the fake boobs?
Because she doesn't really believe that.
Wow,
I mean,
that's actually
that's what she.
well put. That was
There
well
you
put.
go.
Yeah.
Cutting to the chase there.
I mean, that came from her mouth, not mine, but okay.
Wait, so did you view yourself the same way prior to the cosmetic surgery? Like, were you a 10 before the BBL?
Yeah, that's what I said.
But
I
how
said I
could you-
liked who I was before. I just wanted
that's
to
not
do
the question,
it.
though. That's not the question. You said you were a 10 before the procedures.
Yeah,
If you
I
were
mean,
if you were a 10
nothing
before the
changed
procedures,
as far
you
as-
wouldn't need the procedures. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I was.
You understand?
No, I don't.
well, it's like I want a boob job, and like say I'm an 8 right now, I'm gonna get the boob job, and I
Don't.
still think I'm an 8.
Don't do that shit. Wait, what?
I mean, not like super like
You
scary.
gonna do it? You get?
I've thought about. I like.
You can get the fake titties.
I thought about it. Yeah.
Don't do the fake
but
titties.
I'd still be like
no
an
fake
8,
titties.
But I'd still be an 8.
This is me and
I'm sorry, Mom.
Andrew Bartholomew Wilson. We are natural body supremacists, and we are against that fake shit. Get
I
out of
don't
here
know.
with that.
I just fuck
fake
with like
shit.
anime titties like that. Like
You
I don't know,
want
like anime
anime
is like fucking like I don't know, like they look like anime titties.
There's something wrong with the titties currently?
Not at all.
There's nothing wrong with the titties?
Nothing.
So why you gotta get fake titties?
Because it's
You just want them?
Yeah.
You just want them?
Like I say like I'm
Just
an 8
because
right
you
now, and
want
I get
something doesn't
mean you should get it. Yeah.
You gotta do it. You know?
But like I want to.
So I got,
You gotta stop hanging out with her, bro. She's a bad influence.
I've been wanting a boob job before this.
Huh?
I've been wanting one before this. I told my mom. My mom was like, "Sorry." Wait,
What did your mom say?
Sorry.
Is she like supportive or is she like fuck
No,
no?
she's like, "You're perfect the way you are," and I mean, it's not that like
What-
I'm not.
what
Like
about
I was
your-
made this way for a
dad?
reason.
What's your dad say?
I don't really talk to him about
Oh,
it.
okay. I see.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not like, hey,
haven't-
dad, like, you know what? I'm not
trying to
even.
get some fake titties.
Can I ask you a question about getting a boob job? Now, I did have I had a breast augmentation before I became a Christian. Who would you be doing it for? You? Like
Myself.
for yourself?
Yeah. Not men at all. Not
Okay.
nobody except for myself.
So from my point of view, so I got a breast augmentation. I wish I wouldn't have now because I didn't do it for me. I did it for men and approval. So I would recommend to like wait on something
for
like
sure,
that.
I'm gonna wait,
Like it's
yeah.
not something you just want to jump and do because you could regret it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
How
I
much
don't know,
how much
like,
do breast implants cost?
I think like anywhere from like 5K to like 10K, right?
Yeah, I would say 7 to 10. Or yeah, it could be like
you
5.
You're going to go on the low end, or you're going to try to get like a better, like one of those
I mean, like
high-end
the high end.
titty
I don't
jobs.
want like boob cancer. Like, I don't need that. I don't need whatever's in there leaking out.
Ladies here who've had fake boobs, or maybe you haven't, but you know about. My understanding is, don't you need to get them replaced every like 10 to 20 years?
You should, yeah, because they start breaking down. Yeah.
So over the course of a lifetime, you could have anywhere from like 3 to 4 procedures.
Yes.
So over the course of a lifetime, that's maybe $30,000-$40,000.
Mine have lifetime warranty cards.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have lifetime warranties on them.
I wish that was wait for my teeth.
And
you can get lifetime warranties on
They're
fake tits?
silicone, not saline, and like,
wow.
Wait, no,
you
but
got
hold
insurance
on.
on
You
it.
have, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay.
like they come with insurance. Like
Hold
you
on,
pay
hold on.
for the anesthesia.
So you're telling me that the surgeon will redo the surgery for free?
Well, you paid for the warranty.
I mean, if you get a certain kind, yeah, you have insurance on them. You
But,
just pay for the anesthesia.
Maybe you have to like pay extra. Like some sort
I
of
don't know the
payment
details
plan.
on this.
But I don't have to have.
You don't have to pay for the implants again. You
Okay,
got to
but-
pay to go under the knife, but you don't have to
But
pay
if
for
the implants are like, I don't know what the cost of the. I assume you
every
still have to
doctor's
pay the
different.
surgeon to redo it. That's my understanding.
Mine don't have to be replaced every 10 years though. Like they've come out with new ones that unless
Okay.
something punctures
Well.
or happens, you're fine, and they'll pay for anesthesia.
All right, I don't know all the details.
Don't get breast
I was under the
augmentation.
impression that you had to get them redone. In any case, that's not really the central point of my argument. But I'm just kind of confused here in terms of, you said it's not for men.
It is
Who's
for men.
it for?
Myself, because it's not for men. Like I've always seen myself as a perfectionist. So like when I look at my body in the mirror, like I have a very specific way that I want to look personally for me.
Because that's
Which
what
is
other
what?
men like.
Yeah,
Oh,
who
no, not
defines
men.
that?
Not men. Myself.
Eh,
I don't want
she's
to
not
play.
totally wrong.
Well, I don't want
Kim
to play a
Kardashian
role.
has
Like I don't
done
want to fall
absolute
into a role.
destruction on women's mental
Yes,
psyche.
no, that
but-
is very true.
So do you want to get anything done besides the breast implants?
No.
You don't want like the lipo and the...
I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think I really need it.
Ladies, don't do that shit.
Well,
Don't
yeah,
do
no.
that
I mean,
shit.
everyone's like perfect the way that they are, but if they want to exemplify, something,
Even if you're not perfect, even if you're not
Everyone looks
perfect,
like-
even if you got small titties, don't do that shit. Even if one titty is bigger than the other, don't do that shit.
I guess it's preference.
Even
I
if
don't know.
one titty is like a little pointing that way, the other titty it's like you got fucking, what's it called when you got lazy titty? Not a lazy eye, you got lazy titty. If the lazy titty pointing that way at one point, you don't need
Your
it.
body is body.
You'll find a man who will love your lazy titty. There are men out there who will worship
I'm just saying
your
she's
lazy
so
titty.
But like they can like.
I'm not telling
I mean,
her
like
to
who
get no
cares?
surgery.
Huh?
I've never
I
told
mean,
her
but like
that.
who cares what the men think? Like about like my tits. You know,
Kind of
like
sounds
my
hot
tits
though,
are my
man.
tits.
Worshipping my
like-
tits. I don't know.
Wait, if you don't mind me asking, what's the current cup size, I guess?
32D.
Wait, what?
You have a 32D?
You, huh? You already have a I'm doing that shit. I'm doing it on purpose, boys. Doing it on purpose. You already have a 32D?
Wow.
Isn't that like the most like desired already?
Yeah.
You got that natural?
Nice.
That's
It
like
doesn't look like it.
that's
though.
like me already having a big
I mean,
dick.
like, it doesn't look like it.
That's
Just,
like me
take my word for it.
already having a big dick and be like, well, let me just make this shit bigger.
Well, I mean, like
Let me
if they want
inject
to
some
do that, like
She
okay,
want
like-
them big old titties.
But I don't know. I mean,
You already
I
have-
like. I
Wait,
take
wait,
Oh
over
my
videos.
God.
Can I
Bro,
ask
this is one of the
like 32D?
saddest.
Yeah.
This is the saddest thing.
Yeah.
No, wait. I want to
Grace
know.
wants to say something.
I want to know
Go
like
ahead.
something. I hear this all the time, and it's like
Tell us.
men also go to the gym to get bigger, stronger, and whatnot. Like, is that
Fitness.
any different?
It's absolutely
They do it.
different.
And that men will straight up admit that they do that to be more attractive to women. The
Yeah.
difference is women
Good
never
point.
admit to doing that to be more attractive for men.
Well, if I got like say I don't know like veneers, like that'd be to be more attractive to men, but like a boob job, like I don't know, just be for myself. I've just always
Wait,
thought like
just to
that.
be clear, you think men will care more about your teeth?
I have British teeth.
I have veneers.
Show me your teeth.
Your teeth are beautiful.
Your
your
teeth
teeth
are
are gorgeous.
fine.
Nobody here has ever noticed them, so it's
Dude,
just
you're
something
tripping.
only you notice.
I feel like teeth would
God
actually
damn.
be more for me.
What has
People
TikTok?
should do
I'm a
whatever they
perfectionist.
want to do.
I'm not even on TikTok
That's
like
true.
that.
Don't
Yeah.
let these men or women tell
Guys,
you otherwise.
guys,
But don't get
one
carried
at a
away
time.
either.
One at a time. Go ahead. Whoever wants to make a point.
I just say I think women with their bodies and men with their bodies should do what they want. don't let other women or men tell you otherwise.
No,
but
hold on.
but
The
I do no. But hold on.
fucking
Can I finish?
patriarchy is
Go ahead. Because what I was just
Go
gonna
ahead.
end up
Finish your
saying was
point.
just don't overdo it and don't get body dysmorphia.
That's literally
yeah.
what's causing y'all to get this fucking plastic surgery
Yeah,
shit.
sure, you're right.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I have body dysmorphia, and that's why I want to get it, but it's not
No,
for
no,
men,
no,
because I
no.
have
But
body
hold on.
dysmorphia.
You have, listen, don't worry about what the.
There's like a big ass
for me, boys.
Oh, never mind. I'm like seeing
Ghost.
Whatever, bro. If it fucking comes for me, if it comes for me, I'm gonna, I'll take the bullet, I guess. Okay, wait. So you said, I'm sorry. Repeat what you said.
I got distracted by the moth. What did
You said you had body dysmorphia?
You said you
right,
have
yes,
body
I have body
dysmorphia.
dysmorphia, but
Okay, but you also you have agency, right? Like you have control over yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, like make a fist right now. Just make a fist with your hand.
So you got control of
I
your
want to show
head.
my nails. 'cause
You
it's like
have
sticking at them.
you have control. So instead of just ceding, instead of capitulating to your supposed body dysmorphia, who knows what if that's a lie? What if that's programming from society that's in your head? What
Maybe
if you
it
don't
is.
even have it? But let's say you do. You can be steadfast and say, I'm not fucking buying into this. Fuck no. I'm going to be in control of my mind. My mind is not going to be in control of me. Do you understand?
I mean, I do try to do that, but I mean, I do overthink.
Right,
things.
but you got to stifle that shit. You got to
I mean,
grab that
I've
shit.
like really tried,
put
but
that
like
shit
I'm
down.
tired, bro.
Huh?
Like I'm tired. Like I've tried that. Yeah. I'm
Tired of having
tired.
32 D's?
Yeah.
The fuck, bro? You're already you're good.
No,
You're
it's
chilling.
not enough.
You're tripping, bro.
who
She's
tells
already
you
got.
that it's not
This
enough,
girl's got
though?
30, bro.
I don't know.
This girl's
It's
got
social
32
media
D's.
in comparison
She
of
wants
other girls
bigger,
and how
bro.
guys
What's
like
that scene
certain
from
girls
Wolf
like
of Wall
that.
Street?
I know
She's
it
already got
because
triple
I
D's.
am a victim
But
to
she's
it.
already got double D's, but now she's
Yeah, it
getting
definitely has
triple
something to do
D's.
with it, but I'm just like, I feel like I don't know.
And it's okay to admit like you want other people to view you sexy like those other women on social media, like you want that attention. It's okay to admit
Fuck
that.
that
Doesn't
shit.
make you any
Fuck that shit.
just be like honest
A
about
lot
it.
of women make a lot of money
I
off
feel like
of
that's
having
like-
nice
it
done up
depends.
bodies. So
Bro.
It depends. I feel like it wouldn't be for attention.
Even if you had small
It'd be for me.
titties, even if you had small titties, I'd be telling you, like, it's not like, oh, your boobs are already good. Even if you had small boobs, saggy boobs, pointing in two different direction boobs, I'd still say this shit to a girl. But I mean, it's kind of even more crazy for you because you already got the titties. But why you got it? Look, okay, hold on. I need you. Do you know the word constitution?
Yes.
So not like the Constitution.
I was like-
not like the Constitution. You need to curate and develop a Constitution that responds to the programming that you've been fed through TV and movies and
Society.
the fucking Kardashians. You need to
And
say,
even this guy right
not
here.
today. You got to say, not fucking today. And you got to stifle that shit. You got to push it down. And you got, not only just that, you got to fucking destroy
I think
that
it's
shit.
that I'm just like a perfectionist. Like I think that I already look good, but I'm just like I
Here,
want
wait,
it.
here.
It's
Let me-
not for
okay, fine,
attention.
fine.
It's for
I'll
me,
engage
so I
with you
can
on
feel
that.
comfortable.
Okay, perfectionist, right? What if I told you, and I know you said you're not doing it for men, but what if I told you that actually from a purely aesthetic perspective, that actually fake breasts, do I have a lisp? Fake breasts are less aesthetically pleasing to the
men.
eye. No, for both men and women. For both men and women. Fake breasts they don't look right. No offense. No offense to you either.
That's okay.
It just, I don't know, bro. It's like, especially like these girls who had nothing before, it looks like, I don't know, the skin's too tight on that shit.
Well,
it
that's
don't
if you
look
get
right.
it depends on like the doctor and the sizing and everything
Oh,
like
it doesn't
that.
matter. And I ain't ever
But
seen,
like if I like it, then I like it, you know?
I
I'm
ain't
like,
ever
whatever.
seen some fake titties that I'm like, her titties look better now.
You ain't seen the right set then.
Dude, I trust me.
Oh
I've seen
God.
titties. I've seen a lot of
It's like, guys,
titties
I
in my
fuck
day.
You never been to the strip club? No, I'm playing. I'm sure
Here,
there's a lot
look,
of crazy titties in there and a
look.
lot of nice ones too.
And
a
but
lot of
so
real ones, a lot of fake
a lot of
ones.
men prefer. Here's the crazy thing:
Natural
you already have nice boobs, so it's like, what?
Well, I know
Men
men-
already are gonna like what you got going on.
Yeah, but it's not for men.
So is it for you?
Mm-hmm. Like
I
I know
don't
that
even- I
some men
don't
don't
get
like
it.
that, and I'm just like
I don't get it.
I mean, like shit. It's like if you're like per se really short and like you don't like, I don't know. Is that like a thing? Do like guys? I don't know. Say you're really short, you want to be taller, and you're like, well, I want to get like taller surgery. Like,
And I would
I don't like
advise.
But
getting
that's
really
for the
tall.
other
Not to
sex
do it.
though. That would be for the other sex. I mean,
I
women
guess
who
it
prefer
depends. Or
taller
something.
men. Men don't care.
I'm
if
trying
a
to think
man's
of an
taller or not.
example. I'm trying to think of an example of like something that would be like a boob job to like a man, but he would do it for himself.
What if you lost, like, what if you had complications and you had like lost sensation?
That would suck.
What if you died under anesthesia? Holy fuck.
That would also fucking suck.
Yeah, but you're willing to take, you're literally willing to risk the chance of death, albeit low, to make your, how big do you want to go?
Like a size bigger.
So like you're single D and you want to go double D. Is that correct?
Is that the next size?
So you're 32D, you want to go 32 double D? Okay. So you're willing to risk your life, albeit it's a low chance of death.
Very.
For slightly bigger fake tits?
Well, I mean, like, people get on airplanes to go to fucking Ibiza, and there's a slight chance of death, but they still do it.
Yeah, sure.
And like the statistics were low, like at least in like, because I wasn't under.
It's actually a fair argument.
It's more likely to have like capsular contractions and other problems with, you know.
Yeah,
not
and I
taking
know
care
the
of them.
risks, but it's also like I was also in like my first year of college, like we didn't study that kind of stuff, but I wanted to be an English anesthesiologist, so I was in pre-med, but it's like all I remember from in pre-med was like the statistics. I'm too tired to finish my sentence. Like,
No,
I'm like,
no,
I'm like
you're fine,
hallucinating.
you're
Like,
fine.
I'm like seeing the moth still, and I know it's not there. Like,
Where did it go?
I don't know.
It's just because like normally I'll hear like, it's rare to hear this from a girl who is already well endowed. I don't know what the term is, but like, you know, it kind of makes a little more sense if like the girl has small boobs or it's flat. I'm still against it, but like,
At the end
it's
of the day, it's
interesting
like
to
it's
be
for
like,
them, yeah. Like you do what you want to do, like shit.
Okay, like what about a mom? Say.
yeah, they always go to this. Okay, what's
I'm
the, yeah.
36 double D.
Yeah.
I went up to a triple D when I was pregnant with my son. Then I had my daughter. Breastfed
Chick's
both
a
of them,
MILF.
Sucked the life out of
What
me.
the Nick?
And they've shrunk some.
The boob.
So then there's that extra skin from where it's stretched.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting a boob job to get bigger to where it was would make it where.
For your fullness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say I just grant that I'm fine with that, although I'm not. I still think prior to that, I just don't, I don't know, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Sometimes I feel like men just want to keep us ugly, like keep us in the closet and keep us ugly.
Are you
I'm
saying?
just joking.
Are you saying she's ugly?
No, she's definitely not ugly.
About the guy's
What the
point of
fuck?
view. But us as like moms, like we have
make us
these
beef.
kids, and then
Look,
like
exactly.
you go from regular titties to big titties back to small titties, and then you breastfeed, and then you look like
And then
you got
guys,
one
I
fruit
think-
of the
I
loom
think-
and one Hanes
exactly.
titties. They look like those like long tube sock titties you got going on, and you just like don't like yourself
okay.
no more. So you
I
wanna
think
get
a lot
ask
of
you a
men.
question,
I
though.
think a lot of
Hold on.
men.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that most women who get breast implants are doing it under those circumstances?
I would think so
You think most fake titties?
because they want them.
That's really bitty.
No, you gave me an example of women who've breastfed and there's
Yeah.
changes to the breast. I would argue most breast implants are not for like something corrective, but it's just like some chick, never had kids, wants big fake titties. That's probably the majority.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably like 50-50.
It's definitely not 50-50.
You don't think so?
I
not
feel like
50.
girls get them more because they want them, not because they're.
I didn't get my body done until after I had a
but-
kid, so.
I did it so I would be more sexually desired by men at the time. That was my reason.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know
They
if
either do it 'cause of that
look.
or
I've
they
done
do it 'cause
polls in the chat for the show. I've done Twitter polls, and I'll ask men: would you prefer a woman with small natural boobs or a woman with big fake boobs? And it's like 80-90% of men prefer natural, even if they're small.
I feel like men, a lot of times, like say they like natural, this, that, and the other, but then they go and cheat on their girls with these crazy BBL bandits and whatnot going on. And I'm definitely not like an advocate for plastic surgery, so I'm definitely not saying like go get that done. But I feel like I see it all the time where like even for example like a guy I previously dated, you know, would always tell me, oh, you're so skinny, I really like this and that. But then went and cheated on me with girls who were like all done up. And it's like, bro, that's what you really like. You really like that. Like, I'm just the whatever, the one that's here dealing with you, like type of thing. So I don't know. I just feel like men say they like this and like that, but do they really? Because why are all these women then going and getting all these surgeries?
I have a question.
Because, okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, if we didn't have like social media the way we do you think women would have as much plastic surgery? Like if there was no social media, do you think there'd be any fake boobs at all?
No, I think there'd be less of them, because I was actually just thinking about this today, because I think that sometimes, like, with the occurrence of OnlyFans, you know, with that happening, I think that like what would happen is like that temptation would be out there, the guys would see it, and I think that maybe the girlfriend or wife would be like, why are you looking at that? Like, maybe should I go get my stuff done? Like maybe that crossed their mind, you know.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So for men.
Yeah.
The Kardashians have absolutely savaged like generations
It's the Kardashians' fault, man.
of women. But
Blame them.
well, I put some blame on them, but I think you as women on the individual level need to have agency and be like, I'm not going to buy into what society's telling me. I'm not going to buy into this. I'm not going to put my health at risk. I'm not going to waste all this money. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And that's why the patriarchy needs to come back.
Oh, man.
So we can ban and outlaw purely cosmetic surgery.
Men get cosmetic surgery.
Yep.
And they don't talk about it.
Got to ban that shit
And they don't
too.
talk about it. They keep it in the closet.
But
They be getting height surgery, all types of stuff, and they will never tell you.
yeah, and I'm not in favor of that either. I guess.
There's not very many men who are getting height surgery.
A lot more than you think.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
No.
Go talk to a
How many
surgeon.
do you think
Go talk to a surgeon,
How many do you think I think are getting it?
I mean, I don't know, like a percentage. I wouldn't know. Like obviously,
Yeah, so
not
I
as
don't
high
really
as
know
a
what you're talking
percentage
about
as
when you say a
women.
lot more than you'd think.
A lot
right?
more.
What does that-
A lot
what does
more
that
men
mean?
get cosmetic surgery than you think they do. A lot of men get lipo. A lot of men get abs.
Yeah, but that's not what I said. I said that most men. I'm sorry. Basically, no men anywhere are getting height surgery. There's a few, but there's not very many at
It's a
all.
lot more
It's
than you
very
think.
dangerous. They break their legs. It's not something that most men would
very
ever even consider,
invasive.
honestly.
It's a very invasive procedure.
But that's not the only cosmetic surgery.
They have
Yes.
penal
Oh my God, yes, men
injections.
get cosmetic surgery.
Yes.
They have penal injections to make your penis bigger.
Yes.
They do that too.
That escalates.
Yeah, they do. At
Brian,
the plastic
They're not going to
surgeons.
talk about it. Men are not going to come open on a podcast like women are and be like, yeah, I got this and this and this and this done. And they're not
All
going to
right,
do that.
whatever. What's your point?
I just wanted to ask what
Wow.
you think
wait,
that-
wait.
My
Hang on.
question, I wanted you to answer.
Hang on. I got to take issue with this. No, I think that
Every
they
time a
would
woman
be
talks,
just as
oppose
forthright as women.
opinions,
Women, you
dismissive.
just can't hide it. You just can't hide the shit that you've had done. Like we can tell when you've had nose jobs and your Brazilian butt lifts and your boob job. You can't hide that shit. You know what I mean? That's the distinction. But you think that we can't tell on men too? We can tell on men too. If they've had a bunch of plastic surgery, you can easily tell. It's not like it's something where we're like, oh wow, I
Drizzy.
didn't know that. I didn't notice.
Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask you.
Did he or did he
Do you
not?
think that like plastic surgery is a byproduct of social media and that it wouldn't be around if social media?
I mean, plastic surgeries existed before social media. There was depictions in all kinds of media prior to social media. I mean, if you look at the 80s and 90s, these big giant fake titties that look fucking terrible, were kind of, I feel like for a period they were kind of falling out of favor, but then Kardashians came around. Now it's just
social
ridiculous.
media.
Now it looks fucking terrible. BBLs, no offense to you, BBLs look fucking terrible. I've never seen a good
It looks
BBL.
like the women are dragging a full diaper.
It doesn't.
That's what it looks like. It looks like women are dragging a full diaper. I'm always like, what is
It
this?
gives me uncanny valley. It just doesn't look right. Also, the lipo belly.
Because I need a better doctor. There's some girls like they
There's
have
no
like
such
natural.
thing as a good-looking BBL. I'm sorry.
I've seen one.
It
I didn't
all
even know it was a
Great
BBL.
BBLs and great boob jobs.
Oh God. And I'm not like
to that.
I mean, like I saw
Don't
this
you have
one. And I didn't know.
I mean, look, I looked at your Instagram. We're not going to pull it up. I did notice on your Instagram, you have very evident scarring. I believe, is it from your lipo?
Where?
You don't have scarring on your belly?
No, I have no scarring on my belly.
I don't know if it's scarring, but lipo tends to.
It doesn't even I feel like my stomach doesn't even look warped like the lipo bellies you're talking about. But
I
okay.
can find
Also,
the
what happens when you
photo
get like
if,
pregnant?
Okay, go ahead.
if you're fine with me pulling it up. I do need to just double check and make sure it's not like, or you said you were pregnant, right? So it's not clear to me if these markings on your belly are from
I mean, yeah, your stomach.
your pregnancy or from the lipo.
Show it. Yeah, I have a kid. Oh, I'm not pregnant right now. No. Yeah.
Anyways, we're not going to pull it up, but
Well, then I can't tell you.
you're not aware of the markings on your
There's
belly?
yeah, if you want me to point it out, I mean, it's no scarring. They didn't lipo me right here. They didn't do anything right here. The lipo was done on my back and like way down in my bikini line. And you can't see the scar on any of my
Okay,
pictures.
so then maybe it's from your pregnancy then, the scars, or not
It's
the
not
scars,
scars,
stretch
but I mean,
marks,
if it's a
whatever.
stretch mark.
Okay, well, I mean, I've seen like the lipo belly, it does tend to, if they get it from the lower abdominal or the mid abdominal, it does distort the belly, the front
Yeah.
belly. Maybe you got it from a different region, but
I think that
don't
has
think
to
it
do
looks
with
right.
post-op care. I think women go into surgery a lot of times not very educated on how expensive post-op care is and stuff. So you got to get like massages, and you're supposed to get them for like 4-6 months after your surgery. Most women can't afford that. It's like $100 of a massage, and then the first month you need them every single day. So in the first month you're gonna spend $2,000-$3,000 just on massages, and then you're supposed to keep getting them. So if you don't do that, you're gonna have a lipo crazy looking belly because all that fluid is still stuck in your stomach, and that's what makes it look like that.
I love how educated you are, though. Like
thank
you have
you,
full
babe.
range to speak on it because like it's like you are educated. So
Thank you.
wait, you're like co-signing her
well, I
cosmetic
think,
surgery?
I think that I don't have to agree per se what she's saying, but she is educated. She is educated on the topic. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'll just say this. I'm a natural body supremacist.
Exactly.
So
he's not gonna agree with anything.
Well, okay, for example, I'd rather a girl with an A cup over, like, she could be flat over fake tits. I'd prefer like even a little belly fat over lipo. I'll take a small ass over a BBL. I'll take a small upper lip over lip fillers. Basically, you can just take any woman who's had these procedures, and I'd prefer them as they were before having got the procedure. So, and I genuinely think a lot of men feel this way. And I do think, ladies, you kind of, at least when it comes to your dating prospects, I know you guys aren't like, it's not for the men. Let me just grant that. Fine, you're not doing it for the men. It still hurts your dating prospects, I genuinely think, because I think a man who does have his head on right is gonna see a woman who's got all this cosmetic surgery, and like it's gonna kind of like make him consider like, okay, someone who has a lot of plastic surgery, that's a proxy for body dysmorphia.
You're just speaking on yourself, really.
No, I'm speaking for a lot of men.
No, because there's a lot of men who date a lot of women that are done
Where's the
up.
ring?
What's the name?
Cool, guys will fuck you.
There
cool.
Plenty of men in
Guys
long
will fuck you.
relationships with women who look at all these celebrities. All their women are BBL'd up out and freaking.
And they're
boobed out.
degenerates.
Says you.
Do you think society would be better if women didn't feel a need to get plastic surgery?
Do you think society would be better?
Like, would it be better for women if there was no plastic surgery? Because if nobody could get plastic surgery, then there would
No.
not be this competition thing.
I think some plastic surgery is like good, but then some is like way over the top. Like it just depends
Okay,
on
give
like.
me an example of a good plastic surgery.
What if somebody like wanted like had a big mole on their face and they wanted it removed? Like
Okay.
that's a plastic surgery.
The origin of
Yeah, this is.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And they
Well,
felt like everyone was staring
I think
at
we're
it.
going to make the same argument, Andrew. The origin of plastic surgery was actually to fix some sort of deformity, or if somebody was injured in warfare, for example, half their face is blown up, someone got in they were in a fire, terrible disfigurement. I think in those circumstances, plastic surgery is medically indicated and justified, and it will improve their quality of life. It's not clear to me if most plastic surgery that's done today is done for these same sort of righteous reasons, it occurs to me that it's typically done for vanity. I want bigger boobs. I want a flatter stomach. There's not a medical indication for putting there's actually, I don't think really any medical indication for implanting plastic into your chest. There's no medical justification for that.
Yeah.
And fine, I'll grant in the case of a woman getting breast cancer, she has a breast removed, I'll grant that.
Or like kids, and then it's all, you know, she feels
Sure,
like.
I'll grant that too.
I like it. I like plastic
In the case
surgery.
of a single woman who's never had children and who doesn't have breast cancer, I can't think of a medically indicated reason for why she would need plastic surgery.
Well, I don't think anyone needs plastic surgery unless you have one of those medical. Like, I don't need plastic surgery, but I'm like,
Right.
I think if someone had a deformity or felt like people were staring at that instead. I remember when I was younger, I had something that people I felt like were staring at constantly, and I just felt so self-conscious about it, and nobody cared about it but me. So when I got older, I paid for it, and then it was gone. And I was like, wow, like I feel so much better now. Like I feel like people aren't staring at that anymore. Like that's cool. Like it's good. But yeah, like you said, if it's over the top, then it's like not.
Andrew, you wanted to come in on something.
Yeah, so it's a conflicting topic for me. I've thought about it far more than I probably should, but because I'm on the show so much, I kind of had to dive into it. So some of the conflicts I have would be, so you brought up a good one. What if you want to have a mole removed? Or what if you're morbidly obese and you lose a ton of weight, like you lose 700 pounds or something, and you know how they get that loose skin?
Yeah.
And then they go in and they kind of cosmetically fix it and they stretch the stomach and this type of thing. So I think what Brian is kind of pushing at, and I think I would tend to agree with this, is what we're looking at. We know kind of what a normal proportion of a human being looks like. So we engage in society day in, day out, all day long. We see hundreds and hundreds and thousands of human beings and hundreds of thousands over our lifetime, this type of thing. We kind of know what normal looks like and what normal proportions look like. And so if somebody has horrible burn scars or things like this, which can be kind of cosmetically brought back to what that standard of normalcy is, I think that nobody would really object. But it's cosmetic enhancements, suddenly that actually creates a different kind of disproportionality. And I think that that's what he's actually objecting to. And I think that that's what he means by a beauty standard, that people would much rather see what they would consider natural proportions on people because, and why wouldn't we, right? That we're kind of ingrained to do that. And so I think what happens often is women go, well, wait a second, I wish I had bigger breasts, or I wish I had this, or I had that. And so they'll get that enhanced, but then the proportions often totally off for their body type. It doesn't even look correct. And so you say, well, but men will still have sex with me. Yeah, but so what? You know, they'll have sex at the end of the bar closed too. Who gives a shit if they'll have sex with you? That's not an indication that the beauty standard itself is actually good.
Facts.
And if I can actually add to that argument, do you think that the deciding factor, like let's say you are dating a guy and you do have BBL, lipo, fake boobs, do you think he's with you solely because of those things?
Wait, talking to me?
I guess. Do you think like if you lost those alterations that you've made or you didn't have them, you think he would dump you? You think he wouldn't be with you?
I mean,
you think he wouldn't have even been interested? Let's assume you didn't have any of that stuff when you met him. You think he wouldn't have been into you had you not had those things?
No, I think he would. I mean, because I've experienced that myself. Like when I got my body done, I was dating somebody, and I was with them obviously before I had got my body done, and I was with them after, and it didn't really change the situation. So.
Well, that's not really what I'm asking, but I guess what I'm asking is that, say your life partner. Yeah, sure. Maybe you'll get attention from superficial men that want to fuck you. Maybe they'll keep you around a bit. Maybe they'll be your sugar daddy.
Men will do that to anybody, body done or not. You made a point earlier, men will get with anything. So that really, whether you have your body done or not, doesn't matter as far as that goes. Like
that's a fact.
Yeah,
men will get with anything.
They will get with anything. So does it make you more attractive? I mean, that beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Like it's up to your man and you, I guess. Like this man's laughing.
All right, can't really get through to you guys on this, but to Andrew's point here again, and to your point too, I'm not against it. Even the examples Andrew gave, like you want a mole removed. Personally, I mean, if it's a minor one, who kind of cares? But if you were if you were obese, and then you lost the weight, you had a bunch of loose skin. I think it's a little different, Andrew, there because, and I actually would kind of be fine with like loose skin removal. There actually could be medically indicated reasons why it could potentially loose skin could present some actual physical discomfort.
Charlie Tanner donated $200. European markets are opening. I need to start my second job. You are all beautiful and deserve a lot better. Stay are you are. There are many myself that will take care of you.
And I think the difference, thank you, Charlie Tanner. I think one of the difference here, though, Andrew, even though I'm actually fine with the, fixing up the loose skin thing, is assuming this person wasn't obese, and assuming at one point in their life their skin was not loose. So by getting the plastic surgery, it is a return to how they were.
To the normal proportion.
Whereas a woman who's not gone through breastfeeding, she's not doing a return to a previous breast size. She's not doing a return to how she used to be, her normal, how her body normally manifested.
Yeah, but there's a problem here. And the problem is that you could be born disfigured. You could have like a disfigurement on your face or something like this, born that way.
Yeah. That's true.
And then later technology becomes available that will fix this disfigurement so that you kind of look like everybody else who's around you. I still think that that's good. I think that that's fine. Like I would say, yeah, sure, get it fixed. You know what I mean?
Well, like so.
And I don't think you would object to that either, right?
No, for example, an example here might be like somebody who's born with, what's it called, the cleft
Palate, cleft palate.
Certainly, there must have been some point in history where there was no medical intervention for some people who have cleft palates. Plastic surgery came around. We're now able to, these people who have is it called cleft palate?
Yeah.
Missing cleft palate? I don't know. Now they can get that procedure when they're very young and they pretty much look just about totally normal. Don't object to that at all. That's a disfigurement. It's not clear to me if a woman who has small breasts, for example, it doesn't occur to me that that's a disfigurement.
It's not a disfigurement. That's what I mean is by what's proportional. So have you ever noticed, for instance, that you can generally tell by the frame of a person when there's something wrong? That's why when people are morbidly obese, you end up stopping and going, wait, something's wrong here, because it's totally disproportionate to frame. So you go, wait, this is a sign that it's not healthy, or you look bad. This type of thing, that would be kind of ingrained in you as a sign of non-health. And so I think kind of what I would get at is when I look around me, I look at humanity, all the things that I observe about human beings, I can kind of tell when something's off, right? I can tell when, wait, this is not correct, the proportion is off, there's some sort of enhancement, or there's something. I think that you can generally tell about people just based on their body frame. And so, I think that the attractiveness level does decrease. There's a reason that human beings look the way that we do and why we're super attracted to each other. And oftentimes, these kinds of medical enhancements actually detract from that. And I think people don't see that.
Yeah, I guess final thing on just the plastic surgery thing, then we'll move it along. I just kind of see this as an assault against the physical and mental health of our mothers, sisters, daughters, girlfriends, wives.
I agree.
Pretty much all women. The cosmetic industry it's like when I say cosmetic industry now, it's going beyond just even plastic surgery, but like makeup, all this stuff. It's like $500 billion global industry, and they have a vested interest in, frankly, keeping women feeling insecure and self-conscious about their physical appearance. And this could be through the sale of makeup, through the sale of plastic surgery, all this shit. And so it's interesting to me, there's almost like two feminist views on this. One feminist view is women should be allowed to get these procedures do whatever you want. You're a boss babe. You should do whatever you want. There's actually another, a different feminist view, which actually acknowledges my position on this, which is that this is sort of a societal attack on women, essentially, and that women are being, there's this undue pressure and burden on women, also men, to get these expensive, dangerous, and unnecessary medical procedures that otherwise are not medically indicated. And so, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I just think, Andrew, as the you're a representative of the patriarchy. The patriarchy, we our duty, right, is to be protectors, to protect women, and we must protect them of attacks of mind and body. And so, for that reason.
Well, yeah. Well, and so I think too that things need, at least from a man's perspective, often to comply with reason, even over whatever it is that we're feeling in the whim. So, I think from most men's perspective, it would be unreasonable to say, oh, inject my penis with X so that it looks bigger. That doesn't seem to comport with reason when it gets to what the risk potentially could be. But what's interesting is that women seem to ignore these risks far more, which is actually kind of bizarre to me. I don't really understand that.
Well, I mean, you hear about all these stories with some of these cosmetic procedures. Women, it gets botched. Women die. They have major complications. They get MRSA, I think it's called, the like really hard to fix infection or whatever. Madison's aunt wanted to get a BBL it was a BBL, right, Nick? Yep. Wanted to get a BBL. Madison, she's not here. She works for the whatever podcast. She died from the procedure. She died from the BBL thing. Kanye West.
There's all sorts of complications, which I believe with breast augmentation, your increase for cancer and breast cancer and everything else, the risk greatly increase. There's all sorts of risks which are inherent to it, but I'm not really sure how that really comports to reason to do that exactly. It seems unreasonable to me. I just don't understand why it's done. I don't think ultimately, I haven't seen many boob jobs that look good. Honestly, I really haven't, and I just haven't. And you can tell immediately, and you're just like, yeah, okay.
Listen, I'm on the small titty committee. I'm on the small titty committee. I'm a what's it called? I'm an advocate for small titties. Women come to me. I'm actually.
Well, I'm not going to go that far.
Hey, we gotta put some respect on the small titties. Okay, anyways. Also, there's 10,000 labiaplasties a year, which is every single one is just a fucking dagger to my heart. These poor women getting their labias chopped off. It's upsetting. It upsets me. Get very upset about it. Big labia matter. Hashtag big labia matter. Really the pressing issue of our time. Wait, there's one more thing on the fake titty thing. Totally forgot. Whatever. So let me get through the show notes, then we're going to wrap up.
We have some videos to react to.
Oh, do we? Wait, we do? What are the videos? We'll have to do it in another show. Okay. Let me read. Can I have you read these chats? Could you hide Andrew for a sec? Yeah, can you read these?
Blondie with the black shirt, you've been chewing on your fingernails and chewing gum at the same time. Gross. And pink shirt, you're not African. Stop trying to be something you will never be.
Oh,
Cringe
shit.
AF.
I have a compulsive disorder because I have severe ADD. So
you have what?
Severe ADD and like a compulsive disorder.
Okay.
So
sure.
yeah, I suck my dick.
Yeah.
Can you read this one?
Like, I don't know. Go outside.
The girl you kicked reminds me of a great value, Kiko, and the girl with the red bangs. In my personal opinion, you are the hottest one there. Thank you.
Honestly, that girl, I want to ask the chat, Nick, if you can show us the chat. I'm pretty sure that girl's worse than Kiko. And like, think of her first few appearances, not like, she's become more reasonable. We've been working on Kiko. She's become more reasonable. I'm talking OG Kiko. That girl was worse than Kiko, for sure.
But I think she did it like on purpose, I think she was having fun with it. I don't think she's like,
yeah, no,
she like, I really think she was doing that on purpose to get you guys ticked off.
Oh yeah, it worked. It worked. I was already kind of.
She definitely did it to Andrew.
Yeah. Anyways, there's one more.
Did what to me?
Remember, she kept saying, "I'm not gonna say to you what you want to hear."
I'm sorry. Read this, please.
Women need to chill with all the cosmetics and makeup. I'd rather marry someone with a monobrow and whiskers than a fake, plastic bim freak with caked on makeup. I'm not even exaggerating here.
Word. Okay, thank you, handsome guy. I mean, to the Kiko one, yeah, I mean, that girl was orders of magnitude worse than Kiko. At least Kiko would she'd be kind of bratty and annoying sometimes, but she would otherwise kind of be respectful, and you could actually change her mind. You could change Kiko's mind. You could reason with her, this other girl.
I don't know. She triggered herself right off the show. What do I care?
She rage quit. Anyways, let's get into some of the pre-show notes, unless there's anything over there. Let's see here. We have, hold on. I feel like there's something related to the plastic surgery stuff that I totally forgot about, but whatever. If it comes to me, I'll bring it back here. One sec, guys. Getting to my notes. Going to Lily. Lily, yes, me and my ex-boyfriend would hang out with this girl a lot. One time we went to dinner with her. I paid. Do you want to tell us the story?
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so oh my god, this shit's crazy. Anyway.
It's crazy.
This shit's crazy. There's two. Okay, so he would, and I don't have problems with like my boyfriends like having female friends. Like it's whatever, they're cool. So we would like go hang out with this girl. I never met the girl before. He just introduced her, and I was like, oh, like, okay, cool. And we went out to dinner with her one time, and like, I don't know, I felt like I was paying for everything, like literally everything, from like gas to like, I don't know, just like the dumbest shit. And so we brought her out and ate with her one night, and it was literally just us three. And he would say like, oh, like I'm sleeping over at like my family's house or whatever. I don't know. I found out later that was his ex-girlfriend, and that we were hanging out with her the whole time. Another time he got a tattoo, and he would ask for my card, like if we were having dinner, he'd ask for my card. He'd be like under the table and like pretend to like pay for it with my card. Or like when he got a tattoo and didn't tell me that he couldn't afford the tattoo until after he got the tattoo at the front desk. So yeah, that's so I don't know, I have some interesting stuff. That's not even that bad.
Okay.
Like that's not that bad. That's not the worst thing that's happened to me in a relationship.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You also said most people have been brainwashed by the media adult content when it comes to dating and intimacy. They have unrealistic standards. That's your hot take as well. Do you mean like both men and women have unrealistic standards?
Yeah, I think so. Partially for themselves and other people. So I think I touched base on it earlier, but honestly, the media and like pornography and all of that has had like a super negative effect on like, and I can say like the reason that like, I mean, I know a boob job exists like from the internet. So obviously that's not necessarily, it's not a bad thing, but it's not a good thing.
Wait, do you do OF? Have you ever done any kind of sex work or anything?
Hell no.
Have you considered doing it?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Now, you said like when it comes to dating and intimacy, a lot of people have unrealistic standards. Who do you think has, who's more unrealistic, men or women?
Honestly, I think that's hard because I feel like for men it's like being like shredded in the gym and stuff like that, which is like for women it's like, oh, like having like perfect tits and like a nice ass, and like it's just like it's kind of different, I guess. So I guess it depends.
Wait, you mean
what do I mean?
Unrealistic standards in terms of
like how they view themselves, like their body and like how the way that they look and stuff like that.
No, but I mean in terms of dating.
Oh, sorry, I'm like so tired. I'm like trying to like stay on topic. Yeah, I think I was in a relationship one time where it's like and I would be scrolling through like Instagram, and I would see like he would be liking all the girls with like unrealistic body standards, like clearly Photoshop pictures. And I'd be like, oh, so that kind of put into my brain that that's what he wanted. So then I was like, oh, like I have to be like that. I have to be like that. Like when I was in that relationship. So I think that honestly, like the media and everything like that, it definitely affects relationships because I don't know, from personal experience, it negatively affected me and him, I guess, as well.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Nick, you told me before with this girl that rage quit. Yeah. You said that she had like disagreements. Did she actually tell you what those disagreements were?
I can't remember exactly, but it was basically like,
she'd seen the show.
I disagree. I hate that shit.
Yeah. It's actually funny. So yeah. Oh, you were there too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she just said she hated us.
She hated the show. I should have got into that, but that would have been interesting to actually hear her criticisms, because it's always interesting to actually see if people can flesh those ideas out. Actually, one of her friends just DM'd me. So apparently we had her friend DM'd us asking to be on the show, and I believe her name was Paloma, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they were originally gonna maybe come on in May, but then we never, I don't know, they kind of ghosted. And so that's probably how they knew about, like how she knew about the show, because they were originally gonna come on, but they flaked, so anyways. Shit, I was actually gonna get into the disagreement stuff, but that's why I was telling her to stay, but she left, so. Let's get into the rest of the notes here. Moving on to, hold on. We have Lily, we have Abigail. You're anti-feminist, anti-sex work. You have 2 sex workers here. How do you feel? You want to tell them to their face that you're anti whatever they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So who's the sex? Who's to
You.
me? How am I a sex worker?
You have an OnlyFans.
I don't do porn on my OnlyFans.
What do you do
or
on
nudity.
there? What do you do on there?
Literally
Stuff
post
like
thirst
Instagram,
traps.
I guess, like Instagram stuff, I guess. In a way, I feel like I don't think that's I mean, like.
You do know that that's the perception, though, of OnlyFans,
I mean, I don't
right?
care. Yeah, of course. And it's also a lot of very.
Well, the description of in your OnlyFans, it says, subscribe to see my archives nobody else has access to. Things might get real hot in here. Ask for personal videos.
Yeah.
And then you say, come have fun with me, but you've
Yeah.
spelled that word.
It's OnlyFans, of course.
How are you not a sex worker? I'm sorry.
Not a sex
You're a sex
worker.
worker.
Go subscribe to my OnlyFans and tell me what you see on there.
Doesn't matter. You
So is
Exactly.
part of your work trying to make a man?
And I actually just started OnlyFans like 2 weeks ago.
Make a man's pee-pee hard? Is that part of your work?
I mean, if they
Is that
subscribe
the
to my
goal of your
OnlyFans
work?
and
Do you
that's
think
what
that men
happens,
are coming to
that's not my fault.
check out your sterling personality?
But it's
are they
really
coming out
just
so that
twerk
they can check out your
videos. It's
personality?
really just pictures of my.
Hold
like,
on.
I mean,
We can't-
bikinis. That's
Actually,
really
we
it.
might be able to pull. Wait, can
Well,
we?
I just want to know. Do you think that they're coming out and checking out your OnlyFans because you want to do long walks on the beach
Obviously
and hear
not.
about
I'm not
hear about
stupid.
how? Hang on.
And you're not
and
either.
Hear about. Hang on. Let me finish. Hear about how you're emotionally stable you are and your takes on politics, or are they there because they want to see your boobs? You tell me. Which thing do you think that they're there for?
I mean, I know why they're there, and you do too. So
What are they there for?
they're there to try to get sexy content. And
Right, that's right.
I
So
supply
that-
sexy
that's
content.
because-
I don't do pornography,
because you're
and
a
I don't do
sex
nudity.
worker.
That
That's
doesn't
what that
know. It
is.
doesn't
That's what
make
sex
having
work
an
is.
OnlyFans does not make you a sex worker. People have OnlyFans and freaking do chef stuff on
So
there.
what
all
makes you a
types of
sex
stuff.
worker then?
I mean, a sex worker is really somebody who sells their body for.
Like you are.
How am I selling my body? I'm selling at OnlyFans.
I'm sorry. Are you putting pictures
I'm not
of your
even
body,
on
which you're
there.
then selling to simps
I'm not
who
even
give you
having sex with
subscriptions?
anybody. I'm not having sex with anybody. So how am I a sex
You don't
worker?
need. Well, sex is not a
Yeah.
requirement of prostitution.
I'm pretty sure
Where
it
did you ever
is.
get that
I'm
idea?
pretty sure it is.
Don't pull it up until I.
Oh, it
I
is.
say
It
no.
is. Okay.
I'm
Well,
pretty sure
let
it
me just make sure I get this right. If you were to go and just like fondle a guy's
you got-
gonads,
if you're- unless you're gonna
hang
subscribe
on.
to it-
If you're just to go, you're never gonna let me answer the question. If you were just to go fondle a guy's gonads, there's no actual sex. Would you be a prostitute if he paid you money and you did that?
I don't know. Ask the
You don't
law.
know.
Ask law enforcement, not me.
No, so you don't know by your own standard what a sex worker is. Then how do you know you're not one?
No, I'm not one. What? Just because
How
I
do
have
you
an
know if you
OnlyFans
don't
does
even
not
have a
make me a
standard for
sex
what one
worker.
is?
Me being
How
on
do you
a
even
video
know what a
and
sex
people
worker is?
paying-
You don't know what one is.
What are you talking about? A
I
sex
just
worker
asked
is somebody
you
who
for a
is that's like
standard.
a prostitute or escort. That's a sex worker. Somebody who is going and getting money to have
No.
sex with somebody.
No,
Exchange.
no,
yes,
because
that's a sex worker. Yes.
No, because you could be showing up as a prostitute to give a sexy massage to a guy where there's no actual sex exchange. You're still a prostitute, right?
I mean, I think you're still a prostitute if you have sex for money. Yes. Now, if you
Yeah,
show up
but you
to give
don't-
somebody a massage and that's all you ever did, does that make you a sex worker?
So if you
No,
show up
I don't
at a
know.
guy's
Is that even
house-
illegal?
so let me
No.
just- let me
Are
make
the
sure I
police
get
going to
this
call
right.
you a sex worker? No. So you're not
just
a sex
you're
worker.
just prattling. Stop
You're-
prattling and listen. If you
No,
show up
I'm
at a
being
guy's
honest.
house You stop prattling. If you just show up at a guy's house, you take
You
off
stop
all of
prattling.
your
How about
clothes. You're still prattling. If you take off all your
prattling.
clothes in front, it's still prattling. If you
You're
take off all
prattling.
your clothes in front of it, it's still prattling. Anyway, if you take off all your clothes in front of him and you start masturbating, you're not a sex worker. Just want to make sure if he pays you for that, you're not a sex worker.
If he pays,
Is that
what?
right? Yeah.
Ask the police. Don't ask me.
You don't have
I
a
know what I
standard
do
for what a
isn't
sex
illegal,
worker is?
so I'm not a sex worker. And I mean,
Oh, I
it's illegal.
see,
It's
I
legal
see.
in
So
other
the poli-
places. So I don't know.
So let me get this right. The only standard for what a sex worker is what the police say it is?
I mean, yeah, that's the people who came up
Okay,
with all
great.
that.
So then-
Why is
so
it
then-
even illegal? Like, why is it
Great.
even?
So then, if I can give you a single country that has the standard that OnlyFans workers are classified as sex workers, then you would be a sex worker, right?
If that's what, yeah, they classified it.
Oh,
like
okay,
that. I don't
great.
think
Well,
every
there's
person
at
with
least two that I
I
can
don't think
think
every
of which
person
can
with the
do that, so-
OnlyFans is a sex worker. Not every person who does OnlyFans. By the way, I made an OnlyFans like 2 weeks ago, so.
I didn't
Hurrah,
say
y'all.
that every
anyway,
person who has an
like a whole month
OnlyFans is
ago.
a sex worker. I said that women who are selling sexual pictures on OnlyFans are sex workers.
I don't think so. I would disagree, but okay.
Yeah, I know, but anytime I
So-
give you a
so if-
counterexample, you just go ask the police.
So
then.
any woman who sends us sexy pictures, that make her a sex worker?
No.
It's
No.
selling
It's
it like a subscription service.
But okay, so then if a guy pays me for a sexy picture and I'm not naked, that makes me a sex worker.
Yeah,
It's
just like
sexual
how
content.
if you can go out, you can go out and sleep with 50 guys, and that would make you a slut, but it wouldn't make you a prostitute unless they paid you.
Okay. So
Right?
again, if I'm getting paid, if I send somebody a picture of me in a bikini, right, and he
And they
pays
give
me
you
money, that makes me a sex worker.
Yes.
All right, then by your definition, sure.
Okay.
But by society, by the law's definition, by 5-0, I don't think it's the same. So
By all definitions, it would be sex work.
I don't think
Whether they
so. I think
prosecute you
that's
for the
your
sex work or
definition.
not,
You
whether
and
they
your
prosecute you for it or not
misogynistic
doesn't mean it's not. So.
Here, I think. Wait, Andrew.
I shouldn't even came up.
So on her OF, there's no.
Wait, did you say you shouldn't have come on?
Yeah, because you guys are just rude.
Well,
It's all
how's it?
good.
How's it rude to call a
No, what were you
sex
gonna
worker a
say?
sex worker?
I'm not a sex worker, but thank you.
All right,
I'm
fine.
a sex worker.
That's true. That is true.
I don't want to ever be labeled
Andrew,
that. Thank you.
Would it?
I'm sure. Well, I mean, most people who are engaging
Well,
in
I don't-
thing
I
bad
don't-
probably don't
Ooh, I
want to
like
be
that.
labeled
Wait,
as thing bad. I get it.
No, I don't. No, because I don't feel like. I feel like it's a pride and respect thing, and just because I made an OnlyFans does not make me a sex worker, which I made like a month ago. So
You're selling your body, which people are getting sexual gratification from on purpose so that they get sexual gratification from
anybody-
it. You are a sex worker. You're
I'm
just
not.
coping.
Thank
I don't know why
you.
you're coping so hard.
I'm not coping. I think you're just trying to label me something, and I disagree with you. Thank you.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
don't
sure
need
that there's
to-
plenty of prostitutes who would distigree that they're prostitutes who exchange money for
I
sex,
definitely
but they're
don't
still
think so. I think
prostitutes,
if
so.
a woman is out selling coochie, she knows exactly what she's doing. I don't
You
think
would label, so you would label her a prostitute whether she liked it or not?
Huh?
So you would label her a prostitute whether she liked it or not?
I think she knows she's a prostitute. What?
Yeah, but if she said I'm
But
not
I'm
a
not selling
prostitute, though,
coochie.
you would still
what?
label her one, right?
I'm selling a subscription to a website that if you want to go look and see pictures of me in bikinis and me shaking ass, which you can literally see on my Instagram, same thing. Sure. And now I gotta take my OnlyFans down because I just ruined it for all my fans. So.
I actually wanted to do an OnlyFans where it was lunch dates, and I got a. So I like to just eat lunch, and yeah.
Oop, firework. Wait, Andrew. So, would it? I don't think it. So that none of her images are public on her OnlyFans. It's literally like a blank screen, but there are some descriptions that I think would actually help make the case that based
that's
on.
the point. Duh.
So
It's thirst traps. I just told you that.
Cool, yeah. So from a
Yeah,
TOS.
okay, I'm gonna start doing y'all how y'all doing me. Y'all like
okay,
that.
just let me talk though. So Andrew,
Okay,
from a
so, like,
TOS
anyway.
perspective, do you think there's any concerns there?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
I mean, he's already
I think
saying that
I
he's
think
labeling me a sex
then
worker,
I'll
and so are you.
Okay, we won't. So to the viewers, we
Oh
just
my God.
just out of an abundance of caution, we're not going to pull up her
literally-
OF.
Yeah, you guys are.
But Okay, I'll just read the little, in an Instagram post, you can put like a little description. So the same shit with OnlyFans. These are all behind a paywall. It's a $25 subscription. You have one that says big booty. You have one that says titties. You have one that says, y'all want to see me take this off? Removing your clothes, that could...
Go subscribe and see what I do.
Okay, well...
Seriously. You want to find out so bad?
Want to see it up close? Water emoji, kissy face. Let's see. Body, yaddy, yaddy, yaddy. I want to look up to you like this. Water splashing emoji, winky kissy face, booty cheeks. Would you CUM see me at the club? Fresh out the shower, slippery, and that's it. My dear, you're a sex worker.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're a sex worker. You're a sex worker. You do OnlyFans.
So to the gal who self-identifies as a prostitute.
Yes.
Ask her.
Do you take off your clothes if men pay you?
Yeah, if they, yeah.
And does she take off her clothes if men pay her?
Well, I guess with I haven't seen her OnlyFans, but I guess I haven't seen her.
Even if it's not full nude, would you accept if a man paid you money to take off your clothes, even if it was not the full Monty?
Well, I'm having, full on sex with him.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But would you take off your clothes for a client and not show them the rest of your body if that's what they wanted?
If that's what they wanted, yeah. But usually I sit down and I'm like, hey, we got to do it's got to be full union. And because then I don't like people leaving the room if they. Well, I don't like people being like, oh, I paid all this money and then didn't have sex with her. Like I'm like, hey, if
if they want.
Yeah, but that was if it was the client's request, that's what they liked.
Oh, that's what they like. Okay, yeah. I mean, I would do it. Yeah, I would.
And would you consider yourself less of a prostitute for showing up and only doing that? No,
well,
right?
No,
I mean, because it's prostitution.
I gave them something they like.
I think,
I masturbate to guys with their clothes on.
Because you're selling your body for sexual gratification, even if you're not taking off all your clothes and getting penetrated. Right, I agree. Totally agree. Couldn't agree with you more.
Word. All right, moving on. Y'all crazy. Y'all wild. Shit. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make a couple adjustments here. One sec, guys. Okay. We're going to do...
Guess to all my ladies, if you got an OnlyFans,
remainder of the show, TTS is 69. Nick, if you can make the adjustments here. I'm going to hide this top one. And then we need to do a couple adjustments. But remainder of show, TTS is going to be $69. Time permitting, we'll do a brief roast session. Actually, I think we might stay at the 69 for the rest of the show.
So are all strippers sex workers?
Yep.
Yeah?
All strippers are sex workers.
Interesting. Wow.
Okay. Anyways, all right.
I would go so far as to call all of them prostitutes, personally. That's what I consider all sex workers to just be prostitution.
Even if you only make content with your boyfriends?
Hold on.
I mean, that's still prostitution.
I'm changing these, Nick.
Oh, man.
I mean,
ladies,
I don't see a way around it.
All your clothes on, you're a sex worker. Just know that. According to these men.
According to these men.
Right. Exactly, right. They sex workers too, shit.
Who?
Shit.
Who are sex workers?
Wait, can you say "Catch Me Outside" really quick? Just go ahead, do it.
No.
Just say "Catch Me Outside." How about that?
No.
Come on.
Are you gonna pay me?
I'll give you $3.
I mean, that's what a prostitute would ask.
Exactly. That's what I just said. You're gonna pay this sex worker?
By the way, Andrew, you missed the part earlier on in the conversation. Maybe you heard a brief part of it. So, in order for her to be willing to date a guy, and then, in order for her to sleep with a guy, the guy has to be willing to pay her rent, her car bill, her utility bill, insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You did say that, correct?
Yeah, I said I don't want to be intimate with anybody if they're not trying to provide for me, and that's just how I feel.
So prostitution.
Sure. At this point, I guess.
Okay, all right.
That's more like,
I'm like, I guess I could be married to somebody. They could be doing all that for me, and it's still prostitution,
I feel
right?
like that's more of like a what's
It's
it
a
called?
standard, but okay, they're
Like
gonna label it
If-
whatever they
I
want
mean,
to.
it would be
They want to
if
label it
only-
gold digging, prostitution, escorting.
Yeah,
They want to
it-
say whatever. It's
It would
not,
be
but
if the only reason that you're married to him is for the material exchange. So if you were to
it's
enter
not.
into a
No,
marriage,
that's not it. I
That's not the
genuinely
point.
date if I like you.
It is the
Okay,
point.
if I'm going on dates with you, I like you. That doesn't mean I'm gonna have sex with you. Okay.
But
period.
you said you could date.
Yeah, I know.
That
the
doesn't
sex
mean
comes
anybody
in
can
with the
just have sex
material
with me to
gain,
pay
right?
me either. That doesn't mean that any guy can just come around, hey, I'll pay your bills. And I'm gonna be like, yes, oh my God, come here.
You don't think
No.
prostitutes can pick who they sleep with?
Obviously, duh.
They can pick.
Well, they
they
can,
can
but
But
be.
that's not what a sex worker. That's not what a prostitute does. A prostitute is getting the money in every way she can
listen,
get it.
listen.
damn
I
near.
would have to say that
gonna
I
say
think
yes
that if a woman
if
is
they
only with
pay
a
her
guy
price.
because she gives him money to have sex with him, that she's a prostitute. I don't know what else to say.
No,
No,
I-
it's
What
like a
else do you call that?
caretaker role. It's a more
Why
traditional
would I wanna
mindset.
be
I
with
think.
a man
it's not
who wants me
necessarily
to?
that.
No.
Well, I feel like it's a more like traditional like mindset.
Exactly,
It's
I
a
agree.
caretaker role.
How
It's
is
not
that a
that
traditional
No, listen.
mindset?
is,
If
because
I give you
100%.
stuff for sex, you're a prostitute. I
No,
don't know
it's
what else to tell
not.
you.
It's
I'm
not
gonna
having a
explain
standard.
myself. Like, oh my god. Okay, so like they said that like women are supposed to like play the role, right? This is playing the role. It's not that she's like fucking them to get money. It's like she like won't fuck them unless they can really take care of her like that and pay for her. She can pay for herself.
Yeah, it's not like I need a
But
guy to
she
pay my
literally-
bills.
she
So,
literally-
okay, so my
It's not like my OnlyFans
point
makes
can't
me
pay
all this
for
money. You
herself.
don't.
Like
But my point was is that if it were to be just transactional, I'm only having sex with this guy because of stuff I get.
No.
I don't see how that's not prostitution.
say
at that
it was all
point, then
transactional.
all traditional relationships are that you'd
You
say
said you would
prostitutes,
not
right?
sleep with
They're
a
not
man
they're
until
not
he-
transactional.
Yeah, but how is it all
Relationships are
transactional
not
if I like you?
transactional.
Traditional
They're not a
I'm not.
credit
It's not
card,
transactional
right?
because anybody can make a transaction. Then
Traditional
not anybody can just
relationships.
make a transaction.
Like traditional
Yeah, it's
relationships.
a traditional.
So like,
How
does
would a
that mean
traditional
Because
relationship
you're gonna
be
I'm gonna
provide.
explain it. Oh my god.
You're gonna provide and take care as a man, which you should do. Y'all patriarchy as man, right?
Let's
then
go.
is it y'all
W
responsibility?
patriarchy.
Y'all with the patriarchy, right? Y'all
patriarchy.
believe in providing for women. Then do you believe women?
No,
Did you
should-
grow up in
No, you
Harlem?
don't. Exactly.
Like, I gotta add. Where did you grow up with this with the accent?
Wisconsin.
I'm from like Milwaukee.
She's from the mean streets of Milwaukee, son. Put some
All
respect.
right, I was just curious. But anyway, back
Andrew,
to the
put some
traditional. I was just
respect.
curious. Where the traditional thing. So how is it
Why
that
did I just
housewives are
open-
prostitutes again?
Huh?
That's what you're saying, right? Housewives are prostitutes.
Well,
Did I
that's
say that?
technically no. That's kind of like what I'm saying
Andrews
is that
underscore blocks underscore x underscore WF underscore big underscore Mike donated $69. Does a higher body count equate to a better chance of attracting a higher quality husband / father to your future
I feel
children?
like having a standard. I
Wait,
feel like
answer the question. Answer the question first.
Does a higher body count equate to a better? No, definitely not. But I think that, you know, oh my goodness.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $69. Most men that are overly open about their feelings is a grift. The purpose take advantage, bang and then ghost. A man that's stoic and logical will respect women and won't play games just to get laid.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Ulysses the
Sadly,
pagan.
I just think
well
men
put.
nowadays are just,
But what I was
You
saying.
think, wait, you think what?
oh my goodness.
Say it. Go ahead.
I feel like nowadays women need to have a certain kind of standard because I think women end up being put into positions where they have to raise children by themselves and
Wait,
all types of
They're put into positions?
Oh my goodness.
You-
Here we go.
It was an
Misogynistic
accident.
ass man. Oh man.
I tripped, slipped, and fell on
Oh
his dick.
man. Listen, yeah, but okay, as a man, if you made a baby with a woman, whether you wanted it or not, it's here. You're not taking care of it. What
Wait,
does that make
aren't you pro-choice?
Yeah.
Aren't you pro-choice?
just
So wait,
said that.
women, hold on. Okay, so you're saying that men.
I'm not saying
Hold
men.
on, hold
No,
on, wait,
because I
wait,
know where
wait,
you're gonna
hold
go.
on,
I know
hold on,
exactly
hold
where
on.
you're gonna go
You're
with this
saying,
one.
You're
I know
saying,
exactly where
you're
you're
saying
gonna go
that
with this
men
one,
out
man.
here are these deadbeats for not wanting to take care of a child, but
Whether
it's
or
cool
not-
for women
Well,
to
why were you-
murder
why
their
were you-
child.
No.
Is that's what you're arguing, right?
Hold on.
Answer the question.
Actually, say this again. Hold on.
Wait,
Say it
no,
again.
now I'm interested.
So you have an objection to men being deadbeats, to not being willing to financially provide or be there parentally, custodially, but you're totally cool with women killing the child in the womb?
I mean, what I said, I'm pro-choice, but what am I personally okay with is different than other people, but I don't want to judge other people and their situations.
It's just crazy, man.
So
these pro-choice people
Yeah,
are...
you might have to call
No, like,
prostitute
do
sex
I
workers.
mean,
These
shut up.
pro-choice people...
Oh my God. Anyways, no, but
pro-life
why
when
was
it
it?
comes
Why
to men.
no? If a woman gets pregnant, what does that mean? You had unprotected sex. Okay, so as a man, whether or not you wanted to keep the baby, or whether or not the woman wanted to keep it or not, say she did, and you didn't want her to. Okay, well, you still had unprotected sex with her, so you still have to own up to those
let me use that
consequences.
same justification for arguing that women shouldn't get abortions.
What? I didn't say that they shouldn't.
No, but you said that for you personally, maybe you wouldn't get an abortion, but you're fine with other women getting abortions under that same scenario.
I mean, if a woman wants an abortion,
she can get an
But
abortion.
it's
right?
never okay for a guy to leave the child, right?
No, they're deadbeats. It's only
What
bad
do you
when men
mean?
do something.
Either or. Women could be deadbeats too. So what are you talking about?
I'm confused on like how this is like.
I'm confused too because like, what do you?
Okay.
I don't understand what she was asking, but
Where were we? We were talking about sex work.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was basically that he was saying that the caretaking, what they said earlier, like that women fall into a role in a traditional relationship, and they would fall under the man would be the
Bucky Larson donated $70. Dear blonde strumpet in pink, vote a Brian right now or else you are titled a sex worker. Please stop being a strumpet and stop doing OnlyFans. Be better and take of yourself.
yeah, how good are you doing to give me advice? Thank you.
Bucky Larson, thank you, man.
I don't know. Bucky
Thank you for
Larson
the
definitely
TTS.
doesn't make as much money, but it's
I'm
fine.
gonna take
Doesn't
advice from
Anyway,
people who
he
live
definitely
lives I want to
doesn't.
live.
Make as much money as who? She
The girl
started.
sitting right next
I thought
to
she
me.
started OnlyFans like 2 weeks ago.
I don't know, not just off of OnlyFans. This girl does like.
Have you
hella
even had
shit.
your first payday yet?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Can I please
But
get a
I
cash
just
me
started
outside?
2 weeks ago.
Well, no, I've had it for like a month. It's been 1 month, like 3
Can we
weeks
hear
to a month.
Cash me outside, please.
Why?
No.
It's just. I don't
No,
know.
he just
Why?
wants it because
Well, I mean,
saying
what
in the
are you
comments.
rolling on your OnlyFans after a month? How about $100,000 a month? Like, what are you rolling?
Yeah, 100,000. You know what I'm saying? No, why are you worried about what I make?
Well, because
Oh,
you're saying
OnlyFans.
that this guy clearly doesn't make as much as you do.
I didn't
based on
say
your
that. I
OnlyFans,
don't know what she
right?
said, but I didn't say that.
I said that.
I don't take advice from
Oh.
people who don't live the life I want to live.
And I said that.
So
He
I don't
probably
know
make
what
as
type
much
of
money
life
as
he
that.
lives. I don't know who Brian.
Bucky, get it
Freaking
right. Get
whatever,
his name.
yeah.
Get his name right. It's
Whatever the
Bucky
fuck his
Oh
name
Larson.
is.
my God.
Bucky Larson.
But what was I trying to say? Yeah, so they fall under the caretaking role, right? So by saying that, like, whatever you just said, sorry, I'm like so tired. Whatever
I
you
think
just
women
said,
should pay for first dates.
I do.
Oh, no.
You agree?
Yeah, no, I have. I don't have
pay
an
for the
issue
whole
with that.
shit.
Yes.
Like drizzle.
Yes.
Like women should.
I don't
pay
have
for
an
that
issue
shit.
with like split shit. That's what I'm saying is like, is that you think a traditional relationship is that's basically prostitution at this point. If the man
Yeah.
is the caretaker and paying for shit, which is what they said earlier, a traditional relationship, then that's pretty much prostitution. You're saying
Look, I'm in my.
No,
soft
the
guy
relationship
era.
itself is not transactional.
it's not transactional. She's worried about a caretaker. She didn't say she like fucks for money.
But
Yeah, I never said I'm over here having sex
It's
for
like
money.
caretaking.
I said I don't be
I
intimate
didn't.
with
I
men
didn't
if
apply
I'm
it
not
to
being
you.
taken care
What I
of.
said to you specifically was
is
only if
controversial.
it's purely transactional.
It's not.
what I
It's purely
said.
transactional.
It's
I have
not.
to like you.
It's not.
Oh boy! All
If
right.
I don't like you,
We got you.
If I don't emotionally like you, then
But you won't fuck until he pays for your shit.
because I feel like if he invests into me, then it's a less likelier
plays the
chance that
caretaker
I'm
role.
not going to get cheated on, left for freaking dead, all that. Which
Left for dead.
I mean, would you
Yeah,
like?
men
Would
be
you
doing
put
that.
like a car payment down for like 6 months and just like fucking like give it away after all of that work?
If,
No.
if you sit there and you get
That's what
and
she's
you
saying.
have a woman and I'm treating her nicely, I'm taking care of her, right? Maybe we do some cool stuff, whatever. You're not gonna just up and leave this woman. I mean, you might, but the chances
like a mortgage.
Are you in a
less
relationship
likely.
right now?
I told you I was single.
Okay, so
But I have been in a relationship where my bills were paid.
Yeah.
And I was that was my last relationship.
6,969 blah blah blah
Josie.
69 donated $69.
They love
Josie,
me.
you not a 10, you are 2 at best. Quit with your ratchet strumpet bullshit. You out here laughing as a
Go follow my
black chicken,
Instagram.
it's lame as fuck. You are not black. We do not want you hold this asterisk asterisk LLLLLLLLLLLLLL.
Uh,
Okay.
Cool.
We should have a conversation about cultural appropriation, I think.
Okay.
Oh man.
Okay, anyways.
Okay. No, yeah,
Sorry,
like, okay.
that was a bad joke.
Well, no, like, I'm down.
Bad joke. Okay,
That
let
was
me
so
move
late.
on.
That was so late.
Going back to Abigail. Abigail, you're married. Where, look, I looked on your Instagram. I didn't see that.
Congratulations, Abigail.
Yeah, she's married.
Thank you.
I was
She's
married too once.
20 years old, married.
Forgot about that.
At 22.
Kids?
I
Are
was
there
married
any
at
kids
22.
and the kids coming? No
we
kids?
don't have
Let's
kids.
see how long it lasts.
Eventually, of course.
Down the road.
Of course.
Andrew, do you think she should just like start pumping them out now or just like wait a couple years?
I mean, you generally the earlier the better
Right.
for fertility purposes.
How many kids do you want?
As many as the husband will allow.
I can't hear you because you're not talking to the mic.
As many as the husband will allow.
It's a good answer. Good answer. Anyways, but I don't see you got an Instagram. I don't see him anywhere on Instagram. Why is that? Is he kind of private guy or what?
Yeah, that's upon his request. It's
okay.
personal reasons for him
Okay.
and his situation. He asks me not to post him. I absolutely
fair.
would. I tell everyone about him all the time, but he's asked me not to.
I see. Okay. Moving on to Kana Tricks.
K-Natrix.
Well, congrats. I'm happy for you. May you have many children and many, many years of happiness with your husband.
Thank you.
What's your actual name? Or
K.
K. You said you're the queen of banishment. What is
I always like post borderline stuff on social media, and I always get banned.
Oh, hold on.
GR_Motu_FN_Gracie donated $69. To the gross blonde in the middle. The men you meet only care about breast size because vanity is the only thing you have to offer.
Do you want to respond quickly to that? Into the mic.
The men you meet only care about breast size. I mean, I've met men before I got my body done, and so successful men. I dated a pretty successful man like a year ago.
I mean,
before I had my body done, so I don't really know what you're getting at, but okay.
It sounds like he's projecting. To me.
Definitely, he's definitely
Personally.
projecting.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just because you couldn't pull a 10 doesn't mean you should tear other women down who are 10s.
Gracie,
Like, just
you're
say you can't bag a
projecting,
10.
dude. Stop projecting so much.
Oh God, this is like sad. Like I almost like feel bad for him. Thanks for the $69.
So you like, I think on your Twitter and your Instagram you say Queen of Banishment. What does that mean?
That started because I got 5 TikToks banned in one day, so I made a new one. And
okay.
My bio was just Queen of Banishment, and then
because you got banished.
Yeah.
From
and then
the
all my other
TikTok.
bios just kind of got transferred to that.
Okay. And you do OF, you do, you got a boyfriend, correct?
Yep.
Some kids too?
Wait, so then there's more than two sex workers in here. Since, you know.
3.
Well,
We got
their
3.
money.
3.
Get your money.
Yeah,
3.
so, and you shoot content with your boyfriend?
Shake my
Yeah.
head.
Okay. Wait, is your boyfriend the father of the children?
No.
The children have the same dad though?
They both have different dads.
Oh, wait, so okay, you have 2 children, but they're both from different dads. Just want to say to the lifeless blonde, can you please blank a blank a blank for some potato chips? Lol, 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 lol.
Shout out
Wait, me or
Cooley.
her?
I don't know.
I don't know,
I'm
there's
pretty
a couple
lifeless. Like I don't like.
blondes, too.
I'm like.
Wait,
past,
are you
like,
natural blonde?
I am, but I have to lighten it now because my hair is.
Wait,
like,
you're
dark
natural?
now.
Oh, okay.
When I was younger, it was like this color, but I'm like stuck. I don't know. I
Do you
like
dye your
this color.
eyebrows?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's how you.
That's
can
I
tell.
like fill them into like my eyebrows are
okay.
like blonde.
I'm
Alright.
actually natural blonde, but my eyebrows are really
Can't-
dark.
Am I
into
even
the
wearing
mic if
mascara
you
right now?
can.
I am.
That'd
You
be
can't see
helpful.
my blonde eyelashes.
Word.
I can tell you're a natural blonde from your skin tone.
Wait, so
I'm with you.
just two kids
Yeah,
from.
totally.
Here,
Let's
look,
have-
actually, I'm like self tanned.
Stop, guys.
Sorry.
So the 2 kids are the fathers in the picture, or
Yeah.
so it's like split custody.
Yeah, I married
Okay.
my son's dad and then got divorced, and
Mm,
then my
okay.
daughter was a surprise.
But from 2 different men, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You said you had someone propose after a month and a half.
Yeah, after I divorced my son's dad, I started seeing this guy, and after literally a month and a half, he had got down on one knee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you rejected his proposal then?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
I told him.
Oh, you can
that
scoot the mic to the very edge of the table.
I did not feel comfortable wearing that ring because that was not what I was ready for, and he just.
Austrian Strumpet Slayer donated $69. Austrian mountain guy watching. Love the show. Hate the strumpets. In Catholic Austria, we got special canyons where we throw them cock gobblers into. Christ is Lord.
Jeez, bro. Austrian.
Y'all are women haters.
Strumpet slayer.
He's indicting himself.
I thought
Are
Christ
you
was the
are you
Lord's
like a
son.
Viennese? Are you more like a? Are you from Vienna?
PR Aquatic donated $69.
Thank you.
The black shirt girl next
Dankeschön.
to Strumpet, them both can't criticism. Otherwise, does pineapple belong on pizza?
That's a good question. Does
You know what?
Show of hands. Does
Can't
pineapple?
criticism. First of all,
Yes, it does.
It's very good.
I love pineapple on pizza. What? You guys
That's
don't?
disgusting.
It's
all
so
right.
good.
It's not that
Pineapple on
good.
pizza.
Perfect
And
mix
olives.
of sweet and savory.
Them both can't criticism.
Also, I love the woman hater comment. So
What the fuck?
they ask, do you like sex workers? You go, no. Why do you hate women so much? It's always funny to me, right? So he makes an anti-sex worker joke. There you go. Why do you hate women so much? What does that have to do with women?
What
If
is
the
it
guy
like? 'Cause
hated
there's nobody's
all
You want
sex
to
business.
workers
throw
to
all
ever
the
live?
sex workers
What would
into
that
a
ever have
freaking
to do with
fire?
women?
Like, whoa,
I think
you
he's
hate
a little
women.
dark.
Yeah.
He's
Whoa.
still dark.
Well,
You don't got to go that far.
It's
you know?
not his business either. Like, why are you all up in like you donated $69 just to like shit on people for making money? Like,
What if he's
get out.
incriminating himself?
Oh my god.
That's evidence.
Dankeschön to Australian, not Australian, Austrian Strumpet slayer. Thank you, man. Dankeschön. Oh, also the other thing I remember what I was gonna say during the plastic surgery bit. That's a bad.
Bucky Larson donated $70. Blonde in blackened to pink shirt Strumpet. I do very well for myself. I'm single, 34, earn over $100,000 as an auto worker in Michigan. Better yourselves and don't sell sexy photos for money.
I'm a
Level
I'm a
up.
student.
Level up.
What? Where he get that
I
from?
make over
I don't-
$100,000
I work 3
too,
jobs,
so-
You
and
make
I'm a
over, You
student.
make over 100K.
Yeah, not like in a year. Yeah, definitely.
You sell drugs, or what do you do?
I might.
Oh shit.
You never know.
IRS.
I hate drug dealing. Why do you hate women?
Why I get drugged? I say
God.
fuck him. What is he?
The plastic surgery thing I was gonna say. If I ever came into like I just had authoritarian power, like it was just a coup d'état, I would I would criminalize plastic surgeons and plastic surgery, like fake titties, felony, BBL.
Felony.
Shout out my doctor.
Electric chair.
He would electric chair you. I love you.
Electric chair for BBL.
Go down with you.
Lipo felony, lip filler misdemeanor. Although three strikes, then you get a felony if you get that shit more. What else? Labiaplasty. Death sentence. Shoot by hanging. You get hanged.
I'm gonna say
No, actually, you get the guillotine because I'm French. Okay. I'm gonna give you the guillotine.
That's so
And then what else? What are the other plastic surgeries chicks get? I think I hit most of them.
Nose job? But what about that?
Yeah.
That's a fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyways, okay, that was it. Okay, let's see. We have some more notes here. Kay, going back to Kay, you said you had another dude who wanted to impregnate you and tried to talk you into the same guy or different guy?
Different guy.
PR Aquatic
Okay, we'll get
donated
into that after
$69. That's the point, to make fun of you, BC. We have the money and you only sell our body to make money while we work to keep the infrastructure up for you women. Hashtag you're welcome.
I just want to say that I know Aquatic personally. One, he saved me from a cougar attack, and
Really?
two, he actually made a shit ton of money in Dogecoin. So like for him, this is like literally a penny.
Yeah, like
Like
pockets.
$69, penny.
You know, isn't it crazy? Is that could be going to charity and not for shitting on some bitches on a podcast.
You don't know he's not donating
Oh
to
no!
charity.
Instead of you getting fake titties, you could put that shit to charity too.
I'm not gonna get fake titties unless I can afford to donate that much
She just said shitting on some bitches on a podcast. Why do you hate women so much? Why do you hate women so
why are
much
you
saying
such a
that?
misogynist?
Do I hate women?
Yeah.
I don't hate women.
He just said he's shitting on bitches on a podcast.
Yeah.
That's like bad. That's a
How is
very
that bad?
disrespectful term for women.
Yeah, why
Is it?
why you calling them bitches?
Yeah.
I don't
Why
know.
you calling them bitches?
It wasn't that deep.
I want you to apologize to every woman here who you just called a bitch.
I'm so sorry to all
Please
of the lovely
apologize.
ladies. I don't know. People don't be saying that out here. I don't know. That's like LA slang.
LA slang?
Yeah.
Shit, this is Santa Barbara. This
Yeah.
is the 805. You in the wrong neighborhood. You in the wrong neighborhood to be disrespecting some ladies. And I will not stand for
Really?
that in my neighborhood. 805, represent SB for life.
Now we need to talk about cultural appropriation.
What are you talking about?
I don't know where to go with that.
805, what's up?
Oh no, he switched back. Never mind. It's
Not,
whatever.
anyway, okay. Wait, what were we talking about? You were talking about, I don't the infrastructure. Oh, yeah, bro, he made so much in Doge. It's all good. But you're saying, why not put it to charity? Again, you said you're going to spend like 7 to 10K on some fake titties. You already got you already got the 32 Ds. Why don't you just put that money to charity? There's starving kids in Africa, bro.
6,969 blah 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 69
Tough
donated
crowd.
$69. The only reason Josie wears panties is to keep her ankles warm. Josie out here gargling nuts like
I feel bad for my
Be honest, is that what it sounds like though?
No.
Shit, okay. All right.
I mean, I feel like I don't know.
How are you gonna how you gonna? There's starving kids in Africa. Why are you gonna get some fake titties?
Because someone told me one time, if you can't, like, say you're gonna buy a really nice car, don't buy the car unless you can buy 2 of them. So if I can afford some fake titties, 10K, then I'll throw.
You could just
another
put more of that money towards the starving kids in Africa.
Okay, then I'll put 20 kids, 20.
Nah, but why you need fake titties when you could just keep
Because
sending
that's
them?
something that I want for myself.
Kids are dying because of you.
There's starving kids right now. who are
Criminalize
sitting in
onlygrams
here
and watch how
on a
fast the
podcast.
childless blonde deleted and I make 200K, 300K a month so I can shit on you,
shit.
little girl.
Whoa. Ooh. What? How are you gonna follow that up with an ooh, bro? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I
but
don't-
wait, where's the ooh button? Hold on. Come on, dude. Yo, Coolio Somo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Criminalize OnlyFans. This guy makes 200K to 300K a month. Damn, dude, how are you making all that money? Put me on some game.
For real, me too.
300K a month, dude. Put me on some game.
Since I can do so much better, right?
Put me, okay. The story of the
Oh, yeah.
whole impregnation thing. Courthouse wedding.
It was a hot mess. He was, I didn't know it, but going through a divorce at the time. And then I found out later that him and that girl were trying to do IVF. Meanwhile, before I knew all that, he was trying to convince me to not get back on birth control when I went to go get my birth control switched. And then like 2 months in was trying to get me to go get married at the courthouse. And it was just a insane deal. And he was a psychopath.
Okay. And then you also... No, that's it for the notes. Lauren Rosas.
Yes.
Oh, we already, okay. Body count? Let's just go around the table.
Well,
We're going to do body count.
Didn't
What's
I
the-
guess like 1,050 last time, and now it's like probably 1,100.
Hey, please respect a woman over
Yeah,
here.
I love that.
Please, I saw what you did. That was really disrespectful to
No, it
Lauren. She said, hold on.
She
Are
said
you?
1,000.
You guys think that they're all
1,000,
bitches, but can we
because
just
I wasn't
respect
ready for
them?
that. I wasn't ready
I've been
for
doing
that.
this for 10 years, so
Doesn't
over
mean I'm a
10 years.
hater.
so-
I'm not no hater.
Please show respect to her and her
She has
1,000
all
body
my
count,
utmost
okay?
respect. You know why? Because at least she's not sitting here at the table being freaking hypocritical like you men are. So. Yo.
Oh,
I like the girl when she goes every diamond on
wait,
my
how are
kid."
we being how are we being hypocritical?
I mean, it's just double standards.
What's the double standard?
I'm not even.
Come on, yeah.
Hypothetical is hypocritical.
What?
Like Wes Watson over here.
I mean, it's
Hypothetical
not
is
just you
hypocritical.
two. It's like definitely some
Shave
of his
your arms,
comments and
Andrew.
stuff. But yeah.
I knew his ex,
Wes
Valerie.
Watson?
Yeah.
The blasted tat.
Yeah,
tat
she lives
girl?
in San Diego. Yeah.
They're not dating anymore.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know the details.
She was cool though. She's cool.
Okay. Wait, so how are we hypocritical?
God.
Come on, double standards. Tell us what's the double standards?
I mean, I have to really elaborate now. I gotta think.
Come on, you've spoken barely anything tonight. I'm giving you the floor.
Barely anything. I've spoken too much. I'm over talking
You got
at this
this.
point.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like you guys are a little misogynistic. That's all.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we gotta split. We gotta do a split here. We gotta do the split. I'll wait for Nick to get this. Oh, damn. Okay.
Skylar Wraithy first donated $69. Question for the 304s: do you think a sex work keeps pedos and arpists off the streets? Also, lady in the back, I would bet $1 million that your BD is black.
He's not.
Okay. White guy?
He's Native American, actually.
Oh, okay. All right,
Like
cool.
real life Native from a reservation.
Like
and all that.
Cherokee or?
No, he's
Is he
Ojibwe.
Pima?
He's
Oh.
Ojibwe from
sweet.
the Lakudere tribe.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you hold on. Going back to this though, you said that we're kind of misogynist. First, just so I make sure we're talking about the same thing, can I have you define misogyny?
I need to Google.
Well, hold on. The words
You guys
came
got-
out
I'm-
of your mouth.
I mean, I don't
You used the
know.
word.
I mean, it's like you know what it means, but like you don't know how to explain it. It's one of those things. But it's like the
Yeah, I'm not the
I don't
best
want to say
at-
suppression, but like I want to like.
Do you want to take a crack at
Go
it?
ahead, yeah.
You want to
you
take a
wanna
crack
tell us,
at it?
you
I
wanna
was
educate
like
us?
Take a crack
Because
at
then I'll elaborate why I feel like you're
defining
being like
it.
that.
to define it. Well,
Yeah.
I think it's what's the right word? It's not like I don't want to say put down or like oppress. I guess yeah. I mean, I guess the oppression of women. Technically, I don't want to say oppress. You know the word I'm trying to say. There's like a word, but like I can't think of it.
Well, so the question again is, how do you define misogyny?
Wait, hold on.
You,
I'm
not
tired.
your
I
friend.
zoned this out.
No, I know.
What
I'm
did
like
you
not
say?
okay.
What did you just say?
I said technically I don't know what the actual definition is, but I think it's something around the I don't want to say oppression of women, but like it's like putting women down because they're women.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, how's this for definition? I'll just give you a kind of a Google one here. Hatred or contempt for or prejudice against women.
Prejudice. That's the word I was like.
So, can you give me like what is the definition for the word prejudice? Because I just want to make sure when I say this, it's right.
Hunter Puppet donated $69.
Hunter Puppet.
Thank you.
Brian, did you know a wise person once said
Yeah.
Having a preconceived opinion or feeling, especially an unreasonable or unfavorable one towards a group
Okay.
or a person.
I mean, I feel like I guess you guys are a little prejudiced towards like what's the word? I guess
Women.
Women, yeah. No, but
How?
towards plastic
Females.
surgery, towards a woman wanting a provider.
I don't think
those
you
type
can
of
be
things.
prejudiced towards plastic surgery. That would
How-
just be preference, right? Not really
Yeah, how would it be?
prejudice.
How would it
Well,
be
because you guys are-
misogynistic to be against plastic surgery? Isn't that more pro women?
I don't know. Are you
anti
against?
women?
Are you against men getting plastic surgery?
Yes.
He said
Okay,
that.
then
Yeah.
Then yeah. I don't know.
But from a dating perspective, I don't.
tired.
I'm interested in women, and so I can speak to my romantic and sexual interest in women, and what I find personally
Like for
aesthetically
instance,
pleasing.
here's a good example. You wouldn't say that if a person said, "I'm not attracted towards."
Austrian Strumpet Slayer
Sorry,
donated
Andrew.
$69.
Hold the thought for a sec here.
I am the misogyny, fuck sex work, fuck women and fuck
Exactly,
plastic
that's how you are
titties.
coming.
You're welcome, Brian. No Vienna is shy toll. I'm from Upper Austria, also you got a dumpy.
Why does everybody keep saying I got a dumpy?
that
I don't
mean?
know.
What's
Yo,
like that?
Austrian
BBL.
Dunkashine.
BBL Jersey over here.
Dunkashine. Is that how you say
Brian?
thank you?
BBL
I think
That's my new hashtag.
Brian, did you get a BBL?
Hashtag BBL.
Are
Brian.
you lying?
No, I'm just
Are
fat.
you lying, Brian?
Whoa.
I gotta lose
Your
some
name,
weight.
your name
I'm
rhyme
just
with
chubby
lying.
right now. I gotta
So you
lose a bit
probably
of weight.
lying.
Okay.
Okay.
Andrew, I'm going to pause the TTS just briefly here to allow you to have this.
Yeah,
back
so
and
you
forth.
would, I mean, if somebody said that they didn't want to, I don't know, date a certain race because they weren't attracted to it, you wouldn't say that that was being prejudiced, right? You would just say that that's a preference.
I mean, that is kind of being prejudiced, isn't it?
No.
Really? So you think that
Little
you
bit.
should date people
Why
you're not
wouldn't you?
attracted to?
So you won't date somebody because of a certain race. So
If
you're not attracted to how they.
Yeah, if you're.
I don't.
Yeah, if you're
Sounds
not
a little-
attracted
sounds a
to
little
the people of
racist. I
that
don't
race,
know,
why would that
like-
be
Little, like,
prejudice?
that's
Sounds a little something.
Yeah, because like I don't know. That's like.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So you have to understand, if you're talking while I can't actually hear what you're saying. It's just because the way the communication works, because I'm mobile. I'm not in the room with you, so.
Yeah.
But my question is, why would it be prejudice to, let's say you weren't attracted to Asian men, you just weren't for whatever reason, they just didn't do it for you. Is that prejudice?
I think so. I don't know. I mean,
I would,
Okay,
I would
but-
think that's a generalization because, like, maybe there's one like that. You're like, whoa, you
Well, let's
changed my
just
mind.
There's not
Like,
one on planet Earth who does it for you that you've ever seen. So when somebody says, hey, do you date Asians? And you say, no, because I'm not attracted to them, because you've never seen one ever that you're attracted to. Is that prejudice?
I would just think it was a generalization. I would think it's because they really haven't seen all of them, so it's a generalization. But I think that, you know, I would say it's a generalization. I wouldn't say it's prejudice.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's prejudice. Do you think, I mean, you think that that's prejudicial? That you're being prejudiced towards a group because you won't date them?
Well,
I don't know about that. Race. I don't know. I mean,
Well, hold on.
Like if Brian says he's not ever going to date a trans woman, is he being prejudiced?
well, no, that's, you know, I mean, if he dates women, so no. I mean, like, you know, biologically,
I feel like on a racial standpoint, it
I
kind
think
of
it's-
is, but I don't know.
I think that
Why?
Not
Why
like
would
this
it be?
politically correct, so-
If you're not attracted to, you know, X race, why would that? I don't understand how that would be prejudice. That would just be your preference. That you're not saying that there's anything wrong with them. You're just saying that for you, they don't do it for you, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Why do you feel like that?
Hold on. Let's not allow ourselves to get off track here. You said that I was prejudiced towards plastic surgery, and that is evidence of my misogyny.
You guys are definitely misogynist. A little
Okay,
bit.
so once again,
But
define misogyny.
I mean, it's just like what that guy said.
Hold
like,
on. Define misogyny.
I told you I can't. Like, I mean,
You're
that's
using,
what
but
you
okay,
want.
you're making an accusation. You can't even define the word that you're using.
Yeah.
You feel we're
You guys
misogynist.
are.
Why
I mean,
don't-
you are. I just can't tell you the
You're
definition
stating that
because
pretty emphatically. Why don't
I'm
you
the type of
define the
person
word?
that I like to, if I'm going to speak on stuff, I like to at least know what I'm kind of like, whatever. I do feel like you guys are
can't
being.
even define the
So
word.
I wanted to
Yeah,
finish
like,
this real
I know
quick.
what, like, feminism
just on the
is
on the
and
term
miso-
prejudice. I'm almost done. I just wanted to ask you, is it okay, or do you think it's being prejudiced if a black woman says she only dates black men? Is she being prejudiced towards white men?
I don't know.
You don't
Not
know?
really politically. I don't know. Like,
I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to.
Nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I wish
with
there
it.
was just.
I mean, there's nothing like wrong with. I don't know if
Not every
prejudice
yes and no,
would
but if you have a yes
be
or no
the
answer,
word.
you
I
can
think
speak
I
it.
would say just generalization and then. Yeah, that's interesting.
But see, I feel like that's where the confusion.
I wouldn't know how to
is.
coin that actually. Yeah.
Do you want to answer the question?
yeah, I just I don't really know. I don't know how to answer. that
Okay,
question.
she doesn't know. All right. So going back to this, so you used the fact that I'm against plastic surgery as evidence of my
I
misogyny.
feel like I'm on trial right now. Is he a misogynist? Yes or no, guys? Y'all,
Okay,
I always
why
thought
don't
that
you-
misogynists like want to have
Okay.
sex with like.
How about you just answer the question?
I don't
so
know.
how is
Are you misogynist? I don't know.
that's I've asked you a different
I definitely
question.
feel like
I've asked you a different question. The question is, how is
I feel like if a
being
woman
prejudiced
doesn't have the
against
same
plastic
opinion
surgery-
as you and whatnot, I feel like you have a problem with that. So I don't know what you want to define that as, but
I
that's
have
what
a
I feel
problem
like.
with everybody who has a different opinion than me.
Exactly, that's cool. And you have an opinion, I have mine. You know, just like
Yeah, I know,
everybody
but
has
is
a
that
butthole, right?
misogynistic if I have a problem with everybody who has a different opinion than me?
I mean, when it comes down to women and how women feel about other women, and you have an issue on it, I mean, sure, you can speak your opinion. This is America.
No, but if I have a problem with everybody's opinion, which is different than my own opinion, then that wouldn't be misogynistic
like you just
because
like
I'm
to
not
fight.
singling women out. I'm saying everybody who disagrees with me is wrong, right?
He does.
I mean, wrong by what in your head,
by my
maybe, but
standard,
maybe
yeah,
not in
okay.
theirs. Yeah. So I mean, who
But
cares?
it's not a
I
preconceived
don't.
notion that you're wrong because you have breasts. It's a preconceived notion that you're wrong because I don't fucking agree with what you say, right? That would be the preconceived notion.
I mean, I'm confused.
I think to me, like a misogynist is somebody that like kind of just like stomps on like people's rights, like doesn't like it's one thing to desire a woman and feminine women or femininity to stay feminine in a sense where, you know, keeping them I think it's just like you you can't work. But I'm like, dude, I like need to. And then they're like, oh, well, you need to find a husband. I'm like, dude, well, what if I can't get married? Like, what about that? Like, can I live my little life over here, my little hole in my little corner? Like, can I do that? Like, and if someone's like, no, like that's who I would think. And then they're like, but I want to fuck you too. That's who I want to think misogynist.
I'm not gonna. She's walking away now. I'm gonna want to have a little bit of further back and forth on the misogyny accusation. But since she's now gone, we were going around. Wait, I have to wait also on the body count thing. Oh, Allison Ray. Okay, that's you already told us about the whole like car thing. We already talked about that. So you met a guy. So basically, the short version of it is you met a guy on Tinder. You abandoned him 11 hours outside of Texas.
It was horrible.
Yeah. Okay, we talked about that. You said you'd love to talk about women showing their bodies online, seeking validation and attention from men. What did you want to talk on?
Well, just exactly that. I just feel like it seems like no one wants to, hear it here for my reasons. Oh, sorry. No one wants to take any criticism. I just seen a lot of run around mental gymnastic answers, and I'm just not sure it would go anywhere.
Okay. And did you have a history of prior to, I guess, becoming a Christian, did you do any sort of online adult content?
Not adult content. So I was like a hot girl on Instagram, and I modeled for Harley Davidson for a few years. And after coming to Jesus, I just thought, this just doesn't serve me. This is not God's nature. And I just decided that, if God hates it, so do I. And so I took down all my social media.
Okay.
And modesty is the way to go.
And when you converted, were you still a model at the time of your conversion?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain. It's just hard to explain. It kind of happened over a few months, but as I was reading the Bible and getting through it all, because I had a dream from God, that's like what started it. After going through the Bible, I'm just curious.
I
started feeling conviction over a few months.
Were you a model?
Yes.
When you converted?
I mean, I guess you could say so.
Yeah, were you still working for Harley Davidson as a model?
Yes.
Okay. And they were paying you to model for them?
Yeah, it just wasn't an overnight thing. It took like a few months to get to the conclusion of, okay, I do believe in Jesus.
And you were baptized as part of your conversion?
I have been baptized, yes.
Okay. When you got baptized, was that after your conversion or before your conversion?
You're getting blocked by the mic.
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
Was your baptism pre-conversion?
No, it was after. But
okay,
I've had
after.
two.
So at the time of your baptism, were you working as a model for Harley Davidson?
Absolutely not.
Got it. Okay, so what's happening is you're slowly converting to Christianity. You're a model for Harley Davidson, but at the time you actually did convert, you were no longer working as a model, right?
Right.
Okay, and did you quit that job, or were you removed from that job, or what happened?
No, I quit that job with nothing else back up, and I did it because I just put faith in God, and He did provide me another job, which is the job I have to this day.
Got to move it on. And you wanted to also talk about sex outside of a marriage, correct?
Yeah.
What did you...
I mean, it would be for the other girls and their opinions. I think mine's obvious.
Well, what is your... Why don't you state your position and the girls can respond?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I just wanted to know, for only those who claim to be a Christian, anyone who does not claim to be a Christian, like I don't think she does.
What about? Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah,
you're not a Christian, right?
No.
Nick,
Okay, so it's not for you.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes,
Okay,
please.
so anyone who claims to be a Christian, what is their viewpoint on sex outside of marriage? And if you do it, why do you think that that's okay in the eyes of God? Like, what is the justification?
I mean, I guess I grew up Christian, but honestly, my family was never like super Christian. Like they weren't like. Then I had my grandma. She was Catholic, so they were super Christian as well. But honestly, like sex outside of marriage, like I don't know, like everyone like does their own thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like honestly, because it's like if anything, like you could wait until marriage and then have sex during marriage, but then you could still get like something bad could still happen and then you guys would get divorced and it would just be like that. But I respect it. Like I have friends who are waiting until marriage and stuff like that, and like sometimes like I wish I did, but then like to each their own. Like everyone is different. Like I don't want to bash anyone for doing anything like that.
So my understanding is you're waiting until marriage, correct?
As of now, yes, I am.
But you are not a virgin, though?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that from the Christian worldview, but from more like a secular dating perspective.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think if a man didn't want to wait until marriage...
Wait, please, into the mic.
Because he didn't want to wait for something that another man didn't have to wait for, do you think that's a valid feeling for him?
Totally, yeah. I think if it's, who God wants me to be with, he wouldn't feel that way, and he's probably, in the same boat I am.
Fair enough.
Have you faltered since becoming a Christian? Have you faltered on this waiting till marriage thing?
Not with like actually doing it, but like with flirting and stuff like that, and kind of seeking attention from guys a little bit. I've fallen a few times a couple years ago, but...
How long have you been celibate for?
About 4 years.
Okay, that's commendable. I guess the thing that always... I mean, again, it makes sense if you've, I guess, become a Christian. On one hand, women should certainly, like, if they can change up, move in a better way, it's commendable. But I would raise massive eyebrows if, like, a girl had previously slept with 5, 10, 15, 20 guys relatively quickly. This doesn't even necessarily have to do to waiting till marriage. These girls, like in your case, right? These girls who will like have had one night stands, they've never actually had this standard at any previous point in their life, but then they're going to now use sex as leverage to get something from the man. This could be commitment. It could be providing. It could be, you said you want a guy to pay your rent, pay your car bill, et cetera, et cetera. While you women are free to do this, my counter advice to men is I don't think that's an acceptable a dynamic you ought to accept. And so what I mean by that is you should just move on to a different girl. That's not a girl that I think is really worth dating, to be honest. Now, if you're a Christian, that's different. But if you're just like some secular chick, or even like sort of don't really take the faith that seriously, I don't know. To me, it's kind of ridiculous. Look, if you can find a guy that's willing to wait, that's totally cool. But I think it's kind of a raw deal for like, oh, the past 10, you fucked a dude a week ago, you let him hit it first night, and now, oh, babe, I want to wait for 3 months. I don't know, it doesn't... Like for Christianity? Or like for...
outside of
No,
Christianity.
like outside of Christianity, like secular
using
dating.
sex as leverage.
Yeah.
It's just because it's one thing if it'll be the standard for the rest of your life. Oh, all the time. A girl will be fucking a guy, but she won't have commitment with him. She'll be fucking a guy she never waited for. She fucked him the first night. Fuck buddy, friends with benefits. She'll be dating a guy who she sees long-term potential in. While fucking him, she'll make him wait. So while she's getting dicked down by dude who's never going to give her commitment, she'll be simultaneously dating a guy and making him wait and jump through hoops and, oh, you got to do the chivalrous thing. And so that's where it gets really ridiculous to me.
Yeah,
Just
I feel like
saying.
if you like him, you want to be in bed with him immediately.
Anyways, a couple chats are
David
going to come through.
Tozeciak donated $69.
Thank you, bro.
If you took all the
Thank you,
money
David.
spent on unnecessary plastic surgery in the history
yeah,
of this
misogyny.
planet, and the money used to fix those surgeries, everyone would have food in the world.
Well put. Yeah, the cosmetic industry, trillion dollar industry.
I mean, some things with those like Ferraris and Rolls Royces.
I don't believe in that
Josh
sort of...
donated
He
$69.
does.
Pink shirt, ghetto blonde with the smelly coochie, def doesn't date Asians. She's just attracted to the brothers for their soul and not PC. The 304 is a PP enthusiast. Now stop beating down women.
Oops. Sorry, burped. Thank you, Josh K. Appreciate it, bro.
I date anybody I find attractive.
Austrian Strumpet Slayer donated $69.
Thank you, bro.
Sex outside marriage is degenerated and sinful. Repent and your time in purgatory may not be eternal. Also, using logic and speaking the truth is not misogyny. Stop using buzzwords, trailer park queen.
Dankeschön, Austrian Strumpet Slayer. Thank
Need
you,
some
bro.
holy water.
Some holy.
Go back to
We do need
church.
holy water.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $69. Many transgender people will exclusively only date biological people. Does that make them transphobic by their own criteria? Of course it doesn't. Why, it's nonsense. No one is owned sex.
Yeah, well put, well put. So I guess to bring it back to this, so you were making, or you made the statement that we're misogynistic. I asked you to define misogyny. I'd still like to give you an opportunity to define it, just to make sure we are talking about the same thing. Or did the definition that Andrew, is that sufficient?
Yeah, I think what
Into the
Andrew
mic.
gave, sorry. Yeah, I think what Andrew gave was sufficient. I don't really want
Yeah,
to
that's
speak on it.
hatred
I don't really wanna
or
speak on it
contempt for or
anymore.
prejudice against women.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just think you guys, like I said earlier, it's this my same. Maybe you're not misogynistic. I don't know.
But what?
But you guys have your opinions, and I have my own.
Well, okay, don't weasel out of a statement that you made.
I'm not weaseling out of it.
You just said you don't want to
myself.
talk about it.
Thank you. I don't want to anymore. I'm good.
Well, okay, so I feel like
I'm getting tired.
It's only fair.
I've been debating with you guys for 6 hours.
It's only fair since you've thrown out an accusation. Accusations of misogyny are very,
Oh my God,
very
who are you?
serious. So you ought to at least defend it instead of just.
Bucky Larson donated $72. Question for everyone including Brian and Andrew. If a woman takes longer than 30 minutes to put makeup on her face with no distractions, does she have a cake face?
I don't know. I'm not.
What's a cake face?
Like just caked on way too much makeup. Probably, but I mean, I suppose she could
Eyebrows take a long
that time and
sometimes.
not. I don't know.
Eyebrows.
Probably,
No, it
but
depends
not
on how
necessarily.
artsy she is with it.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to let you weasel out of this just as easily as you just threw out this accusation. So why don't we actually have a conversation about it instead of kind of trying to weasel out? Why don't you just make your case, make your argument?
I don't have a case to make.
Well, okay. Here's the words that came out. Here's the words that came out of your mouth. You guys are misogynist. Okay. And I asked, define misogyny. You kind of didn't really do that. So fine, we've defined misogyny.
And then I just said you guys are not.
How are me and Andrew misogynist then?
Maybe it's because, like, I don't know, every conversation that we've kind of had tonight, which isn't necessarily misogyny, has been kind of catered toward men. So you're like, you women this, you women that.
Exactly.
Or she
Give
got,
me an example.
She got, oh, you women get dick down or whatever. Like, that was with
When did
dick.
I say
What?
You just said
He
that.
literally
You
said
just
that, like,
said
5 minutes
that.
ago.
You just said
You
that.
said, like,
What was the give me the context?
You
What
said
was it?
women,
They
some
just be like,
about
get dick
they'll
down.
make this guy wait while they're getting dick down
How
by
is-
this guy.
Okay.
It's just
so
like-
But all your
articulate-
conversations,
wait,
hold on.
hold
All
on.
your
One-
conversations
one
are
point at
about
a time.
women and what women are doing wrong, and nothing about men and what
And it's
y'all
like,
are doing
oh, like,
wrong.
women
But
are
that's
being
okay.
bad.
No, hang on.
We've been
He was
hearing that.
responding to a question. So she asked a question. She said, "Wait, they do that?" In this particular case, the context was about women who have had many sex partners previously and then suddenly become chased with a man who they're interested in. And a woman asked Brian, "They do that?" And Brian, who has a lot of experience talking to these women, said, "Oh yeah, they do it all the time.
And she's the one that
A,
should
B,
know.
C, and D, and here's the example of that." So he's still giving only the specific criteria to those kinds of women. That's not a broad generalization for all women. It's only the women specifically who are engaged in that activity.
Well, Andrew, I don't even think it's that. She actually takes objection to the specific phrase of getting dicked down.
Well, it's just like, I mean, like, would you
You've
go?
never said that before?
Not if I was like, you were like dead ass.
What?
You were
You
like,
just called
dead
well.
ass.
You just said, "Why are
Getting
you over here
dick down.
talking shit to bitches?" That's what you said
No,
to
that's
a
what I'm.
super
No, that's what I'm
chatter.
saying. Like, you guys are like
the-
nagging on me for saying that, but then you're like, oh, like she got dick down. Like, would you say that to your mom? Why?
Nobody said
Yeah, I feel like
anything
a lot
about
of this
it.
conversation is very
You're
much
going in
tearing
circles.
down,
I
like,
asked a
women
question,
and why
like,
women in
answer
today's
it.
society and like our thoughts
Answer it.
and stuff like that, why it's wrong, but it's
Bro,
like no conversation.
here's the
based
further
on anything else.
context for the conversation. She wanted to talk about waiting
I
until
wasn't even
marriage.
speaking on
It was
that, but-
perfectly contextual.
I feel like there's just like other ways to say it because I said bitches and then y'all were like, oh, that's like or not
Is any
misogyny.
girl offended? Hold on.
To be honest, like we didn't actually care that you said that. We were just
No, I know, that's what I'm saying.
We were just basically pointing out like, if you're going to
time.
tone police, we'll tone police back, right? Like I didn't actually give a shit that you said bitches. I thought it was funny. I was just pointing out.
I'm just using that as I'm not tripping about like no one's offended. I'm just using it as an
both
example.
ways is
Okay.
cringe, right?
So, is any girl here actually offended? Was offended when I used the term "getting dicked down"?
Not really, but that's
Is
not
any
my
girl
point.
here offended? Were you offended?
That's
It
not
did
my
have
Were you
a
point.
shock
offended?
Honestly,
Were you offended? Huh?
No, I wasn't offended, but even if
I
any
was
of us
offended,
were,
Brian.
I was
You offended
even
me.
if any of us were offended, the definition of misogyny isn't offending a lot of women. The definition of misogyny is having a prejudice against women.
Yeah.
He doesn't like plastic surgery. He doesn't like
That's
these
fine.
specific things, but he doesn't have a prejudice against
Well, that's why I'm
all
just saying
women.
that all of the conversations.
so
So
maybe
it's
you're
a
not
false accusation.
misogynistic, but it's definitely something going on with
What's
like
going on?
You're like dancing around like the line.
No,
of, like,
I think
What
that
am I dancing around?
I think
What
that
is
it's-
going on?
That's what she's trying to explain.
Okay, go ahead, explain.
I think that maybe you got a problem with which is okay. I mean, I got a problem with it too, and that's why I act
Problem
the way.
with what?
Can I even speak?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Why are you guys like
So,
mad?
like I can't even talk. You would just interrupt me. Anyway, get me off my train of thought. Yes, you don't. I can't even speak.
Well, I'm
See,
not.
you can't actually.
No, because
you
what I
can't
want to
actually
say, what
make
I
the
want to say
argument.
is, yeah,
You just
exactly.
want to accuse me of
No, I
interrupting
do.
you.
I feel like I don't want to accuse you of interrupting me. I just feel like you're being rude.
Just answer the question.
No, I can take my time to answer this question if I feel like it. Thank you. Anyway, I think that you just have a problem with maybe women's in today's society or like social media or just all that type of stuff.
Okay.
I think you have a problem with that, and I feel like women, especially women who are in my lane of a type of thought pattern, I feel like are more like this because we gave a lot to men and didn't receive the best experience. Now that doesn't mean every man is like that. I'm not categorizing all men. I'm not saying all men need to pay your rent or something like that. But what I am saying is I don't feel like there's anything wrong with my with how I want to go about it.
Okay.
But I feel like you have an issue with it. So
Sure.
it's just opinion.
I
That's
guess
and that's all I
so.
was saying
By that
earlier was
logic,
it's
me
y'all
and Brian are
opinions.
just the way that we
it's
are
y'all
based on the
opinions in my
experience we have
opinion.
with women.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
that's,
again,
and that's what I said.
So you said that my views on social media, again, you
Like
called us
women in social
misogynists.
media.
You called us
I
misogynists.
just took it back. If you didn't hear me, I took it back 3 fucking times.
Okay.
I
no
said maybe
problem.
you're not misogynist, but you have an opinion, and that's the only thing I'm like
Okay, so
really
I have a
debating
negative
with you is
opinion
that.
towards
So
social
I'm
media?
agreeing with you to disagree with you.
That doesn't even make sense.
Not social media. I think she's just talking about women.
Nothing
It's
makes
just
sense
like
to you
it's
if
not
it
like
doesn't make sense to you.
It's
I
not
think-
like we were offended. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think, yeah, like I think misogyny is more like stopping someone's or not wanting someone to be able to sustain themselves and then be a woman and then want to have sex with them anyways. That's what I think misogyny is. But I don't
Okay.
think, yeah, I don't.
So I'm just a little confused.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, like
I just
you
told
you have what are the things I've said that you have an issue with?
I mean, I don't care.
If it's not misogyny.
I don't care.
I don't know. I
So-
just feel like it's been kind of like I don't want to say catered toward men, but like, you're like, oh, in this
Exactly.
situation, like
Thank
what
you.
percent of men, blah blah blah. Like in this situation, men. Okay, so you women would rather be in the forest
Yeah.
with a bear. Like you guys are so wrong for that because like, but like I don't know. It's just like people have different opinions and
Yeah,
like
it's very
the way,
much
like how I
catered
said like
towards
bitches. Like that was
why
like,
men are right and women are wrong. That's what I feel like. I feel like you're very against women being like, let me get my body done. Let me be this type of person.
So I'll engage you.
So-
Hold on, one thing at a time. Okay.
I
So
mean,
you
you just
said
interrupted me,
I'm
but
against.
okay.
Well, I have to interrupt you because
You
you list
don't.
out 30 different criticisms, and it just. I don't know, Andrew, if you call that gish galloping or whatever. I can only address one point at a time. So why don't we address this whole me being against plastic surgery? How is that
I
misogynistic?
didn't say it was. I just.
When I asked you earlier.
Okay, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Thank you.
Okay, so you object to me, then you just blanketly, in a general sense, just object to me being against plastic surgery. Which is fine, because you're a
Yeah.
proponent of plastic surgery. I'm against plastic surgery.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just plastic surgery, but
It's whatever I
mean,
said is like.
It's
I mean,
really
plastic
just
surgery is not
anything
that.
like in a feminist type of viewpoint you don't agree with. That's what I feel like.
How is it feminism though?
What?
Like the whole body empowerment, or my body, my choice.
I mean,
but
he
it's
even said
actually
it earlier.
like,
It's two
taking away
different
women's
types of feminism. Sure, like that. It's for makeup, and he has a good point with that. I agree with it. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like we have the choice to do what we want. We live in a free country, so I don't think you should be able to, just like. Somebody, I don't know the word. I'm trying to think of the word, but it's just like
there's always
that
something
chick,
to say.
the gal with the red hair who's sitting, one gal over. Yeah. She's actually probably far more misogynistic than Brian is.
Wait, what?
You think I'm
Well, see-
misogynistic?
Well, no, I think you would be considered more misogynistic than Brian. So, I mean, you
I
believe
agree.
in
I think
original.
the
you
two
believe
women
in
sitting to
original
the right of
sin,
me
right?
are definitely a little bit more misogynistic than you guys are. I would agree with that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not
More
really.
misogynistic.
I think so.
I think feminism is a lie to trick women into hating
Yeah, I want
themselves.
So then what is
think it's just
misogyny?
like,
So then what is misogyny? Let's talk about men. Let's stop talking about women. How about we talk about men for once?
Let's talk
Because that's
about
what we
men.
don't do. We don't talk about men. We've just
That's
been talking
not
about
Let's
women.
talk about men.
Okay, so
Even
then
men dying in war.
then what?
I just realized like earlier, it's like with the
Kidding?
men
That's
dying
my
in war,
favorite topic. Let's
men
talk
can never
about
be
it.
a
Let's
victim.
talk about men.
Go ahead.
The
Say your
thing that
point.
you just got done saying that you didn't want to talk about at all because all the show has been talking about men. Now you're like, why don't we talk about the men? Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, start it off. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, but it's absurd to me that you're like, in the one side of your mouth you go, I can't believe that all these women's issues you keep on making it into talking about men. And then when we get down to an issue you want to talk about, you say, I want to talk about men.
So what she was saying how, like, something about feminism, and so I said talk about misogyny. Like, if feminism is would you say it was a trick?
Yeah, I do think that women are deceived with this whole feminine movement. Or
So
feminism.
then how do you feel about misogyny then?
How do I feel about
How
it?
do you feel about it?
Obviously,
You don't have an opinion?
No, of course I have an opinion. Misogyny is bad. It's a prejudice against women. That's
Right.
I
for
hate
no
both.
other reason than just them being women. Of course, that's bad.
Wait,
It'd
okay,
be
then
just
what's wrong with feminism?
You realize
It's just a lie. It just takes you
one
out of
quick
your-
thing. You do realize that you can be anti-feminist and not be a misogynist.
Sure.
Being anti-feminist is
Like,
not
I'm not
being
political.
anti-women. Go ahead with your point.
Thank
All
you.
this political stuff.
I forgot where I was at. I just get.
Well, I think
Cut off.
I think feminism is a trap. And no, I'm not misogynistic. I absolutely want the best for women. I have my opinions on what is best for women, and feminism completely goes against that. Obviously, I believe in the Bible, and I believe in those gender roles, and I believe that women are nurturers and would be better off, submitting to their
Okay,
husband
so then
and
is it
having
wrong
children.
for me to not want to submit to a man
Yes.
unless he's providing for me? And especially
Oh, no, the
let's
providing
let's
part.
go
That's
into
why
like
they
a
call that prostitution.
I do, let me get this straight. I do think men should provide for women, and women should submit to their husbands and nurture the children. That's
and I
what I
agree,
believe in.
and that's how I feel as well. I feel like you want me to raise your family, you want me to have your kids, you want me to
Okay,
do all
I do
this,
have a question
be
for
intimate
you.
with you, then I want you to provide for me. And I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. And I feel like it's wrong to sit here and call me a prostitute for that.
I have a question for you. You
But
called us.
when taking care of me, I have bills. So yeah, and there's a lot more. There's an emotional level of taking care of me. There's a physical level of taking care of me, and there's a financial and spiritual level. So
Yeah,
it's
look,
all
I'm
of that.
gonna untie a couple of concepts for you. So
Sure.
nobody was calling you a prostitute. Not
Or
for
a
the
sex
for this. Hang on, not for the idea that you want to be taken care of by a man. What
No,
was
he
asserted
did.
to you
Before I even
No,
he even
he
knew I had
didn't. He didn't.
OnlyFans, he called me a sex worker. So
Yes, that's
So-
different though.
No,
That's
actually,
why
I
I'm going to
didn't.
untangle
yes, you did
this.
actually.
I did not call you a
That's
sex
why
worker.
I'm
Very
going
much
to
did.
untangle this for
Which I
you.
very
You're
much
taking
remember.
two. Yeah, I know. Okay, when you're done, let me know, and then I'll untangle the concepts for you. Go ahead.
What? No, we're like,
Okay, great. You're done. So to untangle the concepts for you. Concept one: yes, if you're an OnlyFans worker, you're considered a prostitute. Yes, I would agree that is what was said. But when it came to the relationship,
Oh my God.
what was asserted to you was if it's only transactional, if the relationship is purely transactional, then it would be prostitution.
And I said multiple times it wasn't transactional.
Yeah, I know, which is why we weren't calling you a prostitute for that. We were just saying if it were purely transactional, that would be prostitution.
Really, because he said I was, they called me, he said earlier I had sugar daddies and da-da-da, which I said, no, I don't have sugar daddies. I'm looking for somebody to provide for me.
Well, I wasn't here for that part of the
Exactly.
conversation.
So when he called me a sex worker earlier, before he even knew I had an OnlyFans or anything like that, then by what you guys are saying, I'm not. So
yeah, I wasn't here for that conversation then. Because I didn't hear him mention anything about sugar daddies to you while I was here anyway.
Okay. Well, I think it's funny that when we put it in a certain sense of like, in almost like a religious standpoint, all of a sudden it's okay. But when I was saying it earlier in a different standpoint, because I'm not the most religious person, now all of a sudden I'm a sex worker and I have sugar daddies and all this crazy stuff. So.
I didn't say anything about you having sugar daddies.
I didn't say you did. I said your friend did.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that if you have a relationship with a man which is purely transactional, you're only getting resources in exchange for sex, I don't know what to call that except prostitution.
Yeah, and I said multiple times that it wasn't purely transactional.
Which is why I didn't call you a prostitution for that, or a prostitute for that.
Your friend did.
I actually didn't call you a prostitute. I asked you.
Call me a sex worker, and you said I had sugar daddies earlier before you even knew I
didn't call you a sex worker. I asked you when we were talking about your whole relationship thing and you wanting to wait until a guy starts providing, et cetera, et cetera. I asked you something along the lines of, look, we've talked a lot. If I recall correctly, could be wrong. I asked you, isn't that prostitution? Or how is that not prostitution?
Yeah, and I said I'm not out
right, but
working on a corner.
If I recall correctly, I don't think
or on a back page or anything.
I called you a prostitute. I asked, how is that not prostitution?
It's not prostitution. It's a standard.
But how?
How is it? How is if you feel like a man should provide and I want to submit to my man, but I want to be taken care of and I want him to provide for me?
How's that prostitution?
How's that prostitution?
Versus a caretaker.
But see, hold on. You're changing things up a little bit
No,
because
I'm
the original framing was. Hold on. The words.
I understand. I didn't say the word submit earlier, but that doesn't mean that's not what I want to do. This is my man.
Just let me finish, okay? So.
And I did make it clear.
You said something along the lines.
It'd be very hard to get rid of somebody who's doing everything for me.
You said something along the lines of, "I will not have sex with a man until he pays my bills." Something along those lines. I don't know if that's verbatim. The way that came out, I will not have sex with a man until he pays my bills. Ladies,
said to
is
me.
that
That's
about
what you said to me.
Is that
no? That's what you said to me. I said I want to be taken care of. Like that's what I
pretty
said.
much the caretaker role. That's what everyone over here is saying.
That's something to be taken care of. So
Well, I mean,
you wanted then you made it going back to your, whatever it is that you're doing on this podcast, like trying to women who feel some type of way or who believe in what I believe in type of vibe.
What do you believe in?
Yeah, what do you believe in?
Oh my God. I already said it 20 times on this. I mean, in a what are we talking about? Relationship, religion. I already talked about both of that. So go back 20, 30 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. So if you want to know.
I'm just saying, how is like her wanting her bills to be paid?
I kind of want to change up the seating arrangement really quick. Wait, so okay, I just I don't know because I'm
probably gonna leave soon.
Here, we're almost done. I want you and you. Can you guys take those seats, and then I'm gonna put you in that seat, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can I have you guys just shift over, and then but take the seats. We're gonna let a couple chats get through. So you sit in that middle seat. Like just sit in the seats.
Oh,
so you sit in that seat. You sit in that seat, and I'm gonna move you into that. Yeah, you here. You there, and then you over there. Okay. Just because, yeah. All right, I'm gonna let a couple chats go through.
PR Aquatic donated $69. The pink shirt is a sponge. She doesn't know anything besides her friend talking for her to make sure she don't look stupid.
Okay. Thank you, Aquatic. Thank you, bro. Good to see you, bro. He saved me from a coyote attack once. Just saying, guys.
Cooley Somo donated $69. Why is it the blonde lady's doing all the screaming? I want to hear the Latina lady and she's the only one I need in my life. And I think I'm watching Angels versus Demons.
Coolio Somo, good to see you in the chat, man. New name. They got different opinions.
That's why we're
they got the different opinions. Can you scoot into the
Tilly for really 1,337 donated $69.35. Imagine the ignorance for a woman to choose a bear. Its natural instinct is to eat you, whereas a man's natural instinct is to protect the woman. Psychology 101, your perception is the problem. LOL.
That's nice.
Nickelodeon donated $69. Brian, how dare you invite these women on and not pander to them and dollar kiss them until you get pink eye? Don't you know you're supposed to coddle them and make them feel special? Feminist equality.
Well put, dude. That's pretty much a perfect assessment of...
I mean, why be rude to any person? Not female, male, anybody. So you can spread positivity.
Amanda
Y'all choose to
underscore the
spread
underscore medtech donated $69. Seriously, blondie bobblehead.
I'm making y'all money
STFU.
tonight.
Let others speak for once. You try to assert your dominance by talking over
talking to me.
everyone
I don't
else.
even want to talk.
It's not much of a mystery why
You're a
you're
fan
single,
favorite. They
TBH.
love you. They
Your
love
attitude
you.
sucks.
It's like those kids on the playground, like if they kind of like bullied the girl if they liked
David
her. you know?
Tozechiak donated $69. Brunette with blonde hair, black
Not bully,
shirt.
pick on.
What did you mean by Ferrari? An equivalent to fake body? One is art, one is unnecessary mutilation with health consequences.
I don't think he got my point on that. My point was if you're going to donate to charity, he said, oh, why would you spend $10,000 on a BBL when you could donate to charity? Then why would you buy a $60,000 car if you could donate that to charity? That was my comparison. I wasn't comparing body mutilation to cars. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Let's do the Bumble segment. We'll lighten the mood a little bit tonight. This show's been very adversarial. Andrew, before we do the Bumble segment, did you want to touch on anything, or Oh wait, we didn't do body count. Lauren,
I said I had 1,000.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I have 1,100. That's, I think, more than last time. Cause I, yeah.
Wait, Andrew, why are you making that face, Andrew?
Andrew, I've been doing this for 10 years. Okay.
Should we get a split on? Oh, okay.
His eyes.
Say it again, Lauren.
I have 1,100.
I don't think he heard you. Say it one more time.
1,101.
Oh, okay. How many of those are from the Whatever podcast?
The 101.
Didn't you say that? Right, here's what's crazy. At the beginning of the show, she said that like over 100 people from the podcast
they
got
see
her services.
Yeah, they see, they're like, I saw whatever. And I was like, cool.
Okay. All right. Anyways.
Yeah.
So going around the table, what's your body count?
I could not tell you.
Do you want to give us a range?
Under 20, I know that.
Oh, okay. All right. Into the mic.
2.
Wait, wasn't it 1 last time?
My boyfriend who I had for 1 year and a half, and then I spoke on the last podcast how I was sort of in a situationship, and like, I don't know, I just was treated so terribly. I had sex with him and I thought that would make him stay, but no.
Wait, and so
last time I did say 2.
Oh,
last
okay,
time I did say 2.
all right.
Yeah.
I feel weird sharing that online, but it's single digits.
Okay.
1.
Your husband.
My husband.
All right.
I feel the same way. I feel weird sharing it online.
Range. How about a range?
0.
Be a good sport. Oh, she's
Saved. I'm a virgin again.
The immaculate conception over here. Her child.
Yep. Jesus.
Yeah,
that's a Jesus baby, or that's Jesus right there. I'm just kidding.
How about a range? Tell us a range.
Yeah, I don't know. Single digits.
Okay.
4.
Austrian Strumpet Slayer donated $69. Feelings are not opinions, experiences are not facts. These women's inability to prescind or using basic logic makes me more angry than Brian calling me Australian. Good day, mate. Shrimp on the Barbie.
Listen, why don't you go get some Vegemite and put it on some bratwurst?
What?
I don't even know. So bad. Okay, we're gonna do the Bumble thing.
What? 1,100?
Yeah,
One?
and one. Yeah.
Wait, and why did you say cap when I said
Up PR Aquatic donated $69.
Like, genuinely,
I'm
why did you say
misogynistic for not catering to your needs, BC. You bring nothing to the table besides nonsense.
God damn. Why did I say cat?
Yeah, when I said 4.
Multiply it
I was
by
with a
3,
guy
and
for
that's
2
the real
years.
number.
Did you hear that? Hold on, I'll play it one more time.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
So.
It's a rule. It's a law. It's a law of physics.
So 9. 3 times 3.
Hold
Wait.
on, let me do the math on that. Hold on.
9.
Yeah.
So it's 9 now.
Huh?
So it's 9 now.
I mean, that's the law.
Oh, okay. I guess then yeah.
And for guys,
I
you
guess
divide
9.
by 3.
Oh, that's sad.
So if a guy's
I'm
9,
sorry.
it's
I'm
actually
sorry. Is
3.
4 times 3 9?
4 times 3 is 12.
Oh shit!
Dude, I'm so bad at math.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
god. It's 12 now?
Dude.
Yo.
You
How
thought
did I go up like
you
3?
thought 4 times 3 was 9.
I haven't slept in like
I
30
bring math to the
hours.
table.
She.
I have not slept in 30
It's okay.
something
I
hours.
forgive you.
I'm tired.
It's okay.
I'm really bad at math.
I missed it too.
But that's why, hey, I brought math to the table.
No, I knew I got it wrong. Well, no, I knew I got it wrong. I was just trying to like play it off because like I don't have the brain cells to correct myself right now. Like,
That's crazy. I just
I didn't say anything.
must have thought it was 3 or something. Okay. All
No,
right.
I guess it's 12 now. But like, it's
All right, we're going to do the Bumble segment. You each get 20 swipes. We're going to show you some eligible bachelors, single, relationship.
Can I? Yeah. No.
Single
Can I
married.
question? Can
What's
I?
up?
I don't like to say no without a reason. Can I just give a no and then the reason why? Because I don't want people to feel like I'm
if you
rejecting
can-
them.
That's
It's just a
fine.
teeny one.
If
Just
you
a
do,
little-
just like, don't like his hair. Like,
Okay.
brief, totally fine.
Brief. Okay.
That's good.
Gotcha. Because I just don't want to seem like I'm just like for their
Yeah,
looks.
give
or
a
something.
reason. You
Yeah.
can give a reason. Just,
Yeah.
a little reason.
Yeah.
A brief reason.
Mm-hmm.
All right, whenever you're ready. So, age range of men you would date.
Probably 30 to 40. With age range of men, I guess, yeah.
That you would date. You know.
Maybe like 28, 29. Not really though. Ew.
Did you say ew?
I'm sorry, Ben.
He looks like a nice guy.
No, he does. He could be really cool, actually.
cooking.
I need
Look,
to
he's
meet him. I can't.
So-
I don't do online dating for very specific reasons.
Okay.
It's hard to. No. No. No.
Looks like a nice young man.
No. Do I need? No. He kind of looks cute. Sure, I'm gonna do him.
Posing with a pumpkin.
Did you ex him? I said yes to him.
Don't. We're just passing on everybody, but
No to him. No. I don't think so. No. No.
that guy was kind of a chat.
Dog. Wow.
He is the dog.
But no.
Okay, you can't say yes to the dog.
No. Sorry, Chris. No.
Fresno State.
Chris again.
No. 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 Who was it? Who is it?
Which one?
If it's the one, if it's the one with the blue shirt, I might let him take me on a date. He seemed cool. He seemed nice.
That's
No.
20.
Okay.
Age range of guys you would date.
I'd say anywhere from 19 to 23.
Word.
You feel like 20 to 23, I guess. If that, I don't know. Can that work? I don't know how this works.
She said 19 to 23, right? Okay.
No.
Really? Wow.
No. Nada. No. No. No.
Oh my.
No.
She was thinking about it.
No, I was like scared.
Oh, okay.
No. He looks nice, but no, I'm sorry.
What? Sorry.
No. 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 The girls or the guy?
The guy.
Everyone.
You know what? No. 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 I think I went to high school with him. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. No. No.
He's a soft boy.
No. What is going on? No. Are we going until I like say yes to one? Or like it's
how
not
many,
like
how many
20?
is that, Nick? Wait, did she say yes to? Did you say yes to anybody?
I said it's 2 people.
Okay, all right.
No.
So that's 10%. Okay.
So we'll do an extra 10.
Yeah, you get if you don't say yes to anybody, you get an extra 10. Go ahead.
No. 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 Oh my god.
That's scary.
Oh fuck. The bug's back.
No.
Let me fuck that shit up.
No.
I don't like flying animals like that. Oh, insects, I mean.
Oh.
Yeah,
Crash
gross.
landed.
I'm like, no, I
They
can't.
get
No,
run
you
into
coming?
everything.
Yeah, right?
Oh my god. Yo, it's gonna like dive bomb us, bro.
I'm like, don't go in my hair. I can't see you from there.
No.
What kind of bug is that?
No.
Moth.
Just
Oh, it's just a
ignore.
big
Just
bug.
ignore it.
No. We can't even see his face.
That's an extra 10. That's an extra 10.
Shh, we keep going. We
I'm
keep
really
going.
picky. You can go like,
Let's keep going.
oh my god, I'm be here all night. No. 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 No.
Choose somebody.
No. Sorry. No. 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 Yo, this bug is like, no. No. No.
Oh my god, I can't.
I like his tattoos, but no. 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 Which one?
Either.
The hot one. No. No.
Oh, he was cute.
He was. No. No. No.
That's 45, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot. I don't
We're
think
gonna keep going. Another
No
10.
way.
Another 10.
No way.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Wow, no. I was just like impressed. He looked cool though. No. Oh, I thought I went to high school with him too. No. No. Not the high waters. No. You know, my mom told me she got bullied for that in high school, and that was a trend.
What?
No. They were like, "Where's the fly?" Like what?
Just keep going.
No. 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 No.
The one on the left.
You know, I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay, so that how many was that? 50?
I think we're like 50, 55.
Jesus.
It's probably more than 50, but we'll just say so 1 out of 50. So that's two. She finds 2% of men attractive.
Oh, it's not that I didn't find them attractive. I just like it's. I don't know. He gave like a cool vibe. Like the other guy gave a cool vibe, but he just like I don't know.
You mean what do you mean? Which guy?
The guy with the
The-
cool tattoos. I was like, he's cool, but I don't know. Like, I just have to get a certain vibe, and that guy.
Pretty
gave the
picky,
vibe.
aren't you?
Very.
I actually want to go into this quickly. What are you looking for in a partner?
Honestly, someone that like.
Hold on, make it easy. So let's start looks, and then we'll do like personality, other things.
Well, looks for me, like looks obviously play a part.
Clearly.
Personality is a big part for me though. Like, take my word for it. Yeah, no. But looks wise, like I don't know, like if they have a really good smile, like that gets me, and like
Okay.
tattoos are cool. I guess that's like my type. And then personality wise, like
Well, let me
someone's
ask
funny.
you. Do you have any like racial preference?
Not really.
You'll date white, black, Asian.
I mean, like my 3 ex-boyfriends, like one was Israeli, one was white, and one was black. So
Okay.
diverse, I guess. It doesn't really matter to me.
Okay. So height.
Height, I've liked, honestly, like I like taller guys, but like honestly, like height, like it's not that deep. Like
How
if there's
tall?
a guy,
How tall are you?
5'4".
So when you say you like taller guys, what's the bare minimum height for a guy?
I don't know. I mean, I've dated a guy who was like 5'8", but like I don't know. I look like guys who are like, I don't know if they're like 6 foot. That's I guess what I like ballpark for. But I've dated a guy who's like 5'8", and I didn't have a problem with that.
Well, of your 3 boyfriends, I don't know if you recall their heights. Do you?
One was 6'5", one was 5'10", and then one was, he had to be like probably like 5'8", 5'9".
Okay, all right. Personality-wise?
Personality-wise, I just like someone who can like make me.
Hold on. Scoot your microphone.
Is it like
Scoot your mic.
like this?
But scoot it this way because you end up getting your face blocked. There you go. Go ahead.
Honestly, someone who can make me laugh. Like if I can really vibe out with someone and like just click with them, I think that's my favorite part about dating. Honestly, is finding someone who I can like.
Who can make you laugh?
Genuinely have a good time. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Income, money, anything like that? Do they have to provide?
No, I don't like go by the caretaker role specific. My mom, like, she grew up like she made everything herself, and like I had my dad. They're not together anymore, but like I mean, she literally like she's built from nothing into something, and I'm the same way. Like I don't want a man to have to provide for me. I want to be able to provide for myself. If he wants to help, which I would hope he would help, I don't need him to do all the work for me, basically.
And you need a guy to be funny,
kind, I guess, charismatic, like.
And do you
cool vibes.
So are you willing to date an average guy?
Like average look wise?
Average in all dimensions: looks, personality, income, height.
Well, usually like whoever I'm with, I don't see them as average. I mean, even if someone else could say that they were average, like whoever I'm with them because I don't think that they're average. Or at least every time like I'm with someone, I'm like, oh, like this is the coolest person in the world. Like that's genuinely.
Why do you require a guy to be charismatic?
I don't know. It's just because I feel
the
like
vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
The
like,
butterflies, the chemistry.
Yeah, you know, the corny shit.
Yeah. Have you ever met a guy who you have really good chemistry with, and they actually ended up being a terrible person?
Yeah.
So maybe would you agree then that perhaps chemistry is not the
well, he
best thing to
I think he people switch up for sure, and he definitely switched up, but I think there were other things that came into factor, like going through stuff and stuff like that.
Do you think that there should be like some degree of reciprocity in terms of relationships? So like if a man, for example, wants a woman who is a virgin, he should also be a virgin. Or if a man wants a girl with a low body count, he should have a low body count.
Yeah, I don't like double standards because I notice like even like my guy friends are all like, oh, like I want a girl with a super low body count, but they have like a body count of like 60.
So you object to the desiring a trait in a partner that they don't possess themselves?
I think like it honestly depends. Like I'd have to like come into more examples, but in general, I don't really think so because I'm pretty like even, I'd say. Like I don't.
So you said that you want a charismatic guy. Do you consider yourself charismatic?
I think so. I mean, not right now because I have 2 brain cells left, but
well, I mean, you
normally, yes.
Well, I mean, even earlier on in the show, I don't think your personality has changed a whole bunch. I acknowledge you might be a bit tired at this point.
Yeah, well,
you also
tired.
said funny too. You want a guy who's funny, who can make you laugh. Are you capable of doing that for men? Do you think you're funny in the same way that you want men to be funny?
I don't want to like toot my own horn, but I've been told I've been funny.
Okay, so on the charismatic front, I don't know if somebody wants to tell her. I'm not saying this to be mean. You're not charismatic, but
That's fine.
You desire charisma in a man. I find that's a bit of a double standard, don't you think?
Wait, were you one of the people that said if I don't remember. Were you one of the people that said if a guy came up to you and was all shaky and nervous,
that I wouldn't care?
Yeah, that you would still. But that's not charisma at all.
That's a good point.
She didn't want to concede didn't want to concede the point. So charisma, in that situation, she says, I'd be fine with a guy who was nervous and shy and et cetera, et cetera. Yet she also just said
that doesn't mean he doesn't have charisma though. Like once he
that's not charisma.
No, once you get to know someone like that, like if your like husband was like super shy when he met and then you found out later that he ended up being like super charismatic. That's still
not charisma.
I mean, he could be charismatic once you get to know someone.
What is Riz short for?
Charisma.
The ability to.
So you think a guy who's super nervous and shy and shaky, is that good Riz or bad Riz?
I guess stereotypically speaking, it wouldn't be good Riz, but I've dated a guy like that.
So he was like super shaky and.
He was like.
He was like scared to talk to you.
I think
he was scared to talk in general.
There can be a difference between being objectively charismatic and you enjoying his personality.
Yeah, maybe charismatic wasn't the right word. Maybe that's not the word that I'm looking for, but like enjoying their personality, that's a good word.
Well, you did say that you consider yourself to be charismatic.
I mean, that's the ability to like define charismatic. Like,
I'll Google it.
You don't think she has confidence?
That's confidence is a different
Yeah,
word
an
than
appealing personality
charismatic.
to
Charisma,
general
compelling attractiveness or charm that can inspire devotion in others.
well, maybe not
That's
here. I mean, I've been
great.
told that I'm charismatic by people. Like, maybe not here because we're in like a vicious debate like all night. Well, not vicious, but we've had a little tussles.
This man over here drinking Milwaukee's best.
Some people have like told you that you're charismatic.
Well, yeah, even like, I mean, like, shit, like, she's my mom, so she probably has to say that. But like, usually people that I like end up being friends with, they'll be like, oh, like, yeah, like when you walk into a room and like you light it up and stuff. And I really take that to heart, honestly. And that's one of my favorite.
Can I ask you a
things.
question? Like, your female friends, male friends,
Both.
both. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like a girl's Instagram page. If you look at the comments, it's literally just all girls gas.
Yeah.
Oh my God, slay queen, you're so hot. And
Can't
the girl
relate.
could be like obese, and you will still see comments. Oh my God, you're beautiful. You're a 10 out of 10. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of dangerous to just take people at their word sometimes when it comes to puffery or what's the specific term? Not puffery.
Flattery?
Flattery. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, some people just have I don't know. It's just their energy, almost. I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what, yeah.
That's probably the word I'm
charisma
looking for.
is.
Like, good energy. Yeah, not even like charismatic. I'd say good energy, or just someone
Okay.
that I can
All
have
right,
good
sure.
energy with.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to. Oh, there. We'll do Bumble for. Do you want to do the Bumble thing? Bumble thing, over here. You want to do the Bumble thing? We'll do the Bumble thing.
You?
Age for you?
You go first.
She's not doing it.
Oh, okay.
She's
I
not
don't,
doing it.
okay, for age, probably 25 to 35. Why not? No. No. No.
Oh yeah.
He's probably cheating on his wife, so no. 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 Yes. Sure. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. Yes. Yes. I think I've said the most yeses, you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
I mean, you've had some cute guys on your
pretty
roster,
reasonable.
on your lineup.
Yes, he looks funny. No.
Wow.
How many is that?
No. No.
Okay, we'll have
That's
Grace.
pretty good, but just no comes down to if they, you know, are into the same things I am.
Did we already do it with Grecia? Did we already do it with you?
Bumble?
Yeah.
Last podcast, yeah. But right now, no.
We could do it again. Fuck it.
Okay. 18 to 21.
How old are you?
I'm 18, but I'm gonna turn 19. Yeah, he's cute. No. Nah. No. 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 He what? There's a girl in that picture. No. No.
So that's a 2 for 1.
No. Face wise, yeah. Nah. He has cool style. No. 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 I don't know which one. No. No.
And then Lauren will do Lauren,
Okay.
and then we'll wrap up here in just a moment.
Why did I have so many.
We'll do a short roast session.
Yeah.
Roast.
30 to 60.
30 to 60. All right, casting a wide net. Casting a wide net, Lauren.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh.
He looks like he could hold space for me, yeah.
Yeah, Lauren's getting all the babes over.
Yeah, wait, which one?
Right.
The left.
Left? Okay. Okay, I see a woman. Is that a woman behind him? So I'd say no, because if a woman's behind him.
But that could be their grandmas or sisters or workers.
Nah, he can't hold. I feel like he couldn't hold space for me. No, he samurai.
What's going
He
on?
looks like he's having fun. He's having fun. I'd probably be a buzzkill to him. So let's see. No, too much fun. I'd need to see another picture of that one. So probably no. I'd need to see a picture. Can't see his eyes. He's having too much fun. Yeah. He looks like he could hold space for me. Yeah. Yeah, he could.
What does that mean? Hold space?
I just need like sometimes if a guy's too young, I'll tell him something about my life. He'll be like, ha ha ha, no way. And I'm like, dude, it really happened. And he's like, yo, you're just fucking with me.
All
I'm
right,
like,
let's
yeah.
continue
So anyway,
on,
sorry, I'm so
please.
sorry. No. Yeah. Yeah. I can't see his face, so no. No. No, not in the airport.
That's 20? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, there we go. We're gonna do a short roast section, guys. It doesn't have to be a roast. You can
roast
you can
me
give
first. Yeah, make fun of me.
you can
please.
give polite answers. We'll do a short roast session. I don't know, 5-10 minutes maybe. We'll see how it goes. We'll do a redirect over to Andrew's channel, guys. Wait, is this Andrew Bartholomew Wilson? Is he at 100K? Let's look. Hold on. But yeah, TTS is now 25, guys, if you want to get any in. It can be roast. You can say something nice. You can say, tell
I've
Abigail
donated
that...
$25. This panel has been a pill, black as the singularity in Kashmir Uzzide's skull.
Huh.
What? Thank you, Ad. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you.
All you guys want to do is roast me.
But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we got to get Andrew Wilson to 100K, boys. We're going to do a raid after the show. So I want you guys to, once we raid you to Andrew Wilson, do want you guys to drop a subscribe so we can get him over the threshold. That'd be... He deserves it. He deserves it. Actually, I'm just kidding. Unsubscribe from him. Even if you're watching on the Crucible right now, unsub. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Blocking his blessings.
So some reverse psychology going on there,
Yeah,
Brian?
exactly. Yeah. What was I saying? Should we any final thoughts from any of the ladies? Any final thoughts? We'll also do a Twitch raid too. Would any of you guys date Nick? I'm trying to set him up.
Who's Nick? Jacob Elordi?
Nick back there.
Yes, probably.
Like here's the thing though, he's a virgin.
No, he's not.
Would you
Really?
date Nick?
I think he's cute.
Oh. What's up, Nick? Is he your type? Is Nick your type?
You do sounds?
Huh?
Does he do sounds?
Into
Like
the
audio
into the mic
engineering?
into the mic? Huh?
No, just like.
But like into the mic?
Illinois boy donated $25. Came back from playing COD Zombies and Season of Discovery. Did you kick that
House of
girl
the
in
Dragon.
green off the show?
We did.
I've detected a 20% increase in show quality without her presence.
Oh shit. Oh snaps. Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I would have liked her to stay though, you know?
Me too.
To get into some more stuff, you know?
For the plot.
For the plot.
Yeah,
Wait, so
well
do you,
said.
It's the plot.
do you think Nick's a cutie
Y'all
pie?
falling for the plot.
Does he like do like music and like audio engineering? Is that what he's doing right now?
Yeah, he's actually a very talented producer. Like he, yeah.
Okay, that's my. I mean, same. Yeah.
Jessica Reloaded donated $25.
Oh.
Girl in pink, just because your baby daddy is black and your kid is half black doesn't permit you to talk ghetto. You look stupid.
Hey,
Stop it.
Jessica, be nice.
Jessica, my baby daddy's not black.
Yeah, he's Native American.
Nickelodeon donated $25. We've had enough
Daisy.
thoughts tonight. Thanks, Brian. Happy Father's Day from Daisy.
Wow. Okay.
She did have a great Mother's Day. I must
Tom
admit.
Jones donated $25. Ever since Andrew mentioned button 2, that's all I've been thinking about listening to this panel. Please get me button 2. Where can I find button 2?
I don't. What is button 2?
He wants to die.
Don't press button 2. $25.
Oh, shit.
Brian, keep up God's work.
Hey, thank you.
Andrew, you are a boss. Where can I send my book on accountability? Search username in Amazon.
Own your shit, burn your
Brian
ships. I'll check
underscore
it
is
out, man. Thank
underscore
you.
masochistic
Thank you, bro.
donated $25. Every time Pink opened her mouth, all it did was show that her IQ is 1 point away from being a window licker. Girl, get away fast. Her corruption is already sinking in. Run before it is too late.
Oh, wait.
Knotrix underscore is underscore hot underscore AF donated $25.
There you go, they like you.
Shout out to the girls in the back that should.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. I changed something. I need to retrigger it. Okay, my bad.
Knotrix underscore is underscore hot underscore AF donated $25. Shout out to the girls in the back that showed up on time, were professional and respectful the whole show but got little to no mic time.
Yo, shout out. W's in the chat. Mute girls.
Well, she had like.
W's in the chat. She had what?
She had a funeral, like.
Oh. Wait, what?
What?
Like, no, like, that's not. I don't know. Like, it's okay that we showed up on time, but it's like. She didn't show up on time because she had a funeral. Like.
I think that's why my whole vibe has kind of been off today. Like.
No, and that's totally
That's why I'm not
understandable. It's
charismatic.
understandable.
That shit flattened my charismatic.
And they
But
like to
whatever.
talk.
Okay. Yo, blah, blah, blah. Your message is. I think I might have to censor this one, dude. It's a little. You're going to have to resubmit it. I apologize, man.
Warzone donated $25.
too- you know what
to the
I mean?
girl in the back middle, I like your tattoos.
Thank you.
Oh, he likes the tattoos.
I got plenty.
Likes the tattoos, eh? Yeah, she. Thank you guys. If you want to get any last ones in, go for it. We are gonna wrap up here pretty soon. The blah 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 one, I'll read the part that I can. At least I'm not gonna totally throw you under the bus here. He says Lily Copenseeth Harder.
Dialedin 0430 donated $25. Circumcision is nothing more than genital mutilation. Any publicly cited benefit is a completely fraudulent claim. Watch Sex and Circumcision, an American love story in front of a live Harvard audience.
Okay. Thank you, bro. I am definitely. Some of these girls said that it's a deal breaker if the guy is uncut, and I actually kind of wanted to go into that earlier on in the show. But who said it was unhygienic? Who said that?
Yeah, if they don't, I think I was one of them. If they don't take care of it, but
Disavow.
it's not if they do take
That's
care
why you
of
get
it.
to know them, make sure they're clean.
Got it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait. Okay,
Exactly.
I see what you mean.
Precisely.
Personally, uncut just scares me. So.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, we gotta have support for our uncut brothers. Gotta have support for them because here's what's happening, man.
Support it.
There's way too much goddamn discrimination. These men, they're getting the penises chopped up, and I'm upset about it. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna pass legislation. We're gonna ban circumcision in the United States. Intactivism. It's called intactivism. I'm an intactivist. And we gonna say no more of this shit. I will not stand. Right, Andrew? We won't stand for this shit. Right, Andrew? Let me hear a
He's like, nah.
Let me hear a yeehaw, Andrew. Let me hear a yeehaw.
I couldn't help myself.
All right.
No, we won't. It's it is true. In retrospect, the more I think about it, I don't think that there's a way to logically get behind or get away from the fact that it does seem to be genital mutilation. I don't really know how you can get past that exactly.
By the way, guys, I have had to turn moderation on. Typically, I will get most of these out. I just want to make sure none of them are a little too saucy. Hold on.
Josh donated $25. Hey Red, who said feminism is a trap? How doomed are the strumpets across from you, especially the one in pink with the wizard sleeve?
There's hope for everyone. Repent and believe in the
Lenoy
gospel.
Boy donated $25. Andrew, when you debated Millie Weaver on whatever a while ago, you said feminism is a product of Protestantism.
Quick answer
Could you
if you can.
elaborate on that? Hashtag Christ is King.
Read Cult Feminism by Rachel Wilson, and she elaborates on it.
Okay, all right. Check out Rachel Wilson's book.
I'm sorry everyone donated $25. I would still take my chances with the one in pink. I'll pay for everything.
Come on. Come on.
Whoa,
Just kidding.
okay.
Just kidding.
Good times, good times. All right.
Double Agent donated $25. Brian, I promise you when you rewatch this episode later you're going to see how miserable you came off tonight. You finally met yourself coming down an up staircase. And the encounter was crushing.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I was in a bad mood today. I was pretty tilted. And
Not one step back. Brian was completely on halter all night. He did a perfect job. The super chatter's wrong and can fuck off.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. No, I mean, like, I was. There are certain things I could have handled a little better. Look, we had like 3 no-shows. We had two or three flakes. People were running super late. We had to delay the start of the show like 45, 50 minutes. Very uncommon. I was frustrated. I was upset. Obviously, I like to try to get the show out on time. If it wasn't for these external factors that tend to happen when it comes to no-shows, people running late, I can almost certainly guarantee you that we would be able to start the shows precisely on time at 5 p.m. Pacific. I do tend to punctuality. Something's very important for me, and so it frustrates me, perhaps even more than the viewers, for us to start the show late. And obviously,
We don't answer to concern trolls. We don't answer to the concern trolls. I'm sorry about your concern trolling that you thought Brian didn't handle some situation which you've never been in your fucking life perfectly. Fuck off, concern troll. No one cares. Fuck off.
Yeah, and it is like week after week, every single, no shows, flakes. They're rude about it. They don't have any consideration for what you're trying to do with your time and your business. And anyways, it is what it is. But what was it? I don't know. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Ed Max donated $25. Crazy how the females that look the most like Gollum are the ones who think they are a 10.
Interesting. Okay.
Dialedin0430 donated $25. Uncut men are more likely to satisfy via penetration. 98% of the world is uncut. Both men and women lose out on pleasure when a male infant is sexually assaulted at birth.
Is that from outside?
Yeah, the music.
The rap music or
I
whatever?
like wanting.
Yo, dial it in. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well put. Definitely, yeah. Men lose out on pleasure, I guess, and not good. Not good. Sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. I'm already been at it for a long time. Sorry, guys. Last few things. Wait, there was one last question I needed to ask. If you guys want, you can get in any more TTSs, but I think we actually hit most of it. Any final questions from anybody on the panel before we wrap things up?
There was a book that someone asked. I saw a question and it said, what is a good book for debating? And there's a book called Morals and Dogma. And the last name is Pike. I can't remember the first name, but that's a good one. So yeah, I saw that.
All right.
I guess I have just a question for Andrew. Makes me kind of nervous though, the aggression. So my question is, I guess, about like, you are a Christian. Do you claim that?
Yeah, I'm a baptized Eastern Orthodox Christian, correct.
Okay, so I guess I was just wondering about your use of cuss words and like telling
I
people
mean,
to,
like fuck and shit and fucking shit.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, those cuss words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
do you think that let me just I'll just kind of cut to the chase really quick.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Do you think that you're fooling God when you say shoot or darn it? Do you think that God's stupid? Do you think God's retarded? That when you go darn it, he doesn't know what you mean? Or when you go frick, do you think he doesn't know?
Well,
are you fooling him? Are you like, oh, God, earmuffs, God? Earmuffs.
No, I don't think that's how God sees it. If you try to change things, I think God sees that you're trying to do something that, to follow his way.
Yeah,
God
just so
appreciates
that you understand, these are social taboos, not biblical taboos. They're social taboos. The word, just so you understand. It's
not just the cussing. I didn't get to finish. It's, I guess, too, the way that, because remember, we're representations of Christ. We're kind of like his attorney. We're God's counsel here on earth.
Split.
Yeah.
Do you just feel that the way that you come at people, even people who are non-Christians, do you think that that's how Jesus would do it? Or do you not believe in Jesus either?
How should I go about things that would make you happy?
It's not about, I'm just asking from a Christian who has seen the show.
And I'm asking you.
As a Christian who has seen the show.
Since you're concerned with the way that I approach people with the correct tone, even though Christ was literally making corded whips and running people out of temples, my tone is way off. I would like for you, instead of telling me how do you feel about A, B, and C, obviously I'm wrong. Tell me what I need to do to make you happy. What can I do for you?
Well, it's not to make me happy. Something I've noticed is if people watching the show think that that's how a Christian would treat somebody, especially, it just comes off very mean and judgmental. And I'm not saying we're not to judge righteously in the church, we are. But I've just seen you cussing and like saying, shut the F up. If Jesus were to be here, that's not how Jesus would talk to.
You've never seen me say shut the F up on this show.
Yeah, that was me.
I mean, it's a lot of cussing, and you do kind of, you are a debater, and I get it, but I just from a Christian
do I say some socially taboo words that you don't like?
No, it has nothing about what I don't like. It has to do with God's nature, but I know you don't believe in the Bible now, so that makes more sense.
What does God's nature say about your tattoo?
I got these before I was a Christian.
Oh, okay, so as long as I swore before I was a Christian, that would make it fine?
Yeah, because once you're born again, you have to be born again.
Okay, so then why don't you cover the tattoo up?
Because I was born again, I was forgiven.
Yeah, but why don't you cover it up?
But because if I covered it up, then that's me saying that I'm not born again, that I wasn't forgiven for
right,
this.
so I'm not going to lie to God about my nature, right? Because I say the F word.
I'm just saying Scripture tells us how to act, and it perverse cuss words.
Then
is just
tell
not
me
it.
how I should act. What should I do? Well, how should I change my tone to make you happy?
It's not
what
to make
me
happy. It would be to make God happy.
It's not. Okay.
I mean, as a
Can
as a
we
sister
open
in
up?
Christ,
I would like.
I
now,
see
I'm
you're
glad that you
offended.
brought this up because I'd like to do a social experiment with you, if you don't mind. Just a very quick social experiment, Christian to Christian. If we were to return your cell phone, I would like to open up our DMs and go DM for DM and see how many DMs you've gotten from people who are thanking you for bringing them to Christ, and versus how many people thank me.
Let's do it.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
She got her phone.
Yeah, I grabbed it last time.
You first.
I am going here. I'll let someone else read through it too. Just don't read the one with 2K. It's about his baby mama. Okay, someone want to go through it?
Yeah, let's go through it.
I don't think you can show.
I can't show? Okay.
Just read it out.
Yeah, just read them.
Go to my message requests and stuff.
Where am I going?
Go to message requests here.
Okay. Thank you for your Christian post. That prayer is almost as beautiful as ... I'm not going to click on them. I'm just going to scroll through, see what I see that has to do with God.
No. How many people have converted to Christianity?
Well, you haven't converted anybody.
I haven't?
Jesus does that. Yeah, you can't You can't convert anybody or save anybody. You can
Okay,
plant
well,
a
how many
seed.
people whose words your words have reached who have thanked you for converting them? That's my question.
If people are thanking you for converting them,
No, they're thanking me for hearing the words. That's it.
I mean, it's a lot. You can, and it's not about, I'm just.
Okay, so how many
Okay, I'm
Wait,
not even
I
gonna
wanna-
lie. She's got a lot, but she's,
of people who
Well,
say I
look at some
came
of
to
my
Christ
videos.
because of
I
you?
have one video, over 4 million, a million.
Over 1 million people?
Yeah.
viewing.
You've converted
Yeah, views.
So
No,
because
No,
of
you. I haven't
over 1
converted
million
anybody
people
because
have
I'm
come
not
to Christ?
Jesus, and I'm not yelling at people either to do it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I got this right.
TTS is on
According
calls.
to you, over 1 million people have come to Christ because of you.
That's not what I
Because of your
said. That's
words.
not what I
Because-
said.
well, because
So
your
you-
words reached them.
No, that's not what I said. You made that up. I said 1 million people have viewed just this video, 4 million on this video. I have
Yeah.
a reach, and it helps people, but it plants a seed because I'm not Jesus, and I don't tell people to follow me, and I'm not saving anybody, and neither are you.
I didn't say I was. I'm saying that
You're saying
people
you
reached
converted
out who said
people.
that they've heard my words. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sure.
I assume that you're using the word and your words to reach people.
Yes.
Okay, great. So then if they hear your words and they would not have ordinarily have heard anybody else's words and your words are convincing to them and they would probably notify you or let you know?
They have.
Okay, great. How many of them?
I wasn't counting, but I was scrolling and she had a lot of DMs. I'm not even gonna lie, about people saying thank you for your message. You've changed my life. et
All
cetera,
over
et
the
cetera.
world.
Mm-hmm. All over the world, millions and millions, right? Hundreds of or thousands and thousands or tens of thousands?
I mean, does it matter who did more?
How many? I'm just wondering. How many do you think?
I mean, over time, I don't know. How many do you
Great.
have? So
Well, so here's the difference, right? I would never, ever, ever in a million fucking years ever tell anybody that information. How many people have been converted because of me? How many people send me those DMs? How many people are asking me?
No one has been converted
Stop,
because
let
of
me
me.
finish. Let me finish. Because this is just a bunch of virtue signaling bullshit. It's a bunch of virtue signaling bullshit, and I don't fucking care if you don't like my tone. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Well, for anyone watching, I would just hope you know that, if you love God, Christians don't act like that, and they
And nobody
just don't.
cares what heretics have to say. You're
It's
a
not
heretic. Nobody
heretics.
cares. What denomination are you in?
I'm non-denominational.
Which heresy denomination are you from?
You just like to hear yourself talk, and you just say different
Which
things.
heresy denomination are you from?
I'm
What
not
is
in
it?
a denomination.
You're non-denominational.
You're non-denominational?
Is that funny?
Yeah. I think it's funny, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's sad that you represent
For all
Christ
of
as a
you,
Christian
for all of
on
you
the
who are
show.
listening out there, for all of you who are listening,
because
don't
I
listen
offended
to
you.
fucking heretics who tell you that you can fool God and
Lower
he's
his
not going to
volume up.
actually know that you said fuck
bit.
when you said frick.
But you're just saying that. I don't say that.
Brilliant. Big-brained fucking Protestant over here.
Not so
Big
much.
brain.
A little
You
louder.
can fool God by saying frick.
We are to be Jesus' representation on earth so that people who are non-believers can see the
You're
way that
not
you
to
act.
teach on earth. You're not to teach. You're to sit there and be silent on earth.
It's when
That's
people
what you're
observe
to
you.
do.
Okay, well, you don't believe the
The
Bible.
holy woman looking bad.
I don't believe the Bible. What
You
does
said
Paul
that
say?
tonight.
What does Paul say about women teaching? What does he say?
Says that they're to not teach in the church and to listen to men under
No,
all
it's- and you're
submission.
not to correct men, are you?
But it's not to assume authority, and I don't teach
You're
in a church.
not to correct men, are you?
Well, I can correct you because I wouldn't call you
You're
a Christian.
not to correct men, are you?
I mean, my husband.
Yeah, so your husband, he could come to me and correct me. You're not to correct men, are you?
No.
Then stop trying to correct
I
men.
meant no. I'm not
Then
not
stop
supposed to
trying
correct
to
men.
correct men. Stop.
No.
On this
Okay,
podcast,
no.
they got
So
even the
you have
holy
a
women
willful
looking
spirit.
bad.
Listen, can I ask you this?
Willful spirit.
Do you act like this? or
They
treat
got all the
people
women
like that
looking
as a
bad.
Christian.
You could be a whole Christian.
Personally don't, but I
Personally don't.
I believe he makes a valid point when he brings up the
I'm
scripture.
sorry. I'm
You're not
sorry.
supposed
I'm
to
sorry.
assume authority
Did you
over a
just
man.
appeal to somebody else to make your argument for you? You just got done saying it's not for you to correct men, and yet when I said then stop correcting men, you said no. You have what's called a willful spirit.
No, what you have is you're actually misplacing conviction from God, and you're placing it as I'm judging you.
Oh yeah. Did God convict you to correct me?
Yeah, he did.
He did. So God's going against his own teachings.
I don't know. I guess
I'm not sure.
I just don't believe
I
in that.
don't know.
That's not what it says. You're twisting scriptures, and because you talk fast and you yell
I'm
at
not
people.
talking fast.
Yeah,
And I'm
you-
not yelling.
You were saying I am not supposed to teach a man. I'm not teaching you anything. I'm telling you
No, I
you
said you're
something.
not to
It's an
correct
open.
men.
It's almost like an open rebuke. When someone is sinning or doing something, you would go to them in the church before eventually kicking them out. But obviously, I can't kick you out. But I'm just telling you, as a
Yeah,
Christian,
you can't. It's not for you
And it's
because
really
you're
not
not
for
a
you.
man.
It's
You
for
can't correct me.
I would say for people that watch you and they think that that's like how a Christian should act, I would just say I disagree.
Well, that's great. I would just say that I disagree. I think that if anybody's so fucking stupid that they think that when she says frick, she's fooling God. She's
See, you keep
fooling
saying
him.
that. I don't say
He doesn't
I don't
know.
say
He
it.
doesn't know what she means, right? Anything you say in lieu, what you're doing is you're actually making a conflation. I've tried to explain this to people before. It's impossible to do with women because you guys operate off of pure feelings. You think that your emotional state is what makes you a Christian. That's why you guys are all heretics. It's insane. The non-denominationals are the worst. So that you understand, a social taboo, saying the word shit is a social taboo. It is not, listen, this is stated. It's over and over again. These are social taboos. You not cussing doesn't make you a good Christian.
Do you have Bible scriptures for that, though? And I'm not going to get into it, but I'm just saying
Can
we
we
are not
get a
supposed to
final
speak that way.
point from each of you? Final point on that.
I
got to
love
let a
this.
couple.
Yeah, listen. So
You
here's
like
my
it?
final
You haven't-
point.
No perverse
You're
words
not
leaving our-
fooling.
from the
You're
heart
not
speaks
fooling
the
God.
abundance of the heart.
You're
That's
not-
all I
You're
can
not
say.
fooling God when you say, "Oh, I don't use these socially constructed words, which are in no way taboo in other nations." So, let me ask a question, a real quick question. If in China the word shit was not a social taboo, is it okay for the Chinese to say it if they're Christians? Or can just the word shit is just non-Christian? Just saying it is not what
it's the
Christians do.
perverse meaning behind it.
It's the meaning behind it. God,
Yes,
okay,
it's the
so
meaning
it's
behind
social. It's a socially constructed meaning, right?
But if we know that, God knows that, and I'm just saying God knows our hearts, and He tells us what we speak from our mouth comes from the abundance of our heart. So when we say what things that we know to be wicked words, He would know that.
So if I say the word shit, you think that I actually mean excrement off of the ground? Like if I snub my nose and I go, "Oh shit," do you think that there's evil meaning in my heart?
I think when you are talking
Just
to people,
answer my question, please.
it's just so irrelevant to what I'm telling you, though.
And answer my question, please. If
Then
I
I-
snub my toe and I say shit,
We've been doing
is
this
the
the whole
meaning
podcast.
in my heart malicious and evil?
Final thought from.
I don't know how
both
to
of you
answer
on
because he's
this.
just saying something
Final
totally
thought.
different.
They've been doing this the whole podcast.
It doesn't make sense.
Final thought, Andrew. Final thought on that.
Yeah, you don't understand because you never fucking thought about it for 5 seconds. That's what drives me
No,
nuts.
you just twist stuff.
You've
twist
never
stuff.
thought about any of these concepts for even 5 seconds.
You haven't.
It drives me berserk because I've actually taken the time to sit down and talk to clergy.
And so
I've
you
talked
think
to
that Jesus would
tens
let
of
you just
thousands
swear at people
actual
and tell
clergy
girls that they're
about how this
whores?
operates.
Like, that's insane.
Oh damn.
The
That's
only thing-
insane. That's not how Jesus would act. It's insane.
What's insane?
I'm also.
I am much younger and I've not been a Christian for a long time, but even I can tell someone as advanced as you are probably in the church that should know God and His nature, the way that you do talk to girls and stuff, it's insane.
Women.
Like,
It's
you're held
insane.
to a higher standard. I mean, it's just
It's
not.
insane. Yeah, well, great.
I'm sure no one's
Because
ever
what
said this to you before
Look at
because
what you
you
Protestants
freak
have
out.
done. You Protestants did a great job stopping all of this prostitution and abortion and everything in society with your fucking tone policing, haven't you?
See,
you haven't
like,
accomplished
you're
shit.
calling me a Protestant.
Society is the most decadent it's ever been, thanks to you Protestants. Thank you. Thank you for being nice to them while they fucking destroy the world. Thank you. Very kind of you to tone police everybody. Very kind. It's worked out real well, right? Prostitution's way down, isn't it? Decadence way down, isn't it? Thank you.
you're
Thank
going
you,
crazy.
Protestants.
Andrew,
Great job, Protestants.
Going crazy.
I don't know why you just keep calling me a Protestant. I mean,
You're non-denominational, right?
Yeah,
You're
but
a
I mean-
non-denominational Protestant. What do you want me to say?
I'm not, involved with any of that. I just take care of my, own faith. But you're on here telling
Yeah,
girls
you're
about your
made-it-up
relationship with
faith?
God, and it's just frustrating.
Was it your made-it-up faith?
My made-it-up faith?
Yeah, is it your made-it-up faith, or is there some church authority that you're under?
I don't know. I was just trying to tell you,
You don't
that
know?
you're not listening to me. See, you twist things, and that's what you. All I was trying to tell
You've
you,
been
and I
doing
wish you
that
would
this
just let
whole
me say it in
podcast.
one sentence. I do not think it's a good representation if you claim to be a
Yeah.
follower of Christ to be cussing and swearing at people and acting.
Well, I'm sorry
like
I
that.
interrupted your chastisement. I'm sorry, my bad. Sorry I interrupted you while you were upset and wanted to chastise me publicly
I
because you
didn't
don't
want
like
to
how I
chastise.
say things.
It's the way that you reacted, and you just flipped it and attacked me.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to mock when people say stupid shit. I tend to mock the stupid shit
God's
they
word
say.
is not stupid.
The words you're saying are stupid. They don't even make sense. When I ask you basic questions, you flounder. Basic
Because
questions.
you're asking me questions that are not even relevant. You're talking about dog poop
They
on the
are
ground.
relevant.
The scriptures say no perverse language should come from your lips.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
And that the way that we act should be a representation of Christ to help
Yeah,
lead.
what does perverse mean, though? What does that mean? Perverse language. What does that mean? What is the meaning behind that?
Perverse language means... I don't know how to explain it. It means just,
you don't know. Yeah, you don't know. That's my whole point. That's why I brought up the snubbing your nose and saying
perverse
shit.
language-
Is that perverse? Because I don't think it's perverse.
Perverse language means it has a bad, dark intention, but humans
Yeah.
use for sexual or evil, hate, malice. That would be perverse.
So perverse would mean that there's intent behind whatever it is, right?
Yes, and
the
I agree
intent's
with the
what
intent.
matters, right?
Right.
Okay, so you
Well,
can't
and the
read my
meaning.
heart. So if I say the word shit, why is the intent evil or malicious or perverse?
I'm not-
How?
You're
Explain it to me.
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you are representing Jesus, what makes you different than just someone who's out in the street saying F you, F you, F this? I mean, I'm just saying it's...
Because intent is what is the perverse. That is what is perverse. For instance, okay, have you ever heard in the South, they do a lot of things like they might say, oh, it's colder than a witch's tit. Have you ever heard that?
No.
You never heard that? Have you ever heard, oh, hang on. It's so cold outside, there's icicles hanging off the devil's balls. Have you ever heard that?
No.
No. Okay, these are common phrases, common
feel like
sayings,
they're
especially
not.
down south, right? Are they evil, perverse people for saying those things? For saying it's colder than a witch's tit? Are they evil?
Your dad says
Is that
that.
perverse?
Could it be perverted? Yeah. What I talk.
Is it perverse to just say it?
I mean, it depends how far you are in Christ, but someone like you, yeah, I would expect more. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, is it perverse to say it or not?
Okay,
To be honest, I wasn't listening.
It does have to be final word from each
You just
of you
like
on
you
this.
won't answer the question. You do everything but answer the question.
Ask me the question.
You know, that's how
And
you
ask
have-
me
you
the
have-
question. Because
you
I
have
wasn't
a
listening. I
willful
tuned you
spirit,
out because you're
and
arguing. Because
sneaky.
I told you my opinion, and you just started going on and on and on, and you've just lost me. Ask your question.
Yeah,
one
sure,
sentence.
that I have lost you. Is it perverse to say it's colder than a witch's tit outside?
Yes,
that
it is.
perverse?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I
Why,
don't
and what makes it perverse?
because you're saying the word
Titty.
And you know what it represents, and you're not
'Cause I'm
stupid.
saying the word tit.
Yeah, and I do think it's perverse. I do.
What about now? If I said
See, and
it's
here-
colder than a witch's nipple outside,
Yeah,
would that
that's
be
perverted.
perverse?
I would expect a
Leave those
dumb
witch
young
nipples
kid to
out
say
of
something
this,
like that,
okay?
not a grown man who says
Leave-
that he follows Christ and is trying to teach people or lead
Don't
them
bring
to
the
Christ.
witch nipples into
It's
this,
embarrassing.
Andrew.
Now, what if they said
Don't
it's
you
colder
dare.
than hell outside?
Colder than a witch's breath.
Colder than hell. That's just kind of
Yeah, I'll take the
a
half
stupid thing to say.
It's not perverse.
It's not perverted. See, perverse comes from perverted.
Yeah. What's not perverse about invoking hell?
What the fuck?
Because you know it's not the same. Talking about hell, Jesus talks.
Right, so-
okay,
so
did Jesus talk?
intense.
No, let me speak. Did Jesus talk about perverted things, or did he talk about hell? We can talk about hell.
I mean, he's talked about hell, yeah.
Okay, so why are you comparing it to perverted words? That's just.
Because I'm giving you an example of
But
how
the
absurd it is for you to take kind of these socially constructed taboos that you just don't like and trying to map
It's
them
not
on as
me.
being
I
a
didn't-
reality,
Listen,
a
it's not
reality
me.
of sin. Somebody's saying it's colder than hell outside, right? That's not perverse, lady.
It's
It
the
just
Bible
doesn't-
saying
you
it, not me.
For some reason in your brain,
The Bible
you
says
take-
it.
Gotta land the
No,
plane
it's
here.
where? Where does the Bible say that?
No,
Give
that
me
no.
that.
Okay, let's bring up the scriptures. Yeah, let's do it.
Bring it up. Bring up where it says that is perverse to say it's colder than a witch's tit.
You know that because it's not specifically in there, and that's why you have to have conviction from God, because not every situation
Guys,
is in the Bible.
leave the witch nips
Yeah, so-
out.
Can we just like play?
Can we not talk about the witch nips? All right.
So
here.
Colder than a witch's.
Do you want to make a final thing, Andrew? I do want to try to wrap things up. It's almost 2.
Yeah, so anyway, the whole point here is that the reason you can't answer any of these basic questions. you
I
never
did
really
answer
thought
them. You
about
just
them.
didn't like it. I said no,
you
and it is
didn't. All
perverted.
you
That's how
did was
they've been
say
the whole
it because it
podcast.
hurts my feelings. That's it.
They don't like your answers. It's a fight.
Exactly.
That's
You
not
said a
a-
whole
that's
bunch
not
of
a
nothing.
I don't agree with a lot of.
I gave you scriptures.
y'all
You gave no scriptures.
over
You just say
there.
I can cuss and swear and do
I don't
whatever
like
I
you.
want.
Listen, here's the thing about God's nature, the logos, right? God gave us logic. And so the thing is that if you say anything to me ever which is perverse to the nature of God and the logos and logic, I'm going to dismiss it as being illogical because it's not of the nature of God. Do you understand?
Yes, but that's disrespectful to God because He would not cuss
It's
and swear at
disrespectful
people.
to God to obey His nature. Okay.
Do you think you're obeying His nature by saying "f you"? That's insane. That doesn't.
That's crazy, son.
That is
Okay.
crazy.
That's crazy. I don't know. I'm just.
I know he's joking, but
I'm just
yeah.
typing. I'm just typing. Wait.
Like-
I wanted.
Who's a non-Christian?
I actually want to defend Andrew. I want to defend Andrew here. So I'm in my mid-30s, right? I'm in my mid-30s, and I've been pretty much, I would say, like agnostic, atheist, for like pretty much most of my life, right? And like, you know, I've been exposed to, you know, some religious stuff here and there. It's not because you're asking him how many people has Andrew converted. I'm not quite there yet. But Andrew has made the most compelling case for religion that I've heard. I would, you know, sorry, I'm tired. I'm not really making sense right now. But Andrew's like the closest person, like who's pushed me more towards religion than anybody. So I don't know, just a shout out.
Yeah,
to
but
Andrew.
you have to understand, Brian, that I didn't use the correct tone.
I never spoke about your tone.
I feel like
That's
I
all
agree
you're
with a lot of
talking
things
about.
Andrew
You
says, especially on the religion topic, but I do feel like this podcast is very much like, I don't know, it's like very
Wait, did you just say
kinda
you agree with
negative.
a lot of what I say on the
what did you
religious
say?
topic?
on the
You
religion.
called it negative?
It's kind of negative.
Because what I say makes sense, right?
It is. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Do you feel threatened?
Yeah, I mean,
by
it just
my
makes sense.
Gigantic cell phone.
yes, that definitely threw me off.
I'm threatening you with it.
Can I ask you, are you convicted that what I'm saying is making sense?
Convicted?
Yeah, are you convicted?
I mean, I'd have to listen to you talk more.
Yeah, but it
and,
definitely makes
you know,
sense, right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the thing is about the nature of the logos and the nature of logic. When people hear you speak and they hear what you're actually saying and they can logically deduce it from something other than because the Holy Spirit told you so, it's far more compelling to people. Far more compelling. That's just been my experience. But then again, I've debated with the largest atheist in the world. I don't remember you, ma'am, ever doing anything of the sort.
Here you go.
You are very offended, I can tell.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I did.
Yeah, I would never in a million years make the declaration. I would make a declaration you're a heretic, but I would never make a salvific claim or say something as absurd as you're not a Christian.
Anyways,
ever.
guys, I gotta let the TTSs come through, and then we gotta wrap up the show. We have quite a few in the queue, so that was a very fun exchange. Very fun exchange. I'm sure you guys will be best friends after this. So, okay.
Taquido donated $25. Not agreeing with what some women do isn't misogyny. Not agreeing with what some men do isn't misandry. Try to ignore your competitive ego and you might learn or teach something. A_Warzone donated $25. Screw it, just cause I'm curious, and on a lighter note, I do have a rather off-topic question, but have any of you watched the Amazon Fallout, and if you did, what did you think? If you haven't, why not?
It was mid.
I
It was
like
super mid.
Nickelodeon donated
I just like the
$25.
little things that they have
If
that were
women
from the
ran
game.
the world, would it
Like
be
the
able to
res?
function?
was a
4
mid show.
p.m. means 5:30. 4 times 3 equals 9. Girl
Hey,
math
by the
would
way-
collapse
Oh,
economies.
that's horrible.
You're
What about
welcome, women.
smoking? Am I allowed to
horrible.
smoke?
Illinois boy donated $25. Andrew, how much better would the world be if the Byzantine Empire never fell to the Ottomans? Hashtag Constantinople, not Istanbul. Hashtag bring back Byzantium.
Am I allowed to smoke?
Austrian Strumpet
ahead, Andrew.
Slayer
Light one
donated
up. Light it up,
$25. What's the
Light it
difference
up.
between death knights and prostitutes?
Oh, this is a World of Warcraft
None.
joke.
They're both cheap, easy, and spread diseases.
Good.
What about drinking a beer? Is that unchristian too?
Double
Am I allowed to
Agent
drink a beer?
donated $25.
Jesus, drink wine.
Brian, I didn't say you did a miserable job tonight. I said you came off miserable. As
yeah.
in annoyed, frustrated,
Yeah, I was. I
irritated,
was.
short fuse. As a host, you crushed as usual. Andrew, Jesus, man, relax.
All right, Double Agent. Yeah, thank you.
So
Yeah.
am I allowed to smoke? Am I allowed to drink?
Go ahead,
Am I
light
allowed
one
to
up,
do those
Andrew.
things?
Light one up.
You don't want my... Okay, I shouldn't have called you a non-Christian, but I should have said maybe lukewarm.
$25. Lastly, a woman preferring a man cut is the pinnacle of female privilege because it's mostly based on aesthetic preference, not principle or reason. Cut men are more likely to have ed. Up PR Aquatic donated $25. Wrong, Andrew has turned my life to Christ after a life of sinning and so many others. And I haven't never heard of you ever, and stop tone policing. Hash the crucible. Tom Jones donated $25. I fucking love Andrew's diction. I've learned a lot from him, he is fucking awesome. If I were there, I would give him a big fucking fist bump.
So am I allowed to smoke? Should I smoke as a Christian?
Austrian Trumpet Slayer donated $25.
Light it up.
Heresy is like a tree.
I wanna get
I don't think it's a
Fly in the
salvation
darkness
issue.
whilst its
Give him
leaves wave
permission
in
to
the
light
sun,
it
and
up.
to those who suspect naught, it
Yeah,
has an
thank you,
attractive and
Austrian
pleasing
Strumpet. Got it.
appearance.
Pre-
Andrew, how's boxing going?
Oh, Andrew.
Andrew is Chad donated $25. I have been a fairly secular Christian my entire life. Since watching Andrew, I have been seriously considering Catholicism, and I'm sure I am only one of many.
Andrew is Chad.
Anonymous donated $25. 1 Timothy 2:12 KJV. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence.
Which you were not.
To be fair, no
Casey
real
donated
Christians would watch the show. It's secular.
$28.65.
No
Hi,
real
Brain,
Christians
Andrew,
watching the
and
show?
panel. Hope
This
you
is a
had
very
lovely
secular
stream.
show.
I think I'm your first Irish fan. Well, expect for Andrew.
Wait.
I just want to say THX for opening my eyes in the dating, and you have an awesome pod.
Real Christians go on the show. They just don't watch it.
_com
What
donated
real Christians?
$25.
I would say
Red
maybe
is the
Katie.
epitome of why the church is devolving
He's
into
talking about
blasphemy.
you, by the way.
You have done a real service to the world by being gentle and understanding. You should reevaluate yourself and your faith.
Okay.
Paul McEwen Rogers donated $25. You're having a late one. I always miss the show. I'm based in the UK. Andrew, you're a fucking legend. Brian, I'm maining Destroy Warlock in War Within. What WoW class suits each girl?
I mean, I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. I used to back in the day, but I
Do
feel
real
like
Christians smoke?
there's a couple.
You are so offended. If it's not true.
Can you answer my question?
Yes, I can. Someone could be living in sin. It does not mean that they don't love Jesus. Having unrepented sin is much different.
Is smoking a sin?
Banging.
Technically, yes.
Is drinking a beer a sin?
I would say no, only getting drunk.
Okay.
Okay, what about eating a jelly donut? Is that a sin?
No, and I think you're just now starting to reach and be ridiculous.
What if I eat a jelly donut and say, this tastes like shit? Is that a sin?
I think you just like to argue.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like to argue my religion.
I don't waste my time.
What's the whole point of this podcast?
I'm sorry,
to
you
argue.
demanded to argue
on Protestant
and
versus
to slay all
Orthodox
arguments.
views. Also, do you believe Scripture doesn't say you shouldn't curse? Just want clarification.
Andrew, would you debate Chase?
Cursing's not the same thing as saying the word shit. Cursing is to curse. You're actually cursing people. That's what it's telling you. What's going on here, though, I would actually, if I take a bite of a piece of food and I go, this tastes like shit, you're saying that's unchristian. You're not a Christian. That's
I'm not saying you're not a
sinning.
Christian. That's not what I'm saying, though. You're twisting it. I'm saying when you're on this show and you're telling people that you love God and you're quoting scripture, but you're saying, F this and F that. It's just not a good example. And then you're saying, God would swear. The Bible doesn't say that. I'm like, okay, well, then I'm not sure if we're in the same thing.
No, what I'm saying is that, first of all, on the show, I rarely use religious arguments. Other people bring up religion, like you did. I use secular arguments to convince secularists away from secularism. Have you ever tried that? It's really hard. You should try it sometimes. Actually,
Do you
difficult
consider
to use
yourself
secular
not
arguments.
Do you consider yourself not secular?
He's an Orthodox Christian.
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Well, just because you call yourself that.
I was baptized. Listen,
But you could
it's
be
not-
baptized and still.
I need you to
like,
understand.
That doesn't make
there's
sense.
a difference between heretic.com, where you can just go and say, I'm Christian because I say so, and actually being formally introduced into a Catholic church.
Damn it.
That's a process. It's a 3-year-long process. It's not I just woke up and I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior and made up whatever headcanon I wanted.
It's kind of crazy that you're like questioning if Andrew's a Christian. That's kind of crazy.
I'm not questioning if he's a Christian.
That's
I'm saying it's a
crazy.
bad example. And what I'm saying to you is, you
Well,
could
I
be
think you're a
Baptist, you could be
failed
Orthodox,
example.
you could be Catholic, you could be whatever, but
All
you can
right.
still walk
I'm
out in
gonna
the
have
street.
to let the
and-
rest come through.
Twixdoodle
something,
donated
like-
$25. Tone policing and being nice has helped no one in today's society. It's insane to think continuing the same bees is going to produce something different.
They don't care. They just.
These are all your fans. I
Donated
don't care. These are your
$25.
fans. Of course they're going to
Morning
defend you.
all. Andrew, you're a legend. Brian, which class or race suits each girl? I'm main Warlock Destro. Which one of them is a goblin?
That's it.
Knock checks for charity donated $25.
They're kind of all rogues.
TBH Andrew is a mentally
like
unstable guy who can't handle being challenged
Definitely
when he's in
rogues.
the wrong, trying to overrun people in
troll.
debates with
Female
anger and
troll
rage
rogue.
and getting loud. Also very misogynic, no respect. MF Ritchie
All
donated
true.
$50.
Oh, thank
Tell
you.
Carrot Top to puck off.
Puck
He is
off.
cleaner than F Andrew. TTS voice proves it. The big guy is listening and can see her tattoo on the temple. Brian and Andrew, great job. Keep the ladies in check.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Illinois boy donated $25.
There's a bunch coming through,
Redhead,
just
you're
FYI.
coming off as very self-righteous and holier than thou. I'm a Protestant, but Christians aren't called to tone police themselves to make lost sinners feel better about themselves. A_Warzone donated $25. Also to the girl in the black on the right middle, I have to say you have a beautiful and infectious smile.
You, I think. Do you want to
Big
respond? Do you
girl.
want to say thank you?
Oh, me?
Yeah, do a little wink into the camera.
Austrian
Say thank you.
Strumpet Slayer donated $25.
There you go.
Holy schnitzel.
What? Oh. Yeah, that was good, man. Thank
That's my
you.
favorite one.
Holy schnitzel.
Thank you, Australian.
Rare
Thank you, Australian Strumpet.
Tris donated $25.
Strumpet?
Does this cretinous red-headed broad
tell you after
know
the show.
that Jesus has in fact mentioned breasts?
Yeah, but it's not in a perverted
Talking
way.
about
That's
the
just
witch
twisting.
nipples? Was he talking about witch nipples?
Work in their favor.
Killer of Cereal donated $25. Get sun, get some. Sleep well, eat good.
Killer of
Stay
Cereal.
hydrated, stay alive. Live within your means, keep life in perspective.
Kill of Cereal.
Stay focused
Wait.
on your goals and never let a strumpet in your bed. My best to all.
Kill of Cereal. Look,
you need to
man.
read the Karen Bible, the Karen Bible of tone policing. And so Christianity is really, it's a
You're
religion.
so
of being
offended that I
nice.
just said
Wait,
cussing
guys,
was
It's
a bad
a
thing.
religion of being nice.
Like, you're-
You just keep on, you just don't keep asserting that I'm offended. I'm mocking your
You
stupidity
obviously
because it's
offended.
funny.
Well, I don't mock people.
Kill of Cereal?
Yeah, I know you don't. Because niceness is really what Christianity is about.
No,
being
it's not about niceness. Telling the truth is not always nice. Like what I told you tonight.
That's
You didn't
what I'm
want to
doing
hear it
right
and
now.
you defend it, and it's fine.
You didn't tell any truth. You haven't told a single truth this evening. You're definitely not about religion. You're trying to correct a man on theology.
I guess I'm not even going to go there with you. The point is, I think anyone would just know. You wouldn't talk.
Oh, they would just know. Okay, great argument.
I mean, it's not. Read the Bible.
Read the Bible. Great
Yes,
argument.
read the Bible.
Yeah, great argument.
Oh, your great
Fantastic.
argument was talking about dog poop. So.
Yeah, my great argument was to test your logic. When
Mr.
Well,
Solita
you never tested anything. You twisted it.
777 donated $25. Hey Brian, you should invite Arico TV, Andrew Knows, to the whatever panel sometime. Maybe even Griffin Mind or Abu and Preach or the other red pill YouTuber guys.
I've been talking to
Would
Erico.
make for interesting content.
I've been talking to him for over a
J
year.
Mac
We'll get him
donated
on the show. Andrew talked to him too.
$25. I grew up your typical California liberal/atheist. As I've reached my 30s, I'm glad people like Andrew are pushing back against the degeneracy that my generation has pushed on society. Do better.
Who's the primary victim of porn and why? Obviously, it's men, right? Or it's
my
both.
God.
It's both of them.
It's both.
Definitely both.
Tickle Fight donated $25. Week 7 of fatherhood.
Congrats.
My daughter will be raised well so she does not end up a trollop. Andrew, are you tired of these salad bar Christians that pick and choose what they listen to? Also Trump 2024.
They just
Travis
pervert the
Pickle
whole religion.
donated $25. Pink Blonde, you're a prostitute. That bad thing you feel admitting it is called guilt from your conscience because you know it is wrong.
Same
You
with
have
Andrew.
that feeling for a reason. Stop it. Do better.
We can fix her.
Austrian Strumpet
We
Slayer
got it.
donated
We can fix her.
$25.
It's all good.
He who
She's
allows
coming-
the
she's
strumpet
coming
to
around to our
live
side.
shares in the crime of its existence.
He who allows the strumpet to live shares in the crime of its existence?
Old Man Marine donated $25. I've been considering the Orthodox Church just because of Andrew and how much sense me makes over most Protestant churches, especially non-denominational. Happy Father's Day, Andrew.
Hey, thanks. I
Killer of
appreciate that.
Cereal donated $25. Get Gustavo back. I need the robot walking, chilling military suit wearing legend back to bring some background levity.
You know, he had the invite to come back, but yeah.
Dialedin0430 donated
I don't think he
$25.
is.
Women can't stand being wrong, which is why you saw the Olympic level mental gymnastics you did tonight. Pink Blondie, you're not a 10 and your ghetto mannerism are annoying as fuck.
Hey, I like her ghetto mannerisms, first off, okay?
Thank you.
I like the ghetto mannerisms. I want to do a call to action to you.
Okay.
You said you started your OF 2 weeks ago?
Like a month ago.
A month ago.
Mhm.
It's not too late.
So what, to take it down?
Take that shit down. Don't look back. This is a call to action that I've been starting to give at the end of the podcast. You're not that in deep. You're not too far in deep.
No.
What's
I already
that saying?
told you I
In too
don't
deep?
do nudity or
I know,
porn,
but
I guess it's
a
a
slippery.
stigmatism.
It's like it's a gateway to, like, within a year you're gonna be doing gangbangs, bro. Trust me.
Definitely not.
Trust me, bro. I've seen it too many times. Oh, let me just post some lewd content.
I do
Here's
I
me
do
in some
feel
fucking
that.
anime costumes. Literally 30 days later, like Bukkake 30 dude gangbang. It's done, bro.
No.
It's over. Get that.
You know what? Just because I really kind of just be scamming guys on my OnlyFans, I'll take it down.
Yikes. That's a yikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a lot of thirsty men on my Instagram, so I just thought, why not make some money off of it?
Excuse me?
Oh my God, she's so toxic, bro.
Yeah, like you guys want to be in my DMs and comment on my thirst trap, so
scam you.
subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Scam you for money. Rude.
I mean, it's not really a scam. You don't know.
You literally used the word scam, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you not just say
I
scam?
did. I mean, call it what you want.
Have you scammed a guy? Have you ever had a sugar daddy? Have you ever pegged a dude? Huh? What? Sorry.
No. Because butt stuff is,
I kind of feel like you're. I don't
Like
know.
I'm like into
I
butt
get like
stuff or
intuition
something?
from people. I feel like you kind of like peg dudes. I don't know. It's
Really?
weird.
Do I look?
Yeah, like you want to dominate. You know what I mean?
Do I look like I peg dudes?
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
Okay, you're right.
You do all day, every day.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Shit. Have you actually though? Oh, Lauren. Wait, Lauren.
Yeah.
Call to action to you. You've been coming on the show for over a year. You're a courtesan.
Yes.
Can we get a commitment from you tonight
What?
that you will stop the prostitution tonight? We can save you, Lauren. Lauren.
I've been doing this 10 years, Brian.
Hey, you want to get out eventually, right?
Well, like if I become immobile, sure, but but I mean, I think that I think it's good to be.
If you become immobile, like if a guy just pipes it down,
like wheelchair mobile.
Oh,
then I would stop.
Do you think anyone's ever has a girl ever gone in a wheelchair from getting fucked too hard? You guys, sorry, Andrew,
No, but there was this actually disabled porn star, and she was in a wheelchair, and she looked sexy. Like she had a wheelchair, and she had jet black hair and a ponytail.
Not really what I was.
She was pretty hot.
Like what the fuck? Okay, good talk. All right,
but thank you for your call to action.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Just looking out.
Thanks, Brian.
So you're down to just stop that shit now and become a nun? I think that's the only thing that's. You down to become a nun?
If I'm 50.
50.
I'll fully commit to a nunnery or.
Old Man Hall donated $25.
I appreciate your call.
Quick question for Andrew. Do you believe God considers getting tattoos as sinful? I would ask the redhead, but she's a woman. Stop trying to usurp your authority.
No.
Illinois boy donated $25. Andrew, are all Protestant denominations big bad, or do any of them have good theology/doctrine?
There are many theological doctrines which I agree with that.
Beaten Cheeks donated $25. I'm waking up 5 a.m. in Florida. Andrew dunking on fake religious zealots. Andrew can't stop winning. Too bad he's married, otherwise he'd be in the soft guy era like me. Drizzle.
Drizzle.
Just take
What's
donated
up,
$25.
What's up, bro?
Proverbs 4:24 KJV, put away from thee a froward mouth, and perverse lips put far from thee.
Shit. Okay. Thank you, Just a Guy. Appreciate him. Thank you all.
Killer of Cereal donated $25. Put your clothes back on, bring the mic out and let the lyrics flow instead of the various gossiping around from your debaucherous behavior. You have a skill other than your body. Nurture it.
Yo, you could get, if you drop some fire bars, I'm telling you, bro, there's probably people watching this shit right now that are trying to sign you. Cut this OnlyFans shit out, bruv.
Josie with the
Cut this shit out.
Travis Pickle donated $25.
Cut this
Carrot Top would rather you be kind and nice and let these people burn in hell for eternity rather than dare hurt their feelings by rebuking them. Would you be kind to Satan if he were sitting there? Austrian Strumpet Slayer donated $25. The guilty and the polluted fight. They deny. They struggle. Andrew likes to rub his fat titties on Brain's dumpy.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? All right, Nick, we're going to raid Whoa Grandma 78. If you can get her pulled up on Twitch. All right, a couple of final things here. Guys, we're going to get Andrew to 100K. Dude, the sun's going to be rising. I'm sorry, Andrew.
Oh my.
Well, Andrew's on the East Coast. This guy's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
He stayed up till fucking It's 5:15 a.m. where this guy lives. Gentlemen, you need to get this guy to 100,000 subscribers because this man is a fucking workhorse. He stayed up super late. You can hide that. He stayed up very late so that he could argue with these fine
women.
Fine ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And so, guys, you need to get him to 100,000 subscribers. We're going to do a raid here in just a moment to his channel. Stay tuned on YouTube. Drop him a sub because he's a fucking legend. He's got beautiful hair. Let me give you some more reasons. He's got a beautiful beard.
I also filled in tonight.
We were going to have Natalie Winters, but her flight got... there's a flight issue, so she will be there should be there on Tuesday. What are some other reasons why you should go subscribe to him? He's got a great beard. He has a very cool, like the way he smokes cigarettes is really cool.
It's just like,
and
I feel like we're stretching it out now.
And he's an all-around great guy. So drop him a sub, guys. Okay, so. Also, bye, Rachel.
Guys, I promise you one thing, that I'm not going to drive you hundreds of miles away, leave you stranded at a gas station and steal your luggage. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. All right, we're going to do a raid. Yo, guys, I can't wait to go home and watch the new season of House of the Dragon, boys. New season. I think it's better than Game of Thrones. Let me do my final little shout outs here. We have, okay, GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. Andrew, light up a ciggy here. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific with Natalie Winters. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. 07's in the chat. I'm going to do a Twitch raid. Who are we raiding on Twitch? We're doing Whoa Grandma. Let's raid her. Thank you for watching on Twitch, guys. You guys are legends. Follow quick. If you're watching over on Twitch, drop us a follow. All good. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. It's all good. Okay, so Nick, pull up the Twitch. Okay, fine, that's where. Okay, guys, we're rating Whoa Grandma. She's like 82. I don't know, bro. She stays up late. I'm pretty sure she's in the U.S. I don't know. She's on a crazy sleep schedule, but she's a fucking legend. She actually only sleeps like 2 hours a night because she's a fucking what's the female on it? She's a legend, guys. Show her some love. Tell her we need her on the podcast. Be nice, guys. She's playing World of Warcraft retail. So I'm going to start the raid here in just a moment. Show her some love, guys. She's got like a couple 200 followers.
Love you.
Give her a little love. All right. That raid is going out here in just a second. Before we send you over, be sure to follow the whatever channel. Drop us a Prime sub on the way out if you have one. Okay, rating now. And that should be going through. She's doing like some PvP shit? I don't know what she's doing. What is she doing? Man, what's up, Whoa Grandma? Look at that focus. She's focused right now. What's she playing? World of Warcraft? Retail. See, this is where I disagree with Whoa Grandma. She's playing the retail. She should be playing classic. I'm a classic Andy, so you know, classic Andy.
We need to figure out.
She gonna speak?
Grief.
Damn, she's been streaming for 7 hours. That's almost as long as us. She's a beast. She's killing it. Anyways, I think she's so locked in. She doesn't even notice we're here, boys. She's locked in. She's just, look at this. Look at her focus. This is what makes her a legendary gamer, is fucking focus. Look at this focus she has. She's switching around her talents on the cast bar. She doesn't have time for this whatever shit. She's just fucking zeroed in. She's zeroed in. She's grinding. She's killing fucking mobs. She's fucking killing it, boys. Okay, I don't think we're gonna get any attention from her, so. Anyways, all right, cool. You can close that out. Unfortunately, She did not notice us, senpai, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. So we need to do a raid to Andrew. Oh, wait, shit. A couple more came through. Okay, we'll let these come through, and then we will wrap.
Tickle Fight donated $25. Forgot to say Happy Father's Month.
Oh.
In El Salvador, June is Father's Month, celebrating men who raise children instead of digends and the mentally.
Put her back on.
Brian, thank you for being the anti-degen podcast host.
Thank you.
A little bit undergeared.
We missed. I think we missed it. Okay, that's cool. All right, hold on.
Laurie donated $25. Can't believe I was able to watch this live. Brian, you're also a G. And yes, it is 5 a.m.
By the way, who sent that in? It was Tickle Fight. I appreciate
Austrian
it. Tickle Fight.
Strumpet
Thank
Slayer
you.
donated
Lori,
$25.
Thank you, Strumpet.
From iron cometh strength. From strength cometh will. From will cometh faith. From faith cometh honor. From honor cometh iron. This is the unbreakable litany, and may it forever be so.
Word.
All right, cool guys. We're gonna wrap up the show there. We started the show a little bit late. One of our longer shows, probably the second longest show ever, I think. Our previous longest show was the last one. Not gonna try to make this a habit, boys, but it was an interesting panel. Anyways, guys, we're gonna wrap up there. 07's in the chat. Am I forgetting anything, Nick, or are we good to go? All right, I want to double check that I have the redirect going to Andrew. One moment. Okay, it should be redirected. All right, guys, thank you once again to the wonderful panel. I know it's very late here. You guys are legends for being troopers and making it to the very end. I want to thank Nick for also being a trooper. He went down to the mean streets of Santa Barbara to go grab someone off the street because we had the no-shows. He really hustled at it. And actually, shout out to Abigail. She helped him. And they really hustled. They tried. It's like graduation week. People are gone. People have other shit going on. They were able to find the feral girl. So on one hand, thank you, Nick, but also not thank you, I guess. No, it was good. It was good. So good job, Abigail and Nick. And then, of course, Nick, I definitely scolded Nick a little bit. I was a little feisty. Nick.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
I'm kidding, Nick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nick. I was in the wrong. It's hard without Madison, and I get a little worked up when no shows happen. Anyways, Nick's a fucking legend, boys. Be sure to subscribe to his OnlyFans. And just kidding, he doesn't have one of those. But be sure to subscribe to his Feet Finder. He's trying to make some money on the side, boys. So, okay, all right, it's too late for jokes. All right, guys, shout out to Nick. Shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Bad Baby. Shout out to...
Please don't relate me to that. Josie.
Shout out to all y'all.
And doesn't even remember our names.
Shout out to all y'all.
He's been debating with us for 6 hours.
All right, guys. 07's
sad.
07's in the chat, guys. Go sub to Andrew Wilson. 07's in the chat. We'll see you on Tuesday. Good night, guys. Enjoy House of the Dragon.
Peace and love.